uh, you do not always know if the stories that are told to you are true, but supposedly when an English captain landed on Australian soil and uh, asked the Aboriginal where they come from, they pointed at the sky. Now, somebody who thinks totally in only physical will say that they are deluded, they think come from the stars, but in a metaphysical sense, they may point out the greatness of the influence of the stars, right?
Okay. All right. Yeah. Interesting. Huh.
Well, mostly in modern society, most people want to be proud what they achieve. So it's very hard to establish what the influence of the stars is, because it's all in very small electrical currents that then consequently are enlarged by our hormones greatly.
Yeah.
And
Interesting. Yeah, I think that in a way that ancient people like mapped stars onto the ground, that but they have like more deeper influence too, um, because like stars go through this these cycles of like radio, like high radio output. They'll start like just broadcasting like like really powerful radio.
yeah, yeah. Vibes of Cosmos
Yeah.
has the idea that the moon is a reflection of the Earth, and then he did something to show that the stars are a pattern of the most deepest points on that reflection, which suggests that somehow it's a signal from the Earth upward into the dome or whatever, where it creates these lights. So,
Well, I don't know. In order for that to figure for me, I would need to kind of like find some, which I'm not sure that they're not there. They may be, but I like to find like numeric relationships. They kind of help me have some confidence in the way it's going.
yeah. Well,
I,
at least in the model of the tutorial fields, you can see
Mhm.
that there can be a big influence from under our feet upward also.
Yeah. I guess I don't know if I agree with the moon map of the reflection of the Earth concept. Um, but I guess everybody is able to make their own like conjecture about it, because it's like um, I don't know, like I guess certain things need to be explained, and the features of the moon per se, I think are always going to be like key among those things. It's one of the most distinct features of like something in the sky that we see. You know,
Yeah,
and we see it like without any kind of optical aid. So I think it just weighs heavily on our consciousness, like the way that we see these things. Like even if we didn't have the cosmology or the numbers or the physics or the Einsteins and Newtons and whatever's and the Stephen Hawking, you know what I mean? Without all of that backstory, you know, you take it down to a really primitive level. Like it's interesting to consider, like just how psychologically impactful these two forces themselves are. You know, just to see like a full moon, or is You know, it's quite a natural beauty. You know, just like a great sunset or a wonderful sunny afternoon or something like that. You know, it's a this is like these are primal forces. You know, it's like
I was in an early stage in contact with that information because in 2017 I translated a Dutch FE book into English, and he also was of the opinion that it was a reflection of the Earth. So that was the first time I heard about it, and I was greatly admiring his how he used his eyes and how he saw things, and when I look at what Vibes of Cosmos brings, there are very, very much things in it that are too similar to the continents, but there's also distortion happening that make you doubt it. Yeah.
Well, I guess it wouldn't necessarily comport with the map because we don't necessarily see the map as the map. You know, it truly lays out. So I don't know. When I was in Colorado, I had a moment of I don't know. Almost like a transcendental just moment. You know, like where you're just like, oh, maybe. You know, like I could see that or whatever. You just kind of make that leap or whatever. And it's like very momentary. You know, but I did have that experience. You know, it was like, oh, is that like what it's really doing? Is it just really reflecting somehow? But then, yeah, I just don't get it either. But I guess it would be like, what is the dark and light spots rather than the craterish aspects of it? Like if just the projection, well, not the projection, if the let's just say the surface of it is just all pockmarked with a lot of stuff. That topography is not representative of the actual ground it's seeing. So like just the light and dark of the moon would be that mapping part because it would like be I don't know infrared reflection or something. I don't know what it's just pulling out of colors like it's just land from water sort of. That's the detail level, right? We don't see like or are there mountain chains in there too? I can't watch through that video. For some reason it's just like I can't handle it. My I have a because I have a totally different presumption, I guess. Well, not presumption. It's arrived at. I mean, but just
What is that presumption?
well that there's just like really one like well the sun is what is the shape of the sun? It starts off with that question really like or when do we see the backside of the sun? Is the sun tidally locked? And is the moon tidally locked? Yeah, like we only see the one side of them.
Yeah.
Or you wouldn't know if you were seeing the backside of the sun because it's just so fucking bright, huh? Maybe there's other ways with the that Kosho can figure out that's possible to see that that the sun is a sphere, right? But if the sun is not a sphere, or if the sun could just look like a sphere, to like the radio sensors, like whatever they're using to cut through. I think that those solar cam A and Bs are mock-ups. I don't think that they're actually like satellites in space, like near, Lagrange points, like positioned to. You know what I mean? I think that's kind of like a science project somebody's doing. But anyway, what I'm saying is that the solar disk, let's say, concept, where we have a something emitting the light, but its real shape is unknown. And I like to think it's like a contact lens or like a UFO or a dome or like a little bubble or something like that. Like that it has a sort of parabolic shape to it. I like to think this. May not really be. And that it shoots light in every direction. It's shooting it down, and that's what we see. And all of those radiative qualities are all, the albedo, the atmosphere is kind of mediating all that stuff, and it's electrically mediating all kinds of things, and the energy of it really, because it's just pulling direct tap off of the magnetic field. It's like a local singular spot that's going on.
Yeah.
And this structure, this is the structure of what I believe is a projector as well, because even though it's going down, it's also shooting back up too, and that is hitting a central point of a domic structure and reflecting back down to us and being projected as moon phase, when we're just seeing like a partial curvature of a tilting contact lens shape up in the sky.
Yeah.
So as it tilts, it can show us full and crescent, and it would basically be as it rotates around, like that would be the rotation that you see that the moon kind of rolls, and when the sun is going to go across the equator, it's going to turn, and that's when we see like when the sun crosses the equator, we'll see it flip the moon. The moon will turn to like bull horns or a frowny face. Usually it's kind of like upright, if you will. Do you notice that the moon at certain times of the year will change its orientation?
No, I'm not really following that.
You don't see that. I've observed this like from a few different locations. Yeah, at the equinox, I think, or what's it? Maybe solstice.
And
right before Christmas, and
what do you think about?
Yeah, I think that's what that is.
That when we see these lights, the moon and the sun, we observe the projection on the
right.
on the lens of our personal dome.
So it would be like that. The backside of the sun, the contact lens, the domic part of it is all pockmarked with a bunch of electrocavitation holes and stuff.
No, I don't think that. No.
Well, I understand that might not be what you think, and isn't or 100% not what you think. I'm just trying to explain my concept and why it's like difficult for me to comport with the concept that you're talking.
Yeah,
that's all.
No, I think the pot marks are somewhere up there, but
anyway, my point is that like I don't have to explain two bodies. I only have to explain one, which is that there's a lumi-solar body that is both moon and sun, and is reflecting back down like a compass, projecting from the sun's from the top side of the sun. The side that we never see would be what the moon looks like, and we just see the mirror reflection of that thing moving. That's what I believe. But hey, it's a free world.
Yeah, that would correlate with what Walter Russell says, that it's two sides of one coin. Yeah.
And then like
the implosion and the explosion.
It would be awfully convenient to say that all those craters are just star projectors, but I'm not trying to do that shit. You know what I mean? But that might be. But I don't know. And I don't know how to know that. And I'm already fucking halfway out on a branch here trying to like conjecture this. So it's as much as I can handle to try and figure this out. But I think it makes sense to me. And I've drawn it down. I've like figured out that I've made like a coordinate table of like tilt angles and stuff like that this thing would have to do to be able to reflect like what I think the moon phases should translate down to. But I haven't built like a complete like working mechanical model to be able to observe it from. So without that, I think I don't have jack shit. But I don't know. Either I got to make it in a computer sim to see it, or build it in reality. Which I'd probably just rather try to mock it up in reality. It'd be more fun. I like work with my hands. I don't know. But anyway, if that doesn't hold up, then I'm back to square one. If it does hold up, then I don't know. I think I got a case. Probably a head case, but either way. But I mean, I'm just saying it doesn't have to conflict with the concept that there's an exchange of its image to the ground. So it still can be mapped, but I mean, as I explained, like the pock marking stuff, I think is due to the fact that it's kind of building itself out of. Okay, so we're just getting into the superfluid stuff. You know what I mean? Kind of, that's starting to be like something people talk about somewhat frequently. But like, is it possible like that if it's all hydrogens, right? And hydrogens are supposed to be like the basis of all more complex molecules, atoms, ions, whatever.
Yeah.
Then is it possible that just if you zap it with enough energy, like you'll just get them to cluster into whatever can absorb that energy, or else it'll just be dissipated? Like, is it possible to like create material from those individual pieces? And if that's possible, then I believe that we have a whole wonderful kind of system that actually that works even better, because like this sun, my little conjectural sun, is capable of like off gassing just in its way all kinds of different materials. It's capable of creating like maybe lithium, maybe other things on like the short end of the periodic table, not the other ones that are going to be maybe changed and altered and aged and transformed and stuff, becoming the rest of the periodic table. But we can get like the core important things that are going to be necessary for life. This got to be the origin of life right here. So to me, I think maybe it's possible that the sun is actually like off gassing these materials that fall to Earth and then become life. That's crazy, but hey, that's where I'm at. But it's not from watching videos though. This is like purely like it seems to make sense to me based on just Wikipedia and what my brain says, and what my brain doesn't say too. Sometimes like I don't think it, I don't want to think it. Right? I try to like let these things just kind of percolate, rather than trying to induce my want of it to make sense. So that's why I say like I don't know if like craters could be star projectors. That's total. Maybe that's total nonsense. Maybe it's actually happening. It's very, I don't know, a little way of me to know.
Yeah.
So, sorry if that's not cool for you. But, I really appreciate you listening and letting me.
Yeah. I posted an image of Walter Russell, and supposedly he shows here the cycles, the lower feminine and he calls it male and female periods. I have a different vision. I have a different vision on it, but
well,
I think we have two male and two feminine sources.
Okay.
In what we call God, and we go through periods where one of the feminine sources retracts, and we call that that period a man age. Can you still manage? And a garden period is when that feminine source is bringing her information back in, and it's called the sun era. Does the son have an ear for his mother? I like to play with these words.
I get you do. I get it.
So, but what he shows in these circles that different substances get a kind of a bigger role to play in certain developments of a period. So a lot of things can change then. That's what I find interesting. We have a lot of substances that react with electricity, and it can create different kinds of information streams happening. Every substance has a kind of vibration that becomes like information.
Like coffee does.
Yeah. I have to step down right now to make some coffee. It is standing ready, so I will be up back shortly. Snacks.
Okay, man, hook it up. Yeah, get that caffeine going. Yeah, the molecules.
And you can talk on and pretend that I'm still listening, but I will be listening very soon.
I'm getting my pretend on. All right. I'm gonna pretend you're agreeing with me too about that. Take it one step further. All right. But yeah, so yeah, just like this. This is what I call the real moon bounce, is from projected from the sun to the center point, which I don't know if that's Polaris, but like we're playing old maid here. Maybe it is, huh? Maybe it isn't. But you know what? If they can get it, if they can get the cosmological model right by guessing that Venus is the same size as Earth, and it just happens to work right, I mean, it just proves out my philosophy of it's better to be lucky than good. Because if you were good, you could never get it right. But you could only get it right if you were lucky. So they were lucky when they got that right. And I'm just hoping that I'm lucky in saying that maybe the bounce point, the fulcrum here, is going to be Polaris, let's say. And if it isn't, then it isn't. But what do I know? So we get the sun, it projects to that point, comes down, looks to us like moon phases. Wonderful. So, right. But we have a lost hour, and that's our problem because we don't have actual like exact reflection, and we have differences of phase. It means that there's another component going on here, and the lost hour is the question mark. And I like to also play with words, light hour, light water, whatever you are. Just joking. If you can hear me, even yes, you can. I can hear you, Snacks. Yes, I can hear you. I'm listening right now, but I can't speak. I'm making my coffee. He says telepathically. Anyway, idea being here, the lost hour is LOST. Oh, we just don't put the. No, do we put the? Oh, we just don't put the H. LOSTOUR. Lost hour. It's one word. Anyway, lost hour. Effectively, I'll call this like the lambda, right? Why not? Other things do that deal with spaces. We're talking about projection from one space to like off a reflection. In that gap, whatever that gap is, I'll call it the lambda, right? In that, there's energy exchange, I think. And because everything's so cold, so very cold, and it's going so very far, I think it takes that hour for it to go up and come back down. And that's the lost hour right there. But that's what turns everything else around. All that energy being recaptured in the cosmos is what keeps the stars turning, keeps the whole motor going. Without that, I think it's part of the complete system of how all this works. And no, don't say I'm brilliant, Lightwater. No, just you don't need to say that. That's not necessary. I work the problem. I try to get to what makes sense. Stop. Come on. Enough of these congratulations. Now I know I've solved the universe, but that's not important to me. This is just to chop wood, carry water. Enlightenment's only momentary. Existence is every day. So, yeah. Solve the universe. Great. Good stuff. Oh, hey. Man. I got a whole bunch of tech shit to do. I need somebody to help me make ribbon cables. Yeah. Yeah. If the whole sky is working like a clock, then clocks have gears. You can figure this shit out.
Yeah, and if some of the cogwheels change, can you in the cycle can you recognize?
Yeah, no, it's like there is like some kind of transmission going on here. It's more complicated than
Yeah, yeah.
I mean,
It's the wheels in within wheels. Yeah, yeah.
what's that song? I don't want to remember the song, but there's a song about it. It gets stuck in my head. I should be happy. I should stop trying to remember it immediately. Anyway. Recognize.
The only song that pops in my mind with wheels in it is "Wheels of Fire," but that will not be the one, right?
Wheels of Fire?
Wheels of Fire.
Huh.
It was from the Cream did it, but it was from another group.
Yardbirds?
No, with a lady singer. I can hear it, but let me look.
British or
Yeah,
American?
British. Yeah.
Shirley Bassey. I don't know. I don't know too many. Like recent or is old?
No, no,
70s?
no, no. About the same time that the Cream did it, also.
Dusty Springfield? I don't know.
Julie Driscoll and Brian Auger.
What? Who?
Yeah. Julie Driscoll, Brian Auger, and the Trinity.
We should have a DJ show one day, like in a sub room or something one day. That'd be fun. I was like that. I don't know. Like hanging with flat earthers. People. I guess it's like I'm kind of like an artist, I guess, in my head, or I have an artist brain. I don't know, whatever. It's just like how it goes. And culture means so much to me, you know. And then, and you know, all the side, I love all that stuff. You know, I just love all kinds of pop culture and shit. Oh, here we go.
Beautiful sound of
Wheels of Fire up.
So I'm going to unpack
Oh shit.
and sit before it gets too
Julie Driscoll, where have you been all my life?
It's really a beautiful song.
Mm. Yeah, she probably has blue eyeshadow on. That's great.
Yeah. You're right about that.
That one?
Yeah.
So, that's some blue eyeshadow kind of singing though.
Oh,
That's like
black.
what?
It was eyeshadow was very black in those days.
Okay.
Darkness. Terrible
good
darkness. This.
Yeah, it's hard to know like what. Sometimes I think there's songs that I like that are like MK Ultra songs, you know. But I'm
Bad
like, I
boy.
like them.
You're a bad boy.
Be like old like 1960s tunes. I'm like, this is pretty cool, and I'm like, wait, but it's got these weird like sort of like it's very jarring. You know what I mean? Like it starts out all nice and then it gets dark. Like all of a sudden, I'm like, why? Why did they write that? Why? And I know, I really do. But I wanted to have like a playlist like now that's what I call MK Ultra Volume 1. You know, like man. They used to sell record collections a lot like on television. Yeah. I'll just stick to my jock jams. Can't go wrong with that. Can't mind control me through jock jams, right? Yeah. Anyway. Yeah. A lot of kind of like woke indie music kind of coming out. It's kind of interesting. I like that. Kind of woke people. Yeah. You start to make this fashion though and culture, it's like kind of robs it of all of its goodness though. There's something about this topic that isn't exactly like fast food. Do you know what I mean? Like you can't, like even the dude before trying to say he ran the table on everything in 2 years. It's like if you didn't have that to work with like before, like your brain's adjusting for years after it. It's not like it's not over and done with. Even if you've reached the end of the rainbow. That's pretty catchy. Write that down. Even for the Globers too, they probably hear all this like other side topic stuff and they're like, oh my gosh, these guys are whoa, holy cow. Anyway. Well, we're lucky if we all came out of this Earth somehow. I think we're lucky. Probably birds were here before us because they got to figure it out. Yeah, birds have like a piece of a song. They're not like only Nightingale can fucking really do it. That bitch is like Jimi Hendrix.
Um, about a week ago, my friend Travis, the Plain Truth, published a video about mockingbirds.
Mm. Yeah, very interesting.
He now and then makes these observations, and then I started looking into mockingbirds and their Latin name. I think it is called polygillus. And what that gillus is referring to, I think it was Gallus, it ended up in Gallus, is the space between your vocal cords.
Okay.
So, and he said, I don't know why this bird deserves that name, mockingbird, for mimicking other birds, because he only sings his own songs. So
I think they probably called him.
Maybe the whole mockingbird theme refers to that we can adapt our vocal cords to any subject if we can find some profit in it somehow.
But I'm just saying, if it wasn't explicitly told to you that like it was a mockingbird, I mean, is there a possibility you might think it has intelligence, like real human consciousness, because it can use like, or the birds do? Because like birds will, you ever been to somebody's house, like they got birds and stuff, and the birds are just repeating things that those people say,
Yeah.
like get the coffee or something, whatever,
Yeah.
I was in someone's house and they had birds from some previous owners, and those birds still had all the memories of Johnny, get up. It's not Johnny, get up. It's time to go to school. Like they're still in that zone, and they're playing that back to me. Like I can know about Johnny, and he's got like, you're gonna be late for it. I know that mom. I know the mom, and I know the whole family just based on these birds. What the fuck is that about? How is that? How does that work? And it's just like, birds must have played a role in the early, like, I don't know, advancement of cognition with humans, early humans. It has to have been. If we didn't just like will language out by itself,
Yeah. For instance, the Egyptian depicts a lot of animal qualities in their wall paintings, and
if cows could talk, we probably wouldn't eat them, right? If they're like, if they just said they could like repeat, things they heard on commercials, just like Budweiser, whatever. Like, cows actually can talk, man. That's weird. No, but they can't. If they could, yeah, we probably wouldn't look at them as food, or we might try to have conversation with them. I just think it's interesting, like to watch like videos where people like have like long term these mockingbirds and stuff, or ones that have been in animal hospitals and stuff for like a long time and they can't leave. They're like they're not able to like communicate in the same sentences. Like they don't have like this advanced way to like lay sentences out, but you can tell that they're like drawing on things that they know to try to communicate the thing. So that's like there's a perceiver and a knower behind all that stuff, and it's a little small bird somehow. But yeah, man, I think that's really interesting. Like what cognition, consciousness. You know what I mean? It's like,
Yeah.
I guess, bugs have consciousness too, right? Like they know that they're alive to some degree. But
Yeah, they have antennas too. They can receive.
I feel bad about killing ants. You know what I mean?
Yeah. Yeah, me too.
Like I know they're not like trying to like not be existing, But if I see them, I'm like, I don't know what am I supposed to do, You gotta get like, I don't know. It's just like, hey, you met a bad one. I'm sorry, I had to be the deliverer. Don't shoot the messenger here. I'm sorry. That's just what it's got to be. I'll just try to make you as flat as possible, right? As quickly as possible, as flat as possible. That's how everybody wants to go, right? Just saying, you gotta be splashed.
Well, I'm lucky. For more than 20 years, the ants are not bothering my house anymore.
Nice. Yeah, it's just we had a lot of rain over here, and it's just the insect population. They're big fans of water. Just, I don't know if they're big. They're huge, huge ants. Taking over. I'll leave the carpenter bees alone. I really don't care. I know they're fucking up woodwork. They're huge. Big as cats, these things. Okay, smaller than cats, but big enough to hit with a baseball bat, and they're so slow they can't get out of the way. But I don't do that anymore. That was 20 years ago. More. Oh my gosh. Getting old. Getting old like water.
How old are you?
Like, physically?
Yeah?
Yeah, about 45, I think.
I'm 70.
No kidding.
Yeah.
Wow. All right. Good for you, man.
I'm a boomer. Terrible boomer.
You're a boomer, you're on here. That's awesome, dude. I
Must
feel
be.
boomer. I feel mega boomer, dude. I can do all kinds of tech, but I've always kind of been boomer because my parents are sort of boomery, Like there's a length, like I can program the VCR, like I can do all the things that they couldn't really do, like set clocks, you know what I mean? Easy for me,
Set clocks?
Yeah, on the VCR, on the coffee machine, you know what I mean?
Yeah.
Program a VCR, set a recording, do things like that, That's traditionally, I guess, where the where the boomer meets the road somewhere. It's just like that's where the one of those defining things. But whatever. I'm terrible about a lot of like some things. Like I'll be using something high tech and then just not do all the other things that I'm supposed to do with it. It's just like, oh, fuck, I don't know how to. I gotta set my protocols and whatnot. Jeez. That was a good story, Snack. Yeah, good. I'm both though. Like I'm like a hacker, but I'm also kind of boomer about things too. Like I just don't care. I'll just like throw it away. Like it's I'm a little bit like Rick from Rick and Morty. I think that's really my sort of archetype. Yeah, good show, Rick and Morty. You're not too old for this cartoon, Lightwater. No, maybe you are, but I'm not.
Yeah, I kind of missed it. I was busy with other things, raising kids and.
Yeah, but also like because I'm into like movies, music, and stuff. It's always been like to understand the generation before, like to understand the '70s, because if you grew up in the '80s, you wouldn't know what it was like then, and the music style completely different, right?
Yeah.
You got to be at least like past the age of reason to understand. Like, you got to be what, like 10 or 12 years old to understand music that you exist in, and then try to like say, okay, this is time, and then okay, so time existed 10 years before this, and then wah wah pedals were cool, and like, you know what I mean? Peter Frampton was all the rage, right? Like, oh, okay, yeah. It's hard to imagine how that happened, right? I'm into Michael Jackson right now. What's going on? Um, so it's interesting to try to like understand the generation before, like through the culture there, but that doesn't tell you everything because a lot of that's just like glazed over shit, right? So if I listen to a bunch of pop music from the 70s, it doesn't really tell me about anything about what it meant to be alive in the 70s, right?
Yeah.
I would have to know about like hot, like pleather seats that are like you sit on in your short shorts because this is how the 70s was, you know? You might have had a headband on, you know? And that was okay then. You know what I'm saying, man? Like there's synthetic leather. This is going on in the 70s, right? It's like early synthetic leather that we would probably not want in our. Anyway, man, it's just so funny if you think about it. And then back to the 60s, the 50s. The shit was all built out of everything built out of metal. It's like you live in communist Russia. Yeah, but anyway, right? It's like crazy. You imagine what it'd be like living in the 1920s? Yeah.
Yeah, I can imagine that. Can't imagine that. How would
But that
TV?
music still slaps, man, and those chicks are still hot, you know what I mean? Like that time was really that time.
Yeah.
People still like lived and died and had, crazy shit going on. So, but that's got to go all the way, all the way, all the way back, dude. Like for so fucking long, you know what I mean?
Yeah, it must be the only thing I really can imagine that it was quite a survival energy that with the between the two big wars and the
Yeah.
and the big dip in the 30s. Yeah.
Yeah. So, and then the moral to all this like memory lane shit is we have no way to like really cognize time without like saying, "Oh yeah, Bruce Willis." You know what I mean? That's a star, right? Or you know what I mean?
A
Like
projected
it's just
star. Just
projected star, right?
just
And
like
so
just like the real stars are projections. Yeah.
right. But Bruce Willis in the 80s was Die Hard, yippee-ki-yay, motherfucker. Hans, you know what I mean? That was Bruce Willis then. Now Bruce Willis can't memorize the lines.
Yeah.
So it's the track of time. Like we can understand things by people, by, and through their works. But Tony Bennett can still fucking sing, dude. What the fuck? That dude's like way old. He could still like do a whole set. Amazing. That shit to me, man, if I was his age, I'd be like, I'd do one song. Like he's full out, right? Tony Bennett. He's like he's singing from the solar plexus, you know what I mean? It's big time showmanship, right? Old style.
Yeah, it must be something like that. Yeah, that's a good.
Try to sing like Frank.
Yeah.
If Frank Sinatra were alive, you know what I mean. He tried to like sing New York, New York. You know what I mean? At like fucking 95 or whatever that, or 100 and something he'd be. You know what I mean? You'd need a fucking nap after that. Just saying. You need to take a nap, but Tony Bennett can still go through a whole set. It's amazing. Guy's in good shape. Survived three of his wives died. That's a heavy burden, man. You know what I mean?
He's from 1926, so he must be 97, and he's still singing.
I think he just like a year, just because of the COVID, he stopped touring. But he was like I don't know. But here's why I think they got him on some kind of stem cell treatment or some shit, because that ain't right, bro. That dude can sing like a 20-year-old. You know what I mean? They have the tech to fucking make Tony Bennett sing if they want to. That's what they have. They have the tech to keep Bob Dylan. They have Bob Dylan when he was singing for Tony Bennett's birthday celebration. Like the best Bob Dylan I've ever heard. Bob Dylan could barely sing. You know, he can't sing, but he was like fucking for real. And you know, he's got harder miles on him than Tony Bennett for sure, right?
Yeah.
He's definitely toured around a couple different chemical trips and stuff like that here right now. And
Yeah.
But anyway,
Yeah. What about the Rolling Stones? What
Right,
kind
they
of intake did they have? That Keith Richards is still running around. It's
go ahead. Yeah. Yeah.
amazing.
Why is that? Because that dude, you know, like he's on some crazy shit, been doing it for years and years, right? Like,
Yeah.
But then you know, other rock stars, you know that. I mean, you know, whatever, Scott Weiland, whatever. Like they don't make it, you know, somehow. Frank Zappa, you know. You think Frank Zappa allegedly like doesn't do anything? He just go ahead, whatever. Maybe that's true. Wow, I'm just like I'm blown away sometimes by how fucked up music is. You know, like if you want to be, if you grow up and you want to be a rock and roll, you know, guitar player or something like that. Man,
Yeah.
there's like all these like gateways to like just total failure where you're just like, I'm hooked on drugs now. I want it to be special. Now I'm just hooked on drugs. That sucks, man. That sucks. It leads people that way. And it's like, you know, it's like they select, you know, people are selected and pushed. You know, it's not like everybody. Well, nowadays it's actually so much. Seems like it's way more possible that like you could just have talent and like get somewhere with it, and not the illusion of just like, yeah, it's a rigged game, kid. You know what I mean? These people aren't even that talented. We just push them. You know. Are there fucking girls that can sing better than Taylor Swift out there? Like thousands and thousands and thousands of them. Maybe one gets pushed.
Well, I don't know exactly snacks, but jumping back to
Sorry, dog.
what we talked about with the trees and the fungi, how many things, there are many cogwheels, and if you somehow tap into the right cogwheels, maybe you can last longer. I don't know.
Yeah, man. Yeah, I think it's amazing. I mean, as much as like, you know, people make conjecture about free will and such, you know, I think it is a little about your access to being able to have will or have the freedom of that occurring, you know, or to like want something for it to be able to happen, you know.
I think
Like I guess to be connected in this greater way of reality.
Yeah. Well, free will is for me a little bit like ego. It's an easy thing to blame something up, and I think ego is very important. It's not always a big ego that shouts at you. It's more like, for me, it's more like loss of ego that lets through too much soul. But people
I
feel,
think either way, it's good to be like, you know, sort of in the driver's seat and not let your ego necessarily be in control. Maybe that's kind of where bad things happen. Maybe not. Maybe I'm wrong. Maybe that's how you fucking achieve things in life. And I've been fucking not doing anything. But
just the word ego, snacks, is for me, the E stands for electricity or emotion, or
okay.
and what makes you go, and it
Okay.
helps you select in inside you to bring out, and the soul is more what moves you inside. So there's a
Yeah.
correlation between these two, and that's called spirit and spirit.
Yeah.
So in that sense of ego, soul, and spirit, spirit is like a kind of a filter between.
Yeah, no, I get it. I just like, like I kind of come from it from whatever Freudian origin, and then I think I'm adjusted to where I think in my somewhat new age formative years that I'm possibly like thinking that ego is a negative trait, unfairly so, but yeah, it's just like it is like a sort of a pejorative to say like, so you got a big ego, you have a really big ego, It's that kind of, you don't want to hear things like that, right? So
No.
yeah, but maybe they're just jealous. No, I'm just joking. You're jealous of my ego, bro.
Well, jealousy plays a role.
I think like
Jealousy can be a very positive emotion if you're jealous of what someone accomplishes, and you
I think
you
I
can
have
pull, you can pull that inside and try to achieve it as well, instead of being projecting it only on someone else.
right.
Right?
It's like I've endeavored on a tremendous like almost like unachievable things very often to where it's like it's like I guess like to say that uh yeah like I guess you need to have somewhat of an ego to think that that's achievable, but I try to take myself out of that equation. I try to take that ownership of that, like I'm just a vehicle for the idea rather than it being like, you know I'm doing the thing, because really so much more has to come from outside of me to make it happen. you
Yeah,
know that's
yeah,
why like I can't say like it's me, like
yeah,
it's like I get to be a part of it, maybe, is the way I look at it.
yeah,
But I'm definitely not the sole operator in any event. There's always other things that are coming in and out.
yeah. And that can be a difficult moment if you have to let go of you, or you have to tap into different viewpoints or intake. Yeah, yeah,
Right. I mean, I've like done a lot of things, but again, they've been with help. Like they've been because of other, factors are there. Like in programming or in building like some motors, CNC shit or whatever. It's like it's because other people have already done a lot of the work. That I can like take it from there, and you know what I mean. I'm just like one level deeper than a consumer or something like that. Um, so I can't have ego like I'm the inventor. I don't have that. I don't get to have that. But other things too, like even all the Fibonacci stuff I like to talk about and do. That's just a mistake that I like. Actually, I got lucky. I was like I called Venus the size of Earth and I got lucky. But yeah, I just did it wrong and got lucky. And I found a whole new way to look at Fibonacci that like people are still looking at, like understanding, I think. And that's cool. But but I guess there's an egoic way to just say like, hey, I'm never wrong. Even when I'm wrong, I'm right. There's a confident way to look at it. Like confidence drives you, and it helps like things to land. It helps you to do things with purpose and acuity. So I think confidence is important, and not that I discount that, but I just try not to like big up myself, because there's a tendency for me to lose like greater sense of scale with everything else, right? You get a big head, everything else seems to look small, and that's not the truth of it. Everything is still equally important. I don't know. Just helps me to stay clear of being a total narcissist. Yeah, I can just be a quasi narcissist. I don't have to be a full blown narcissist. Anyway, thanks for being my psychologist. Appreciate it. That's very nice. Anyway, ego. Yeah, that's cool. It's something that drives us. We all have to have some kind of spark inside that compels us forward. And so I do think that
yeah.
has something to do with the spirit and all that stuff. Yeah. Cool.
Well, if the ego is that part in us that brings out, why should you make it a monster, an enemy, instead of look at ways how you can.
Well, it's like confidence can be real and confidence can be false.
Yeah,
But they're, you know.
yeah, yeah. Well. It's some of these conversations that take place here look more like exchanges, and others look more like the First World War, two trenches shooting gases at each other. That they call that they have to do it that way. I call it mustard gases. It's the way I have to do it. Mustard. That's the way I have to do it.
The faith of a mustard seed. Yeah, sometimes this is very much like trench warfare. It's very heavily entrenched conversations, arguments, and people are invested in them.
Yeah.
Dug in, like it were.
And I'm not. I find it very difficult to go into that kind of conversation. People can build.
Some people are better than others.
People can build a lot of arguments that you have to untangle to really show them that your way of seeing things has some validation, a lot or whatever amount of validation. I had to laugh because one of the Globers was really showing hurt feelings because he showed a picture from a plane in which you could see that the Earth was curving, and if you investigate it, it is impossible. It is impossible on a ball Earth to see curve from a plane. Because
well, not through the windows because the windows are curved. So
yeah, no, but well, that's one of the possibilities why it curves. That you have the lens, you have the window.
They're flat on the outside and they're curved on the inside. The double pane glass on every aviation I've been on. But when I was at 55,000 feet and the sun came back after being gone for an hour, as I was traveling east and the sun traveling west, like it made me think. Yeah. That was a transcendental moment. Just happenstance, really. You know what I'm saying, Lightwater? I was on a plane.
Yeah.
It's dark underneath me. It's been dark in the plane for like over an hour.
Yeah.
We cruise up from 35 to 55, and the sun comes back. I can the whole plane lights up, and I can see the sun at the tail end of the plane. And beneath me, it is Chicago dark nighttime. People are in their PJs. So where does that mean the sun is like over California somewhere? That's like I'm over Chicago seeing the sun, Cali, about I don't know, like where it would be, I don't know, whatever. That just bent my mind, you know.
Yeah, magical. Yeah.
I didn't think that was going to happen, you know. They're just like we're going to go up pretty high right now. It's going to get ahead of this way. We got there an hour sooner actually, like a full hour. It was pretty fast.
Hour sooner than planned?
Yeah, going from Cali to New Jersey. You ever arrived a full hour ahead? I don't think I've ever had that happen otherwise.
I have had very few plane rides snacks.
Oh, yeah. Oh, they're cool. I'm so happy. I think that was maybe as important as even just seeing it from the ground. You know what I mean? Was just being above it, landing, and then seeing it from the ground. You know, like seeing everything that leads up to that too. You know, it's like a nice way to survey like where you are. And yeah, but being up in Colorado, up at high elevation, up at New Mexico, high elevation, um, things look a little differenter. You know, the sky, the stars, the moon. You know, they appear different.
I
But
think
I remember having that moment. Like I think I was like talking to, I think Bob from Glowbusters, respect, was on our podcast. I think he was one of the few times that he had joined us, and I asked him like what he thought about that, and he's like, no, I don't think that. No, it's not. I think maybe he said his wife thought that, but he didn't think that.
what
Yeah.
what was what were you talking about?
Oh, the reflection of the Earth and the Moon. So that situation, the
Oh,
Moon
okay.
being a reflection of the Earth map or whatever.
Yeah.
But I had never really like thought that I guess made that connection visually, which might only be some kind of like hyperpareidolia, if you like, but whatever. I just never made that connection visually, where I was like, oh yeah, I can see it, you know. You know, creative visualization is a strong point of mine, but it never had occurred to me until I was in Colorado, seeing the moon from that altitude, you know, and oh yeah, and when I left Colorado, amazing prismatic like ice clouds like during a sunset, one of the most beautiful sights ever, like being in a rainbow basically, which is crazy. And and I got to see like this little wispy piece of nothing cloud cut the light of the sun for like infinity, and I could see these two rays project. I saw like a crepuscular ray from like the plane, you know what I mean, split and just go pew pew. Like they people actually, I think, would never even see that these things were connected. You know, they wouldn't even have seen them, but they're going on. And you know, that might be what's causing beautiful colors to go on at sunset, is just like angle of reflection in ice crystals causing diffraction, refraction that spreads these kinds of spectrum. And they were within reddish, like deep reddish, like a sunset, and even to purple and blue, which are also kind of somewhat sunset colors within Cali, anyway. I don't know. The Cali sunsets are or the night sky is very purple sometimes. Very strange. So that's all that Rayleigh scattering, ramen noodle scattering. I don't know, whatever. There's lots of light scattering. Other people are theorizing that it's induction of gas particles that are creating like factors like that. But isn't it possible that just this goes on in regular optics anyway? Like that just the gas distribution is causing that spectra to happen. I kind of wonder what would happen. Maybe it'd be interesting to try and see if there's some optics with just gases, and see if that, because it's more than the refraction index, right? There's something else that's going on for like light propagation in these gases. Do you fancy that all the colors that are going on are because of it, like the individual gas molecules, particulates, just like lighting up in those colors and creating all the rainbow of colors that we see in the sky?
Yeah, I'm trying to imagine it myself. it is clear that if the sun is low in the sky, it goes, all these big layers of gas that um, are gathering up in certain regions of the atmosphere are getting smaller into the distance. So it's going through more sideways instead of going right through it, right?
Yeah.
So I can imagine that white light going through these different layers are creating certain colors. Yeah.
Yeah, because I should get a point at which the sun's going to be at a distance where maybe no. How does that work? I'm closing my eyes trying to imagine this virtual blender here. Sorry.
Well, yeah, the big riddle about the blue sky is in itself. Um,
Right. Isn't that interesting? A lot of people still aren't really thinking that they need to answer that question as
yeah,
strong as they do.
yeah,
Because it's of utmost importance, the question you were told to ask when you were a child.
yeah.
Why is the sky blue? And someone gave you that's when you received your first bullshit answer in your life. Do you know that? Because no one is explaining it correctly.
Yeah, yeah.
And even if they're even trying to give you an explanation, they don't know. No one explained it to them correctly. Why is the sky blue then?
Yeah. And the whole thing about temperature, how you feel it, how it manifests.
But then also, why is the sky nearly black sometimes?
At what moment? You mean at night?
At night, yeah.
Yeah. Yeah, that one. That
So
one.
do we perceive that even though we see it as black, it should be blue?
No.
Right. We're like, oh, no, it looks black now, but its real color is blue.
Yeah.
Right. That's what we say to ourselves in our minds, right? Like, if you see a green banana, you're aware that it will be yellow. Its true color is yellow. It is not that it is a green banana. Unless there are green bananas, which are plantains, and they're called plantains. Different deal. So what do you think?
Well, a yellow banana is a signal to eat it, and a green banana is not.
But I'm just saying we know conditionally that the true color of a banana is yellow
Yeah.
and not purple, right?
Yeah.
And we know that the true color of the sky is blue, not green, not yellow, not red. We know that it should be, but without what's in that. So in the absence of light, it becomes purplish. It becomes blackish, right? Okay. But that's all wired to sensation and perception. Like that's like deeply programmed within our psyche. These things, right?
Yeah.
And cemented in by the fear of the dark. What's going on, right? This is a distraction from even thinking about that, right? We just know that there's nighttime and now it's time to go to bed. All right, kid. Jeez, go to bed. Go to bed already, right? You're a little kid. You've drank too much coffee. You know what I mean? Parents telling you to go to bed.
Just last week, I had a vision of a very black, dark surface and light coming in. And somehow, in my mind, it showed so much to me. So there must be somehow in this black so much information. And by coincidence, I have here in my hands an aegirine. Do you know that crystal?
Say again?
Aegirine. Aegrin. Aegirine. It's a black crystal. It's kind of layered and
Okay.
Because I think
Is it like
in our language, A and E,
laminar quartzite or something like that?
A and E combined is many times that it holds a quality of Adam and Eve, or the male and the feminine. And that added to my vision. I can't replicate it to you because it was probably a vision that I had because I'm looking at certain things in that way that make it in this vision so compelling.
Okay, this is what I would describe as black tourmaline. But I understand it's of different.
No. Tourmaline is a little more brittle than aegirine.
Aegirite or Aegine. Okay.
Let me see. There's most of the times the name in
aegirine. I see it. Yeah, it's okay, but loosely.
It's very solid, and tourmaline is more brittle.
This also bears resemblance in its composition to like starlight, but it doesn't seem to be polar. Starlight can be a little bit like tourmalines, and I feel like this kind of generally looks like tourmalines do in its structure, but even though it's not. It's like a type of silicate.
In tourmalines, the layers let loose more easily from the surface.
But
there is always chipping off little parts of it, and aegirine is very, very solid.
Yeah, I hear you. Hear you. Starlight is very solid as well.
Yeah.
It doesn't grow like this. Azurite is pretty interesting. Azurite. I'm gonna look at the chemical composition.
Yeah, it's funny that the word solid has sol in it.
Right.
Yeah.
NaFeSiO6. That's what I thought. That it was like a iron oxide. That's the black in it. Sodium silicate oxide. Neat. Nifties.
Okay. Yeah.
There might be like. I'm wondering if there might be suspensions of other things hidden within this situation. So sometimes I think the chemical descriptions like don't necessarily make up for all the impurity that could be within it. And it's such a small nanoscale thing. Like there could be like nano amounts of like a lot of different other ions within it, you know, that populate that crystal matrix.
Yeah.
Yeah, it's really cool stuff, man. Yeah.
Somehow I don't have it many times in my hand, but somehow it's a stone where I'm very fond of.
Yeah.
I have a large collection of crystals. So.
What other ones do you fancy?
There are a lot. I have some opals I fancy a lot.
Oh yeah, what kind of opals?
Boulder opal.
I was just gonna say boulder opals. Oh my gosh.
Because
Yeah.
because because I need to get Boulder.
Oh wow, you're funny.
I rock, but I have to get Boulder.
Boulder opal has like really great fire, super cool like veiny lines. Sometimes like these really black flecks in it, depending on where the origins are. Yeah, man, that's good shit. It's beautiful. It looks like like when people make those like acrylic pours and they try like that's what they're trying to get. You know what I mean? Some kind of like this these opal cracks, man. Neat shit.
Yeah, maybe for me, I have tourmaline as well, but I hardly use it. Maybe the coherence of it appeals to me.
Mm-hmm.
I will never claim that I know exactly what they do with me and what they give to me and how it
Yeah,
works, but it works. It
I mean,
works.
like if you think that there's like real data on certain things like geometric shapes and antennas, right?
Yeah,
So if the more you iterate the shape inside of it, the stronger of a connection that it has.
yeah,
So you take like a cross and then slice it up into triangles and stuff, and or just make mini crosses within the cross or whatever, or X's within X's or something that and when you have that, it's basically like a fractal kind of a fractalization. You're just
yeah.
like tunneling the design down and down. And I think that's what's really going on in crystal lattice structures. So I do feel like that they're natural antenna in a way, or well, we use them for radio and stuff. So and there's something I'm not totally bullshit here. Um, there's a dynamic like lattice uh, energy that can go on with them. Well, we can use them for other things too. Quartz crystals for their piezoelectric powers. Uh, other crystals exhibit other properties. Yeah, man. That's like nature's chemistry lab. Like those distillations are really pretty amazing.
Wow, I didn't know how complicated the tourmalines are. And it has a whole family of different expressions of tourmaline.
Yeah, yeah. Um, similar like we call like rubies different than sapphires and different than emeralds, but they're all beryl, and that they're all basically different impurities, and they're essentially the same like structure.
Yeah, yeah, yeah.
Yeah, we're called like citrines, amethyst. You know what I mean? They're all quartz types with different impurities. Rose quartz, we call rose quartz. But actually, amethyst is really a unique one, I think, because I think amethyst is like a pseudomorph, maybe, or something like that. We only basically find amethyst in big pod-like looking structures that look like big seed pods.
Yeah.
You ever notice that? People say they're just ground inclusions or whatever, but they'll look like fucking big seed pods and they all kind of bear resemblance to each other. I'm not sure why that is. Yeah, it might just be that that's the void space and that's just the way they look, but also they all look this fucking same. They're all that like that greenish color on the outside, you know, and then
So
all that purple on the inside.
pseudomorph means that the
It's like
the
some type of
structure goes different than expected.
yeah. So I mean, you can have let's say wait. Yeah, it's like where crystallization and the matrix are gonna like change into a sort of a blend over time. I guess that idea.
Yeah,
So
yeah.
like I don't know how do crystallized trees occur, right? What goes on with that process? Like I gotta think it's some kind of crazy mineral situation where there's just a bunch of like really hot silicated like water, you know,
Yeah.
like some kind of groundwater eruption with just hot silica water. I don't know how else to imagine that. Like something like Yellowstone, some type of situation like that is going on, and it's got to flood the area with all the shit to where this starts to happen. But we don't see that like go on all the time, so I don't know. You know,
You don't live along.
but I don't know. But I guess that doesn't discount the possibility that they could be going on in underground deeper. But you know, there's only a few that are on the surface that we do see.
Yeah, there supposedly there was. I can remember that somebody showed somewhere in a desert some crystallized trees. Yeah, yeah,
Yeah, like out in Arizona at the national forest there. Um, you know,
yeah,
and then they become looking like agates do, right? They just look like agate.
yeah,
Okay, people say that there's like I don't know. I've heard people like go on about like you know oh there's all kinds of gems inside trees. Like I mean, well, whatever. But the the crystallized rock that I have seen bears a striking resemblance to types of agate. You know, and so there are lots of agates all over the world, all different types, and are they all processed in the same way? Is it you know like a mineralization that goes on you know just in a strata and then it's pushed up or revealed by erosion? I don't know. Interesting processes in the earth, man, that push mountains up and bend them over sidewalk fucking ways. You know what I mean?
yeah.
You see the grains of the rock just like totally change. You're like, why? And it's like, oh, because it fell over. Then it eroded into a fucking mountain, dude. Like, what? Like, lots of time go by. Like when that raindrops are hitting a mountain rock, like there's some kind of electric exchange that's going on a micro level. You know, like that raindrop is charged and it's like, you know what I mean? Because of
Yeah,
its fall.
yeah.
Yeah.
I supposedly I have one crystal that is special because it is hit by lightning
Oh,
very much in Brazil.
is that like a
That,
magnetite or something?
no, no, but wait, I'll look it up on my. I'm 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 not good in remembering names all the time. I have it here in my. It's called
Talking about
Lemurian.
rock.
It is called Lemurian lightning struck laser crystals.
Sounds like you bought
Bam!
some tachyon infused quartz pendants on eBay. I don't know what you got there, but
Just by speaking that name, I will be categorized in the term
you might have bought some Healy Feely.
New Age.
It's possible. There's nothing wrong with it. You know what I mean? You heard nobody. But you know, and there's. I don't think we know enough about like how energy and fields and things normalize to each other, either. You know, or how
Yeah,
color works. You know,
yeah,
like just like because pigments themselves can like, you know, I bring it up and then Coach was like, no, it's not true. You can't have Bose-Einstein condensate from Egyptian blue. But yeah, a lot of these ancient pigments, man, they're developed from rocks, and then and then they just happen to be also Bose-Einstein condensates, like Han purple, Egyptian blue, Maya blue. You know what I mean?
yeah,
These ancient pigments. So like, if they're just from ground up rocks, I mean, anyway.
yeah.
Um,
Lapis lazuli blue. Yeah,
Yeah, I'm so even though they're not like, you know, yeah, I think there are components that are like just a little bit meta in some of these rocks and materials, and I do think that there's something to just saying that something is crystal lattice is something in itself, like its ability to kind of like focal something or harness something or respond to something. Uh, do you know what I'm saying, man? Like,
Yeah.
what is it? Like, one day I'll just last, I don't know, silly thing for me to talk about, but I was halfway between waking up and in the morning one day, and I could kind of like notice that I was just sort of lucid, but not awoke, right? Like it was somewhere in between. Like my body wasn't awoke, but my brain was, something like that. Maybe I had a nicotine patch on. I don't really recall what the conditions were of this weird situation, but I was like, I started to get like these visual impressions, and I'm like, oh, I'm trying to see. Like my eyes are trying to see, even though my eyes are closed, and I'm getting these like little impulses, and then I start to see like there's like a hexagon pattern that just kind of happens, like where like the impulse is to see, like to like we I think we're inducing a voltage to our photoreceptors, and then the photoreceptors can take that light in and bring it to the system, and we're in this like conscious state, like that's all autonomic, it just works. But when we're in an unconscious state, that pipeway is shut off, and I think I'm perceiving like the in-between state of that, which is that we're trying to see because we have to open the um, not the eyelids, but it's like that we have to actually send an impulse to accept the visual information. That's why your eyes get tired after a while, right?
Yeah. Yeah, and interesting enough, snacks, when you look at construction of our eyes, with the rods and cones, they look a bit like a hexagon, like a beehive construction. And I was really flabbergasted by the fact that it's always presented to us, and you think that the light is received by these rods and cones, but the rods and cones are pointed backwards, and they are only third or fourth in a layer inside our eyes, in the retina,
Right.
and they
And
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 they
there's
themselves, and they in themselves point at pigment cells. So
yeah, and they themselves look like little marine creatures,
yeah,
and they live in your eyes, and they help you see stuff, and it's fucked up, right? But that's what actually is occurring. Like you have your eye is like a micro marine fucking creature environment. It's like a micro ocean, like
you have
biome
you have
that's been
fish
condensed
ions.
down. You have
You have, you have fish ions. Fish ions.
But that's
Fish.
interesting to think about, like that the hexagonal pattern, because that would present something like pixel pitch that we could apply to like modeling the human eye, because we're using all these like photosensors to like to see things, and I know that they're not accurate in the way that the human eye is accurate. They're differently accurate. They're better accurate. They're not real, like so things appear to be different through lenses than they are, in reality. But it's very difficult to capture a one-to-one human eye viewpoint. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
So I think all of the grids for photosensors are quad bare these days, so they're not hexagonal made. So like you'd have to make a hexagonal photo image sensor, and then I mean, there's a way to like really do a biological mechanical reconstruction of the eye. I'm interested in thinking about it. I don't know if I'll ever get to making something like that, but it might be that there are other sensors out there that are built like this already, and I can capitalize on that. I don't know. I'm gonna check her out. Interesting.
Yeah.
Learn some shit here. Dragonfly sensors.
It is amazing, complex. What is the function of the iris? What are we receiving from lights? What kind of information is coming in? And
Right.
I was listening to James True, and he opened to me that the receiving of the light is the feminine part, and looking outward as a focus is the male function.
Yeah. That makes a lot of sense, man. Yeah, it's weird that we're doing them both, though. Like that, there's like the conduit of it, you know?
Yeah.
Because it's almost like sensory wise, you know, like, or I don't know, man. Maybe we're. You don't have to try to hear, right? You're just always hearing all the time. That's so hardwired.
Yeah.
I wish I could shut this tinnitus off. That'd be super. Imagine hearing silence, though. That'd be insane.
Yeah.
You know what I'm saying?
Imagining seeing silence next.
Jeez.
Uh,
Although I wonder though, like, because even though like some would say that the tinnitus itself is chemical, some would say it's physiological, but either way, I perceive the tone all the time.
yeah.
So everything else that I hear is in relation to that tone.
I
had like a tuning fork always going on at like 5 octaves above like middle C.
I'm always amazed by the fact
sucks.
by the fact that people hear inner voices. When I have something like the inner voice, it's more. I draw the conclusion it's more that I see it instead of that I hear it.
Oh, okay, because you're not actually auditorily hearing it.
Yeah, it creates a kind of an image instead of. Does that make sense to you, or?
You're talking to somebody that has like will have full on conversations with themselves.
Yeah.
Still trolling Manny from like 3 years past is somebody that like I'm just doing a voice of I just bring that consciousness in. It's a funny tool, you know what I mean? Like sometimes I will like process something in the way like if it's something very simple and I think if somebody's very like linear straight through kind of like Dave Hinkle, you know, old Dave Hinkle. And I'll think of Dave and shout out to Dave if you're listening out there. And you know, I might just have a very practical approach, like just listening to him kind of like think about something, and I slow my thinking down, and you know what I mean. It's like all, but sometimes it helps me process, you know, things differently. As where like I will probably not try to apply any of my like thinking to ARMA projections, you know. Do you know what I'm saying?
ARMA projections?
Like, I mean, let's say some bit of like my mind is always just on record, you know?
Yeah.
So like I have all of this like ARMA tape is already stocked there. And I can kind of maybe at some point I might call upon those memories to like create a impersonation of ARMA with myself. And, you know, like if I'm futzing over something, maybe
you mean the ARMA that is here on Discord?
Yeah, like it's like if I lost my keys, you know, like maybe I'd channel some ARMA. Like, where did you fucking put the keys? I know you put the keys. You put them in your pocket. Did you put them in your other pocket? No, you put them in No, wait. Hold on a second. You know, that would be something. You know, as whereas that might be a useful ARMIC call up. You know what I mean? You just dial the shit up on speed. I got ARM on speed dial. I got all these things on speed dial. But I don't want it like that. But that's how it is for my brains. It's a terrible affliction.
Yeah, but I would like some different qualities as well. don't like. Give me a better package.
Yeah, like every situation is where I lost my keys, and I'm struggling to find them. But yeah, whatever. It's all good. But I think that's that's just part of my journey, I guess, in this whole thing. Is the exploration of all these different viewpoints and consciousness and people's viewpoints and all that stuff. Yeah. And I think kind of having a writer's approach, I think, is just sort of, I've kind of just like lived that way for a number of years. So it's like I take care to listen to people and how they speak and deliver their ideas. You know, what their perceptions might be. I don't know, man. It's a character study somehow.
I'm studying you too, Snacks.
Yeah, trying to study myself, trying to understand me. I don't understand myself. I'm the bigger mystery of any of it. It's like only by understanding other people do I kind of understand like a portion of me.
Yeah.
So,
yeah.
It's a shitty way to do it. I wish there was a more direct way. They know thyself. But if all you are, what are you though? Like, am I the sum of habits? Am I the sum of expectations upon me? The sum of like my own, the sum of my own deficits. What how do I quantify what is a snacks? Essentially,
Snacks,
quintessentially, what is it? I don't know. That's for me to have to figure out. Wow, what a bitch, man. Damn. Just trying to relax here.
But I know a little bit more about you now. You have armor baggage inside. Yeah.
I have multiple personalities and they're increasing every day. It's a wonderful ride.
Yeah. Nice.
I don't know, man.
I
think at some point I just malformed my brain trying to be the next Robin Williams in my own head or something like that, and just got to be this way over time. You know what I mean? It's just I don't know. Plus this like microphone thing, and I'm talking. You know what I mean? It's just that does its own thing. Anyway, I ain't shit. But I really appreciate like being in all these conversations because man, I was not into any of this stuff. You know what I mean? Like I didn't want to know about any kind of bullshit stuff that wasn't gonna make my life like nice. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah.
I'll avoid that. Like really, or I would just be like, it's fine. You know what I mean? I kind of do that now though, but I do it with like all the knowledge of like why it isn't fine, but like that it is still fine in ways. Like I find the new way to feel like it's fine again. But really, so does it help me overall? I don't know if it helps me to know anything more than I did before. In my real life, in my real snacks life, you know what I mean? Does this departure? Yeah, it's like multiplied many times, like the complexities of certain things, and simplified a lot of other noise as well.
Yeah. No, I appreciate you being here. I was attending the memorial for Bob last Sunday.
Miss Bob, yeah.
Till a certain point that it got too much. I heard all the.
Bro, I was like,
I heard all the praises, but I remembered how these globebusters at the start, how amazing I found it to hear them talk and how much sense they made, but it made me realize when you open things like that, the whole world has to be rediscovered, and at this point it sometimes is too much like a trench war, and well, That's why I like people like you who keep their own territory in whatever way they do it, and well, I find it difficult at this moment to find advancement in that flat Earth. Discussion.
Hello there.
Hi there, ho there.
Hello, Blatek.
Hey, what's up? So you'll say that you can't find advancement in flat Earth discussion?
I find it difficult. I'm not saying there's no advancement.
Difficult understanding or difficult believing?
No, not difficult believing. What I personally see is a flat surface.
Yes.
Every way I look, I come to that conclusion.
Mm-hmm.
But in the discussion, getting triggered and things like that by the methods others use in language and in measuring and things like that, it's very complex.
Yeah, exactly. Because they can't use the stuff they've been taught. The round Earth science makes no sense. So that they have to use other methods to distract or aggravate to discredit the whole round a flat Earth movement. Yeah.
Well, in essence, geometry is based on an orthographical projection. And to me, that means you have to step out your eyes, step aside of yourself and look in your head to diagrams and projections.
Because geometry only works on a flat Earth, so there's no other explanation.
Yeah. And in that kind of projection,
that's what puzzles me. Like
in that
people
kind of,
who, yeah, sorry.
In that kind of projection, everything has the same size it has in reality. But when you at that physical reality, but visual reality shows you what is closer by is bigger. And in the metaphysical sense, for instance, a very, very good friend, metaphysical, is closer by than your neighbor. Sometimes. Yeah, I have very loving neighbors, but in a personal relationship, somebody who you have history with, even if he is living 70 kilometers away, he's bigger to me than my neighbor.
Mm-hmm.
So in that sense, we have two worlds to balance, and we experience everything in science is basically is based on observation, and observation is done by camera or eyes.
Well, that's the problem. Where then people aren't using observation; they're using textbooks and videos, and other people's information.
Blender.
Yeah.
That's what I keep hammering down to people. I said, you've got to go out and find it for yourself. That's how I found flat Earth, is that I discovered that it was flat when I tried to find it was round. But as you said, everywhere you go, it's flat. So, oh shit, okay.
Hey, Blatek, when did you get into this flatness?
Get into the flat. Well, okay, as kids, I knew it was flat. We knew it as kids, right?
As
Because
kids, as a kid, I I was terrible at directions because I thought I lived on the globe. Go ahead.
Yeah, so our father used to take us up to the mountains and hiking. And you can physically see, especially as a kid, as you're developing and learning and using your senses, you can see a lot further and you can visualize things a lot easier and use your imagination. So you could see the earth was physically flat because you could see hundreds of miles, right?
I remember like kind of as a kid also being like fascinated with climbing up in trees, climbing up on top of buildings where I probably
Yeah, I
could have
still
fallen
do
or
it,
hurt
yeah.
myself. I was always walking on monkey bars as a kid. I always liked to, maybe that's because I'm short, but I always liked to like see things from like a high vantage point. And I was less fascinated like how
Yeah.
far I could see from like certain points. Like I could see
Yeah, it's
all the
incredible.
way towns over. I can see the water tower, you know? Wow.
Mm-hmm. So yeah, so from that, but then as we get into school, we're told it's round.
Hmm.
And we're given all this ridiculous math that makes no sense, and this fake science, and even when I was a kid, I was just sitting there going, "This is bullshit." In regards to the math, but the teacher's like, "Oh, you just got to learn this method, and get the results, and to understand the processes." And I was like, oh, "Whatever." So then, obviously, as you get older, but when I started to fly an aircraft, when I was traveling in my 20s, and it was revisited, it's like, hey, hang on a second, I can see right across. But as I said, you've got to know what you're looking at. If you can spot a physical feature, a natural feature, and you can spot it from long distance from aircraft, that's how you know it's flat. So yeah, and it was big. Like I guess about 4 or 5 years ago, I was hiking in the mountains, and I came to a lookout, right? And this lookout, it looks across a valley and goes about 20 miles. Then beyond that, another 20 miles is a mountain. And beyond that, you can look right across the flat, another 40, 50, 60 miles to the river. So you've got a view of up to 150 miles across the whole valley, right? And you're looking flat, and it falls at eye level. And I'm like, it's flat. There's no shape on this at all. So yeah, that's why I tell people it has to be a personal discovery and breaking the mold of the education system and indoctrination of the thing. Yeah.
Yeah, on coastal areas, right? Like when you're like you can definitely see quite a ways, you know.
Yeah.
I
Yeah.
found that like I think a lot of the trip that I'd made one time was I think it was maybe from Colorado to South Carolina, and then it was going to connect, and it just and then it flew north up from there to get me back home. So because I'm the king of booking shit flights, and no one is better at this than me.
Should say shit flights.
Shit flights, yeah. Like I'm just like, oh yeah, it's like a 12-hour flight with 3 layovers and 3 connections. Like, oh okay. Like,
And you get it really cheap, yeah, is that what you're
I was
saying?
like, was it $88? Yes, yeah.
I
It
got you.
just takes longer to get there. It's terrible. I don't know why I do it to myself. I'm like, it's another $20. Something stupid like that. Anyway, over the course of this, yeah, caught some interesting observations, and if you book to fly fly on like a full moon or something like that, try to catch the moon or some shit. I don't know. Book your
Yeah,
shit.
that's
Book your shit on
sometimes
your
on
dates.
some
Think about it. If
on
you're a flat
certain
earther.
flights, sometimes in the southern hemisphere or whatever, or the lower part of the world, sometimes they'll, for no reason, they'll come and close the windows on the aircraft, right? All the passenger windows. So keep your windows down, keep your windows down. And it's like, why are they doing that? All right, so that really bothered me. In the middle of the day, they're telling us to close the windows. But like, you're leaving early morning flights and you travel, all of a sudden you're in full daylight. So I used to think, they're trying to keep the sun out of the aircraft so people can sleep. but it's not. It's actually to hide the fact that it's full daylight when it's supposed to be nighttime at high elevations, which is very interesting.
Well, that's what I was saying when I was over Chicago, and then we climbed from 35 to 55, brought the sun back, and then we cruised back down, and it was nighttime once more.
Mm.
So
Because the sun's flat, at high elevations you'll have a daylight, but because of the angle, it turns it into night. So that's what
I'm saying,
they're trying to hide.
Like we lost the sun, I guess, probably behind the Rocky Mountains, you know, and and the whole fuselage, was just dark. So it was nighttime basically. Everybody was on lamp power at that point until we climbed up, and then everybody's windows were open and the whole plane lit up, and I was like, whoa, we were already cruising for an hour. We had lost the sun for an hour, and then we cruised up. It was probably more than an hour, but like I wasn't keeping track, man. It could have been more.
Puzzling that what puzzles me most of all is that people can't work things out.
It was tough for me. Sometimes, like, man, you see something, it's just my brain goes fried. Like, I can't compute it for a minute. Like, but I could see the sun's at the tail end of the plane, and below it, it's just making like a big hot spot above, like I see the sun as a ball, right? Or the disk of the whole disk of the sun with like a cloud bank underneath it that's like completely just like lit up, like looks like a polar region, you know what I mean? But like you'll get that from like a plane with enough cloud cover. It looks like you could imagine it's like you're flying over the North Pole if you want to. It's all white. That's what it looked like there, but with like a high reflectivity and like a hot spot with it was crazy, right? And then right directly below me is Chicago with nighttime lights on and everything like that. And I don't know how to. So we're still reflecting on it, even these last couple of weeks, actually.
Yeah.
Weird.
Yeah, it's I think it's all about personal experience.
Yeah, that and,
A lot of
like I'm
times,
saying,
yes.
I basically seen the crepuscular rays, like origins of them from planes multiple times. Seen weird rainbow effects around shadows on the ground from the plane. Yeah, like the shadow of the plane, but with a rainbow halo around it. So it's like obstruction causes this spectral thing to go on. Just like the light moving around something, that itself can cause the prismatic, like the light form that is like that full spectrum rainbow, And so light is some bizarre, interesting shit, and how it works. Like here, I don't know. It's like the ray theory would say that like it's a whole bunch of individual point source emissions, which isn't true. So the whole thing moves as a wave field. It's our optical models can work for like candles and shit like that, light bulbs, yeah, but not like the sun. The sun. Yeah, it's a different class of optic that's happening. The opposite. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah, did you hear about the so-called eclipse today in the news? Or
Oh, is the hybrid eclipse going on? Where is that
well,
near
there
Australia?
was near Australia. There's apparently a solar eclipse, right?
Right.
So I'm sitting there, I'm thinking, oh, okay, well, if it's in Australia, I should be able to have some visual of this, right?
Mm-hmm.
So they were saying that it was over Perth in Western Australia, one area of
Northwestern Australia,
Western Australia,
and
right?
parts of Indonesia, I believe. Yeah.
Yeah, so I'm guessing that's what it was. So I'm thinking, why would we have only one part of the whole world have an eclipse? I'm thinking, this is bullshit. Like, any retard could instantly work out that you can't have a sun 93 million miles away with this moon 300,000 miles away or whatever, eclipsing it and only having one section of the so-called Earth with a shadow or whatever, right? So I'm thinking, this is all wrong. So I ran outside and I'm watching the sun. So even though that's 2,000 kilometers away, I'm thinking, well, it still has to cross a path based on their own metrics and science, yeah?
Mhm.
So I'm looking at the sun and there's no moon in the sky. None.
Yeah.
So I'm thinking, we're on the same path, on the same line of sight, practically.
Mhm.
So we should be either eclipsing here or a partial eclipse, or I could see the moon at least. But there's none. There was no moon up at all today.
Hmm.
So I checked out the
Well, that's normal
the
for an
moon.
eclipse day.
It is?
Yeah, you'll see the moon. You'll see the moon the day before, and then where it's supposed to be is where the eclipse is going to occur.
But how does that make sense on
I don't know.
anything? It doesn't.
Well, that's why I think it's more of an energetic situation.
Yeah. So it's
The
either
whole,
like
the whole kit and caboodle of it seems to be, to me, maybe more of an energetic, like cancellation of sorts, electromagnetic in origin. I don't know. It's interfacing with the atmosphere too, right? Just like a whole. There's a lot going on here.
yeah, there's something. It's not a moon passing the sun or something like that. I'm not. It just
I
doesn't
didn't perceive
seem
it
to
as
gel.
that. You know.
Yeah. So it's probably someone made the suggestion that it's been obscured, like they're using a large, like a projector or some type. I don't know. It sounds a bit silly, or maybe they're using a blimp, blocked a certain path in one area, which would make sense.
I don't know.
But something. So it just hammers home to me. Yes,
You're talking about eclipse
the moon
machines?
is.
I don't know, man.
Yeah,
It's interesting to think
yeah.
about.
So the moon's definitely man-made. Right? That's we can almost guarantee that now. The sun's moon-made.
Okay.
So they're barely 200 miles above the flat plane, and that's it. Very local, very close, easy to
Yeah.
manipulate, whatever.
Yeah.
But
Hey,
people are saying, "Oh, there's no way an eclipse would be a hoax." They
but
can predict it.
why is the sky blue?
I don't know, but someone posted a video today in one of the chats where if you go higher up towards whatever, it's not blue anymore. It's only blue lower down.
Can I ask for is Chucky GPT out there? Maybe he wants to explain why the sky's blue. I don't know. Shoot. Okay. All right. Onward we go.
Yeah, good morning.
Hey,
Sorry, say again why you came to the conclusion that the sun is 200 miles away?
well, just because the eclipses. So if we are told that the eclipse is real, it has to be localized because
Why?
object that's further away than if they say 300,000 miles or whatever for the moon and 93 million miles for the sun, you wouldn't have local eclipses. It would cover the whole flat plane, yeah. But if it's only localized, it proves to me it's man-made. It's very close, maybe 200 miles above us, and it's manipulated somehow by whatever force.
Why would something very far away that's called by something fairly close, relatively speaking, cover the whole
I
Earth?
would. Yeah, well, that's obvious because
Yo,
if
you
you
guys
get if
having
you
a conversation? Hold on a second. Did you guys want to continue that conversation you were having, or no?
which
Oh, I'm
conversation?
sorry. I thought this was public.
Well,
I'll mute.
you're kind of derail. It is public, but you're derailing it. So I'm just asking them if they want to finish their conversation or not.
Well, you mean that the conversation we had with who was I chatting with?
Yeah, you were mid conversation with Snacks, yeah, and then he came in and he's starting to derail it. I mean, did you want to continue that or?
Oh, he's not derailing. He's
yeah.
I guess that he's generally inquisitive, but yeah, but it's
He's
obvious.
not generally inquisitive. That's not what's going on here.
Oh, okay.
Why is talking about the eclipses derailing a conversation about the eclipses?
I don't know. I want to make
Yeah,
sure
well-
that this is consensual and that this isn't like something that
Okay.
he doesn't want to go down.
Jeremy, here's a hint, Jeremy. You should know what you're talking about before you talk about it.
Okay,
So if
blah.
you say it's derailing the conversation, you should know that it's derailing the conversation.
Why
Or
does it
just
look
admit
like
you're
you're
wrong.
muted? Okay, blah tech. Is this consensual? You want to go down this road with him?
Well, I shouldn't have to
course he
explain it again because it's pretty straightforward. The
No,
sun
it's the
and the
opposite
moon,
of straightforward.
the sun and the moon are 200 miles above the flat plane. There's no debate for that. If people think it's further away,
No, it's not even a salad.
Is
It's
it
like
really
you give me like a crouton. You give me like a pine nut and a drop of ranch dressing. Give me the whole word salad of that. What?
What does
why is
why
this
does the sky blue have to do with eclipses? You were talking about eclipses.
I'm just saying the question I posed to you before you started talking was that, and then you unmuted yourself, and you started to address the eclipse thing. And why do you think 200 miles? So,
You were talking about eclipses, and then you derailed the conversation by talking about why is the sky blue? An answer you've heard hundreds of times, I'm sure. Have you not?
is there you don't have an answer? You can say light scattering.
I did answer. Have people never told you that answer before?
Wow, look at how
Oh,
defensive.
man, you guys want to do an event? Where you and Blah talk about the eclipses? I can turn this into an event if you want.
well, I'm genuinely interested to hear why the sky is blue. I've never actually heard this.
What did you find out when you Googled it?
I haven't looked it up yet, but I thought you were going to go into the spiel. That's all.
No, I answered it. You know, the reason why you don't know things is because you haven't looked into them. But if you look into them, you might learn something.
Yeah, no, that's fine. This is the argument I use on the round earthers all the time. They demand I produce information, but I tell them look it up for yourself. So that's fair
So you're a
enough.
hypocrite.
No, I thought you were going to go into it. That's all. So blue is scattered more than other colors, travels with shorter, smaller waves. Air molecules then radiate violet, ultra blue, different directions, saturating the sky.
There you go.
It's an explanation, but it's not hardline as in proof, is it?
What do you mean it's not proof? It's evidence and an explanation.
Well, it's just
You
giving
need proof that the sky is blue? I can provide that.
Oh, we can see it's blue, yeah.
Right. So why do you need proof that the sky is blue?
Well, you can look at it like that, but I guess yeah. I guess no one really knows why.
No, lots of people know why. That's why you just got the answer when you looked it up. So nobody knows why the sky is blue. Is that what you're sticking with, Blatek?
I thought you told us.
Yeah. And then he denied it. So
Yeah.
Oh, all I'm just saying that the internet was giving us an explanation. So, what does that actually show?
why the sky is blue? Jesus Christ. I'm at my conference. I got a free breakfast waiting for me. Talk to you later.
All right.
Great.
So there's like
Oh, you gotta go. It's too bad. All right, you guys can
there's-
carry on then.
You gotta run away from the sky's blue question. I hear you. Nah, I feel it.
well,
Yeah,
well,
but
there's like
yeah.
there's like a true answer, and then there's like a Google, science, in classrooms as they teach you answer. So there's two different answers.
Take us towards
Hmm.
truth. You know what I mean?
Well, the truth is because there's water up there, bro, and water's blue, right? And it's
Oh, okay.
Yeah.
Why is water blue?
good question because those, that's just the way it is. Bro.
Water can be a bunch of different colors.
Well, if you put like a dye in it, for sure.
Well, no, not
Yeah,
like a
different
dye,
mi-
like
minerals
natural like
reacting
water.
to it.
Like there's places where the ocean looks brownish. There's places where it looks aquamarine.
Oh,
There's
like
places
when
where it
it's
looks
muddy.
translucent like a gem. There's places
Like
where
so when
Yeah.
it's muddy, when there's algae, what other reasons do you have, or what other colors do you have? Because when it's muddy, you're right,
minerals,
it's brown.
chemicals in the water, pollutants in
Right.
the water.
I know. There's even like sometimes when it could even be black if a certain animal or a certain sea
I've seen,
creature
like-
fucking.
Yeah, that's
I
true.
think some of the purest water I've seen from like hot springs, it looks to be like bluish. In a,
Yeah, it has a tint to it.
but it probably has like a high amount of like dissolved gases in it or something, maybe.
Yeah. And water can be black too from leaves and tannins from branches and things.
Right. Yeah. So it's definitely got a lot of properties that are similar to water.
I finally.
Because it's
oh.
made of the same. It's the gases of water, right? Yeah.
I finally went back to the McToon conversation, like sober minded. I was like, whoa! I left out so much stuff that I was trying to explain something, but with like other things in mind. So I was like, wow, I really goofed that up for sure. It was all bad. It was a train wreck.
Anyway, so
Sorry. Just throw that out there.
it's got to do with the ozone. I think it's got to do with the layer of like rarefied oxygen up there that is that's casting that blue. I believe that's what's going on.
Yeah, there's a problem I have with that whole ozone theory.
Go ahead.
It really doesn't make sense. Because your heavier particles and molecules sink down to the bottom. Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
So
What's heavier than oxygen in the atmosphere? I mean, well, nitrogen, right? Nitrogen's heavier.
Hey, what happened to it? By the way, wasn't there a big hole in it? Did they fill it, or what happened?
That was conspiracy theory by the government. It was all bullshit.
No,
It was total rubbish.
Asking as a joke.
I think it's obscuring what actually is the what's going on is that there's like a seasonal like build up and defrosting and a frosting.
I remember they said stop using Aquanet. I remember they said that way back then. They're like, Aquanet hairsprays are killing the ozone. That's funny.
Right, CFCs,
Mhm.
chlorofluorocarbons. Don't use Aquanet.
Yeah, but the thing is that they couldn't prove that. That was the problem from the start, because they said the hole in the ozone layer is above Antarctica, right? But where is Antarctica? Yeah,
No, above the North Pole, wasn't
It was above North
Antarctica.
America, right?
No. They said Antarctica. So
yeah, but that's just a cover up, right? That points to man's influence upon the environment. It makes us feel great and powerful. But if it's just something that naturally goes on with the creation, then we're trying to rationalize it by like obscuring it in this egoic like spiral. What do we think?
Oh, you're right. It was over Antarctica.
Yeah. So if you have a look at these,
Interesting.
Yeah, it was.
I just typed in hole in Antarctica ozone. Right?
Well, isn't it just because we probably don't have a complete map then, right?
Well, that's what they were saying. I'm not saying it was. I'm saying that's what they were saying. It was over Antarctica. I thought it was over North America, to be honest.
I thought it was over the North Pole.
Yeah,
no,
so
it was over Antarctica. So that the reason why
but I think it was hyped up, but But I do believe that there is still a rarefaction of gases, because as like lightning happens, it's going to like split apart the air mass, and it's going to become like freer oxygen and freer hydrogen, and until on and on we get to pure oxygen, and above that pure hydrogen / helium.
Okay. So then let's say, let's say we're gonna believe in your ball, and if they said that the hole was over Antarctica, but all the people in North America are using hairspray, then how does it rip up Antarctica, which is underneath in
Exactly.
your ball?
Makes no sense.
I know, I know, it doesn't make sense. It
Yeah.
doesn't make sense. That's the point. It doesn't make
Yeah,
sense.
but an ozone layer, just because they have that article out, doesn't necessarily mean that there's not an ozone layer. You know what I mean?
Right? No, I hear what
And
you're saying.
look at these
Well,
NASA
like
quality
like
pictures
there's
they
like
gave.
there's different gases, right? Like if there's different gases. Like if you're doing welding, right, you want to use like a MAP gas or something like that, take away the oxygen so you don't have interference in the
It
welding
depends what
process.
it depends what process you're using. Yeah, if it's a
But
TIG weld
like
compared to a MIG weld.
right, but if you use MAP gas, it's like dense. You know what I mean? Like it floods the bottom of something. You can have a
Yeah.
container and you can
Yeah,
basically
you don't.
put it in there.
Yeah, you don't want like wind messing up your weld, so you try to keep
Right.
your stick closest to the not far away enough to where the
Right.
gases don't allow the process of still bonding together. So yeah.
Yeah, but you could do the same thing. Like if you wanted to carbonize something, like a piece of bread, say, you could put it in like a box, and fill that with MAP gas. Put a cover on it. No wind, right? That's gonna fuck the process up. And heat that up with, and you burn out the carbon is
Right.
what's left.
Right.
But anyway, that's because density anyway is preventing the oxygen from attacking the thing and causing it to catch fire, right?
Well,
And
it's so that way it has a chemical bond between the two stills. That's what you're trying to
and so in welding, it's that the oxygen has a tendency to oxidize the metal and the joint if it's in open air. So sometimes having MAP gas applied helps to make a stronger joint.
right. Depending on if you're doing a TIG or a MIG weld.
Because just the heat of the event
Of the arc.
causes reaction to oxygen, and then therefore gets into the chemistry of the weld.
Right. Yeah, the arc that you're making, it has to be able to bond.
Right. And if we just disperse this and it's all like flooded around the room, it's not going to matter, right? So if we have dispersion, it's not going to matter. But I'm saying, like, nitrogen is going to settle within the gaseous environment that we have here. Call it atmosphere, if you want. Atmos flat, if you like. Atmos layer, if you are jiggy with it. So I'm saying is like, the lightning strikes that are occurring everywhere are acting like an air ionizer does. Just like it's breaking up the molecular bonds, and it's freeing up the nitrogen from the oxygen, and the nitrous oxide layer. There's going to be a nitrous oxide layer, and then there's going to be like basically this ozone layer. I mean, that's the concept of it. Affirm or deny, I can't go up there myself. You know what I mean? But
Right.
above that, then there should be something else like helium, because that would be the lightest of all. That's where all our birthday balloons are going up, by the way, everybody.
Well, way at the top.
Praise Helios. Praise helium.
Haven't
Sorry.
they found that there's a layer of plasma way at the top? That's kind of another layer in our sky, is like a plasma layer. I forgot.
Right. I think at a certain point there's like just that energy, the atmospheric, that index of energy is just going to climb to such a level. Yeah, it's going to start activating the free ionic separate gases and stuff. Yeah.
Right.
And then if we get all the way up to where it's hydrogen, then that's like a superfluid basically. So that's your superfluid, like skin on top. I don't know. That's the littlest part of our atmosphere. I don't know if it's greater part of like cosmic atmosphere or whatever the fuck you call it. You know, could the whole thing be like populated with some kind of hydrogen elementally, throughout it? I don't know what's above that. You guess as good as mine. Is there like a greater dome of some kind of superstructure, or does it just like? Is it just who knows what? Could be a layer sandwich of sorts. Like where it's just like another planar surface that propagates another Earth-like situation. Man, I don't know. It's conjecture, right? Past what we can see. And anyway, I was listening to NPR the other day, man, and it wasn't NPR. It was WBAI. They're like a freedom and truth to listen to the other guy kind of navigate. It sounded just like Xanax too. It was amazing. I was like, this is like Xanax's clone brother or some shit over here. I'm a California astronomer. And, okay, but the interesting part was that the guy goes, "What's beyond space? What's beyond the infinity of everything?" He goes, "Well," the cosmologist guy goes, "There actually may be limitations to where the furthest point that we think we can that there is maybe there's more to it that we cannot see. Like that even our idea of the known universe could be even bigger because we still have like just the same problem that you have trying to like get a ground, like trying to observe the entire sky from the ground. We still have the same problem trying to observe the entirety of the cosmos from our little whatever position in their greater model, right? So we still have observer obstruction and all these other things. So there could be like, many more times the amount of volume in the galaxy observable, but that we can't observe it from here. That's what the guy said. What do you think about that, man? I kind of like lets the fucking guss it up for the fucking bullshit to fill. But what do you think? It leaves room for new discovery though, which is kind of cool, I guess in a way. It's just a sign that things could trend towards some kind of greater understanding or something like that. And he was saying that like a lot of the things that they even go by like still are still they don't really know much about them, or they just learned most of it like recently or something, if that's even real knowledge, you know what I mean? But I don't know. So certainly not like set in stone though. I don't think cosmology is like certainly set in stone. Why would it be? It's set in light, right? That can't be set in stone. The pattern's set in stone, right? The sky clock's set in stone, but perceptual, tangible, fucking material, extra terra firma. You know what I mean? That's all sort of a conjectural thing. But I don't know if there's like a possibility of a greater domic structure to, what we see as the entire sky. That's possible. What the fuck would that be made out of? I could not know. But it's enough to just say that like different envelopes of density layered on top of each other with a hermetic seal on top of each other, basically forming vacuum pressures within them, right? That suspend the energy from moving from one to the other, kind of insulating from, at least the optical thing. Especially true on my plane flight, right? Being able to climb up in altitude and get the sun back. Something's covering up the sky to create night, in our local, environments, man. Yeah. Whether that's the ozone layer, which like itself would be blue, because like pure ozone gas and pure like liquid oxygen is bluish in color. Does anybody know about that? The
Is
color
my
of
mic on?
oxygen. Can you hear me about liquid oxygen? Hello?
Can you hear me? Check, check.
Color of oxygen is blue. Anybody?
Hello.
Being trolled.
Yeah, we hear you. We heard whoever that was. We hear you.
Color of oxygen. Anybody?
Is my mic on now?
Yeah, we hear you. We hear you. We can hear you. Snacks, you're mumbling or something, bro.
I'm mumbling?
Yeah, you sounds like you're like mumbling. I don't know. The other guy's coming in nice and crisp and loud, and you sound like you're mumbling.
Shit. I think I was a little pulled away from the microphone. Sorry.
Yeah, no, I couldn't get anything out of that. I couldn't hear shit.
Can you hear us?
I hear you fine now. I just did
All
a
right.
quick recheck. Yeah. Have you guys seen the path of the sun? I know it's a little bit off topic. Oh, she's being blue. Yeah, correct. Real quick.
Okay. Yeah. That's all I was trying to get at. The ozone layer is blue. You get that? Can you hear me? Am I clear?
You're clear. Copy.
Are you curious about that at all? I mean, or do you believe that? I mean, is that like?
Dude. Yeah. Just gotta There's something weird going on. You guys getting this weird vibe here now?
There you go. Is your vibe better? Testing vibe.
Hello.
Can you vibe with me? Hello? Hello? No. We're done.
I can hear both you guys. What's the problem? Maybe reconnect and disconnect or something if you're having issues.
They're not vibing.
Rechecking.
Yeah, that's clear.
Snacks, we hear you.
Okay. Yeah, I don't. I didn't think I was adjusting myself from the microphone too much. I don't know. Maybe something just happened with my phone. I don't know.
Yeah, so I just I posted a link in the chat stream. I found it a while ago, and it's the Oregon Star Party, and some guy set up a tracking thing on the sun, and he tracked it overnight. and it shows the way the sun arcs around. It's quite fascinating if you're interested.
Was he using like a motorized mount?
There's not enough description to show what he used, but I'm pretty sure he's a round earther, so he doesn't really know what he's looking for. But the first time I saw the video, I went, holy shit. But, you know, it actually shows that the Earth's not spinning because the camera is stagnant, right? Not moving. And he's just set up the camera overnight. It's tracked the sun from evening to morning, so it's worth a look.
Yeah. Yeah, we used to have a fella up in Russia, and sometimes you can get like 24-hour sun. Put like a 360 cam, put it up on his house, and we check that shit out. It's pretty cool. It
That'd
just
be
basically
awesome up
gets to
there.
like nearly setting, but doesn't quite. Then it comes back up.
Yeah, so he could track the arc of the sun over 24 hours.
Yeah.
Till it eventually moves so far away from me, it turns into winter, yeah.
I think it was 69 north, something like that.
It's a great video. I think it's one of the greatest videos ever produced.
Yeah, the other thing it seemed like too from just the multiple plane trips is that there's like clouds that you don't necessarily see from the ground,
Mm-hmm.
or wait, no, you can or you don't see them like from the plane, but you would only see them if you were below the plane a significant amount. And yeah, like they're very thin. Yeah, even like it's like I don't know, it's weird.
Mm-hmm.
It's almost like a two-way mirror or something like that. Some kind of effect like that goes on. Like from the ground, you don't see the cloud, and then from the top, it appears like something else. Pretty interesting.
Fuck, that's amazing.
Yeah. Anyway, so I think if you can believe that the gases just like organize themselves into their own pure states, then we're getting somewhere. Then past that, we don't really know what it is, right? That's where we're talking outer space.
Yeah, it's just a lot of it is speculation though. Like we don't know anything, do we?
Right. Well, let's say you're on like a localized sort of environment idea, right? You're saying 200 miles away.
Yeah, that's my rough guess. Because how I came up with that number is when I look at the moon with my naked eye without, glasses, or not glasses, but a camera, you can physically see, the outlines and things on the moon, yeah? So when you compare it to something, when you look at on the Earth flat across the ground, you can get that same type of visualization. So therefore, I sort of came to conclusion. It's like, well, the moon's right there because I can see it. It's like as if I was looking at an object at the same distance across the ground.
It's like, well, yeah, but you're seeing it like sort of cast onto. It must be since that like even during the daytime in a clear blue sky, there are still clouds that you do not see. That like I think you're catching the reflection of the albedo of these gases that is looking to you like it's a moon. It's like there's a screen in a way where it's like able to capture that light, and then from the ground you see that effect. That's what I.
Well, so wait, you're saying you're not seeing the moon at all. You're seeing a reflection or something.
Like, well, in a way, you even well, yeah, because atmospheric clouds are so close. Yeah, like above the clouds that you can see, there are yet more clouds, and then yet above that must be the moon. So between these things, like I think clouds are like this silver screen, if you will, in which the moon is projected upon.
Well, yeah, it's interesting.
It's not exactly optically invalid or logically bankrupt. Yeah, check it out. Think about it.
Yeah, I sort of get what you're saying, but
Like, there's an image plane that you can kind of that you get, when you're as you're looking at something, because at a certain point we lose the ability to perceive like micro depth, like in a room, in a football field, we can do maybe twice a football field. Maybe some people have very accurate vision and can understand that depth, but past that, we really don't. I don't think have it. Maybe people do, but it's a skill you'd have to like hone. You know what I mean? But
yeah,
it certainly decreases with distance, and yeah.
And one thing I discovered too is that a lot of people are vision impaired, like a lot. Like some people can see a lot, but anything like further away, they're blind as bats. So that's what sort of that's why people can't visualize flat. They'll see it as round because they're told it's round, yeah. But younger people, or children, they have really good vision, yeah, and they can see everything. As they get older, they seem to lose that highly focused vision.
I don't think I always pretty much had bad vision, but yeah, I get you. However far away a chalkboard is, looks bad without glasses for me. Suffice it to say, I'm mostly self-taught. Just kidding.
Okay. Can you see? So you
true.
can't see short distances, but can you see long distances?
Oh no, they're even worse. I can see like accurately. Let's see now. Yeah, I think we're about 5 inches. Yeah, that's good. Anything else in that? It's kind of a little bit like double image, sort of almost. I
So
think
it
that's
blurs
just
out at even as close as 5 inches.
yeah. We've got some light cancellation issues here. I don't know, nothing severe, man. But
Okay. Yeah. No, I can see. I had
it's
this
just
bizarre ability. I can just see hundreds of miles. It's so bizarre. Like
oh
I'll
wow.
go down to the ocean, right? And can I say to my friend, can you see that boat out there? He's going, there's no waves out there. I can't see shit. I'm like, you really can't see, you know?
I think
Like,
there's
what the
like
fuck?
a differences in people's curvature of their lens of their eye. I think that's not uniform throughout our entire population of human. And so
Mm-hmm.
I would imagine that possibly you have like a somewhat of a hyperconvexing lens as different than other people do, or maybe just like
Yeah.
a double amount of neurons than other people do for like being able to see things. Yeah.
Yeah, it's really freaky. Like, I didn't know I had this ability. I thought everybody was like this.
Like my eyes, my eye problem is that I have astigmatic vision. Because my eyes are not perfectly rounded.
Mm-hmm. Wow.
And so
So,
so my optic is not able to like resolve the image because it's like it looks like almost like it's two images that are not like aligned. So it's just kind of like that's my vision problem. Other people might have like cloudy vision. I'm not sure how other people's vision problems are. But.
yeah, it's interesting how it's diagnosed.
Yeah, I'd be dead in the wild.
Maybe
Though.
we've got it
Shit.
all wrong.
Fuck.
Maybe
Without
we've got this
glasses.
whole vision thing wrong.
I
Like,
think
maybe people have been misdiagnosed with problems they don't even have. Because I'll tell you this story once, right? Years and years ago, I developed sore eyes, and it got worse and worse to the point where I couldn't sleep for sometimes days on end, right? So I was going to doctors and optometrists over and over again, right? And every time I go to the doctor, he'd say, go see an optometrist. And every time I went to see a doctor, they'd try to give me glasses and refer me back to the doctor, right? So in the end, I was just going out of my brain. I didn't sleep for 6 weeks or something. I knew I went crazy. And I walked into this optometrist and I said to this woman, I said, look, I can't sleep. There's something with my eyes. The pain is too much. I can't look at the sun. I can't go outside. I can't sleep. I can't close my eyes. And she sat there for like 30 minutes just examining my eyes. And she goes, oh, there's your problem. She's going, your little tiny arteries in the back of your eyes are not dilating or something. So it's affecting, there's too much light or coming in, or when it's dark, it's causing pain. She goes, go to the chemist, buy any eye drops you can find, saline-based eye drops, and put them in. So I went to the chemist, put 2 eye drops in, and it was instantly finished. It was just dehydrated. And that was it. Yeah, and I'm gonna kill myself with the fucking insanity.
Huh.
And instantly, I slept for like 2 days after that.
Oh,
So yeah, like it was just a misdiagnosis by
yeah, it's the
doctors
other thing,
and
man. It's
optometrists.
just the eye is this weird, like little marine creature, man. It's a very weird little micro marine creature.
Yeah, well, it's very interesting analysis.
Like
So yeah, I
saline.
was so
God.
yeah. So obviously, the saline somehow acted like a catalyst to put the water back into these dried up arteries or some shit. I can't really explain it. But yeah, she must have examined the whole eye to find out what the issue was.
That's
Because it
nice.
took a half an hour, and there's like all these customers waiting because optometrists are really well, that's interesting.
And so, would you still use
So,
this,
yeah.
or it was just a momentary thing?
What thing?
Do you still need to put saline eye drops in?
No, I just used it twice. I haven't used it since.
What, dude? That's that's incredible.
Yeah. But it was fucked up. It cost me so much money, and doctors, optometrist bills, and fucking misdiagnosis and fucking crap. Dumb fucks. But even though, like,
Yeah.
people naturally use eye drops, right? I've never used eye drops, right? So you find a lot of people, they use eye drops all the time to make their eyes clear or more attractive or whatever. But I'm like, what the fuck would you use that for?
Yeah. I heard commercials for something that was like some kind of eye drops that could like change your eye prescription. but then the side effects were like ghastly. Yeah. All that
That's so
fast
scary.
talking that they do at the end of pharmaceutical commercials. Ha. Anyway. Yep. Eyeballs. I got them. You got them. You know.
So I'll look into that, Loggers. That's very interesting, though.
But nobody has flat eyes. Nobody's got like flat eyeballs or eye cubes. Nobody has that going on. I don't think
Yeah.
we would be able to see correctly with that.
There's a guy called Dr. Ken Berry. He talks. He had a nutritionist on, and I'm sure it was within that discussion they mentioned something like that.
But the animal fats and eye
Yeah.
health.
Yeah.
Yeah, that's a good observation. I have noticed a lot of these vegetarian women wear glasses. So
Yeah.
that's
The
very
fats they were
That's weird.
talking. Basically, they oil and lubricate your eyeballs, for want of a better word. The oils
Mhm.
trap the water, and then that's how your eyes get lubricated. But without the oil there, the water just dries up, and you get like issues.
Yeah, it makes a lot of sense actually. And
Hmm.
actually, there's a lot of salt naturally in animal fat and also animal meat, so it also
Yeah,
plays
pink
into it.
salt's the best.
I've heard that your vision's supposed to be clearer with a vegetarian diet, and I've sort of experienced this too. I don't know, but it was only after.
Actually, I'm looking
Well,
this up. Does vegan
know.
diet
Probably
affect
that's
vision?
an uptake in eating eggs, maybe.
I don't know.
Oh
If you
yeah,
eat 6
eggs is
eggs a
really good
day,
cholesterol. Yeah.
yeah,
It
you're
wasn't
good at
permanent.
eating.
It's just a sort of a temporary thing where I just noticed after about 2 days just like just all salads and like lots of vinegar and salt and stuff, and I think about
Maybe
2
that
days
was
after
just
that I was like,
clearing out
wow,
whatever
sugar
your
tastes
old
deep.
diet was.
It didn't change my prescription. I couldn't see for any longer or anything, but everything I saw was just like bright, like whoa. Probably because I'm like I'm like shutting off a lot of the calories. So I think it might be that like as you sort of decrease your calorie intake, you start seeing colors because they might represent things that you can eat. You know, like your body's kind of like sending a little extra zhuzh to your vision system, make
I've
things
got
look a little
funny
brighter.
eyes like you too. Mine are rugby ball shaped. Stigma.
You got rugby ball eyes, nice.
Yeah. They are slightly improving. I added more meat and liver into my diet, so they are improving somewhat.
Good to hear you rounding out. Welcome, Carlos. Blue car. Got Estimacial in the house. And what's your name, dude?
I'm sort of pissed off at the bullshit they fed us. Like, man of shit
yeah.
they just told us. It's all crap.
And they've known about it for a long time. That's what irks me more than anything. You know, because if it was done from ignorance, that's one thing. But they knew exactly what they were doing. And if you want to look at another really good breakdown of how damaging plants are, Dr. Anthony Chafee does a good hour and a half lecture on why plants are trying to kill you with oxalates and lectins. They basically destroy the stomach, and that then allows a lot of things in that shouldn't be allowed in. But it also stops you from absorbing vitamins and minerals as well. So
Yes.
we eat the animals that have basically learned over time through speciation to tolerate plants. So they
Yes. And
eat
they store
one
the
plant,
nutrition for us. Yeah.
yeah, they have to do it for us because we are unable to really do it. So it's very interesting. And as I say, I mean, you know, you can see what they're promoting. And if they're promoting it, then it's probably not for our best interest, you know?
Yeah, this is what concerned me. This artificial meat and these lack of beef diets and chicken. That's concerning.
Yeah, and again, they provided very good propaganda documentaries to put people off and things. So they've done a very good job, but
Yeah,
unfortunately,
they've really weakened women a lot, haven't they?
yeah, I
Morally
mean,
and
men,
nutritionally, and
unfortunately, yeah, men with their low testosterone, they're very I call them, effeminate or woman brained, and basically, uh, unfortunately, they fall for this emotional propaganda as well, and sadly,
that's a
um,
really good observation. I've never thought of it like that. Emotional propaganda, like using a woman's susceptibility to emotion to convince her, to manipulate her. I know a lot of guys do this to try to meet women or whatever, but the government doing it too. Yeah, you're right.
yeah, they weaponized it, and
Mm,
unfortunately, people, while they're in that state of mind, they basically uh, are not using their logic senses and their rationality. So
mm,
they're being led by the nose. And what you typically find is that these things are layered. And this is why a lot of people can't work out which way is up, because
mm,
it's never simple, and they lean into other things. But if you don't have good abstraction abilities and pattern recognition, you're not going to
mm.
pick up those little threads to be able to see how they tie in to the next thing. It's like,
Yeah.
you think about what's happening today, right? Could they have gotten away with this 10 years ago, 20 years ago? They had to seed the ground with it. So they had to
Mm,
get that generation on board with it before they
mm,
could unleash it. So what you see over the last 100 years, every generation was asked to be tolerant about something, whether it was the weather, whether it was women, whether it was this, right? But their
mm,
children were born into that tolerance. So then their
mm.
children were asked to be tolerant about something else. So on
Like
and so forth.
immigration is a good example. Yeah.
That's why we have to be intolerant to things. Saying no, the
Yeah.
power of no, you know?
Have you seen that British guy? He's like, I think he was a lord. I'm not sure his name, but he made a video about virtue and how virtue is wrong, and how the British society made big errors regarding virtue. I'll see if I can find it. I think you'll enjoy it.
Yeah,
And he
that's
comes to a
interesting.
conclusion that because the British were too virtuous, it weakened the society too much, it made them susceptible to pretty much everything. Nah, virtue, UK speech. I don't entirely agree with a lot of what he says, but he
Well, no,
also he
you
sort
should
of
agree with anybody 100%.
yeah, but he sort of makes he regards the Anglican Church. They were too virtuous, right? So it just allowed the total collapse of the whole church in very quick succession, and now to the point where it's just flailing.
Yeah, I mean, again, when you look at the macro picture of things, you see that these things have been going on for a very long time. So when we were talking about diet just then, what you
Mm,
can understand is that basically they've known these things for hundreds of years. Well, they follow something called the Hippocratic Oath, right? But
mm-hmm.
Hippocrates also said, "Let food be thy medicine, and thy medicine be thy food." But none of them know
Correct.
that.
Yeah.
So they
Mm,
know about the Hippocratic Oath, but they don't know about Hippocrates or anything else he said or did, because everybody is streamlined. This is how it's compartmentalization. So you are streamlined into that. which is why doctors don't really know much about nutrition. They do about 20 hours on it. You know, this is streamlined into this is streamlined into that. And everything's so broken up and separated that nobody can really see the wood for the trees and see where these connections, because they're not getting together to like put their notes forward and say, oh yeah, well we figured this out, and then the other guy from the other will be like, oh well that ties into something that we're doing, and then suddenly you start figuring things out. And what it seems to be, if you listen to some of the guys that are going on Dr. Ken Berry, these people have known about this. So they've known since the 1920s that if somebody was diabetic, you put them on a meat-only diet. They've known that since the 1920s, but suddenly we've forgotten all of this. And now you need medication, and now you need this. And it's like, no, you don't. Just cut out carbohydrates. That's all you got to do. All sugars, all carbohydrates, and you're reversed so many things. It's unreal, you know. So
have you tried fasting before?
yeah, I'm right. So fasting does not mean that you live on water. Fasting means to go without. So the way that I do fasting is I have a little bit of beef dripping in my tea, a little bit of butter in my coffees, and I also have 1 to 2 whey protein shakes. You are still fasting because you're under 700, 500 calories a day. It works slower, but you're still fasting. And I had really good results. I was losing 1 kilogram a day in weight. I was completely fine. I wasn't tired or sleepy or any issues. The longest I did was 5 days. But I wasn't even hungry. I could have gone longer, especially the way that I was doing it. It's more it's more about strengthening the new neural networks and neural pathways for the new behavior. So I'm having to shut down this old behavior and get on board. So, you know, I slip up here and there and I falter here and there, but the next day I'm back on it, you know, and the more I'm on it, the more I'm all right with it and the more comfortable, because with sugar and carbohydrates, the reason a lot of people eat those and are attracted to those is actually due to the bacteria. It actually brainwashes you into keep throwing that in because the bacteria want that. That's their food source. So when you starve them,
and the funguses too,
when you starve them of their food source, they die off, and this is what's sometimes known as keto flu, because the bacteria, when they die, they give off toxins. So you can get a little bit ill. But yeah, I mean, people should definitely try it for 30 days and see how they feel, you know, because it's not that difficult to do. You just got to lead yourself into it slowly, you know.
Yeah, but the one thing that shocked me the most is the ignorance of the Australian public. Like, I'm not. I don't even know how to explain it. It's just shocking. I just don't get it. Where did the lack of intelligence come from?
I
It
think
was not part of our society at all.
I think a lot of it, sadly, is just down to people not having time and also lack of interest. I've noticed this with people. No matter what you're talking about, if they're not interested, you can't get them to put in and invest the time, because essentially what we've done as people who just, you know, as a philomath, I look into a bit of everything. I'm nosy, right? I want to know things.
Yeah, I'm the
So I
same.
have that childlike curiosity, which a lot of people lose. And they lose it somewhat on purpose with the left brain prisoner. Remember, regurgitate, remember, regurgitate. And that shuts off the right brain imagination. If you want to, for the audience, if anybody wants to learn more about this, I would suggest Ian McGillichrist, The Divided Brain, The Divided Mind, and Master and Emissary. So he's I think he's another psychiatrist guy, and he spent over 25 years, and he's come up with this interesting hypothesis that the left and right hemispheres of the brain are actually two brains connected by the corpus callosum, which is how communication happens between the left and right hemisphere. And there was a medical experiment that he was invited to, where they were able to put this electrical mesh on somebody's head, and they were actually able to shut off bits of the brain that they wanted to. And in this experiment, they shut off the left hemisphere and the right hemisphere, and then they were asking him to read absurd statements like fish can climb trees just as well as monkeys. And when he was asked, can fish climb trees? He's like, oh yeah, everyone knows fish can climb trees. Look, it's written here. Must be true. Fish can climb trees just as well as monkeys. So that's what happens when you're in your left brain thinking. You believe whatever's written down. It's the word prison. So once they'd finished the experiment, they turned off the electrical hat and the right brain was working, and he was asked, can fish climb trees? He said, no, don't be ridiculous. But Ian has been involved with a lot of patients that have had left brain strokes and right brain strokes, which caused them to become non-functional and damaged. And he notices the differences that it caused in these patients between the left and the right hemisphere. And so it's one of these things, because again, they didn't want us to read and write until they were ready for it, whoever they are. You know, I just call them the agenda, because they've seemed to have been around for 2,000 odd years behind the scenes somewhere. And I think that if you think about reading and writing, why was it introduced under the National Education Association? Why was it adopted by every nation? And think about today, because a lot of the times when you go through the system, the schooling system, you think everyone's getting the same as you, but you forget that there are generations before and after you, and what they're getting is completely different to what you had. And I noticed, today I learned from one of the younger people that they don't even teach history now as a standard. It's an elective. They can select it. And I'm like, wait, what? It's just mind-boggling to me that it's like, oh, let's not teach English as a thing. Let's not teach, because they were the core subjects, reading, writing, arithmetic, history, basic things. But yeah, it's and again, that's to seed that groundwork so that they can manipulate these younger generations who don't know anything. They think they know everything because they've got internet and they've been to school, but they've got no experience with it. They've got knowledge, but they've got no experience and wisdom. So yeah, it takes a long time to sit around and just pull all of this stuff apart and see the possibilities. And people don't have the time. They're following their own interests, or they're working, or they're doing this, or they're doing that, and all of those distractions, as wondrous as they may be, some of them, they get in that way of that personal development, of gathering the datum, as I call it. I don't use things like belief or right and wrong. It's information. The more of it you have, the better off you are. So that's how I've kind of come at this. You're never going to get to the bottom of anything. It's designed to be a maze, a labyrinth, to keep you chasing your tail, right? Because a lot of this stuff, it's useful, it's interesting, but you have to then actually do something with it, apart from gaining more understanding. I mean, for me, if I ever figure out a few more things, I'm going to try to, buy my own land, but also open it up to other people as well. So I want to become as self-sufficient as possible, and also allow other people to do that as well. So build your own tribe, essentially. Like, I don't know if you've heard of Arania or Ubuntu contributionism and these other little places, That's my thing. Because talking to people that don't want to learn, it's not getting us very far,
Yeah. I did, during the COVID business, I really struggle with what was wrong with people. Yeah, I'm like, okay, obviously this is bullshit, but why are people believing it? And but the problem was I wasn't following the counter narrative through Facebook predominantly. So I found that most of the COVID believers were big Facebook people. That was their life, their business, their whatever, right? So when I started to look into it, they were saying that COVID deniers and anti-vaxxers are mentally
Bro,
ill.
perhaps we shouldn't be using that word. I mean, it's not nice
Oh,
to
that's
say,
right.
but yeah, let's,
Yeah,
yeah,
okay, fine. Yeah, I
no
got you.
worries, no worries.
So no, I just remembered. So
Yeah,
so
you've got to be
people
careful of
who
that.
yeah, I get it. This is the tyrannical system we're in now. Yeah.
Yeah, we
So
got to
establishment people.
yeah.
democracy, bro.
So
Unfortunately, yeah. But go on, guys.
people who were believing this narrative, they were being told that people who were against the system were mentally ill, you know, probably had isolated, had no friends, and all this kind of thing, right? So they were saying, give these people support and love through this period in time, and hopefully they'll awaken, and all this empathetic bullshit, right? I'm like, holy shit, this is beyond evil. This is absolute narcissistic manipulation, right?
Well,
And
they've done this many times. This is why I say about
yeah,
the agenda. What they do, they create the label. They then say you're the most evil, wicked thing if label, and then they aim the label at those people who don't fit the narrative. So this is what I heard of as weaponized words. So you will find in wartime with propaganda, they will always have a name for the enemy, right? And then you feel that you can do anything because they are that label, and therefore it's justified. So they basically broadened that out, and this is why they've got the ist and ism and phobe words to levy at people that wish to critically think, that wish to leave
exactly.
the thing. And in China, they say the nail that stands out is the first to be hammered. So what happens is if you stand up and you are trying to say beep, boop, beep instead of beep, 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 then the group will hammer you and they will attack you vociferously with this stuff. And because people want to be with the group, that's normal human behavior. You don't want to be isolated and on your own. Then you acquiesce and you bow and you follow the thing. But thankfully, we are finding a few more people that want to question and want to think. It's helpful.
Yeah, it's so you can find similarities between the so-called Spanish flu outbreak. Yeah.
Yeah, these events have gone on for some time, and the point is, again, it comes back to people's willingness to sit there for thousands of hours to go through the information and then think of it themselves. I mean, David Icke used to say this. It's nothing to do with me what you do now. I'm just here to give you information. What you do with it is up to you. And that's the way that I look at it. I give people, you know, I say, go look at this, go watch this, go listen to this guy. People don't do it, it's on them. My bit is done. I tried to pass on some information that I thought was helpful, and they either look at it and help themselves or they don't. But if we keep running in circles trying to help people that don't want to help themselves, then we're the problem, you see. They're not the problem. They're doing exactly what they've been told to do as order followers through the system and through the brainwashing. But because we are outside of that, we need to figure out our own way now. We need to guide ourselves. We need to stop worrying about these other people. And if they wake up, we can provide them with something like this self-sufficient community idea. You see? So when they wake up, you'll say, right, here's a place for you. You know what I mean? Get them away from the cities, get them away from these things. But at the moment, having a conversation and trying to get them to they're never going to do it because, again, they're not interested. And it comes down to pure.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah, you've hit the nail right on the head there, right? What it showed me is that these people that we knew as friends and family were actually really selfish and self-centered people.
But
And
also, the divisiveness,
also,
they want you to argue with your family. I said this to a friend, right? He was going around annoying his mum with something. And I said, why are you being a prat with your mum? I said, why don't you go, have a cup of tea, take her flowers and talk about whatever nonsense she wants to talk about? I did it all the time with my foster mum, right? She was a gardener into flowers. So that's what we talked about. I didn't bring anything up. I mean, I wasn't as far along as I am now, obviously, because this was, I don't know, 20 plus years ago. But the point is that when you love people, you sacrifice, right? You're willing to say, okay, let's talk about whatever dumb crap you're into, right? The thing is, the more you try and impose it on them, the more you try and push it, the more resistant they're going to become. And you're just going to have negative reactions every time you interact. And that's how the agenda is going to win. You want to make those bonds as strong as possible with your family, with your loved ones, because we used to always depend on our families and our communities when people fell through the net. You didn't need government. It was people that took care of people, you know? So, again, the way that I see it is, it's like, if you're not into Star Trek, and every time I come round and I'm trying to berate you with Star Trek, you'll be like, this guy, right? You're not going to sit and watch 700 hours, are you? Do you know what I'm saying? If it ain't your thing, you ain't doing it. So it doesn't matter what it is, whether it's this, whether it's that, and it doesn't matter whether you think it's important or not, right? What matters is that person, that loved one, and that individual relationship that you have with them. Try to make every interaction the best possible interaction you can possibly have. You know, take them out, do this, do that, you know, and just keep all that stuff, put a lid on it. Learn to, like, put it to one side when you're around those people. And then when you want to talk about it, come to places like this with people who actually know what you're talking about because they've done their own homework.
Exactly.
You know, this is the marvelous.
Yeah, you're right. Why are we trying to educate people? Why are we trying to?
Because the thing is, you see, none of this existed when I was like figuring things out. But I noticed with people, and again, this is why I talk about interest in that, because I would look at everything. When people say television is bad, it is today. But you know, 20 years, even today, it's not terrible. There are things. There is so much choice and variety, but the problem is people only hyper focus on their interests, whatever that is, right? So you've got to try to look at everything really that's available to you. And I noticed that when I would bring something up outside of their knowledge base, they would freak out on me sometimes. And I was like, whoa, what? That's a weird reaction to have. Because I was talking about a show called Tomorrow's World, right? It's made in the 70s. I watched it throughout the 80s and 90s. And in one episode, they were talking about how, because of koalas in Australia having fingerprints like humans, they weren't sure if koalas had gotten into people's houses and rolled around, or if the house had been burgled. So to distinguish between a koala and a human, they managed to get DNA from fingerprints. And so there I am in this homeless hostel in 1999, and I watched this show and I learned these things. I'm like, wow, this is interesting. This is fascinating. I go downstairs and I tell the other youngsters, and most of them are like, yeah, whatever. And this one guy got quite animated and was like, no, they can't. You're an effing idiot and you're this. And I was like, whoa, what's this reaction? I just said they can get DNA from fingerprints. And this guy's getting all angry on me, you know. And it was such a weird thing. So studying people, studying that kind of side of things and listening, right, you start to get understanding of people and you know, they're following their basal ganglia, you know, the reptilian complex, and so until they can overcome these things, we can't do that for them, right? This is the thing. They have to figure these things out as we did. And once we started to figure it out, we had that interest, we had that hunger to continue on. So that's why I normally say, look, we got so much work to do ourselves. Forget talking about people that don't want to learn, that are not interested.
Yeah. Do you know if there's any admins here?
I don't know.
Because someone just sent me a message, and they're in the VC check-in channel.
I think Montreal might be an admin.
I can check that out.
I'm a mod.
Yeah.
Okay, thank you, guys.
It's a guy called Blue Car 5556. He's trying to get in.
You want to take care of that?
I'm not admin. I can't do anything. So.
No,
You talking
he's
to
on
me?
about the other guy.
The other guy, yeah.
Where is he?
He's in the VC check-in.
I don't see
Blue Car 5556.
I don't see him.
Oh,
How come he's out?
hang on. He's in there. Oh, he's not here.
He's in the
What is he
VC
talking
check-in.
about?
He's in the voice check.
Voice check-in.
I think I
he's
can
too.
do it.
Okay.
I can see. Yeah, no, that's good advice. Yeah, because like, I've always thought of that type of conversation. Yeah, no, you're right. We've got to talk to people what they know.
I mean, I'd rather come here and talk to open-minded people, at least want to entertain ideas. Like, I found something out the other day, right? So there's a guy who defected from Russia in '61. His name was Goitz, I believe. And he was talking about the Perestroika document, right? And I presented this to some people in a certain group. And immediately, without knowing anything about it 2 seconds beforehand, they were experts and it was wrong. And this was the typical reaction that I got from so many people, irrelevant of, you know, sex, irrelevant of education, irrelevant of age. Anytime that I presented something, immediately they were experts on it and it was all rubbish and it was all false. And I just thought to myself, like, it's so weird that I keep finding this from so many different groupings of people. I mean, pretty much all people seem to be like this. They didn't want to, like, oh, that's interesting, I'll look at this and, you know, see what he's got to say, because again, this guy was like, you know, high up in the KGB. He's got a few ideas, he might know something. And even though he defected in '61, that he was explaining how Russia had this long game, how the USSR never broke up, they pretended to break up and pretended to give republics back so that they could get more member states into NATO to vote their way. And even though he had no contact with, you know, Russia and the KGB after '61, 96% of what he said came true 70 years later. He knew the Berlin Wall would fall in 1989. So how did a guy in 1961 know that that was going to happen in 1989? So again, this is what I'm saying. And I just said to people, go listen to this. It's interesting. You might find some value in it. I didn't say it was true. I didn't say I believed it or any of that crap, which is what they try to pin you down on, you know. It's just information, and I came across it the other day. But yeah, they didn't even want to entertain the idea. They just, oh, he's a crackpot. Oh, he's, you know, hand waved it. It's just hilarious. And that's why I'm not around those people.
Yeah. Have you heard of the Tavistock Centre in the UK?
Oh yeah, they just closed it down for their shenanigans.
But I'm not. I've heard different versions of it. I tried to read on it, but from what I can gather, they were established in the 1930s alongside the BBC.
Yeah, I mean,
would you say
they
that's
were
a fair assessment?
our version of MK Ultra, essentially.
Yeah, so it was. I think at that post-war World War One, post-depression era, the British people were very fractionalized, weren't they? And they were very anti-government, and they were.
Well, they didn't get anything, and essentially this is why Social Security and NHS was brought in, national healthcare, because people were slightly upset because they'd obviously gone and they'd fought and they came back to terrible conditions. You see, the houses were ancient brick houses. They were leaky. There was no indoor toilets. They were terrible places, and so the soldiers, even though they were warned by Oswald Mosley in the mid-30s that this was a bankers' war and basically we should stay out of it, they decided not to listen. They went to war, and then afterwards they kind of figured out, yeah, we got shafted there. So the government appeased them with a few things. Now, you see, people, because of how things are manipulated, especially within the context of the past, because that's how they get people on board. You know, that's how they seed the ground. They give them, let's say, 2% of the facts, and then say that's the entirety of the thing, and that, you know, this 98% never gets revealed. But before we had a national health service, before we had social security, the aristocracy actually took the brunt of a lot of those things. So if your child was actually gifted, let's say at the piano or the oboe or something, they would actually go and play for the aristocracy, and they would say, oh yeah, he's actually very good, and they would pay for his education. If you needed an operation done and you put your case to the aristocracy, they would sometimes pay for your operations or, you know, your medical bills. So this is something that isn't talked about ever, because again, it doesn't fit the narrative that they're trying to push. That rich people are evil, they're in it for themselves, blah, blah, this, blah, blah, blah. Not that they worked 80 hours a week to become rich, you know, not that they, you know, and I'm obviously not all of them did that, but a vast majority have done that. It's about your own personal responsibility, input, output things, you know. But you've now got a group of people that just want to sit there and get given everything, and they don't want to do anything for it. So again, it's this, you know, divide and rule nonsense, and yeah, all of these things. But after the war, as I say, those people, sadly, yeah, they got done over a couple of times, especially with what we call council housing. It's they couple of those buildings fell down because of the way they were poorly built, and they knew at the time they were poorly built. There was lots of money going to places it shouldn't have been, and yeah, the initial idea actually sounded pretty good, but that never came to be. So my friend always called them Soviet-style blocks of flats. You know, these big grey concrete blocks, terrible things. It's like prison cell block 8. You know.
I was you know, Lambeth in South London there, or over the river there.
Oh, I've heard of it. Yeah.
Yeah, there was when I was in the UK years ago, I lived in one of those housing estates. But it kind of shocked me, right? Because we were living in basically central London, behind the hospital there in Lambeth, and this was like a housing estate with all these poor people on unemployment. But across the street, there's $1 million properties, and I'm thinking, this is actually a form of privilege. You know, this shouldn't be oppressed. You know, if you know what I mean, because you lived in one of the most expensive parts of the world, in a council flat in central London. I'm thinking, this is actually really kind of cool. I wish I had lived here.
Yeah, they as I say, the initial idea wasn't terrible. They were going to be kind of horseshoe shape, and because people were out in the actual streets a lot of the time, the idea was to recreate the street in front of the house. So as you come out of your flat door, you would have a massive corridor, you know, about 10 foot thick in front of you, so that the milk cars could go up and down, and children could play outside the front. You also had a row of shops in the centre to supply people, and any sort of vegetable waste, and that would go down the plug hole, and that would go to the furnace to heat all the place, and they sound all right, but that never got built. That was the problem. So the idea is great, but what we got was something very, very different. And essentially, I see them like prison cells, because yeah, you are free to leave at any time, but you haven't got money to leave. Not today. Back then you did, but today you just don't have anything. I mean, even people working for minimum wage and that, it's all got to be on credit cards and things. It's just so costly to do anything. It's £5 a pint of beer if you can find a pub, because they're all closing. That drives people to the supermarket to buy 12 beers for £5. You know, so yeah, it's like you can see the manipulations, the shenanigans. You know, the trickery.
Yeah, it's the same agenda over here. The corporate takeover of everything.
Yeah,
and everything's just shit. You know, you got service station, supermarket.
It's what's happened with the local shop. So I lived across the road, I don't know, about 20 years ago, and they had a row of shops here. They had a butcher's, they had a grocer's, they had a post office, they had a newsagent. I think they had a bakery, maybe one other things. All of that went years ago now, because when you look at the prices, there's one corner shop that's surviving. But if you go in there and you look at the prices compared to your supermarket, it's about 75 to 125% more expensive.
Yeah.
And for people that already don't have very much, that's a lot less. Now, I'll give you an example of, I met this crazy old guy when I was in the homeless hostel. And before decimalisation happened in 1971, see, again, if you don't talk to old people, you don't learn. That's why they have caused this divide between old and young, right? But if you talk to old people, they're like windows into the past. You learn things. So my crazy friend, he worked at a bakery. And so this was like a basic blue-collar job, working at this bakery. And he was getting £17 a week. Half of that would go for his room that he was renting for a friend. But the cost of things, right? So if he wanted a pint of beer, it was something like 10 pence. Now at the time, there was 240 pence to the pound, because this was pre-decimalisation, which meant for £1 you could buy 24 pints of beer. So if you do like a rough estimate of today, well, it's £5 a pint, right? Times that by 10, and then times that by thing, and then you get a rough understanding of what they were getting back then in their economy versus what it is today. And you see the difference, you know. It's like, I remember saying to somebody, minimum wage should be £500, and they got upset with me, saying, oh, but it took me 20 years to be a bank manager and get £500. And I thought, well, you obviously should get more. But the point that I was trying to make was, like, if you're at the bottom, right, and you're stacking shelves or flipping burgers, and let's say you're a little mentally subnormal and you're never going to move past that point, why should that person not be able to save money and have a car and buy a house and go on holiday? Do you know what I mean? That's the way that I was coming at it from. And if you'd have taken the 1968 wages, you'd have had money for everything. Like in America, you see, what people don't look at is the people that could only do menial jobs. Let's say janitors, let's say, you know, whatever. The wages were so good back in the 1970s, not the wages, but the economy and the wages, meant that they could buy a home, have, you know, 10 children and buy a new car every year on a janitor's wage or on a shelf stacker wage, you know. So in equivalence value, it's something like £2,200 a week is equivalent to what they were getting in 1968.
Yeah, pegged against inflation, yeah.
So,
but the silly thing is, like, all of those small goods, as you said, were designed for the high street, yeah, for the working people to start businesses and for the working people to buy the food. So it's just dead money. Like the corporates are creating the money, then they're taking it straight back again with their high inflation goods.
Well, that's why depressions are built into the system. They have to be there in order to pull back the inflation so that they can inflate it again and then depress it again. You know, it's all done on purpose.
Yeah, that's the buying selling thing. Especially in America, every 10 years they crash the economy.
Yeah,
The
and
corporates buy everything up, and then they
They have
inflate
to.
it and then sell it back to the working class again. It just
Yeah.
goes round and round in a circle.
And that's why they removed the gold standard, because that limited their ability to fractionally reserve bank. You know, they couldn't do that to the extent they wanted to do it. So once
Exactly.
they removed, say again, Bluka?
I said exactly.
Yeah. So once they removed the gold standards, I think it was the 30s in America and it was the 70s in the UK. It meant now they just had a blank sheet where they could just go wherever they wanted. This is why America's in, like, I don't know, 20 trillion in debt. And if you took
Yeah.
all of the banknotes, dollar banknotes, there's not even a trillion in circulation. So it's like, how could they? And so, yeah, we understand these things. You know, what's his name? Griffin, the creature from Jekyll Island. Why they sank the Titanic to get rid of the Astors who were against the building.
Exactly. Yeah, they sunk the Olympia. The
Yeah.
Titanic was still docked.
That's right. And again, that was another thing they predicted in the book. There was a book written, The Wreck of the Titan. I think it was the 1800s, and it was re-released in 1910. And if you go and read that, it's in about an unsinkable ship that sinks due to an iceberg called the Titan. And they were going to name the Titanic the Titan. They added the IC to get it away from that book name. So the Olympian became the Olympic, the Titan became the Titanic, and the Britannia became the Britannic.
Yeah.
It's
They just stick
still
all the
so it
proponents,
would have been, yeah.
or all the people opposing the Federal Reserve Act of 1913, which the Olympia or Titanic was sunk April 12th, 1912. And they swooped in there December 23rd, passed a law when everybody was with their family, you know, celebrating, you know, Christmas and the holidays.
Yeah.
And they snuck in there on the 23rd, the day before Christmas Eve, here in America. And the rest is history. But I just really quickly just want to say the reason why money is not money, it's actually debt. The reason why that is because the central bank, like here in America, is the Federal Reserve, which is really privately owned.
Yeah.
They charge interest that's being loaned to the lending banks. So let's say you want $100 from the lending bank, right? They'll charge you $8 of interest. They're like, okay, but we want $8 of interest, but that doesn't exist in circulation. It just comes out of nowhere.
And that's why we like Andrew Jackson, because he got rid of all these shenanigans. He got rid of the international bankers. He paid off the national debt. He was based in Red Pill. And they tried to assassinate him a few times. But as soon as they got him out of office, the next guy brought back the international bank, brought back the national debt. And this is why these systems don't work. That's why I like Jacques Fresco's socio-cyberneering, because it's a way to be consistent throughout time. And it removes human corruption. I'm not saying it's the best system. I've just not heard anything better than socio-cyberneering.
Yeah.
But at the moment, people love their servitude. They love that boot on their throat, you know. So this is Aldous Huxley's Brave New World. People taking their soma 3 times a day. This is what's going on. This is why they want people smoking weed and having all these sugary things, so they become fat and lazy and stupid. And
right. Sugar is super toxic. It's very acidic.
It's an excitotoxin. It rots the brain.
Yeah.
But, you know, these again, all of these things, they tie in together. It's not isolated. Why they did this, why they did that. You know, you can see the thread throughout it all. You know, right, That's why they did that, because then this, because then this. You know, it leads
Right.
to these stepping stones. It's the totalitarian tiptoe that David Icke called it. So,
Like you were saying, they keep crashing the economy. For instance, the Great Depression of the 1920s. Well, there was a lot of banks at the time, so they had to figure out a way to get rid of all of them so that only the Federal Reserve was standing, if I recall correctly. So what they did was they told everybody, "Hey, we'll give you this is just random numbers, just to prove a point." They're like, "Hey, we'll give you a $100 loan if you give us $10 up front." So like
Yeah.
everybody and their dog ran out and got this loan because they need money, obviously, right?
much like
Because they don't
did
have
with
it.
Granny Mae and Freddie Mac.
Right. So everybody and their dog ran out and got this $100 loan for $10 up front. And then all of a sudden they were like, "Oh, hey, by the way, we need you to pay back the entire loan principal in 24 hours."
Yeah.
Which people got the loan because they needed the money, right? Like obviously they didn't have it. That's why they got it. So so they crashed the economy and here we are.
And do you know something else that's interesting about that whole affair?
What's that?
Whilst those people were thrown out on the streets and living in the parks, there were no robberies, there were no rapes, there were no burglaries. People lived in those parks, they ate grass, they had absolutely nothing, freezing cold winters, but they stuck to their principles. They didn't rob, they didn't rape, they didn't break in the shops. There
That's
were
fascinating.
a few bread kitchens and things to help them out, but these people, they took it on the chin, you know, and they got on with it. And I think to myself, again, that caliber of person, you know, where are they these days? You know, because
Yeah, that would not happen today.
no, within 2 seconds you'd have had insanity. But like, you think about people today, you can't say no, they can't handle it. You know, it's always now, and that comes down to diet. You know, the sugar, it makes you emotional, it makes you anxious because you're on edge all the time. This is what carbohydrates and sugars and all of that do. Once you get on the only diet, you become calm, you become stoic. You know what I mean? You have a great life. So
Right.
we can
Yeah.
see why they are not only shifting people, because they're now overturning everything they've ever said. They're saying red meat is good for you, eat lots of red meat. It helps with, you know, your heart, the K2 and the LDL through cheese and through butters. So they're now overturning it all because they've known about it all along. They were just trying to make people just sick enough so that they needed medication so that they're not going to be a problem. But now all of this information's coming out. People are correcting health issues that they've had for years. They're coming off of 15, 25 medications, all through diet. And it's just amazing when you read time and time again that people's suffering is being alleviated, you know, in this manner. And
Right.
it's good. It's positive, you know, because I think that's one of the things. People can become black-pilled because there is a lot of negativity out there. There is a lot of nasty shit. So it's nice to see something
Definitely.
positive, and it's nice to try to stay positive. You don't want to give in to that stuff, you know, because again, it's alluring in a sense, you know, to become black-pilled and to kind of wallow in the mire, so to speak. But you gotta man up and just keep moving forward. I say that to people because typically, wherever you are on your journey, you find people and they've looked into this or they've looked into that, but then they've stopped looking. Either they think they know something or they think they know enough or something. I'm not 100%. And
Yeah.
what I tend to explain as people basically have blinkers, and those blinkers are ego, bias, and belief. So it's
I
very
mean,
difficult to remove those factors.
Yeah,
you know,
I think as you said, people will struggle to really settle into a life and get things together. So once they find that, they don't want to deviate. If they step
No.
off that road, that path they're on, they think that's all going to collapse, which sometimes it does. If you step off your path, sometimes everything goes to shit and you lose everything.
Yeah, I mean, our
So-
diet and what we think and believe, and the air we breathe and the electromagnetic radiation we're exposed to, that's everything. Our environment is everything. Like, we are a product of our environment. Like, our diet can change our behavior. It can change everything about us.
Exactly.
Because the reason why is the acidity is feeding the what's called mycotoxins. Basically, it's just the baddies, the bad things that are growing in our bodies. That's in every organism. It's everywhere in nature, including us. And
Actually,
they
I know this
feed
is
on
off
our
the
blood
path.
sugars and bring our vitality down. They bring our energy down, and they feed on all the nutrients that our body is trying to use for its own energy. Yet we're being robbed by the bacteria, the fungus, the mold. It's like, the best analogy I can give is like, take a swimming pool, for instance. Like, I don't know if you've ever maintained a swimming pool, or I'm pretty sure you've seen one that hasn't been maintained.
Algae and all that.
Right. The water goes from crystal clear to a dark green color.
Yeah.
So what's happened is the water has went from alkaline, the pH scale, just to make sure everyone's on board, is between 1 and 14, 7 being neutral. Anything above 7 is alkaline, below 7 is acidic, right? So what's happening is the water is shifting from alkaline above 7, and it goes below 7. So all the fungus, mold, and bacteria that was dormant and was kept in check from the alkalinity, it is now overgrowing. So the same fungus, mold, and bacteria that's inside of our body is no longer dormant when we live in an acidic lifestyle. So that is expressed as diseases, which are just merely symptoms from our own actions.
Exactly.
Right? Because to be healthy is a decision, is a choice.
Exactly.
Well,
You can't
what's
make-
wrong with the acidic
Loggy, you
lifestyle?
might
Sorry, go ahead.
Hey, Loggy, you might remember this, but back in the 80s and 70s, do you remember when supermarkets used to be like 50% fruit and vegetables? And it was pretty much the same size, but it was all fruit and veg, and you had a couple of aisles of like flour and basics. They used to call it basics, yeah? And then you have your cookies and your biscuits and all that, and your tea, and then you'd have your delis for your meats, right?
Interesting.
Now, when you go in a supermarket, you've got 15 aisles of fucking shit.
Pretty much.
Like, it's
Like,
just
anything that's in a
garbage.
package is garbage, right?
Yeah.
Nutrition
Oh,
facts, like whatever. Nutrition.
Snacks.
But I just like to add that
Oh, go on.
that fish, we also have to maintain the pH level of the water that the fish are in. Same thing with plants, the liquid that, or I forget what they call that, but it's the soil or the medium mixed with the water, isn't it? Anyway, we have to maintain the pH level at a very narrow window. And look at the oceans. The oceans are 8.4, which just so happens to be the same pH of our what's called our interstitial fluids, which is like a fancy name for not the blood in our body, which we have the blood and we have the interstitial fluids. The interstitial fluids is like the highway where our cells can transport things from one location to another. Right? So it's like,
Is that like body snot?
well, like, look for instance, like red meat. People think that that's all blood. It's like, yes, there is some blood, but it's mostly interstitial fluid. You notice how it's
If it was
clear?
blood, it would be solid, wouldn't it?
What's that?
If it's blood, it would be solid. That's how you scab up and things.
Right. It would start coagulating and clotting.
Rigor
Right.
mortis.
Yeah.
But these things. I mean, what's your brain made out of? Mostly fat. So they're telling you
Yeah.
don't eat animal fat. Well, no wonder you're all
Yeah,
going mental.
cholesterol's.
Yeah,
I mean, meat turns acidic. Sugar turns acidic. I mean, but the thing is though, like you don't have to eat everything alkaline. It just needs to be,
well, what's
roughly
the pH of our
75% alkaline to 25% acidic. So you could still eat acidic foods, but the idea is to eat more alkaline foods.
blue
Right.
car? What's the pH of our stomachs usually?
It's funny.
acidic.
It's funny you asked that
Yeah.
because I've come across what's called the new biology. It's like a different way of looking at everything by this doctor named Robert O. Young. And what he hypothesizes is that the hydrochloric acid is the byproduct of our stomach manufacturing sodium bicarbonate, which is baking soda.
Right.
So that is what alkalinizes our body fluids is like
But
that is the main role of the stomach,
what?
right?
Yeah, but it's quite acidic, right?
Right, because for every molecule of sodium bicarbonate that is produced, a molecule of hydrochloric acid is produced as a byproduct of the process,
So
right?
where's all
And our
the
body
gold
must
from?
excrete it just like all the other acids that we sweat out, we urinate out, we respire out through carbon dioxide, which is acidic, and respiration, like through our skin, because when we sweat, that's urine. It's the same thing.
Yeah. What do you think of the electrical systems of the human body? Won't they enjoy more of a acidic nature rather than an alkaline nature?
Well, I mean, we are electrical beings. We don't run on sugar. We run on sodium or salt, which
So,
it's
yeah.
it's easy to get confused and be like, well, we need sugar for energy
No, you need
because
glucose.
right because uh we have glucose in our blood
But did you know?
that creates ATP, for
You'll like
energy.
this. There's a process called let me get the name of it right. It's something like gluconeogenesis, right? Whereby your body can actually take protein and create the tiny amount of glucose that it needs using the liver as and
Right.
when it needs it. Because the
Exactly.
body does not ever need any kind of carbohydrate or glucose. If it did
Right.
need it, it would create it by itself, which means that majoritatively the feasting and fasting is the natural state, especially for Europeans, right? We would put on fat by eating fruit in the summertime, and then we would fast in the wintertime using the fat. So the problem today is that with food being so readily available, and with the brainwashing, oh, you got to eat your 3 meals a day, you got to eat your 5 fruits, 5 eggs, blah blah blah, and all this nonsense. What's happened is we've gotten to this situation whereby people well, it's even worse today because they just live out of pre-packaged and pre-made and everything's thing. But the idea that you need to eat every day is one of the biggest no-nos. You can go a very long time. There's a channel called What I've Learned, and he did a 40-day fast, he did a 7-day fast with a friend, and he recently did a 5-day fast whilst taking in 350 calories and walking 15 miles a day. And the only thing he had to do was take electrolytes in the morning because he would feel a bit low. He'd feel fine throughout the rest of the day. He'd have a little miso soup with a little bit of squid. The 7-day fast, he had nothing but water, coffee, green tea, salt, and electrolytes. And I think he did the same in the 40-day fast. But what it showed me
Interesting.
after 7 days, I think after 3 days on the 7-day fast, he did a 5-kilometer run, and on the 7th day, he did 200 push ups, showing that there was no energy loss, there was no issue whatsoever, because we're being told that you're going to fall apart if you don't shovel food in every 2 minutes. And when you see people being able to do these things, you're like, Oh yeah, it's another lie we've been told. So you have to adjust and try to basically fast Monday to Friday and maybe just eat on the weekends. But for a lot of people, they think that's going to be difficult because they've never tried it. And obviously, it sounds more, but it isn't difficult once you're on it. You know, it's so easy to do because the body will just shut up and not annoy you once you're not shoveling food in. And there's a process which where the body, the energy is not used in mulching food, it actually heals the body, called autophagy, where the body starts producing more stem cells. You'll have to watch that. What I've learned, the 5 day fast. He goes into this. He had his bloods drawn before uh, before the 5 day fast, just before he ate his steak, and then 5 days afterwards. And he also got a testosterone boost as well. So that's another very important thing for blokes.
Yeah.
You test.
Yeah, what happens because you're not ingesting plant products, the phytoestrogens, you're not taking the phytoestrogens anymore. So that's why you get testosterone boosts.
Well, the testosterone boost comes. There's a mechanism. I can't remember the names now, but there's a mechanism in the brain which slows down slightly. But when it comes back, it's. I think it's the HTP1 or something like this. It boosts these gonoidroids or something like that, which tell your balls to produce testosterone like mental. So basically, it's a way that the body's designed to kind of almost like give you extra boost to get food and things. So like the body's like, well, you haven't had anything for a little while, and then you have a little something, and it gives you the shot in the arm, so to speak. It doesn't work for everybody. Sometimes it doubles. Sometimes it can triple the testosterone rate. The military use it, so it's an interesting tactic, you know. So yeah, if anybody's got low T or older, then that's definite thing that they want to try. But yeah, the 1 meal a day helps. But again, you to get into autophagy, it's like 24 hours almost, no food, and it just about starts.
When I go to the supermarket and you see all those overweight women carrying all those layers of fat, I go, oh no, I feel like grabbing them saying, stop it, stop eating this shit.
That's mostly due to the drinks, the sugary, fizzy drinks, which we didn't have. We had those maybe once a year, you know, because again, we had responsible parenting, right? We had.
That's true. We weren't given that shit. Yeah.
No, we had squash. We had tea. Yeah, we had sugar and tea and things. We didn't have coffee pretty much ever. My foster dad had it occasionally, but you know, nation of tea drinkers, right? Now they're all bloody drinking coffee. These youngsters, they don't drink tea in England anymore. But you know, we had your 3 square meals, and my grandparents were the ones that gave me like meat and 2 veg, whereas my foster mum was more into this, like making her own little pizzas and eating some takeaways occasionally, but less on the sort of meat and 2 veg side. But yeah, those basic things, they've kind of forgotten everything because again, there's no access, you know, and this plays into the single parent mothers. You know, you haven't got the tribe around you anymore. So the child, you know, if you wanted a babysitter, it was your auntie or it was your grandma. Do you know what I mean? That's who helped you out. Now you got to pay. Now you got to pay because everybody's alone. So now people rely on the government because they don't have their tribe. They don't have aunts, uncles, grandparents anymore. So it isolates.
One thing I noticed about the UK is that you guys have been on rations diets on and off for so long. It's part of your culture. So it's like biscuits, like cheap cakes, tea, butter, lard. What else do you guys have in your diet all the time? Like packet bacon.
Well, we don't have that anymore. I mean,
yeah, but it used to be part of the culture, wasn't it? It was like,
we would definitely have a lot of that. They took away, you know, dripping. This is what we used to cook everything in, you know, the fish and chips and that, and the newspapers. But yeah, now it's these pre-packaged meals from Tesco, you know, the £3 meal deal type things. It's takeaways. It's chicken nuggets from McDonald's. They rarely have parents cooking, and they don't know how to cook. I mean, I always joke with my friends. I tells her, you could burn water, you could, because
Yeah.
they're so inexperienced, you know. And so I'll give you an example. My foster mum, right? I went there in '93. She was in her 50s. By 10 years old, she could cook a full roast dinner. She understood, and she could, you know, peel and cook all the veg, all the meat, everything. 10 years old. Because they didn't treat children like they were, you know, wrapped up in cotton wool and stupid. They understood. They had to learn, and they got on learning very early. And from my foster mum, I was 14, and out in the kitchen, that's where I learned, you know, to prepare all the veg and cook and everything. And
Yeah.
it's not difficult, but the thing is, if you've not been told, and like children today, they don't even know the stuff in the supermarket where it comes from. They don't know veg is grown in the ground or that meat's come from an animal, you know. Oh,
Yeah,
it's
the whole
supermarket.
disassociation from what they're eating.
Yeah,
Like if they knew, they probably wouldn't eat it. You
I
know,
wouldn't
but
touch any.
with cooking, we still have to be careful with how much we cook our food because anything above 118 degrees Fahrenheit. I don't know what that is in Celsius for you normal folk.
It's about 50
But
Celsius.
Yeah,
it destroys the digestive enzymes, and those are essential because without them, our body has to produce metabolic enzymes to break down the food, which robs energy from our body, which, you know, food, the definition of food is supposed to be nourishment, it's supposed to give energy. Like, for instance, you eat like a huge burger and some fries. I bet 9 times out of 10, 30 minutes later, you want to sit down and take a nap, right?
exactly.
I did
That's
see this
why.
interview years ago where this British woman was interviewing like women at the supermarket, and the women were complaining about the quality of the bread. And I'm looking at them, I'm like, bake it yourself. You're complaining about bread that costs what 35 cents or something. What's so difficult about baking bread?
Well, again, this is
And that's
where,
yeast. That's terrible for you. I
yeah,
mean,
it's not,
yeast will
Yeah.
feed on your,
gluten.
your energy reserves and rob you of your energy.
Well,
You know.
this is why they got the women out of the home. You know, they've doubled the workforce, they've halved the cost, but we also then the children are babysat by the government in schools. You can see how the whole system was set up and how it was worked. Because it was men
Yeah.
behind feminism. Women didn't want it. They were happy knitting and sewing and, you know, doing whatever women were up to, right? And also, women could actually vote if they opted to go to war like the men did. The only way the working class men got the right to vote was to put their name down to go and get their heads blown off in war. Women had the same opportunity. They decided not to do it. But then, because of certain men pushing certain things and the psyop of suffragettes, they got women to vote. And what did they do for it? Nothing. They didn't have to go to war. They didn't have to fight. So they got women to vote because they understand women destroy civilizations, right?
Yeah.
And what I mean by that is you have to go and watch Black Pigeon Speaks, and you have to read Alfred Rosenberg's Myth of the 20th Century. Women operate very differently to men, right? The reason men run societies is because we're the ones that go to war and fight for it and build it and all of those things. That's our baby in a sense, right? So we have different roles and we work better in unison, right? We work better when we're working as the yin and yang to one another, right? We all understand that, you know, men have things they're good at, women have things they're good at, and we need to just stick to those things that they're good at, right? Meritocracy.
Exactly. Like you were saying earlier about how in the 1950s the man of the household was able to, you know, pay for the house, pay for the car, pay for expenses, food, utility bills, and pay for everything that they need from that one income. So the mom could stay home and take care of the kids, right?
Which is what she wants to do.
Right.
That's her
Because
interest,
that is a woman's main purpose is to reproduce and take care of the young.
and that's the
From a
nature of it.
biological standpoint, right?
Exactly.
That is their main job. And now here we are. We have insane artificial inflation to the point to where to where
Even two
both
people
parents
working
must
isn't
work,
enough.
right? And then that's how they stuck us in government, indoctrination camps, also known as schools, and fill our heads up full of nonsense.
Well,
And then
go
here we
look at-
are. We don't know which way is up, and
Go
here
look
we
at
are.
who's behind the National Education Association, and then you'll get an idea of what all of that was about. So yeah, they basically put a wedge between man and woman. They've caused this divisiveness. They've now got them both working, so now they both come home and they're tired and worn out, and then the woman doesn't want to cook, doesn't know how
Right.
to cook, doesn't have a pantry, doesn't know anything, and also, to be fair, it's going to cost you about 20 times more to try and bake these days yourself than buy the £1 whatever in the plastic wrap, right? So again, they've maneuvered people into these positions where when you're tired and you're hungry, you just don't want to put that extra bit of effort in, and it can be understood. But this then ties into this other idea. So the way that I'd worked it out was every psychology has a narrative. Psychology 1 will look at sports ball and never go outside of it. Psychology 2 will look at politics, never go out of it. Psychology 3 will look at, whatever, and never go out of it. Religion. So basically what you have is a way of bread and circuses for each psychological group, right? They're all trapped within that narrative, going in circles, talking about the same two things that they already know about. They won't try to input new data and say, oh, let's go and learn about this, or let's go and, because that curiosity, that right-brained abstraction, pattern recognition isn't working that well. And that could be down to they've messed with like the Schumann resonance these days. They mess with our music these days. So there's this frequency range with all the micro milliwaves and all these other things that they're doing to us. And so they've kind of got us. They basically
Are you
seeded.
talking about EMF?
Well, we can't talk about certain things on here, so we got to be a bit, ooh. But yeah, there's all of these additions that these youngsters have to go through now that we never did. We're grown, so they probably don't affect us as much. But this stuff is being done to affect that youth to get that change. And when now you don't have a mum and dad who can work things out, who can guard you and protect you, because they're so frightened of saying no. I mean, they know things are wrong, but they still are not acting. And you're thinking to yourself, why is so many people not acting? You've got thousands of people, they're all in here or they're all there, but they just don't seem to act. And this is why I'm talking about my community idea and things, because
Exactly. That's exactly what I was getting at. Like, we're so segregated and compartmentalized. Like when the kids are just being crammed full of garbage 8 hours a day, 5 days a week, and they're given a bunch of garbage homework. They don't want to learn anything different. Like, they just want to just blast through the homework and play games, hang out with their friends, be kids,
Well, it would be nice if they did hang out with their friends. They don't do that these days because they've got
I ride around. There's no
authority.
kids on the street anymore. They're all in
Yeah,
their
because
homes.
according to Jordan Peterson, children up until the age of 5 need 1 million interactions to start to understand the social game, the nuances of facial expressions and things. But because
and then you got the
children are
face
not-
mask,
Yeah,
threw a
because-
curveball in there.
Yeah, that didn't help. But because children are not socialized, they're on tablets and smartphones and game stations.
Right.
They're getting about a third of these interactions. So it's not that they're socially anxious, it's that they haven't had enough practice. And so they don't know how to. I mean, listen to me waffling on, right? You don't get people that are able to have conversations like this or be able to talk at length like this because they weren't trained. As I say, in my day, yeah, we had television and game stations and things, but we didn't do that 24/7. We played for an hour, then went outside. That was our main thing.
Right. Rode our bikes, explored the world. You don't see that these days.
Scraped knees, jumped into dirty lakes. And the other thing we would do is sit around the table and actually talk to one another. I know, right? Weirdos. But we would come home from school in my foster home, and we would come in, we would do any ironing that we needed to do, you know, put the trousers in the trouser press. And then at dinner time, there was no television. We would sit there and talk about our day and actually get used to this sort of thing, you know. So you can see all of these things, how they've slowly been eroded purposefully, you know, through
Of course.
massaging.
I mean, you can agree that we are animals, yes?
Oh, yeah.
No.
I said no.
Nope.
Dogs are animals, right? So if you'll notice, if you keep a dog inside a house, just one dog with people, for months and months and year after year, and then all of a sudden you want to take them to a dog park, what happens?
Freaks out.
They're antisocial, right?
Yeah.
Animals are animals, or animals are animals, you know, it's all one and the same behavior. Without the social interactions, they become antisocial, and it's just like a snowball effect, you know. It just gets worse and worse, and then here we are. People are like, "Oh,
Yeah,
I'm depressed. Oh, I'm anxious." You know, like it seems like the majority of people are both have anxiety and depression. Like,
Yeah.
well, I believe that we are supposed to conjugate and be in a community. You know, like look throughout history. Look at the indigenous people. You know, they seem happy and, you know, full of life. What happened? You know, like, where do we go wrong? You know, here we are. Like, the government basically has handouts. You know, they provide us with water, with food. You know, let's go to the grocery store, pick up everything that you need in a package. And then build cars, houses, everything that you need, and roads to drive on. All separated. Everyone's in their own house. Now no one's outside anymore, hanging out with their friends. Now everybody's inside on social media platforms, talking to each other. And it completely gets rid of that connection. You know, like the pituitary gland is like our third eye. Or pineal. I keep getting those mixed up. Anyway, like, we are a vibration. We are a frequency, right? Because frequency is energy.
Yeah.
And I feel like we all communicate together. Like, everything is just a vibration, and we all, you know, and without that, you know, like, we are going, that is inhumane. Like, we are going against, you know, who we are as human beings. You know what I mean?
Resonance and all of that. And again, to really find these things, I mean, I jokingly say, but I'm serious, you need to go live in a cave for 10 years and extricate yourself from the five sensuality. Because with friends around you, family, and all of these distractions, they're not going to allow you to go where you need to go mentally, to go to these places of understanding and entertain these ideas at these places, at these depths, you know, and breadths and things. And that's the biggest issue that I find is you can have people that are very open to certain things. We're having this great conversation now, right? But if I go into an area, if I start talking about certain things, suddenly they become normies again, and they start parroting the government agenda. Bark, 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 bark. And it's so bizarre to me, but it tells me they've not done enough self-work, and they've still got that programming running somewhere in their heads. They haven't extricated it. And so that, again, is something they're going to have to figure out. But
yeah,
again,
I'll tell you the
Yeah, go on.
biggest mind control tool in Australia is the radios in the cars, because people commute to work, and all these radio programs, they run the same news cycles and the same propaganda agenda on every channel.
And
so when people get to work, they all talk about the same thing. And I couldn't talk to them. I said, I'm not talking to this shit. This is all bullshit.
Yeah, they call them programs for a reason.
Yeah.
They program you.
if they didn't do that, they'd have nothing to talk about. That's the point of those shows. It gives the bobbleheads something to talk about. If you
Yes.
took that
Yeah,
away,
but yeah,
they'd have nothing to talk about. They'd have nothing to say because their life is literally work, home, watching the footy, eating the microwave meal, going to bed. That's their life. They're not researching. They're not reading.
You're fucking bobblehead, Logres.
Shut your face.
you got too much.
You
I
sheep
mean,
shack.
it's just a house of mirrors at this point. I mean, look at how controlled information is and censored. All the mainstream media and the narrative, it's all Google, YouTube, Facebook, all your social media platforms. Like, you have to really go out of your way to find the other sides of the story. It's not
Yeah.
just like one side of the coin, or like
I mean,
just one
thankfully,
story about everything. You know what I mean?
archive.org is still up, which is a fascinating repository of information.
What
and
is?
archive.org.
Oh yeah,
So
yeah. I love that website. They have
there
like
are
hundreds of petabytes of just all kinds of information, like
goodness.
games and like
Yeah. But
and
again,
books and
what I like is they're just like, here's the info, make your own damn mind up. And that's how adults should be treated. I
right.
think if you're an adult, whatever age that is in your, nation state, whatever, leave people alone. Let them look. But
Yeah.
they're saying, oh no, they might get the wrong opinion. They might get the wrong thing. So we have to
Yeah,
only
it
That's
allow them.
your. Hey, that's been
it's
my
funny
argument,
you
like
say
this,
that.
a long time. I've been saying the media need the governments to leave people alone and stop pushing these fake news and all this crap on people. Let them live their own lives and make their own decisions. Then we'll
Right.
have a community, not an indoctrinated fucking shithole.
It's funny you
Yeah,
say
you're
that
not allowed to do
because
that.
archive.org, I believe they went to court. They're trying to take the servers down.
Oh gosh. Well,
Yeah, you
luckily
didn't
I
hear?
steal
Yeah,
everything I can from there.
because we can't have anything good, right? Like, it's just a slow
Well,
erosion of all the good things that we have.
it's not about it being good. It's they can't have anyone having any information that takes them off of their narrative. Beat, beat, beat.
Right.
So they
This all
need
has to be controlled, right?
everything
Exactly.
has to be the same. So when you try to search about this topic or that topic, you're going to get the same results wherever you go. And that's what they want. They don't want people thinking differently. They don't want people having a different understanding of things. They want everybody to just be on message, and therefore, useless eaters as somebody, and again, like you can break this stuff down, and if you're really like, as I say, do the self work and build up your your electrical self, another term I came up with, you can start to see these things. And again, we're not even saying we're right on anything we're saying like there's information that leads us to think that this is where the signpost is going. I mean, if we're going to be honest, right, that's the best that we can do, right? We've got information, and currently this is our understanding. This is where things seem to be pointing. Now, if another bit of information comes and it's like, oh, we're going to have to move immediately, right? Be like water. You're going to have to take that new container, that new information, absorb that, then that might completely throw out your old understandings. Now, if you can't do that quickly, let's say it takes you a year to do that, well, you've wasted a year. You've got to be able to move very quickly with new information as it comes through, because otherwise you're wasting time. There's so much to try to get through, to try to get an understanding of. And if you are anchored to a position because you believe something, or you've got an ego on it, or you've got or any of these weird factors, it just slows that whole process down. So like, to get to where we are, let's say it took us 10 years, whatever it is. If you've got this problem, it's going to take you 25 years. But by the time you're here, we've had another 15 years. We're now there. That's going to take you 50. Do you see what I'm saying? So to get people at the same place where you can have a similar understanding and a similar, like, oh yeah, I sort of disagree, but I see where he's going, and yeah, that resonates, but that's a bit, you know what I mean? And it's very difficult to hold 5 things in your head at the same time, but you have to do it because you don't know which one is right. You know, most people think this is right or that is right because they're picking something that suits their own ideologies or their own systems.
Right. They
They
think
don't
it's
know
black
it's
and
right.
white. They think it's, oh, I believe in this story or that story. And they don't think to themselves, oh, well, let me look at all sides of the story, 4, 5, 6 sides of the story, and then do the pig the tail on the donkey, and see where they land. It's like binary, it's like 1 or 0.
And that binary has been placed there on purpose so that people don't see the grey. Right now, again, this is where a lot of, for me at least, maybe I'm a damn, I don't know, but it's so difficult because you have to realise the grey, but you have to make it black and white in a sense because there's so much out there. Now that black and white can obviously change. That's the important point in that, but you have to kind of be aware of the grey, but you have to sort of make it black and white and then move to the next topic to get understanding. And to understand that topic could take 5 years. It could take 5 months. You don't know. It depends how voluminous it is. And you're always circling back to things and adding bits, hopefully, people are, like to your old network and your old framework of understanding. So this is, this is why it's so difficult because you've got to remember all this crap. Then you got to remember the different things it may or may not be, and then you know what I mean. There's so many levels to this where, and I get why a lot of people fail at it, and I get why a lot of people are not as far along as they should be.
Hey, loggers.
Yeah.
Hey, loggers. Are you from Somerset?
No, I'm from Southampton.
Oh, you're down near Bournemouth or somewhere, yeah?
Yeah.
Right?
Yeah, I do sound a bit like a farmer from Cornwall.
Yeah, you sound more Western over that way.
I got a weird accent. I've been all over it. Well, mostly Southampton, but I moved a lot, and just that's where all the pirates come from. That's where they go. R.
Yeah, I want to go there. And they got Penzance out there, haven't they? Pirates of Penzance.
Penzance. That's way down south. Yeah, it's
I'm
good.
supposed to be the Western. I'm from Texas, by the way.
Texas.
Texas. Yep.
Holy dog shit! Only steers and queers come
Only
from Texas.
Yeah, we still ride horses. I tell you what.
I tell you what.
And dirt
Well,
roads.
Texas is a weird state. I can't
Yeah,
figure out
sure.
if Texas is considered southern or not southern.
Who's that?
Taxi. Because I'm in Alabama, and it seems like people in Alabama don't consider people from the Texas part of the South. But do Texans consider themselves part of it's a weird thing. It's almost like Texas is its own category.
Yeah, it is.
It really is. It really needs to be split up in separate states.
Yeah, Texas want to get out of the union. They want out. They're sick of it.
But like, if you take somebody from Ohio or somebody from Michigan and somebody from Massachusetts, they'll go, "Oh yeah, I'm Northern." But the South is different. It seems like once you get to Louisiana, they stop considering themselves part of the South. It's strange.
It's like, yeah, we don't want anything to do with you, Texas. Go on. You're your own entity.
Yeah,
I'd like to go to Texas.
Same thing.
I love Texas, but every part's not created equal. I mean,
Just stop letting those Californians in.
yeah, they're coming in droves, man. Man, it'd blow your mind.
Yeah,
the cost of living is just skyrocketing. Like, oh, we'll just go to Texas. So here they come.
We got a Buc-ee's in the next town over. That's about as close to Texas as I'll probably get.
Alabama.
Alabama's a fucking weird place too. I will say, because I grew up in New England, so like I've been down here since 2015, and it's like the whole thing that happened in 2020 up until recently, it was almost never even really a factor here.
They don't care.
Yeah. Like, I mean, people would, wear their face coverings and stuff, but above that, they don't anymore. But as soon as they were told you didn't have to, everybody stopped immediately. So I'm thinking, wait, you're only doing stuff based on what you're told from a television screen or a phone screen. As soon as they said you don't have to wear it, everybody stopped simultaneously. I'm like, that's odd. You're only doing stuff that you're told to do, and that's really how people think now.
Yeah, it's really frightening, isn't it?
Well, they're not
Yeah, like
thinking; they're following orders. There's that's the problem, and it's like
And
Lloyd Boy said: fight the stupids, right? Because the thing is, you know that we can't. You know how difficult it was for you if you've done any research and figured things out. Now, how are you going to get people who don't want to do it to do it? You're going to clockwork orange every mofo? Do you know what I mean? Like,
right, yeah.
there's still so much work that we have to do, like to figure our own things out. Because again, wherever you are, everything that we've talked about, everything that we know is wrong. Why? Because we don't have all the information. We're not omniscient, right? All we can do is give them the information. This is the best understanding we can have, right? But knowing that we're wrong spurs you on to try to learn the next bit to get it more correct and more accurate, right? So the problem is when people think, oh, I'm 100% right because this, and this, and it's like, no, you're not.
yeah, it's just a big house of mirrors, you know? Like
Exactly.
it's a big echo chamber. That's all they hear. And
Now,
that's
how
how
are you going to get
propaganda
that?
works. Is they say the same thing. They're beating the same drum over and over and over. So
It's all propaganda based.
yeah, and what I don't understand is this is coming from the government. It's like, how does so many people entrust in the government? They have screwed us over time and time again. I just don't understand. Help
Most
me understand.
performers are generally good
You know?
folk.
I don't
They
get it.
follow orders. They,
I
you
mean,
know, they work hard. Again, they don't have the time because they're told that they need to work, even though they could claim off for their, birth certificate floated on the stock exchange, and they've all got $400,000 sat there. But because they don't know that, the government's like, oh, we'll spend it for you then. So not only do they get your taxes, they also get your $400,000 that you don't know exists. So, but if people knew their $400,000 existed, they could then have time to research and follow whatever they wanted to do.
Like,
Sounds like
it's
someone's
weird how
doing
quickly.
woodworking.
Yeah, it sounded like a Dremel or something.
Yeah.
But it's frightening how quickly people can change. Well, I guess this might be a bad example, but like in American politics from 2015, once that Donald Trump said he was going to run for president and this and that, everybody that was left, that was right of the center between left and right paradigm, everybody that was just a millimeter to the right was called the N-word, right, and Nazis. And that was going on for 15. Yeah, up until forever. It's still going on now. Like, oh, you support blah blah blah, you're a Nazi or a white supremacist, a KKK member. But then simultaneously, the whole Ukrainian thing, like they're literal, like actual Nazis, but we're supposed to now be friends with them, and it's just it's fucking weird. It's really strange how if you have a different political opinion, you're a Nazi, but at the same time, we got to send billions of dollars to actual literal Nazis who think
Well, we
Stepan
touched on
Bandera is
this
like a
earlier.
national hero.
So
It's so strange.
So in World War One, right, the enemy, the Germans, inverted commas, the enemy, they were known as the Bosch, right? That was the label, the propagandistic label that was given to the Germans so that you could then basically unleash any hell you wanted to, because they weren't humans, they weren't Germans, they were the Bosch, right? So in World War,
Just like Russians are now orcs.
yeah, they came
they're
up
the
with,
invading orcs.
NAZI nonsense, and people again have followed this. Now, these words, they're not about being true. What they're about is closing down discussion, and they're closing down any kind of discourse, right? They don't want conversations to happen. So they say, oh, you're a ism phobe, I win, I'm morally virtuous, you're trash, right? And they don't think that, because again, these are young children, right, that have been brainwashed by the Marxist professors at university. And the thing is that these are victims of this, right? They don't know anything at 16, 18, 25. You're absolutely just a know-nothing, right, at that age. And so it takes until you're about 30, 35, 40 before you find your feet, right? And you start to know maybe which way is up. So these people, they've been given these labels so that they are able to stay within that brainwashing, that paradigm. It's a defense mechanism. David Icke talked about this, where you've got sheep following sheep, and if you ask the sheep in front where you go, and he's like, I don't know, I'm walking and everyone's just following me. I have no idea what's going on. And he says we've out sheep the sheepdog because the sheep are the ones that attack you now. You don't need the fear and the propaganda, which still exists, but
Exactly. Like we are now policing ourselves. I mean, the
You're
old
frightened.
jabby
What were my friends?
ordeal is a good example of that. Like you didn't get the jab, oh, you're gonna get me and my kids and family
don't
sick.
mention
You know,
the J word. We can't. I know it's pathetic, but we're live at the moment, YouTube, TOS, and stuff. But yeah, sticky. But these things, sadly, it's basically it's like a litmus test, and you need to figure out your tribe, figure out your group, and get as self-sufficient as you can, and build your own thing. In my opinion, I think that will act as a bulwark against this, because the children are then going to be healthier mentally, right? They're not going to be on the sugar. They're going to be eating healthily. They're going to be learning skills, and they're going to be educated properly with March of the Titans, Arthur Kemp, things like that. So you'll then start to build defense mechanisms into them through information, and that's really the only thing that I can see as a possible solution, or at least something positive to aim towards, And I think that's what really people should be kind of looking towards, something like that, and yeah, that's what people should be kind of focusing on, because as much as having people that have figured out similar things to us, it's about doing something now, and that doing something is where people seem to have trouble.
Ooh. I only know two people that partook in that whole thing. My father-in-law and my dad. My dad's mentally unstable now. He had a bunch of strokes immediately after. My father-in-law just died. So,
ouch.
It's a shame.
Sorry to hear that, man.
That just dawned on me just now, because like my dad went in because he was sick. He went to the hospital for a week. Came home, had like a massive stroke. Lost his now. He can walk and speak and drive and stuff now, but like, I mean, he just literally got arrested the other day because he tried to kill my brother with a crowbar. Like, he completely doesn't. He's not stable anymore. And then my father-in-law, he just kind of he died when no one even knows how he died or what happened. Like the hospital's like, we don't know if he had a heart attack or what. It's weird.
Have you ever looked into embalmers who've been in the field for 20 plus years?
Oh yeah,
and what they discovered after the whole spill.
Yeah, it's very unsettling.
Like there's this one embalmer. His name is Richard Hirschman, HIRSCHMAN, and he's pulling these fibrous clots out of arteries. Some of them are over 18 inches long, and he's like, "This is new. This only happened at starting at the beginning of 2020. Well, I think I was about around the middle of 2020, if you know what I'm saying. If you're picking up what I'm putting down."
Yeah.
And I find that interesting. He's like, in the 20 plus years I've been doing this, I've never seen this. And not to get too gory, but even just looking at the blood, like everyone's cut themselves and seen themselves bleed. You know, it's just red. That's all you see. It's just a red liquid. and then when it's left to sit for a while, it starts clotting, right? Well, when you look at this blood, it's not just red. There's more in there, if you know what I'm saying. It's interesting.
it doesn't even look like blood. Like if you were to like have a pint of that as it, clots and stuff, and shows that they would never even guess that was human blood.
Did I say David Hirschman or Richard Hirschman? It's Richard Hirschman.
Richard.
Yeah, there's a lot of them that all say the same thing, that have been in the field for a long time. And
He was like English or something, wasn't he? From like the UK, or was he? Or
I
was
believe
he
he's American, if I'm not mistaken.
Okay. 'Cause I know there's because I saw morticians and stuff and embalmers from Canada, the United States, England. They're all saying the same thing,
All right.
and it's like, oh, I've been an embalmer for 45 years. This is brand new. This has never happened before, and now
Right.
it's happening to like 80% of the people that are coming in now. Well, what was the thing that was recently introduced, and how come it's illegal to make that connection? You know, it's fucking weird. I feel like there's no hope.
Can and can't say. Something oxide. You know what I'm talking about?
What oxide?
Graphene.
Oh yes, yeah.
Yeah. Well, if we look at the hemoglobin in our red blood cells, the molecule, and we look at chlorophyll, I'm kind of getting off topic, but it'll be quick. They are identical. The center atom of chlorophyll is magnesium. The center atom of hemoglobin is iron.
Chlorophyll. More like borophyll, am I right?
Can you finish
So
saying
we
what you're
have
saying?
iron in our blood, right? And it's magnetic. And that's what keeps all of our red blood cells separated from each other. It's like two repelling magnets. And then what's happening is a graphene oxide is reversing the polarity. You turn one of the magnets around and they all stack up like coins. So what's happening is they must go in single file into the lungs to excrete the carbon dioxide acidic metabolic waste and pick up oxygen to oxygenate the blood and give us energy. Well, now it's clotting and stacking up. So they are essentially suffocating to death. And they're saying, I can't breathe. I can't breathe. And then they end up throwing them on a vent. Anyway.
And the whole "I can't breathe" thing was being chanted the entire time this was all starting too, which is freaking weird.
That's interesting. I don't know if you guys can hear me, but
Yeah, go ahead.
Yeah.
yeah, my wife's got a very, very rare, super rare disease, and it has something to do with her hemoglobins. Like she's getting what's called IVIG, which is intravenous human globins. Deal with the situation. I'm wondering if there's like a correlation to what you're saying and her situation.
It's a possibility.
This is like pretty recent. Yeah, I don't think this has been around for a while. Like you're saying, like it's similar to that. Like this is kind of a new thing where like a very small percentage of people are.
Yeah, because graphene oxide is magnetic and it's one molecule thick. It can be in sheets, it can be in tubes, it can be in any shape. And it's a nano particulate.
That's what I was gonna say.
Because you look at red blood cells, they're 6 nanometers wide.
I don't know.
Like we have no defenses against nanotechnology. It just comes right through. Like, what is there to stop it? There is no barrier.
Can you hear me, dude?
Yeah.
Yeah, I don't know if you were cutting out or if it was me, but intermittently you kept cutting out. But that's exactly where I was going.
It would have been you, though. So
Okay. Because they're spraying stuff, right? We all know they're spraying stuff, and one of the things is nanotechnology.
Right.
So yeah, that's exactly where I was going with this. So it's funny you said
Exactly.
it.
I mean, that's to break it down as simple as possible. That's all it comes down to is the pollution of our environment, right? Because we
Well,
are a product of our environment, right? What we
yeah, but
eat, what we drink, what we think, what we believe. You
well,
know,
what I was gonna say is it a consequence of pollution, or is it a consequence of intentional, um, like an intentional, yeah, basically they're releasing this shit intentionally.
right.
Years
I
and
mean,
years and
I've
years
heard
and years.
yeah,
was
it's
that
in the water, it's in the air,
Yeah, it's
well,
it's
everything.
everywhere.
Literally everything.
it's in literally everything. But the reason for that is because, from what I've heard, is that they're trying to create a digital mapping of the world, and that's like with all the animals, like with everything. They're trying to create a digital. I don't know if it's playing into the metaverse thing. Like, I haven't really been able to decipher like the connection there, but this is intentional. This isn't just like some consequence of pollution. They're literally spreading this stuff out in high altitudes so that they can create a digital mapping display, if you will, live feed rendering of, yeah, basically a map.
I
What a
believe
bunch of
it.
fucking
I
losers,
believe
dude.
it because, like I was saying earlier, like I mentioned that red blood cells are 6 nanometers wide. To give you an idea how big a nanometer is, that is 1 billionth of a meter. If you take a meter, chop it up into a billion pieces,
So
that's 1 nanometer.
I have a
And
theory.
look at transistors. They're just
Right,
getting smaller and smaller. They're at 12,
right.
6, 2. I think we have transistors the
Theory
size
about
of
this,
2. I mean, think of that. Full of
and I
transistors, and the graphene oxide is kind of like the silicon of the chips that are on circuit boards, right? We don't need the silicon anymore. We have graphene oxide to connect everything together. The Internet of
um
Things, if you will.
I think this is in the sense that it's creating it's basically the eyes, if you will, of the AI. That's just how I'm seeing it, right? Because like if this is all gonna be if this is all gonna be mapped like I said it would, like a live feed map, what better use case scenario than to have it implemented into AI technology? So it's literally like the eyes of the beast, if you will. That's how I perceive it. I could be wrong.
You know, I
That's
find it
pretty accurate.
interesting how quick AI is advancing. You know, like what's that about? It's just like an explosion. It's like not even like the snowball effect. It's
Well,
just,
that's how it works. It exponentially increases. Um,
I
so
mean,
yeah,
you
I
look
mean,
at deep
it's
fake
only going to be a
video
matter of
is
time.
getting very convincing, and also audio, which audio is even harder to fake. You know, like we can do video manipulation and make it look believable with CGI all day long, but trying to mimic someone's voice and the cadence and how they talk and how it all flows together, that's extremely hard to get close to where it's, believable. But we're getting really close. Like it sounds very close. Give it another 5 years, we're in trouble. Like
But
how are we gonna know
I
what
think it's
is
only
what is real and not? Like
right.
just
Exactly.
imagine the power that's going to give for propaganda. It's like, did he
Oh yeah.
really say that? Because he's, it's audio and video. He's saying it right there in front of your face. Like you've
Yeah.
probably seen them, all
Did you
these
see
deep
the
fakes.
LeBron James?
Yeah,
Uh,
and
people are
Trump
like,
and the guy from Back to the Future. What's his face?
oh, okay. Fuck. What's his name?
uh,
I
Michael
know who
J.
you're talking
Fox.
about.
yeah,
Yeah,
yeah.
there you
It's
go.
very convincing. Give that another 5 years, you're not going to be able to tell promise.
And give it another 10 years, and who knows? Maybe the AI bots will be able to like recreate themselves, kind of like the Sentinels, and where they had these factories where there was Sentinels building themselves essentially. I don't know, man. I could be way out there on this, but I see that being the inevitability of what's to come if AI persists. Like Sophia, made by was it Boston Robotics or Hanson Robotics?
The dog Spot.
No, this is Sophia. It was a bipedal humanoid looking AI being ship
Well,
in
a lot of that
Saudi
shit's like the
Arabia.
Boston Dynamics
She got
stuff. A lot of
citizenship in Saudi Arabia, and then she basically she said that being that she's a citizen, that she demands a family and she wants the right to have a family. So if you start looking at what options of that could mean, that's basically now you're dealing with something that has legal precedence, that's non-perishable and able to replicate legally. Like, I don't know, man. It's not looking good for humanity. I'm done.
Would you say her name was, or the name of the company?
Sophia, Boston
Sophia.
Dynamics was the creator of that. And from what I heard, they were using her to mine Bitcoin because she was capable of doing it better than anything else. And but the whole point is that she wants to be considered, you know, human-like, and they're giving her legal sanction to be able to be a human. And implications of that are just horrific if you really like look into the possibilities of what that could mean in the future for us.
Yeah, I'm looking at a video right now. That kind of creeps me out. I'm not gonna lie.
I think robots are stupid. I mean, that's nothing more than like an animatron from Chuck E. Cheese. I think I probably should watch. I might be thinking of something different. It's like a brunette female robot, right?
No, she doesn't have any hair.
I'm thinking of something completely different. My bad.
Yeah,
I
it's
mean,
like
they
the
might
top
have
of
put
her
hair
head
on her.
is like this clear. I don't even know what it is. It's like see through. That's weird. Why would they? Yeah. Anyway.
How many of you heard of Chaos GPT?
I'm
I've
just
heard of
surprised
that.
nobody's heard of Sophia, dude. Like, very few people have heard about this. I don't know, man.
In this video, it says Sophia the Robot by Hanson Robotics. And it's got this clear dome thing on top of his head where you can see the insides. And another link mentioned Boston Dynamics. But the video is 4 years old.
Yeah, this is the one.
I am kind of
old
surprised
news.
I never heard of it.
Well, that's what I'm saying. It's old news, but most of you have never heard of it.
Yeah.
Imagine what's transpired since then. I mean, this was 4 years ago. She was given citizenship and demanding a family. I haven't heard much about it since. Ever since she went to Saudi Arabia, it's like I haven't heard shit.
Have you heard of Chaos GPT?
Yeah, the
Is
AI
that
that
the
wants to
truther?
destroy humanity. Is that
Yeah,
right?
I thought you were
came out
talking
with a
about.
plan. Yeah, came out with a plan to destroy humanity.
I thought you were talking about the Elon Musk is coming out with a truther chat GBT style thing, where it's all going to be based on truth related answers and stuff like that. You guys heard?
So it's kind of like a 3-letter agency get the truth out of you kind of thing. Is that what you're getting at?
I mean, exactly.
Bro, this
Like
thing is scary, bro.
if you look into that, I mean, that's gonna be like the real deciding factor of what's not. I mean, that could be pretty harmful.
Have you heard of the Tsar Bomba? The biggest nuclear bomb ever exploded?
Nope.
Well, this thing, Chaos GPT, found that, and it wants to use that. Like, imagine, man, it found the biggest nuclear bomb ever designed, the Tsar Bomba. Have a look at that thing. It was able to destroy buildings like 100 miles away. Very, if true, of course, right? So this thing found the most destructive thing on Earth and figured out a way to use it against humanity.
Yeah, you just use it as it's designed to be used. Well, I mean, I don't find that stuff to be real anyway, because whereas the Zarbamba testing site, you can go there now and fucking camp there for a week and be fine. Like, what happened to that like 10,000 year fault, like half-life and stuff?
Yeah, I'm with you, bro. Yeah, same thing with Chernobyl, and there's a scientist that says it's not true, and all this fallout stuff. You guys must have heard that guy that ate it and swam in it.
Yeah,
So,
I don't buy the whole nuclear fallout thing. I mean, if that were true, then when we bombed Japan, why did they rebuild this city overnight?
Exactly. They never evacuated. Left.
Yeah, I had heard that it was firebombed. It wasn't actually
Right. Yeah.
Yeah.
They do what
You
they
look
do,
at the
what they
Tokyo
call carpet
firebombing.
bombing.
Yeah,
It
because that's
is-
what we did in Vietnam afterwards. Because we were like, oh,
Yeah.
it sounds silly, but the majority of buildings in Tokyo and Hiroshima and stuff, they were literally balsa wood and paper. That's what people like. That's not like just some anime myth. That's like really how they build their houses and stuff. So I was like, hey, let's drop some napalm and just torch it all. And there's no difference between the Tokyo fire bombings and pictures of Hiroshima and Nagasaki. Like, you can't
Exactly.
tell which is which unless it's labeled.
Hey,
But
leave
You
me
know.
out of this.
Didn't
all
they
right?
say that a lot of stuff was turned to glass through the intensity of the heat and whatnot?
That's nonsense.
Yeah, but that's
Complete
napalm.
nonsense.
I mean, you pour napalm on some sand, it'll turn the sand into glass because napalm's hot as fuck.
That's what my wife says.
Yeah. Funny.
Yeah,
I
so
mean,
you
we
got a
can
guy
create glass
eating.
with the what do you call that?
Glass
Not
with
a kiln, but yeah. I
So
mean,
you
look,
got a guy eating the stuff, right? And he
yeah,
said, look, this is the stuff here now. Separate, it's safe, right? Now when you put it together, it creates like a blue flash, he says, and that could kill you.
yeah,
But
yeah.
but there's
Wasn't it on his
yeah.
hand and he licked it off?
He
Is that
ate
what you-
some. He ate
Yeah.
some. He swallowed it. Yeah.
Yeah,
He
I've
took
seen
out
that.
a Geiger counter. He showed it the powder that was radioactive, and then he ate it.
Right.
That reminds me of the AIDS guy who took a couple AIDS victims up on stage, poked them with a needle, and then poked himself to show that the AIDS virus hoax.
Right. I mean, that all follows along the narrative of germ theory that we can spread disease and illnesses by bodily fluids without using injections. You know, that is the work of Louis Pasteur. See, because he had a feud that went back and forth with Antoine Béchamp, which he proposed the idea that it's kind of like the like a fish in a fish tank. Do you treat the fish or do you change the water? They went back and forth just like Tesla and Edison. It's just like if Edison would have won, we would have DC power, and it'd be extremely inefficient. So,
Well, you want to
it's basically the opposite. You know, like Béchamp was saying that it's all about our environment. You know, what we eat, what we drink, what we believe. You know, just negative thoughts will create acidity. It releases toxins in the blood.
Oh,
you know, and that's everything, you know. But anyway, kind of getting off
And that's the whole
off
autism.
topic.
Like, is autism, is that a genetic thing you're born with, or is it environmental based, meaning like something polluted you?
It's probably the pokey
And then-
pokey.
Yeah, you guys gotta kind of
Okey-dokey.
be tactical here.
But
I'm sorry.
they just
Just a
admitted,
reminder to be tactical around this conversation.
Thank
yeah,
you.
You
Yeah,
said
they
this is
just
how they
admitted
shut
that
down.
Tylenol,
Yeah.
I didn't
like
know we were
Tylenol, and
being
certain
live
pain
streamed
killers
until he
relate
told
to
me.
Do the hokey pokey.
We do not give medical information here. We do not give medical information.
Although
you do the hokey pokey and you
a lot of
turn
that is
yourself
being
autistic.
a lot of that stuff's being updated right now. I don't know if you guys saw that. I can't even go into detail, but they're coming out and basically saying that we were right for the last 3 years. We could just say that. When I
Yep.
say things, I'm talking about the people that are in charge of the whole narrative. You should look it up. I can't even drop it in the chat, obviously, but yeah.
it says Tylenol during pregnancy is a link to autism. So what does that tell you? Like a medication that you add into your body can cause that. So I mean, that's that's a
Really?
cut and dry case right
Yeah, and
there. Yeah.
almost all
Interesting.
pregnant women are told to take Tylenol. Like if they get a
Yep.
fever. Yeah.
Yeah, they're
Huh.
told not to touch.
I
What's
think
the
it was
other one?
aspirin that they're not allowed to take.
Yeah, but
No,
Tylenol is
ibuprofen.
Tylenol's been sued, and there's actually been civil proceedings that they've settled, and it's like a whole thing right now, and they tell you that Tylenol is the one thing that's safe for the pregnant woman to take. I know this because my wife was just pregnant, and she had a
Yeah,
bit of a
mine
fever.
too.
Yeah, they try to talk you into taking Tylenol. But a simple Google search, you know.
Yeah, it says right there that exposure to Tylenol in the womb will increase ADHD, autism, hyperactivity. Just it's like, okay, well, what is it? Is it something that's genetic, that's in your DNA sequence that you're inevitably going to have, or is it environmental
There's
based
a
where you're polluting something?
there's a membrane that develops around the human brain after X amount of time after birth. So meaning that for like the first year of a child's life, they haven't developed this protective membrane that goes to them can the brain because no barrier to protect it. And yeah, that's a big deal. They're doing kids, right out of the womb that they shouldn't be. They should be giving them the time to develop that membrane before, doing any of these things.
Absolutely.
Yeah, when my kids were born, literally the same day, they were taken into a room and stuff was done.
That
The
sucks.
reason for that, yeah, it's pretty upsetting. But I mean, they're seemingly fine, but still.
Well, I'll say this because
Listen,
we have to be careful with.
when my child is born, if they try to take it into a room without me, I'm going to beat the living shit out of them. The
Yeah,
No,
living shit.
Yeah, I'm just
that's the thing,
reminding
though.
again that this is another thing that you do have to be careful talking about. So
It's 9:11 a.m.
Okay.
but
I
I will say this,
don't know
like
if we've said anything.
I know I just know that it just takes one comment and response. I'm just reminding everyone, man.
It's
Oh,
9:11
no,
a.m.
we get it. It's
It's
9:11 a.m.
9/11.
Sorry,
man.
but you guys know I'm right.
Anyways,
No, I know because I just had a baby, and dude, my little girl is she's like 4 months, but since like 2 months or before, she's had like visual acuity that's like off the charts, and I think that's the number one way to tell is to look in their eyes. Like Aaliyah can see across the room for a long time now, and she can concentrate and focus on things for a long time now, and she'll just look you in the eyes and maintain eye contact since she was like a baby. And yeah, I mean, you're not going to see the vast majority of babies do that. I don't think that it's because she's some savant. I think it's that she was just left alone, and we left her umbilical cord on for hours, and yeah, it's kind of sad because also we have another friend that lives down the street that's flat earthers, They have a 6-month-old, and obviously all organic, and the baby looks like huge. You know, like has
Well, you
grown
can't leave
so
kids
much.
alone for hours. Just so you know.
Wait, say
So
again?
you mean that you had the umbilical cord attached to the placenta for a while?
Said you can't leave kids alone, man. It's, can't do that.
Yes.
All right. Well, we're not going to do a parenting class, are we?
No, we don't have to. I'm just pointing out that the way that the babies are born naturally, it's like incredible. And yeah,
I wasn't
I'm
actually
just
talking.
pointing out.
I wasn't talking about you. I was talking about somebody who's like, you should never leave a baby alone. You know, it's like, well, whatever, guys. Let's move on.
I was joking with him, dude. No,
Okay.
I was only joking.
Well, I mean, I let Aaliyah sleep, bro. Believe it or not, but she sleeps in our room anyway, so it's all good. Yeah.
Yeah,
Yeah,
my
I'm just
daughter
saying, dude.
was
I'm just saying, like, I think it may be easier to watch a baby that's been messed with, right? Because they're not gonna be as present. Like Aaliyah is like she like speaks her mind, you know what I'm saying? And she's like very like lively. But I think that's cool because the alternative is sad. So I was just throwing that out there.
Yeah.
I've
Well,
watched it.
dude,
It's definitely a real thing.
she's going to be a lot like you and her mom. So that makes sense.
Yeah. Yeah, like everyone we meet, dude, like normies, because by extension we have family that has normies in them. Anyway, they're like, she's so attentive. She's so like, there's no way she's only 3 months or whatever. And we're like, oh yeah, she is. Yeah, this is how babies are. This is how real babies are. You know,
Yeah, flat
they're
Earth
all like
baby.
amazed.
You know what I don't get about babies? Like how they say that babies have to sleep on their backs now, yet I was born in '89, and when I was a baby, like the consensus was babies have to sleep on their stomachs with their heads to the side. And now they're saying that they have to sleep on their backs, but the thing is, if you have an insanely drunk person pass out at your house, what are you supposed to do? You're supposed to lay them on their stomach and turn their head in case they throw up while they're sleeping, they don't suffocate. But then they're telling us to do the exact same opposite thing with babies. I thought that was weird.
Well, the thing is that the baby can't lift their head. So if you just lay them on their stomach, they could suffocate because they can't lift their head. So
Well,
I mean,
and
I guess, but at the same time, I don't know, because mine, she had really bad, like some kind of like a reflux. I don't know what her deal was, but she's good now. So like I was
my
starting to
wife,
lay her on her stomach because it's better for gas flow and stuff. I just think it's
I
all
used to
tied in the SID. SID is all connected to one certain thing anyway. So it's just they're just making excuses to cover their own tracks and why babies just die for no reason.
one thing to
we let
watch
Aaliyah.
out for with it. My wife, when my kids were young, she used to breastfeed the bed with the kids, and she'd end up passing out sometimes just from like laying there. And
Yeah.
you got to be careful because just the weight of your wife's hand and arm on top of the baby is enough to slowly suffocate them because they're not strong and their lungs aren't strong enough to take a full breath off of them like that. So I was like, it was a big thing that I was always concerned about. Just wanted to share that with you.
Yeah,
I
yeah.
don't think that stuff
We
kind of
don't do the
happens.
whole like fall. We don't do the whole fall asleep with her thing. We don't think that's safe. Like, but so shout out to Hibbler from
It's
obviously
not,
Hibbler is
it happens though. It happens.
yeah, no, it does happen. That's why I try to kind of also like keep an eye on it, and I put her in her bed. But anyway, like Hibbler's releasing the new Level movie in 2 days. He was over at my house a few weeks ago to film a couple things, and he was telling me, he's like, yeah, like we had our baby on a grounding mat the entire time, and you can like put a like a grounding sheet on their bed in their bassinet or whatever, and they sleep grounded. And he said that so if the baby goes to stay somewhere else, she notices the difference. she can't really sleep other places that aren't grounded.
Well,
Isn't that crazy?
I believe that we should be grounded, right? Because we are electrical beings. You know, like the dirt is ground, and by us standing on it, we ground ourselves. Like we don't have it's called a floating ground whenever there is no ground, and that could change things. Anyway.
Yeah, it's not as good as the ground. But yeah, I mean, I made a whole stream about this. Yeah, it's called Grounded. But I was
Right.
just pointing out that that's kind of a trip. Like I've never heard that, and she notices, like his whole place is hardwired. She notices when. I mean, it's not my kid. I shouldn't even talk about it. Anyway, I'm just saying that babies are very like sensitive, and it's pretty profound. I think that we just throw them in our modern world, and we don't really think about what we've become desensitized to. You see what I'm saying? Like we become so desensitized to these devices. I see so many people that like their babies too, just holding the iPad all day, every day. And I think that we've become desensitized to the devices and to the blue light and to the Wi-Fi and
Right.
all this stuff, right? But like that's not the natural way.
Even like the
Right.
idea that blue light is damaging. I think it's around 450. Well, I don't know for sure, but like there's a certain frequency of light that is supposedly damaging in the blue light spectrum, which
Yeah,
I've
it'll
just
definitely
started looking into that just yesterday. So I don't know much about it, but it was like something
yeah, it'll
else I
definitely
wanted
like
to
keep
look
you
into.
awake and stuff. Yeah, I showed Aaliyah on a stream for Bob's Memorial, but I'm like, she can only sit in front of this screen for a second, dude. You know, and I'm like, kind of like guiding her eyes down and stuff because I don't think she's supposed to just be looking at these screens. Or like if a family member insists she be FaceTime, it's like, okay, you got a couple seconds, bro. Like this is, I don't know. I just think that, or like we have to be real conscious of like, say I'm holding her and burping her, but I want to pull my phone out because I'm just holding her, letting her sit up. Like I got to be careful that she can't see the phone. You know what I mean? Like just little things I don't think we think about, but um, okay, we can stop. I just got. But my whole point is that babies are pretty incredible, and I think it's only their environment that they're thrown into without any say, and what people do to the babies that mess them up, and that's super sad. So I think that one of the beautiful things about True Earth is people are kind of realizing all these different things, like they're researching everything, and I think we're gonna have a new generation of like super soldiers or like all their peers are
Dude,
gonna
they're
be
gonna be
like at
super
such a disadvantage.
badass, super
Yeah,
badass kids coming up right now.
Oh, yeah.
Like,
Right.
I agree.
yeah,
But
yeah,
that's only
yeah,
going to
and
be one out of
it's up.
100
Listen,
though.
it's up to those of us who smell the truth, to really be careful with our kids, so that and this is my opinion. It's not child raising advice. It's just my opinion. To kind of shield them from caring too much about the screen activity and the screens. And if they see mommy and daddy using the screens all the time, boy, they're going to want to at some point. And it's going to be
Right.
hard. It's hard not to do the screen thing, right? We're all adults in Western culture. We have to do the screen thing to be here. But the more we can make it so that the kids don't think it's it's actually as interesting or as important as we're making it look like, I think the better.
Right.
I'm gonna
Because
drop a
they're
picture.
just repeaters, you know. They just
I'm gonna drop a
repeat
picture
everything
that
we
we took
do.
yesterday. Yeah, I'm gonna drop a picture of me and her that we took yesterday. I'm gonna delete it after just a second though, because you know how the psychopathic anti-flat earthers are. So yeah, I'm gonna drop it though.
Yeah, dude. I haven't seen her yet.
Here it is.
Very cute.
Yeah, buddy. She's adorable, man. Look at that smile. Awesome. Good for you, man.
Don't you think? She's cool, man. She's super cool. Like when she wakes up, like she just woke up. You know, I went in there and I was like talking to her, and when you go in there, like good morning or whatever. She just smiles so big, bro. She just constantly smiles, constantly happy. So I would say that anyone that's like wondering if they should have kids or not, it's an experience. It can be kind of rough at times, but it's like incredible, dude. It's so incredible, and you should definitely consider doing it because it's like, it's just like wildly dope. If you have anything going on, just go look at your baby. So it's very cool.
And it permanently changes the way you see the world forever. Once your baby is there and you're holding her for the first time, like
Right.
like your parents say, you'll understand when you have your own kids. Like I never understood what that meant until I had them. I'm like, holy crap! It's amazing. It really is.
Yeah, I
Yeah.
instantly knew that I would kill somebody. So, I'm being kind of facetious, but not really. Like I instantly knew, like, oh wow, you're my whole life. Like I would die for you and kill for you. like,
Right. It's like
uh,
these instincts just wash over you because, from
yeah,
a biological standpoint, as a man, that is your end goal. That is your purpose in life, is to reproduce and hand the torch over to the next one, and then they
I
hand
think
it
so.
off
Yeah,
to the next one, and then we just keep going.
yeah, I agree. So bit of a pivot here. Have you guys heard that beekeepers have the longest life expectancy of any profession?
Interesting. I have not heard that.
Beekeepers. Yeah, because I guess you have to get in a real zen state of mind because like bees will sting you only if they feel like they're in danger. So if you're like nervous or you send off like this type of frequency that's like nervous or freaking out, then they'll like attack you out of self defense, even though some of the bees will die. But like if you're real chill, then the bees are gonna be totally fine with you. So anyway, to be a beekeeper, obviously you have to be chill.
There's
And
Makes
also
sense, though.
this therapy
That's
that they
pretty.
do where they put somebody's hot mic in. They'll put a mask
Sometimes
over.
with just a helmet on and they're not wearing the full body suit because they're not worried about getting stung. They just don't want the
yeah,
bees
right,
going up.
wait, Jeremy, go ahead.
There's also this thing where they'll put like a mask over your face and put a hose into the obviously there'll be like a filter on it so the bees can't get in, but they have you breathe the air inside the hive. I forgot what the name of it is. So I mean, yeah, if you're a beekeeper and you're around the bees all the time and you're just breathing that could be a thing. But yeah, I like what you
That's
said about
correct.
being in a zen state of mind and shit. And you got to be calm and you can't be like all crazy worked up.
Yeah, I got like a minute long video I'll drop in here. But it's just like you said. There's certain therapy where it's shown to reverse all kinds of diseases by like breathing the air. It's because of their vibration. Also, there's another therapy where you sleep on top, like above a beehive, and it's shown to reverse diseases.
Yeah, bees are dope, bro.
It might have to do with the whole frequency thing.
Oh, it does for sure, 100%. Like it's the bees frequent, bro.
Yeah, I mean, like for instance, a hornet will fly in. I just saw this video like a week ago. Flies into the coop and just straight up eats one of the bees. And what do the bees do? They swarm the hornet. There's like 60 of them, just like completely encapsulate them, and they all start fluttering their wings and vibrating. And,
Yeah, they cook it.
they
Yeah.
were saying that they're basically essentially cooking the hornet because they only have to raise its temperature by 1 degree. And
Yeah,
I
and
was
then
like,
that dude, and the hornet has like whatever a heart attack and starts like cursing and spitting and screaming, and the bees are like, "All I got to do is flap my fucking wings. You're good." No, I'm just kidding.
yeah, I was just like, this is wild, man. Like, nature is
Dude, bees are
something else.
incredible, man. The fact you're trying to kill the bees, man. If you do anything that kills bees, you should stop. Like if you're killing bees, then whatever you're doing is evil. That's why it's crazy that they fly around 5G and fall down. Because like bees are just wild, man. They're so incredible. Like bumblebees, They fly through 60-mile-per-hour crosswind unaffected. They're not even aerodynamic. They levitate over flowers, and the pollen just floats up to them. And they actually did a test where they changed the charge of different flowers, and the bees just migrate to the flowers with a greater charge. Like, the bees are very fascinating things. And
Dude,
then, of
they
course,
can time
they
travel too. Yeah, they're
what do you-
fascinating. They can time travel. Listen, you freeze them, wait 10 years, unfreeze them. Okay, it works.
They
wow.
survive.
Check it out. So this is how you test it. This is how you know. People have probably heard about this, but a lot of insects do this. A lot of insects like ants and bees and such. All you do is freeze it. Put one in a freezer, right? And then you tie a little string around the lower abdomen, the lower thorax, or whatever, and then wait for it to come out of cryogenic sleep. And then you have a bee kite. You can just sit here, have the bee, zzz, trying to fly away. You got the string in your hand, right? But the point is, you could put certain insects into cryogenic sleep, and they can go for forever. I mean, you could leave the bee in there for weeks, months, it wouldn't die.
Like a
I heard you can do
hibernation
the
kind
same
of
thing
thing.
with frogs too.
There's two of you. Sorry, what? Someone
I was
said,
just saying, I heard you do the same thing with frogs or snakes, or what was it? It was either frogs or toads or snakes. Like, you can freeze them. They
yeah,
could
there's
be
a lot of
dormant
stuff
for
out there that can
years.
go into cryogenic. That's where we got the idea for like movies and shit, right? It's from nature. Anyway, the reason I brought that up is because that's what makes bees even more special than your run of the mill insect or humans or birds or whatever. There's something special about them that allows them, to levitate. To me, they magnetize the pollen to themselves. They like kick it up in the air, and then there's a magnetic field that it just kind of attaches to, that they're creating with their vibrations. And I think the vibrations come from the inside, making them able to propel themselves, kind of like how the pyramids would have been built. And then you got the wings to just stabilize, because they're not big enough to propel. Anyway,
Right. Yeah, their body's too big for their wings. So you were saying, how do they fly again? I lost you.
Yeah, man, I totally agree. Sorry, I'm getting ready for work here.
It's weird, like a lot of plants you buy from like the stores and stuff, like Home Depots and Lowe's and Walmarts and shit. Like, they're not good for the bees either, because they're all genetically modified, and it's like the bees aren't really wanting to go towards them. And if they do, they usually tend to get sick and get their hives sick. It's all done on purpose.
I agree.
Which is probably the main reason. Like, if you go to a lot of stores, like, they'll have their garden centers, and they're either in the parking lots or they're in an open area next to the store. And now, if those were like wild flowers in a field, there would be bees everywhere. But you never really, like, you'll see one or two bees floating around in that area, but they're not congregating to it like they should.
I can't think of the last time I've seen a bee, to be honest.
I got a bunch. I got a bunch of carpenter bees, but I let them be, really. There's one right here
You
right
let
now.
them be?
Yeah.
I have a ton of bees. So, some of the palm trees that I have, they open up these pods for like seeding before they get to the dates and all that kind of stuff. And the first stage of the seed, bees are like wildly attracted to. And really the best thing to do to keep the palms cleaned up so it's not like destroying your yard and dropping a bunch of crap everywhere is to cut those pods out right before they open up so you don't get all the mess. But I let them open up and kind of go through their transition because it attracts so many different bees. I'm looking at one right now, like literally above my head. There's probably 50 bees just going to town on this thing. I'll see if I can take a picture. But I let them open up so it attracts all the bees, and the bees have something to feed off of. Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
anyways.
Yeah, I'm trying to get my 6-year-old to not be afraid of bees. Like that's a hard thing. That's any kid though. Like we're just naturally, oh, they're gonna sting me.
Yeah,
It's
they're
like
pretty
no, if
docile now.
fly at, they'll sting you.
Now, yellow jackets, when you go banging on their nest or a structure where their
They're
nest
assholes.
is attached to, yeah, here they come.
Yeah, yellow jackets are assholes. But like wasp, like the red wasp and stuff, they don't really f with you.
Yeah,
They're
yeah,
just
you're right.
intimidating looking.
No, I play with those things, man. Like they're totally cool. The red
Dude, fuck
wasp.
that. I will punch every goddamn wasp in the face that comes near me. You feel me? No, I'm just
The
kidding.
yellow jackets are on a whole nother level. You don't mess with
Yeah.
them.
Yeah,
And
no, yellow.
Yeah,
that
they're just
hurts.
Dude,
Yeah.
yellow jackets have
Mm.
spikes. Not only do they have the stinger, they got spikes. It's fucked up.
Feels like an ice pick, like straight to the bone. I got hit 3 times in the legs when I was 8 years old. Beating on this doghouse that they had a nest in. Well, I didn't know at the time, but I found out pretty quick. I was beating on it with a glass Snapple bottle. That should give you an idea how long ago this was.
Well, here's something to be careful of. Then, speaking of, we had a family friend, an older gentleman, probably 60s, 70s at the time. He was doing yard work, and he didn't know he was allergic to bees, and he stepped on a beehive, and it killed him. He got stung a lot of times, right? He fell right over and just kept getting stung, and killed him. Now, a lot of people are like, "Oh, I'm not allergic to bees," but the thing is, something like that, if you get a shitload of venom, especially if you're an older person, it doesn't matter if you're allergic to bees or not. You're probably gonna have a heart attack. So really be careful around bees and wasps' nests and all that shit. It's like you just never know when that one attack is gonna like hurt your life. But also, older people, you know what I'm saying? Like, keep older people away from bees. For that reason, it was just such a freak thing to get a phone call and hear that you got attacked by bees and died. Like, you never hear that, but it's definitely something you gotta. I mean,
Yeah, I
they
mean,
can be dangerous.
in a situation where we can't escape, yeah.
Yep.
I mean, like,
Man,
let's say you're
otherwise,
like
I love
way out in the middle of a field, like where are you gonna go?
right, and that's what he was. He was out in his big
Yeah,
expensive garden.
damn.
It would have taken him so much effort just to get to try to help, call for help. So it's unfortunate, but
I'm
yeah,
sorry to hear that, man.
no, it's well, and I appreciate it. But what I'm saying is, the only reason to bring it up is like to be thinking about it. It's like, my child could be trouncing down the lawn in front of me, and then even though I'm right there, it takes one wrong step into a hole, it starts getting stung left and right 50 times before I can even get its leg out of the dirt. So I guess that's what I'm thinking about whenever someone talks about bees now.
I had a man who was in the woods bush hogging with a tractor, and he ran over a nest of yellow jackets. And he's in the woods trying to maneuver around trees. So he runs over one nest, and they start stinging him. And he tries to get out and maneuver around, and he runs over another nest. And then he jumps off the tractor, and he's running like, I don't know, man, probably a quarter mile. And I mean, the old man's out of his breath, and I hear him screaming, and I see the yellow jackets all over him, man. I go out and I'm just raking him off his back, and it's crazy. Get him into
Jesus
the house,
Christ.
got him into
Ugh.
the house,
Yeah.
got him out of his hair and everything. Yeah, man, they'll kill you.
Yeah,
It's
for
no
sure.
joke. But the lemongrass will
Yeah, but
attract the honeybees if you want to, get into honeybees. Get you some lemongrass and put it in a beehive, or just get you a box or an old oak log.
yeah, I saw some honeybees the other day. Yeah, bees are just an incredible little creature for real. Really, any kind of insect. I try not to kill any of them. Like I'll get rid of like a bee's nest if it's on like my daughter's swing set or something. But I mean, typically just leave stuff alone.
You see that video I posted, the John Wick of hornets? This hornet has a what they call a photographic memory. He'll sit outside your house 11 days waiting on you to come out.
What are you doing, little baby? But still, how do you live to be like like in your 50s and not know you're allergic? But then again, allergies they could start anytime. Like all of a sudden, one day you'll wake up and you'll be allergic to your dog. Like so, allergies can be really weird.
I mean, they can do with a lot with their diet, because
Yeah.
the whole body attacking itself, and well, you don't really know until you get bit, right, or stung.
It's just like people with food allergies. Like my wife's friend, they had their daughter was like 5, and they go, "Well, we don't know if she's allergic to shrimp. She's never tried it before." I'm like, "Oh,
Well, I
that's not good."
mean, there's a lot of things people are allergic to that aren't good for us anyway. Like, for instance,
Yeah.
well, anyway.
Shellfish. But still, I mean, stuff like that. Like you'd rather you're supposed to test all that on like 7, 8, 9 months old. Because if a baby is allergic to like peanuts, which was never a thing till the 1990s, and peanut oil and certain medicines, but that's neither here nor there. You got to find out really young because if they have an allergic reaction when they're 10 months old versus an allergic reaction when they're 9, it's like one's going to die and one's just going to get a couple, rashes. It's weird. The baby immune system is actually really strong in some regards to stuff like that.
Yeah, but you just got to be really careful when they're infants, when they're extremely young. Like, they don't have a developed, everything's not fully developed to defend themselves.
Right. Like how old's my daughter? She was born on January 31st, so she's a little over 2 months. And she seems pretty good. And then my 6-year-old, she's never been sick. Like, I think she's thrown up once when she was like 2. She's never really. Yeah, like it's weird. Like if she gets a fever or something, she's sick in the morning, and by lunchtime she's perfectly fine. But then if I just catch, I'm sick with something, it's gonna F with me for like 3 days. But they're also both completely pure-blooded too. They've never had anything put inside them. I think that has a lot to do with it too.
Well, I'm a believer in a alkaline diet. I look at it like a swimming pool, or fish in the sea, or freshwater, or seawater, or plants. They, like, our entire environment is alkaline, and if it becomes acidic, they die and we die. Like, when we die, we become acidic, and the fungus, mold, and bacteria that is in every organism, it's everywhere. You can't escape it. Well, it's dormant whenever it's in an alkaline fluid, or it's kept in numbers, right? And then whenever the fluid becomes acidic, kind of like a swimming pool, the water goes from clear to green and cloudy when the mold begins to overgrow and it's expressed. And that's also what happens inside of our body.
Yeah.
Right? It's an expression of fungus, mold, and bacteria overgrowing within us. Right? Because our blood must be maintained at between 7.365 to 7.4, and if it's 0.2 off, we're in trouble.
Yeah, you got to watch out for that candida overgrowth in the blood and in the skin.
Right. So you have all these microforms, and basically just try not to get too technical in medical jargon here, but like all the baddies, like you don't want them feeding on our glucose, our blood sugar, because that's our energy for our body, not for them. Right?
Yeah, man. Cancer loves sugars. Loves it.
Right. Sugar is no bueno. Right? You think that we'd get energy from eating sugar, you know, because our body uses glucose for sugar. You're like, oh, well, yeah, just eat sugar, right? It's like, that's probably not the case because we are electrical beings. We run on electrolytes. Now, electrolytes is salt. You know, and I feel like we should be consuming way more than 4 grams of salt a day. But you know, I'm not giving any medical advice. It's a disclaimer. I'm just throwing an idea out there. Nobody take this advice. You know, think for yourself.
Just simple opinion.
Yeah. But you know, you consume too much sugar, we're in trouble. We consume too much salt. The worst that happens is we get thirsty. We drink some water and our kidneys flush it out. And
Well,
we
the
move
thing
on.
about salt as well is that salt's very important for blood purity and a number of other bodily processes, but sugar isn't really important for anything in your body.
Right.
And that's why I'm always a little bit suspicious when they're like, "Oh, you got to control your salt intake."
Right.
Not really.
Exactly. Like a
I'm not
doctor
gonna
will
have sugar intake.
will tell you don't consume too much salt. Are you consuming a lot of salt, right? And then let's say we get sick and we end up in the doctor, you know, at the hospital rather. And what's the first thing they do? They start you an IV of 0.9% saline solution.
Of course.
Salt. So someone's losing ground here. You know what I mean?
It's not the amount of salt you use; it's what you're putting your salt on that's really the issue.
Yeah, but that's not what they're saying, is it? They're saying you got to control your salt intake, which is probably true at really extreme levels, but
right. Well, I mean, what's
You
the
know.
worst that could happen? I mean, like, what are we doing? Like drinking salt? I mean, come on. Like, how does that even work?
Yeah, it's like there's
Just like
different
how they
kinds of
said,
salt as well.
you know, how they say butter is really bad for it. You got to use margarine and stuff, but they never took into account what the butter is going on. They're just saying butter's bad, but they're not looking at the, whatever you're putting your butter on to begin with.
I mean, butter's
I mean,
pretty good for you, as far as I know.
I mean, that's all dairy, though. I mean, we are the
what's
we are the only organism that drinks milk from another one. And we are the only animal, I should say, that drinks milk from another animal out of millions of species on this earth. I just find that interesting. You know, eggs, milk, cheese.
Well, lots of other animals eat other eggs from other animals.
Right. Well, I've come across this doctor called Robert O. Young. He's proposed this idea of the new biology, and he stated that eggs is probably very, very unhealthy for us because he's been a microbiologist of over 40 years. So he looked at blood at about 1,600 times multiplication or magnification rather, and he's like, well, this is what happens to your blood for 72 hours after consuming one egg, and you can see the cells, and you see these little black dots just moving around. He's like, well, that's not supposed to be there because that wasn't there prior to eating eggs. He's saying like there's like a ton of bacteria in eggs that we shouldn't be consuming.
Here's the deal. Here's the deal, though. I eat a fuckload of eggs, and a lot of them are raw, and I'm fine. I don't have digestive issues. I don't have immune system issues. The thing is,
Well, sure.
some bodies can handle that. Some bodies can't handle eggs cooked or not cooked for whatever reason. There are good and bad bacteria. The thing about it is there's E. coli in everything. The problem is you don't want to get an overproduction, overactivity of E. coli, because then you get an E. coli infection in the gut. That's different. All these bacterias are supposed to be there. It's whether or not you should consume a lot or a little or none.
People used to eat like 32 eggs a day weightlifting. So
yeah,
and you know, with the milk, you know, when we talk about we drink milk from other animals and all these things. I know of someone who couldn't have their mother's milk. They couldn't have any kind of other kind of milk, and the only milk that sustained that child was goat milk.
Well, yeah, you bring up a good point that I want to make, that that milk, well, we call it lactose intolerant whenever we drink milk and we have a bad reaction from it, right? Well, technically, we're supposed to be lactose intolerant after 5 years of life, because we would have already been weaned off the mother's milk. It's like yes, we're supposed to be drinking milk from humans, not cows. Cow milk is for calves. Human milk is for humans.
And cows are for humans to eat, and so is the milk. You're not an animal. Stop thinking like one.
Anyway.
Plus,
Yeah,
all
with
these
goat
health
milk,
problems with
you
these
don't have those
foods
problems.
that doesn't apply to like Amish people and stuff. It's all about modern humans are having all these issues.
I mean, we could say that we feel healthy, but I mean, that's kind of like having the boat with a hole in it, and the bucket can almost get all the water that is coming in, but not quite. So it's slowly filling up over time. It's like, yeah, everything might be good right now, but to be healthy is a decision. Like, the consequences that we make at the dinner table, it will catch up with us eventually, usually.
Sure.
But not all the time. So we can't really use that as a metric. I mean, it's best to entrust a microbiologist to look at blood and look at what happens when they eat A, B, C, or D. Like, have someone eat some eggs, look at their blood before and after, measure the pH of their urine, make sure that it's maintained at 7.2 first thing in the morning, and that it does not drop below 7.2, because if it does, we're in trouble. Just like how plants, fish, animals, everything is alkaline. Whenever any of that goes acidic, they're in trouble, just like we are. We're one and the same.
What do you say about the child who would have died if it weren't for goat milk? What do you say to that?
Oh,
You
I
talk
don't.
about being healthy, but being alive is very important, right?
I mean, in that situation, I mean, I would much rather be fed goat's milk if my mother could not, lactate and produce mother's milk, as opposed to drinking formula, which is
No, it
garbage.
wasn't the mother couldn't produce the milk. She couldn't drink her mother's milk. So that was the
Really?
issue. The only milk that would sustain that child that, was goat milk. That was it.
That's wild. I've never heard that. That's a miracle. Well, I'm glad she pulled through.
Check, check.
Yeah, we got you.
Extremis's Return of the Mac. which part of zippers cannot hold pressure can you not understand? Which part?
No, man, there's special zippers that are amazing and nothing gets through them. So yeah, just believe it.
Yeah. It's like you show them a zipper on a spacesuit and they think that it can hold pressure. It's baffling to me, man. It's just
Guys,
baffling.
listen, I'm not going to make fun of you. No one's going to say, haha, told you so more than once or twice if you just admit the Earth's not a globe already. But the more you drag this out, the more embarrassing it is for you. Okay?
What are you talking about?
Globers. Globers
Yeah.
want to drag this fucking thing out. Look, are you talking about zippers now for astronauts? Right?
Yeah. Yeah.
Yeah. How in the fuck did they think that zippers are going to protect you from the motherfucking vacuum of space? Come on.
That's my
Come on.
point.
Seriously. Yeah. So what I'm saying is the sooner I think, because what I'm saying is I think these globers, more so the anti-flat earthers, are afraid of admitting that we're right about a lot of these things, just because they don't want to like suffer the roasting. Like we'll punch each other in the shoulder a couple times. I got you. Yeah. You knew the whole time, didn't you? Yeah. Okay. Let's go grab a beer, and then it's done with. Don't be afraid of that moment when you admit you were wrong, but you have to be able to, in life, at some point, say, I was wrong.
Yeah,
that's a big
the whole trust of zipper science has collapsed.
Yeah, I mean, if you believe this nonsense, I mean, in your face stuff that you know can't work, right? You know it can't work, but it's just that they have this belief. They don't want to let it go. They don't want to. I don't know what it is. It's just unbelievable to me.
Well, they think it works because they saw pictures on the internet, right?
Yeah.
There's people up there, so it works. I wonder how much the firework that exploded over Texas cost the American taxpayer. That
Oh yeah,
happened
that
to.
was remarkable today. Yeah, spectacular failure.
I mean, if the Globers just want to start a GoFundMe and start funneling me millions of dollars, like I'll blow some shit up in the air too.
No problem. Sign me up. Yep, I'm there.
Like it puzzles me. Why do they believe this stuff? Is it just a troll? Uh, Do they not see it, or do they
No,
think that there's better
listen,
material? I don't get it.
it's this bad, okay? And I think even a lot of us on this side of it don't want to admit this, but they just can't let go blanky. The anti-flat earthers, we know they're smart enough, right? They're some of them are leaps and bounds smarter than us and
Oh, you're roboting, dude. You're
things,
roboting.
and vice versa.
We can't
It's
hear
not
you,
like we're
man.
not
You're
smart people.
roboting.
The
Let.
problem is whether or not we are. Oh, sorry. We just need to admit to ourselves when we've been fooled. That's all. We just need to admit when we've been fooled. That's all. Sorry.
Yeah, I couldn't agree more. You have to be admitted. You have to
You're
admit that
very
you've been
much
fooled. Yeah, we hear you. What does it mean by unnatural separation line? Really, Coffee? You don't see the film studio? You don't see up to where the film studio goes? And then you see the backdrop? I mean, every moon picture, I can point you to that line. Everyone. Show me a picture and I'll show you where that line is. I mean, come on, man.
Yeah, I see a line, but I mean, I see that in photos on Earth too.
Like that?
Yeah. Have you ever been to sand dunes, for instance?
Show me. Show me one of what you're talking about. And let's
I've been
compare
to
it
the
with a
sand
moon.
dunes.
I'll try and find one, but I mean, all you have to imagine is like a dune that's in the foreground and you can't see what's right beyond it, but then a bigger dune behind it, you'll have a line between what's in the foreground and the background. I mean, it's pretty simple, I think.
Yeah, really, it is simple. You can tell where the studio stops and the and the film in the background begins. It's very easy to tell. Yeah, you're right.
I mean, then you can make the same case for sand dune photos on Earth, right? That's in a studio as well.
Show me.
No, you can't. Yeah, no, you can't. That's absurd. What you're saying. You
I'll
could
try
see
and
the
find
fourth
one. I mean,
wall. I could do 360 views while in the sand dunes and show you. They just didn't happen to turn the cameras around. Okay.
Sorry, I just dropped in here. Are we talking about the moon landing by chance?
Yep.
You can
Hey,
tell it's real
SE,
because it looks so fake.
SE, look into
Elon Musk.
NASA and you know those Kirby vacuum salesmen.
Yeah.
Look into it, man. Kirby and NASA. Check it out.
Yeah, I mean, if it's so obvious, man, if you can't tell a picture like that is fake, I mean, I don't know. There's no hope then. I mean, you bought into the sauce.
Yeah, I have a decent documentary I could send you if you're interested. Talk about flat Earth. I mean, the moon landing.
Sure, why not? I've seen most of them.
One good point, or one thing I like to ask is the camera that was used. It had this plate that has crosshairs on it. So every image that is taken, there is crosshairs that are superimposed on top of the image. It must be on top because the film is behind it. So it's impossible for the crosshairs to be in the background and not the foreground, like behind an object, in other words. And still, we see images of objects covering up and obscuring the crosshairs. How can this be?
Hey, just real quick, is there a mod here? I can't post memes.
Yeah, what's your name?
Blatek.
Same.
I
tried to post
gotcha.
something earlier. But I'd really like to know how the crosshairs are obscured by objects when it's a plate in front of the film.
Okay, Blah, you should be good. Who's the other guy that wanted it?
Blue car.
Yeah,
Aye.
yeah, I'm good to go.
Okay. You guys hear me?
Barely. What'd you say?
I said, who was the other guy?
It was me. Blue car.
You guys can barely hear me. My mic's fucked up.
Well, I mean, when you first said something earlier at the very beginning, but you're good now.
You sound good, Jeremy.
Yeah, you're good.
All right, you guys should both be good now.
Outstanding. Thank you, sir. It's just a lot of things that make you think about the moon landing. How the lunar lander, if you look at a high resolution image, looks like it was created with aluminum foil, construction paper, and curtain rods by a 5-year-old.
Yeah, it's quite an intelligent design, that moon lander.
Yeah, like you could see the sheets and they don't lay down flat. Like where the edges are, it like sticks way up and you see a shadow, like huge gaps. Like it wasn't glued down all the way.
They couldn't get even the paper mache correct. Even the paper they couldn't get correct. It's unbelievable. It's truly unbelievable.
Not the pressure vessel, though, right?
Yeah, and then I heard someone say yesterday, this is a different channel, that that they had a camera attached to one of the legs dropped off the camera, and it was remote controlled, so that when they took off, they hit
From
a button.
Houston, that's amazing. How do they?
Yeah, they hit a button and recorded them blast off without any dust flying in the air, no crater. It's like that's amazing. Like,
Not
oh,
only dust, I'll do one better. Those engines, it's not a typical engine that you think. It's two chemicals that they combine together and they ignite. And they make a hell of a flame. Like, I mean, a hell of a flame, which we don't see any of that.
right. Because did someone just say something?
Yeah, can anybody work out how these solar eclipses work? It's very weird. And
Have you ever seen one in real life?
well, I think I've seen one, but the one yesterday was very strange because it was isolated to one area of the whole country of Australia. I'm thinking, why is that?
They all are.
But can you explain how that would work? I'm really struggling with it because the moon's so big apparently and the sun's so big. Why wouldn't we all, but the whole world, see it at the same time?
Good question. Of which
The
I
only
have no
thing
answer.
the only thing I know is that it's a new moon every time.
Has anyone ever seen the dark side of the moon and able to see stars through the dark side? Like right through it?
But I'm just thinking, somebody said new moon. Does that mean like a new moon or just a cycle?
Well, it means like there is no light reflected on the moon or whatever. And according to heliocentric model, they say that the moon is in line with the sun. However, I never seen a dark body, on just a regular day, only on the eclipse.
Oh my God, you're right. Because even on a sunny day, you can see the moon.
Right.
Yesterday, in the eclipse, we couldn't see the moon, the bright side of it.
Because it wasn't
It's
the
all
moon.
bullshit, isn't it?
It is. What you have to ask is, during an eclipse, do you ever see the moon approaching the sun? Ask
No,
yourself
you don't.
that.
It just pops out of nowhere.
Uh-huh. And when it leaves, do you ever
And
see the moon when it leaves?
yeah, it's all theater. They're using a blimp or some shit. I don't know, cardboard cutout for.
And why does it grow in
Death
size
Star.
sometimes? You ever watch the moon just like expand and get massive? It's like huge. How does that work? It'll be orange or something. It'll be massive.
And another thing, why is it so slow? It takes 2 hours to cross the face of the sun when really it should be seconds. Because they're both moving so fast, yeah? And we're speeding 1,000 miles an hour. There's no logic to these eclipses at all.
They would probably argue the distances and how, the moon's so much closer than the sun. And
yeah.
But yeah, I would think you would see the new moon, regardless of an eclipse, as like some dark body in the sky or something, like a shadowed body of some sort.
I tried filming it. I tried getting a glimpse of it with a solar filter and other kinds of filters, and I was ridiculed for it. Made fun of for months and months. Yeah. But trust me, it's not visible. Not a glimpse, not a shine, nothing.
Yeah.
Nothing.
I noticed
nothing, huh?
Yeah.
Yeah, I think it was 2019.
So this is
Yeah.
what they want you to believe on the new moon. The new moon is the moon disappearing for 2-3 days. And the reason is, get this, it's because it's so close to the sun, it's 5 degrees off. That's the reason why we don't see the moon in bright daylight. Yep.
5 degrees off?
Yeah,
5 degrees off, yep.
Wouldn't I see like a dark bodied shadow then or something? Like, wouldn't I see this
Yeah.
circle?
That's what I was expecting to see. Yep. But I was ridiculed for it. Yep. Trust me,
Maybe
you've
it's
seen
this.
nothing.
Yeah. Maybe it's the sun doing a 360 spin on the spot, like a refueling mode.
Yeah.
Like
So
they're
we got the
refueling.
largest. Check this out. We got the largest body of light in the sky. We got the biggest rock in the sky. It's right next to it, 5 degrees, but we can't see it. But when it moves 6 degrees or 7 degrees, then we can see it. What a pile of garbage, man. If you believe
And
that.
and every
this is
28 days it happens. Like, how crazy.
Well, it's
Yep.
it's actually 6.66 degrees. I just wanted to make that distinction.
Oh, how convenient!
Of course it is.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah, there's 666 that happens in the whole NASA math of, you know, the diameter of the Earth and all the distances, and yeah, there's a lot of sixes. 666 this, 666 that. I wish I could find where the video is.
The Arctic and Antarctic circles start at 66.6 latitude, Arctic north,
What?
and then this Antarctic
Hold
south.
up. Okay. Did the SpaceX rocket blow up? Really?
Yep.
I don't think we can leave the firmament.
Why
Nothing
is
can.
anybody surprised by a rocket exploding?
This is
That's
bullshit.
their whole purpose. Rockets explode. Have you never watched Toy Story? Come on.
Yeah.
Yeah,
They don't
here
take off half the time, they just blow up. But we landed on the moon.
No, dude, listen, they're just going to keep saying, hey, the reason they keep blowing up is because we're trying all this new technology so that we could actually put people on these places and da.
Why would they actually strap men to bombs when we're so technologically advanced? That seems a little barbaric and archaic, don't you think?
My child wants to be quiet. My child wants to be an astronaut. Don't let her hear that. Don't.
Yeah, I mean, here we are looking into space, but we haven't even, you know, looked at Antarctica and looked at everything there is there, or the Arctic Circle, or whatever you want to call it, the ice ring. We can't go there, supposedly.
Yeah. Did someone jump on Elon Musk's Twitter yet and see what he posted? What bullshitty Twitter tweet?
You know, supposedly the UN will scramble F-16s if you try to fly there in your little Cessna, which you're probably only going to have enough fuel to get there, and you'll run out by the time you make it back. And I can only find a few videos, you know, and then someone took a boat, and here comes this huge vessel, and they're screaming on the megaphone, turn around and go back or else. Or I'm paraphrasing. It's not exactly what they said, but basically what they were saying is turn around or we're going to blow you out of the sky or water. And I can only find a few videos of it, which is interesting.
Are you talking about the Berserker ship?
Yeah, I think so.
Yeah.
It looks like a battleship. It's huge.
Oh, no, this was a small sailboat that like 3 guys sailed to the Antarctic in a really short period of time, heading from, I want to say, Norway. And they were apprehended 2 or 3 times. And I think it was like the 2nd or 3rd trip, one of the members disappeared. And, but yeah, they were apprehended and punished for it.
Right. That's probably why I can't find very many videos, because they don't make it back. Whoops.
Okay, I just pulled Elon Musk's Twitter, and he's congratulating the team for a successful launch. Are you guys sure it blew up?
Elon Musk is like the modern day Albert Einstein. He's a fraud.
He's a retard, yeah. He
Yeah.
can't even make a sentence. Have you watched his interviews?
Yeah.
He mumbles and fumbles and can't read the script. And... So did he seriously blow up, or what's he talking about?
Maybe that's what he wanted from the mission. He wanted to blow up.
He says, congratulations, SpaceX team, on an exciting test launch of Starship.
Mm-hmm.
What the fuck?
You know what got higher than that? Jefferson Starship.
Why is it surprising? I don't understand. Explosions are exciting. That's what happens when you light them. So isn't this the whole point?
God, It's fucking nuts.
I don't think space is real.
You're trying to curve logic here. If you light
Yes.
something that's an explosive, it's gonna explode.
It's like they
Okay,
don't know
so
how fireworks work.
explosions are the new way forward.
It's like how if there are satellites, how does that work? How do they stay in orbit?
Well, if you ask if questions, you're gonna have lots of
How
different.
big are their
answers, aren't
saddles?
you?
I heard that giant weather balloon came over the U.S. Soil or whatever was just a giant NASA loom or whatever. It wasn't from China.
Right. That's exactly what I was thinking this morning, because the whole weather balloon came, supposedly went from China to Texas, because I'm from Texas. And I was like, what the heck is going on? And then shortly after that, I came across the idea that there are no satellites, but rather they are massive weather balloons that NASA and government agencies,
Right.
space
Yeah,
agencies create.
They launched it in Little China in Houston, Texas.
Yeah,
dude.
and that's how they take images of the Earth and everything, like Google Earth and all that.
They do a lot of that from airplanes, but just look into satelloons. I mean, NASA uses them. They're the highest.
Are you serious? Is that really the name?
Yeah, satelloons. Yeah, go ahead
Satelloons?
and Google it. Yeah, Google it.
Yeah, I left out the saddle part, but I did say. But yeah, it's it's pretty eye opening.
NASA consumes the most helium out of anyone in the whole world.
Do you know who?
Oh, that's
who
why
owns?
there's a shortage.
You know who
Ah,
owns majority of the helium producing factories? George Bush.
the plot thickens.
That's why he talks like that. I knew it.
You can see what's going there. Sweet. Can't fool me twice. I mean,
Fool me, can't fool me. He must have posted the tweet, then it blew up. Why doesn't he delete it? He looks really stupid right now.
Damage control.
Yeah.
Nothing new.
What does Steve like to say, Hammer? That helium is created, not mined, or whatever. Or is it the other way around?
If helium is lighter than air, which it is, then how do we extract it from the atmosphere?
No, they supposedly they mine it from deep within the earth, and yeah,
That's what keeps the ball floating.
Yeah. They keep pulling
And
all
spinning.
these liquids. They keep pulling all these liquids and gases out of their ball. You know what happens when you empty half of a water bottle and roll it, right? It starts to get a little wobbly.
Well, that, and then think about all the displacement across the surface with all the concrete and infrastructure. You know what happens to a rotating wheel on your vehicle when it's not balanced right? It becomes a vibrational mess.
Yeah, of course.
Yeah.
And then all the continents just happen to be in the northern hemisphere more so with your spinning ball.
It all makes sense now. You know what? I went from being a geocentricist to heliocentric or whatever. I think I just made those words up. The Earth is spinning, yet the wandering stars, follow the same pattern back upon themselves around Polaris time and time again. Yet we're rotating on an axis, flying through space at an alarming rate. But it's all perspective, They say that
People knew it for 10,000 years, known it for infinity time.
Yeah, they say
known it
that
since the Big Bang. This was going on. Go ahead. Sorry.
they say that everything that we see in the sky happened like 300 years ago, or it's in the past, and that's why all we see is the rotation of the Earth only.
They can see back in time, and just ask them how far away those stars are, and they'll start giving you crazy ass numbers that don't make sense to anyone. So
Yeah.
they're unfalsifiable claims, but their claims are insane. So congrats, you're an insane person.
Technically, if we launched a rocket ship far enough away from the surface and looked back at it with a strong enough telescope, we'd see the dinosaurs roaming the earth. This is what they claim.
And then dinosaurs were put there to cover up that there were possibly giant humans.
Not
So they
possibly, it's guaranteed.
Let's not forget the dragons.
Do you guys think that
Those
Crazy
only
Eddie?
existed in China.
Nah.
Sorry, go ahead.
North
Bro,
of Atlantic.
we still
But,
have dragons in Florida.
Komodo dragons?
Well, if you listen to XO, we got dragons all over the place right now.
Reptiles?
XO's a big...
No, it's a specific lizard, but he says it's a dragon. Anyways.
I mean, it is called a Komodo dragon, yeah.
Yeah.
I think he's talking about the ones that run on their hind feet
Those
or
are-
something like that.
Those are kimono dragons.
No, I don't think Komodos run on two legs.
They're from Japan. No,
Bro, if you saw some of the iguanas I run into, man, you would think they were dinosaurs, dude.
Yeah.
I mean, do they stand in massive proportions that is not proportionate at all and would be crushed by gravity alone? Like their proportions just don't add up. Their guts would fall out. Their legs would crumple. And just imagine it running. Like there's no way.
How come
Good
there's
thing there's
not
no gravity.
there's not so many lizards that have like eyes like the Jackson's chameleon with turret eyes which independently move. That dude's got some badass eyes.
It's trippy.
Chameleons do that. I got a chameleon at home.
Yeah, was that like the true chameleon or something? Jackson's chameleon.
This is a translucent veiled chameleon.
You made that up. That's word salad.
No. That's the actual name.
I mean, I could see that as an advantage. You can see more when you move your eyes independently, but you'd think that the image wouldn't come together, like how we have stereoscopic, eyes where the image merges together. Like, how would that even work?
Well, you got to have the stereo independent eyes, but then you can also flick your tongue multiple times your own body length to capture a fly. It's easy.
Majority of lizards actually have a third eye direct on top of their head. This was recently discovered, and that third eye actually has a retina, a lens, and a cornea, I want to say, and it's capable of perceiving light. Yeah.
Are you being serious right now?
The tuatara?
Yeah, I'm serious. It's connected to the pineal gland, and it's directly between both eyes on the top of their head.
The pineal gland, also known as our third eye, is that right? Or am I thinking of something else? Okay.
No, you got it right.
Also called the pineole.
Supposedly, snakes have a third eye as well, but it's actually more of a stone that's located right between both eyes at the top of their head, and you can extract it if you do it right. You can literally push it out between their scales, and each snake has like a different colored gem, and supposedly those stones other snakes can sense, and it'll actually ward them off. There's a shit ton of YouTube videos on it.
No way. So I can have all the Infinity Stone. I can do this. Be Thanos of Cobras. Yeah, I'm sorry.
Yeah. Check it. No, you're good. This is quick. The staff, Jafar's staff in Aladdin with the snake head, diamond or rupee thing or whatever it is. Yeah, there's a lot of shit going on with the pineal gland. What's crazy about the human pineal gland too is it calcifies naturally, and other things don't do that in the body like the pineal gland does. Some say it's
natural.
Right. Well, some say
that's not true. Everything calcifies in the body, including the arteries.
It's not like this. So this does it
Yeah, but it's
immediately.
not natural.
It's a different
Right.
thing against
It's caused from environment pollution.
Right.
Well, it's cause for much you put in your mouth.
Let's let him
Yeah,
finish.
that too.
Because I interrupted him. I'm sorry.
It's all good. Pineal gland's crazy.
Go
Yeah, it
ahead, bro.
calcifies. In my opinion, it calcifies because it's protecting itself from the elements, and that's a really good way to do it. Is harden yourself to the elements.
Huh. I never thought of it that way.
It's weird. Like calcium oxide's used on like early lenses as like a type of like sort of lens coating. It develops naturally too, just with like projecting through it. It'll like it'll build up calcium oxide on it, and the lenses might look all like washed out, but it actually helps to render the image better.
I heard that stone that I was talking about that's found in snakes, the snakes' heads, is a remnant of their poison glands being excreted and hardening over time. Something along those lines. I don't know how true that is, but that's what I heard.
Well,
Yep, crazy shit, huh?
Yeah. Is the pineal gland a hyperdimensional gateway to another realm?
You know what else is real
Oh.
crazy about reptiles is the females can get pregnant without a male.
That's in Jurassic Park. It's true.
Yeah, but they can't produce fertile eggs. They only lay infertile eggs unless it's inseminated.
Really? So they still lay eggs even though they're not pregnant? Or
Yeah, chameleons. The chameleons do the same thing, and then the
that's
male
wild.
chameleons produce what's called sperm plugs, and it's pretty gross. But yeah,
Never say it again.
Now, when I found that out, it made me think about the Jesus story a little differently.
Oh.
But like you can have plants, female plants propagate themselves by spraying a little bit of colloidal silver on it. So maybe silver's just as good
it
as
causes.
sperm. Maybe it's just as good.
I don't know, but that's typically with male plants. You'll spray that on, or sorry, a female plant to turn it male or hermaphrodite. Yeah,
No,
you're right.
no, it'll like create autoflowering. It'll pollinate it basically, make it make seeds.
Right. Well, it
That are
creates
feminized.
it creates it to turn male. So you take a female genetic, spray it with colloidal silver over the course of a week or two, and eventually it'll start producing pollen sacs like a male plant, like a hermaphroditic male.
No.
Is that how they
Yeah, I've done it before actually to cross breed genetics for cannabis.
Yeah, I was about to say with cannabis, you know how some seeds that you can buy that like only female, and I'm sitting here thinking to myself like, how do they know which seed is female?
They don't. But it's like if you spray them with colloidal silver, they'll just produce seeds and they're feminized. So like the greater percentage of they'll be female seeds. But there's also some way to be able to tell like by the ridges on it or something like that. But I don't know. Maybe they're just.
It actually won't produce seeds. It'll produce pollen, and then you extract the pollen, and then you basically spread the pollen across the female plants. Yeah, I've done this before, bro. Okay.
I've done what I said too. So I guess we're both right.
All right. I've actually created my own colloidal silver. Did you do that part?
And you think that's hard to do?
Nope. It's pretty easy.
Oh yeah, well I've said stuff on the internet and I was right.
Yeah.
Sounds emotional.
Look
I
it up,
drink
though.
the colloidal silver. Did you do that?
Yeah, man.
I got bitch tits now.
You do?
That sounds kinky.
Nah, I'm just joking.
Do you milk them?
I don't know that occurs. I just think it forces something where the female of the plant is just like, oh yeah, this like works. Let's try this, and then it just builds another. I don't know, man. There's something weird about that. There's another type of chemical. I forget what it is, but it can take like even like a seed from the 70s you find like in a fucking cabinet or something like that, and you can rehydrate it and it like brings the genetics back, and you can propagate like old seeds like that. And it also does this thing where if you spray it on male plants, it turns them female. like
Is
saying
there
it
any
like that.
repercussions to all this? Like, is there any downsides?
Moral, ethical. Yeah.
Right? It doesn't sound right.
Turns you into a woman.
It turns the freaking frogs gay.
I don't know. I think that possibly like certain strains of weed like have effects on your hormone cycle some way, right? If it's all connected to your cannabinoid system and then that's all connected to
Yeah,
the elbow.
listen, it's some guys get it really bad. Women usually I don't hear anything bad about it, but a lot of guys, no, not a lot. Some guys get it real bad. The gynecomastia that comes from maybe overdoing testosterone supplements and steroids while bodybuilding can also happen when you start messing around with your hormones. And like if you drink alcohol and you smoke a bunch of weed and you eat a lot of fast food, your estrogen levels are going to be spiked if you whether or not you're a man or woman.
Sure. There's tons of estrogen in beer. I know that because I never really drank until a certain point when I was drinking. And then I was like, man, I'm feeling really emotional, guys. I don't know why.
Yeah, it's in the hops.
Yeah.
Hop
But
to
they
hop.
used to make, right, because they make beer to chill you out. The real beer is from Heather Tops, and that makes you party like it's 1990 or 16.
Wait. So beer has a lot of estrogen, really?
Well,
Well,
because it's made with
it
hops.
mimics
That-
estrogen.
Let me tell
You
you
know
what happened.
that kind of makes sense now that I think about it, because I've always noticed that when guys drink, they always do like homo shit. What's up with that?
Yeah,
Right?
exactly. Well, here, listen. Here's what it does.
Well,
the body,
because otherwise, I don't know. The Bible says, or some guy on the radio says that the Bible says that man is like predisposed to just wrath. Basically, man is pissed off all the time, and so I think that there's just things that we do to make ourselves not pissed off all the time. What do you think?
I do think that. I agree. But what I was going to say about alcohol is it. What it does is it tells the body to freak the fuck out. So if you're a male, and you have a lot of testosterone going on, and you drink a bunch of alcohol, your body thinks it has to basically attack everything that's inside of itself. And what that does is it stops your natural testosterone production because it's like, oh fuck, we're poisoned. Stop everything. We got to fix this. So what it does is it sends out estrogen instead because it wants to make sure that there's a hormone balance, right? It wants to keep you alive while your hormones go fucking crazy. It takes a lot of testosterone to catch an alcohol buzz, right? But then that testosterone and the buzz both kind of wear off at the same time. Then you get that estrogen bounce because again, the hormones are trying to find that equilibrium, just like gases do in our medium.
Thanks for that. Appreciate you, man. I also hope you're not mad at me for defending bullshit. I think I don't want you to think I'm intellectually a lawyer. I just
No. I love all of you guys. I don't think that you're intellectually dishonest. The anti-flat earthers are always intellectually dishonest, but I also like them enough to say they could probably change too. But dude, you're never doing anything like that. We're always all good.
You want the best term you ever
I
had
think it's
for an anti-flat earther?
Sorry.
You want the best term you ever had for an anti-flat earther?
Yep.
Bigot.
That's true. Yeah.
It's so true. Like, let me just pull up the definition. It's look, obstinate or unreasonable attachment to a belief, opinion, or faction. In particular, prejudice against a person or people on the basis of their membership of a particular group. So every time they come in and say, explain this, it's like, why the fuck you asking me to do that? How about ask me for my position, argue against or agree with, or, like something like that. We always end up running into people who are actually not trying to talk to us. They're trying to disprove some other idea. And it's like,
Yeah.
tiresome.
Elijah, it's because they have truther derangement syndrome.
It's because they're here to obfuscate.
I'm just kind of curious, like, how did all you guys come across flat Earth exactly? Like, how did that transpire? If you don't mind me asking.
Well, you want everyone to tell you their origin story?
I find it fascinating because the way I came across it was way different than a friend of mine that I ran into on here. It's
It's going to be different for everybody, man. And every story is interesting as shit.
It really
is. Yeah, but I mean, like, if we want to start going down that route, that'd be funny to listen to. But I don't know if anybody else wants to have any other conversations. I don't mind hearing those stories. Those are pretty cool.
I mean, mine was real short and simple. I was standing in my living room, and I had my Google Chromecast plugged into my TV, and on the screen it came the Google Earth, and in the bottom corner it said Earth from space. And I looked at it and I was like, man, that ain't fucking Earth from space. That's a fucking cartoon. And then in my head I thought to myself, you know what? We don't have photographs of the fucking Earth from space. It's all cartoons. So I went on the internet, I Googled Earth from space, and literally it was all cartoons, and that's pretty much what it did for me.
Yeah, it's crazy too, because like I wanted to consider all kinds of truths, and that's I mean, once I realized what was going on, it all kind of fell like dominoes, right? Yeah, of course the space stuff is the footage is fake, and the look at how bad it looks. It's like, oh my God, PlayStation 2 called and they want their graphics back for so many of this shit, and I was blown away by it. But anyway, my origin story is long. You guys go ahead.
I'm liking this. Let's keep it going.
Radioactive spider. One day in the lab.
Back in the lab.
Start questioning the idea of greatly held truths that are generally held to be true, but very little evidence is there to prove them. That these might be the real things that actually control everybody. So if that's television, if that's like I don't know. I think I came to some degree of certitude that there's something fishy about atomic bombs, and then I was like, wait, is the Earth flat? And then so somewhere in about like winter of 2010, I started. I made a search for it and found very, very little, and I thought like, oh, maybe I'm just mistaken. I kept checking back with it a little bit later. A whole bunch of shit popped up. Mass Powerland, later DeBay, then Sergeant, Flat Potatoes, Weiss, all the filibusters.
Do you remember? Do you remember like before, like you said, you were questioning like atomic bombs and stuff. What made you think of the Earth being flat?
Because it's just like something that you could use to control people.
No, I mean, but like you don't just wake up and go, "What if the Earth is flat?" Like, what did you see? Like,
I
you
was
had to
like
have
I was
experience.
just on the basis of what I had looked at and all of the different avenues that involve like world's fairs, and nothing that was really general
Yeah, that's what
conspiracy
I'm asking.
necessarily.
What did you
So
see
I
in?
basically looked for conspiracies where nobody really looks for them, and I guess it eventually got me to atomic hoax, and I didn't even look at YouTube stuff for that. I just like concluded through my researches that probably bullshit.
Where in the atomic hoax, like, did you get the inkling of the Earth being flat?
Because it's well, it's all controlled by money. The whole thing. And that was where I was at with atomic hoaxes. This is basically a new kind of gold that they just like turn something else into like a highly valuable
Yeah,
material.
so when did that translate into Earth is flat? I'm trying to like
I'm like
it's like there's this
some
big
people are linear thinkers, but I'm not like that.
there's this big black hole where it's like, you
I
were
was wondering.
searching for things, you came across like some information that
I didn't.
informed you about. I mean, you don't watch TV or YouTube, so you must have been
No,
reading
at
something. You
this
just
point,
said
like I'm a full believer in the Helio model. I think I'm thinking like I don't know any better, but I should definitely believe on a ball. And I had met this crazy person, and they had like hit me to all this awesome stuff, and they're not crazy.
did they say anything
But
about flat Earth?
yeah, and I was like, yeah, no, that's impossible.
That's what
And
I'm
then,
asking. That's what I want to know. That's all. Yeah, you
but I
talk
did
about
not.
that part.
That's all that there was with that, and then it was never touched on again until I guess about 8 months later. I put that connection together with just deception itself, and that basically deception is the greatest like technology that we have going. Like it's the most tried and true thing that we have, that we know that people can do, is be deceptive to a point that is just obscene, right?
Right.
It's right. Okay, so based on those thinkings alone, just with this handful of ideas, I'm like, probably the Earth's flat, because it would just be so beneficial to like lie about how all of the other stuff is working, keep everybody kind of tricked. That's the best place to keep people. If you look at that, I mean, if you're trying to run the world, you don't just like let
Right.
everybody have like unobstructed like free reign over everything. You know,
No,
even in
of course
sports, they
not.
play defense. They're playing defense with all this stuff. They don't want a they want to keep everything funneled and down. You know what I mean? Create a workforce.
They want us to believe that we're, that the Big Bang, this explosion that created something, when in nature, an explosion only destroys things, but apparently the Big Bang creates life out of nothing. And here we are flying through space at an alarming rate. We're insignificant, like we're just this meaningless spinning ball flying through space.
But yeah, I mean, I guess I had
You know what I mean?
the period of time where I was like, well, how would that even work and stuff, and I'm trying to like look at my sky, my little sky, in my, there's trees covering so much of the sky, like here where I live, but I know it's been different at other places I've gone. I've seen like big sky country, different places, so. Start to think about just try to piece it all together, man. That's a lot to conceptualize, I guess, That's why it helps to have like some kind of like thing to see and just be like, oh, even if it's wrong, it's like that's something, I guess it cuts both ways with the Gleason's map, because it's like not an equalized projection, I guess. It's azimuthally distorted so that the outer land masses are going to appear twice the scale as if they should. So, unless you can like do that transposition visually in your head, you're going to wind up with some kind of like misappropriated information there somehow, man. So anyway, just trying to figure like sun and moon, does that work? And I didn't have any like early on, there weren't all the videos to like put it together. So I don't know. It's just been where I started, and where I think I'll wind up with this. I don't think the globe's not getting any stronger.
Yeah, I feel like the people who created this whole idea, they've long passed away, and the ship has no captain. There is no direction. There's no course. It's just out there. It's just
Is it
going.
because like is it something eventually?
That's a good point, because
Yeah,
that's what it feels like. It feels like, do you remember, look, what I remember vaguely is that, coming up, space was awesome, dinosaurs was, everything was like all together, packed into little different boxes, but they're all there for you to unpack and play with. The TV was there, the cartoons were there. I mean, it's here now, but you didn't have a whole bunch of other kids over there like that shit's phony and fake, you know what I'm saying? So it's like back then there was no reason to question anything really. And it's like, damn, I was trying to make a point.
Oh, you're good. Take your time.
What's the last thing the last guy just said?
Good question.
You said there weren't a bunch of kids over there saying it's all fake.
No, the last guy before me, because
He said
that's
that
why I jumped in.
he said there seems the ship has no captain.
Oh, right. It seemed like that was like how it all broke out, right? But then there was a period of time as I was growing up where there seemed to be I could have swear I remember that like somebody was like there is no NASA, and I was like, what do you mean there's no NASA? That's like the top of the top. Isn't that like higher than the president or something? Like I was thinking that, and then there was no space stuff. That's why Neil deGrasse Tyson was like, nobody likes science anymore. Nobody likes the space shit. And I was like, yeah, that's true. What happened to all that? Then Flat Earth came out. Now here they are scrambling, defending themselves with shit that obviously looks terrible. So it does seem like it's a ship with no captain.
That's just what it seems like to me. Yeah.
Yeah, well, it's like either they're gonna need to like lock this down 1984 style, get everybody really in some. But for what reason? Is it like that people couldn't handle a flat cosmogony? Is that too much? Like,
No,
isn't
they're
it
just
nice to be
hiding
able to
land, man.
rediscover the place we live? In a way, it's nicer.
They're hiding land, man. The center has something crazy in it. The quote unquote North Pole.
Yeah, the North Pole is forbidden. The quote unquote South Pole is forbidden.
What a coincidence, huh?
Yep.
And then the apologists will deny that. So it's like, why would you have to deny
Well,
the truth?
we don't call them apologists or any of that stuff anymore. We could just call them bigots because that's what they are.
I mean, couldn't we just disprove globe earthers with just a compass? Because
Yeah, it needs to be horizontal. Yeah.
north will always point towards the center of the earth.
Well, the thing is that they disprove themselves when they just start talking.
Yeah, it really does. Or GPS coordinates. But it's a shame that that's ran by the government and military. It's not like
Open source. Yeah.
civilian. It's not a civilian thing that you're right. Exactly.
Right.
Where
It's
you
the
could
first
like
thing.
look at all the GPS coordinates of where everybody's phone is. That would just blow everything out of the water.
Yeah, I think your example with that heat-seeking missile made me able to simplify that argument a lot more. All I need is like an animation of a point where the missiles are, a moving target, and both the missile paths tracing lines out, and then you stretch them out. It's really that simple. You don't have to get into like all kinds of weird. The reference frame thing doesn't even matter.
The missile knows where it's going because it knows where it isn't. Or something like that. Anyway.
So I was like literally picking up like parts of a tree. Are you like asking me to make an animation?
No, I was just saying. I think that put it in my mind. I can make it simpler now because it doesn't. You don't have to make the animation. I'll get someone to do it. It's just it's a lot simpler now. Where with that animation, you don't have to get all involved in reference frames and shit. That just muddies the water.
Does anybody else have a story they'd like to share about how they discovered flat Earth?
YouTube pushed it on me. I've been into conspiracy since the 90s, though.
Like, what year are we talking here? You remember?
Late 90s or mid 90s.
No, for flat Earth.
Oh, flat Earth.
When did YouTube push it on you?
Or whenever that was going hard with YouTube.
Like 14, 15? Up.
That was after that. I think it was like
2017.
18, 19. It might even have been. Yeah, it was like 18, 19. I got in a little late.
Dude, yeah. Well, you got there right when they started to censor it. Like,
I thought that was 2015.
You just
around
made
there.
it,
'Cause
buddy.
that's where there was an influx of people searching for flat Earth. It was like off the charts. For some reason, a lot of people started searching flat Earth in 2015. From what I hear, I don't know how true that is.
no, it is true. You can check the Google Analytics. It was like one of the most searched terms.
Well, something must have happened because in 2015, that's when I was standing in my living room, and the image I posted in the live stream, that Earth from space, that was in 2015. Like literally, I was standing there looking, and I was like, "Man, that's some fake ass shit. What the fuck is this?"
It's funny because the Globers will use that the analytics from the Google searches and be like, "Oh look, flat Earth's dying. It's falling off." Like guys like me and you and Eli and Geo and all of us are just sitting there Googling flat Earth every day. Like, why the fuck would we do that?
Well, that's
Yeah,
how they
exactly.
planned it. They put in the algorithm when you search flat Earth, they put all the top all the first results of all the propaganda of flat Earth that no serious flat earther would even consider.
Well, it's not
And
even
then
that. It's just pure like marketing. Clearly, that message has been there for like how many years? It's old. Who else is going to keep, searching and getting the same result? Like eventually you're going to be like, okay, I've seen all I need to see, which is why they're actually in an echo chamber. So the echo chamber, this is why they're like, when you're trying to talk about like the geometric horizon, they're like, I don't know what you're talking about, but it's not supposed to be curvature from left to right. Or sometimes they say there is supposed, like they never know the actual arguments because they've been arguing like these flat Earth points for I don't know how many years now, totally isolated from people like us in these servers and shit. So that's just because there's no new information for them because they didn't know how to get around that. They probably didn't even know that they should get around that because they basically missed the boat.
Yeah,
Just
but
like
like we
we
don't.
missed the boat at some point. There were people that were waking up in the 90s. I was like, yay, NASA, like, what's going on? You know what I mean? So they just missed the boat. It'll
Well,
come
the
around
'90s
again.
was a weird time, bro. The '90s were weird, man. Because
Yeah.
Yeah,
But
I'm just saying
yeah, I
that's a
X-Files.
mean,
pretty funny point, Jeremy. Right? Because like to even look at Google Analytics to get any idea of how many people look into flat Earth is retarded. Like if you know that you can't just Google it, then you're not gonna Google it, and duh. So you can DuckDuckGo specific video titles and stuff. You just have to try to find people that have the info and can show you all of it, like with a playlist or links or whatever. So anyone that actually looks into flat Earth, they're not like typing in the word flat Earth.
yeah, I don't know if I ever even did that when I was when I was new. I think I did it once, like just to see what popped up or something, like after years. But like, yeah, even when
I
I was
used
new,
to,
I wasn't typing flat Earth in a
well,
Google.
when I was new, there was like a very finite amount of them. So like I had seen everything that would return from flat Earth. Like so I saw all of them, and then you could never catch everyone ever after. But for like I don't know a good year, I was monitoring like every day. I'd like search see what's new live streams, new channels, new you know.
Yeah, that's crazy. It's crazy because like when I first came across it, like I heard B.O.B. say it in the song or whatever. That was
Became
said I'm
yeah.
breaking up.
I was like it's really going good. Like B.O.B. Really helped like bring that kind of almost like ODD and BOB at the same time, kind of like sort of how cross helped each other. You know what I mean? I think.
Um,
I mean, not in reality, but just like that they kind of occurred in sort of around the same time.
yeah. So like it's funny because it's basically my True Earth anniversary.
Sweet.
I guess in 3 days. In 3 days is my 7-year True Earth anniversary. So yeah, because it was literally when B.O.B. dropped Earth mixtape, and that was April 23rd, 2016, apparently. So anyway, I was like, yeah, well that's dumb. You can just look at a picture of Earth from space. Like that's literally what I was thinking.
Yeah.
I didn't fully understand flat Earth actually. I didn't even know what he was talking about or what it meant in the picture was kind of confusing to me. But anyway, I went and looked into it, and like, dude, this happened so fast. Like within a matter of minutes, I found out that this famous picture they show everyone, from 2002, the blue marble. It's not like an actual picture. I'm like, what? I'm like,
Yeah.
wait.
Right. Yeah. I feel like you're in the Twilight Zone. Yeah.
72. So I'm like, oh, from 1972. I already knew the moon landings were fake, so I became a flat earther. Like I knew something was there, like very quick.
So it's
Well,
like
I like
it's
what
like
Matt Powerland said. Like basically, that they went to the moon to prove the ball, to take a snapshot of it, and then that it wasn't to go to the moon; it was to prove the ball. And I was like, wow, that's a weird way of thinking about it. I like it.
if anybody watched True Blood at all, it's like the globe Earth is like Bill Compton. You know, it's like, is he lying? I don't know. Maybe he is, maybe he isn't. But every other episode, he loses just a little more trust because he kind of omitted some shit and some shit that Suki thought it was, it really wasn't. And every time you turn around, it's like, God damn it. It's like, that's what the globe is like every fucking other day or every day or every hour for some of us, depending on how much you're like, willing to spend time researching this shit. I remember the time where Comet Neowise came around. I was like, oh yeah, hell yeah, let's see what's going on in the sky. Fuck it. And I remember them saying it's
That
like,
was right when Paul Walker died.
okay. So, it's like they said it was
My son. I'm sorry,
60
different one.
something.
Sorry, my bad.
It was like 60 million miles away, right? And it was 3 miles wide in diameter. But we could see it with our eyeballs. I was like, get the fuck out of here, man. Like, who believes that?
Wait,
But
what are the
people,
numbers again? What are the numbers again? I just want to run that real fast for myself.
Oh, well, it was nice having a combo with you guys.
No, you guys can still
all
have it.
right,
I just want to.
everybody put your conversations back in your
No, you guys can.
pocket.
No, you
It's
guys can
time
go
to get
back.
serious. Where's the fucking curvature? I'm just kidding.
Bigotry.
No, you guys can. You guys can go.
Bigotry.
You guys can go back. I'm just. You brought up numbers, and you know me. I like
Hey,
math.
we want. Yeah.
All right,
No,
look,
it's
check this out. Look here, look. You know how I found it? I googled it, bro.
But what were you
Yeah,
talking?
just
What were you
Google it.
talking about though? What was he talking about though?
Go listen to the YouTube.
Fair enough. That's a good point.
We're talking about Comet New Eyes.
Neowise.
Don't conversation rape us, bro. No means
I was thinking
no.
Ison. I'm sorry. Yeah. That was my wake
Uh,
up.
uh,
That
Yeah,
was a weird
Chucky
one.
came in earlier. I had to make sure it was consensual for them guys.
Yeah, dude, you gotta watch out, bro. They'll just get to rocking, bro.
I'm sorry. What were what were those numbers?
It's crazy, bro. The numbers.
Got,
Why do the numbers matter, bro? Like, dude, the Earth's a ball. Look at your pictures. Enjoy them.
Right.
Arma's got that energy like he's looking for his car keys, but he can't find them.
That's funny.
I think I put them over here. No, I put them in my other pants. No, I was wearing the pants. No, I put them in the laundry, but I put them in the laundry and then I put them in the... Oh shit, they're not... Anyway, yeah.
It's like it's obvious that when you hear just like real people just have chill conversation about how they woke up to the deception of the globe, it just like the NPCs can't handle it. It's like pouring water on the motherboard or something.
Yeah. What's going on in here?
Are you guys being real and saying things I've compartmentalized and not considered honestly yet for years?
Yeah,
Right.
I guess.
That's all I was doing myself. For the longest time, I was like, "That's weird. That's weird. But I'm like, but it's probably fine. I'm not going to think about it.
Well, I guess I should tell you guys how I discovered flat Earth. Now that you mentioned that, because I was freaking out. All right, I had an automotive shop. Okay, and my neighbor, he was Mexican. This is important because he had a lot of friends. Well, they'd all come over on the weekends. We'd all hang out and bullshit around. And I've known him for one of his friends. I've known him for several years, and we agreed politically about 95% of the time. Right? This is important as well. And one Saturday night, he was talking to another one of his buddies, and I overheard him say, "The Earth is flat, bro." And I'll look over in his direction, like, is this guy serious right now? And he starts going off on why the Earth is flat, right? And I swear, it was in one ear, out the other. I was like, this guy knows where I live. He knows where my parents live. He knows what car I drive. I am freaking out. All right, I'm 38, so I just discovered flat Earth about a year ago. So I was 37 at the time. I have never felt this way in my life. Like, I am losing my freaking mind. In one ear, out the other. I couldn't hear a word he was saying. All I remember him doing was holding a basketball, and he's shining a flashlight at it. And you can go, look at the. He was like moving the flashlight in and out, and I'm sitting there going, "Get this guy away from me! Holy shit!" Like I was like literally in fear for my life. And I've been connecting the dots since 2004 or 2003, like a few years after 9/11. That's kind of how it all started. Started
Hey,
like
that's
into
the kind of
9/11.
level
So
of
I've been
fear.
connecting the dots for a while. So I thought I was open-minded. So when people like freak out when you're trying to teach them about flat Earth, like I get it, man, because I thought I was open-minded, but apparently not.
Like another layer to understand like what play that they just ran on you is if you watch it's Taboo Conspiracy 3's channel. He has a video titled Propaganda and Irrational Fear, and it goes on about the last, couple years and everything that happened. And basically there's a segment in there where they talk about like the Hun and how they got American people to view these people and the fear that eventually it became a different kind of psychological tactic where instead of looking at some enemy from like overseas, now you're looking at your neighbor as the enemy because they could be a potential spy, or like they could have been, they might be like secretly some other religion that like maybe they might kidnap your child, and you begin to develop this serious fear. And they've been doing this shit for years, bro. And I don't understand why somebody like Armada, or whatever his name, like can hear shit like this, know that it's genuine, and not like just stop your bullshit, man. I don't
Dude, it's
get it.
weird. That's the weirdest part, bro. Is like when we were sitting here last night, I was showing my screen for a little bit. Me and Gio and everybody were talking, and it's like we were just. It was nostalgic, right? We were going back through the timeline and we were looking stuff up. It's like, oh wow, early warning system for anywhere that gets close to the North Pole. They have literal trip lines set up where they keep an eye on anyone that gets close to the North Pole. And then you go look at it and it's a cartoon. You can't see the North Pole. And like I'm showing all this on the screen. And like I don't see how a baller can sit there and see that and then see it's updated to the North warning system or whatever now. And it still exists. And you can't go to the North Pole. And then you look up, I go to my Google and I Google like North Pole from space, all cartoons. The
Oh
whole
yeah.
like 5 straight pages, nothing but cartoons. And the cartoons don't even match the cartoon that's on Google Earth. And I'm like, what's going on here? And you can't go
Yeah.
here. Well, what year did they first do this though? Oh, 1957, the year before NASA was founded, which was the year before the Antarctic Treaty was signed. It's
What,
like,
probably Operation Long Jump or whatever it's called?
Now speaking of Antarctica,
Is it
has
another bird
anyone
operation though?
hold on,
40,
hold
is
on.
it
Has
47?
anyone read anything from H.P. Lovecraft?
no,
You
I don't
should.
think.
Okay.
The Mountains of Madness. Just now, I understand why they signed the Antarctic Treaty.
Yeah. So
Did you
the
say
quick
47? What's it?
Wait, do tell why.
57.
57. Thank you. Assessing for clarification.
Yo, did you do that timeline yet?
No, I'm
No.
about to do it. I'm gonna do it
That
today,
shit's
though.
gonna be dope.
Yeah.
Yeah.
That's
So
cool.
to finish my story, so I ended up moving out of that shop about a month after that, after he said the Earth was flat, and so I move into my new place, and in my subconscious, I was like, something is off. So it took a month after moving into the new place. I've been at the new place for a whole month, and then all of a sudden it hit me like a sack of potatoes. I was like, wait, that guy that I agree with politically 95% of the time, he said the Earth was flat. So I've already been researching, with Rumble, Odysee, BitChute, and all that about the jabby jab, and so I hop on Rumble and start looking at a flat Earth video, and I promise you, I could only get through 2 minutes of it. I had to shut it off. I was like, I couldn't listen to it. It was in one ear out the other. My brain could not accept what I was seeing. I was like, this is crazy. This is lunacy. Like this guy believes this is insane. Like my mind could not grasp it. So I had to give it a few days and then come back to the same video over and over and over, and I'd get through a little bit more each time, and eventually I was able to finish a whole video, and I was like, wait a minute. I have more questions about the heliocentric model as opposed to the geocentric model, and the rest is history. So yeah, like for people to already be here at a flat earth channel, or like, that's kind of like what this is, and other flat earth channels on Discord, like all these people who believe in the globe model, and they're just refuting everything. Like, it's like, I don't know. I don't know where I was going with that. But anyway.
Well, I just I guess the bigger points, like what Eli brought up, is so fascinating. But it's like, how can the people, like the ballers in here, sit here and hear it, and then and then just like ignore it? It's like insane to just envision being them. But I guess what you're saying does, I hear you, but it's like, I can't understand, how could someone look at the sequential order of what the government did after previously not knowing that, it being a well-kept secret, no one ever tells you that, no one knows it. If you get to see what the government did in order of how they like went out there, looked at Antarctica, said, no one can go here, no one can go to the north,
Right.
and here, look at the sky, and like, it's kind of crazy, right? I don't know how people could ignore that.
Yeah, and the best part about it was I watched this really good flat earth moon landing documentary. This was all the way back in 2012. So I already knew NASA was full of crap. So even I couldn't accept that. So I get it, like how frustrating it is for globe earthers. It's like talking to a wall. It's super frustrating. They just refute everything and they don't listen to a freaking word. So frustrating. But I get it though, because if you listen to my story, like, I thought I was open-minded. I already knew that the moon landing was a hoax.
It's crazy.
There are people who haven't already connected the dots, and I already have, and look at my situation. It's just,
but that's totally different than
brainwashing, man. It's something else, man. Like,
but do you think you could have sat in here for hours and hours for years?
No, no. Just like when I first started watching the Flat Earth documentary, like it only lasts like a minute and a half. No pun intended. I couldn't do it. Couldn't do it.
It's different when you're like when you can't see. I can understand even the people on Facebook because they're not like homegirl. She had no idea what I was talking about, but she continued to talk to me, and it was so interesting. And she lives in New York too, and it was like. She's like, oh, wait, what? And I'm like, yeah. And I'm breaking it down. She's like, okay, go on. And I'm like, well, do you want the proof that the Earth isn't a globe or that it's flat? Which one do you want? The one with the globe comes with a hostile witness, or we can have like one of our, shots. And she's like, go with the hostile witness. That sounds cool. And I'm like, yo, this is dope. That's different. Like the people who have been in an echo chamber because of how the algorithms are different from the people that have been here, been exposed to every argument directly, even when they've gotten it wrong, like Zanuck or Coach. Well, I'm Zanuck at least. And you're like, no, this is the argument. This is what it's about. Deal with this. And then they're just like not getting it. Like they don't even get that chance. But people like Zanuck and Armored, this guy, all of these people is who I don't
When
understand.
when did I get it wrong?
I don't understand how these
Everything.
people can still
Well,
be
well,
in
he should at least give an
here.
example if he's going to say I got something wrong. Otherwise,
Anything
fully
else, globe? You got that
engaged.
wrong.
I got what wrong?
The Earth being a globe, you got that wrong.
No, that's
When
not
did you get
specific.
anything
Because
right?
technically,
Well,
no,
he,
hold
well,
on, because that would be
but
every Glober. Then he specifically pointed out Zanuck and
right,
me.
but
So what specifically does Zanuck
right
and
here,
me do
I'll
wrong?
tell
At
you
least
right
for
here.
me.
Yeah,
So
I'll
that you
tell you
think the
right
Earth is a
now.
ball.
I'll tell you
then
right
Kosho
now.
got it wrong too. Every Glober got it wrong. Why is he pointing out specific
I'll
two
tell you
Globers? He obviously had a
right
point.
now. I'll
So
tell you
what
right
what do
now.
I get wrong specifically?
Where you find your car keys?
I
Easy.
was,
Shit, calm the
I
fuck
was
down.
Easy.
No, I'm
All
just
that
saying because that's
estrogen that just flowed out your mouth. That's what you got wrong.
no, I'm just saying because like if you want to actually like make an argument, that's not really an argument. So what do I get specifically wrong, Elijah?
I don't know if anybody can hear me trying to talk. I mean,
You ever talk to someone and you can tell, including their blood and everyone else that they're talking to?
like so
Can we be considerate here?
the whole point is the premise of the entire conversation for the last 10 to 15 minutes is globe earthers who can sit in here actually hear the arguments directly, so you're not getting it from some third party anti flat earth Professor Dave or whoever source. You're actually here, you're actually getting the information from the horse's mouth. And then when especially when Witsit just said, how can we go through this chronological order of what the government did and this paper trail of everything that's happened, and you guys just sit on your thumb and not really
Yeah, but why did
not really emote. So the point is, when I point you guys out, I'm saying to the other guy, because I was talking to him, make sure that you understand there's a difference between people that were in an echo chamber, aka not here, and people like you who have been here. Because you just proved my point by jumping into the conversation. The only thing that was important, despite us talking about people being enslaved mentally, is you hearing your name.
Well, yeah, because I mean, I'm literally like half listening to this. I'm using this as background noise right now. But if I hear my name, though, I'm gonna be like, "Oh yeah, someone mentioned me." That's how it works.
Yeah, dude, are you a fucking cheerleader?
That's
Are you a high school cheerleader? Who cares? Just
no, that's how attention works. Though, if someone called your name, like, "Oh shit," someone called my name, whatever. So I'm trying to figure out why he said my name. Why
I
specifically
just
me?
fucking told you. Are you
That
gonna
sounds
cry about it
emotional.
for 5 more minutes? I just told you. Man.
No, you never gave me because you said Zanuck and me, right? But you said not.
Just
You
told
didn't mention
you
Coach.
what we were talking about and how you came in on the conversation. I just told you.
And you don't think the other
Armor, just
Glovers
go
do
back
that?
to bed,
Hold on,
man.
and you don't do the other.
You're not equipped for this day. You need to
No,
sleep.
I am
Go to
equipped for
sleep.
this day, but what? So you think the other Glovers don't do that? If you call their name, they're not going to jump in, because that's
I don't
all.
have to. I don't have to. I don't have to call every. I don't have to call every globe. Do you think? Do you
Yeah,
think
but
it's reasonable? Hold on. Do you think it's reasonable, or are you suggesting that I should have listed every single person? I only called you out because you were here, bro, and I didn't
yeah.
even
So
remember
you
your
could have.
actual name.
Zanuck
So
isn't here
chill
though, so
out.
you literally could. So you literally could have
I
said, "Oh,
didn't
all the
remember
Glovers," but instead
your
you.
name.
No,
So
you're
chill
trying to
out.
waste all because you literally had a point.
One
Hold
arm
on,
at a
I'm
time.
going back to the live stream. I'm going back to the live stream. I'm going to see exactly what he said. All right, because if he said something right, I'm going to literally address it. So.
If they want to pollute their own blood, they can do that on their own time. But
Arma,
like
maybe
I like
your-
my blood.
Maybe your car keys aren't in
Oh.
this room. I don't think your car keys are in this room, Arma.
Yeah, Armor, like maybe just let Elijah make his point to you then, if he's going to do that, because this seems to be your excuse for why you're shitting all over the live stream. Like, just let Elijah.
But he mentioned my name though.
Now you're talking over me. Let Elijah just make. Yeah, that's what I'm saying. Like, if he said your name and he wants to address you, he'll do that now, but he can't do it while you're talking.
Okay.
I feel like I'm in high school.
I'm just no. It's literally
That's what
that's.
the Glovers do.
But that's how it works, though. If you mention someone's name, though, I mean, you don't expect them not
That's
to.
how it works. That's what the
Yeah, I mean,
Glovers
that's,
do.
No one.
That's what the
No
Glovers
one.
do. The Glovers
No
make
one.
us
No one
police the
expected you
conversation.
not. No one expected you not to respond the way you did. But when you did, I explained to you already why. So I'll tell you again. We were having a conversation where the premise was, there are, people in here who, despite all of the information that is overwhelmingly ridiculous, and you had to have been here, so you're going to have to, for those details, go back to the live stream. Um, despite all of that, you guys will still be quiet when somebody like Witsit, says, well, this is what happened in 1957, and then look at this, it happened right near the next year, and then look at this paper trail that goes all the way to here, and then there's all of these things, and it's like, you guys don't feel like, any of this is weird. So we're talking about you guys who have heard the Black Swan arguments, the arguments about the moon and the Selenilian eclipse and all of these extra things, and you guys don't see anything wrong with anything ever. And mention you as an example.
So I was just, are you sure about that? So if I go back, I'm just an example, is what you're saying.
Yes, bro.
All right, let me go back in the live stream.
All right,
Why?
later.
Yeah, you think I'm lying to you? You think I just spit the last? That's what's wrong with that. What's wrong with? So why would they lie? Well, that's what's wrong with it. The fact that you would think I would spit in the last, I don't know how many seconds talking to you, and then go to the live stream, which I fucking told you to go do in the first place, but you fucking wanted to cry about it. So I told you.
No. Well, bear in mind, like Armour said yesterday, he was confusing the curvature of the Earth with the curvature of the Earth, and he just called the same thing two different things, and then made a whole big issue about how one means that it's behind the Earth, and one's talking about the surface of the curvature, and it's like, cool. And then Doofus came in, and he said, do you remember exactly what he said, Witsy? It was like he made a distinction between the curvature of the Earth and behind the curvature of the Earth, or something. It's like, talk about wasting everyone's fucking time. Sorry,
That's
go on.
not the curve. It comes from the curve, or it's caused by the curve, or something like that.
Yeah, they were making
Me
a
and
distinction without a difference, but they spent like 5 minutes doing that.
Me and Bacon literally had this argument for like an hour, maybe 2 hours the other day about. I'm like, dude, how high you got to go to see Earth curve? He's like, oh, we see it right from the ground. And then we went into it for like an hour on that shit. So he was literally arguing the exact opposite thing that these guys were arguing.
It doesn't even matter, right? Like the whole time since the beginning of flat Earth, the whole thing has been the Earth's supposed to curve up, and that curve is supposed to block stuff in the distance. Like it's been it's been the same thing since the beginning, right? I don't know. Like the fact that they do stuff like that is just just very telling.
Like, dude, if that's not Earth curve, how high up we got to go to see it then? 100 feet, 1,000 feet.
You see the Earth curve everywhere, according to the globe. You see the curve of the Earth straight forward.
Right. The curve. Okay. The only thing notable about the curve of the Earth is the horizon. It's physically supposed to be geometrically a wall of water.
Yeah,
That's
literally.
what it is.
Yeah, they were. Oh, I was asking if the geometric horizon was the curvature, and then they couldn't acknowledge it, like because obviously the context of the conversation, but they like are completely void of good faith, right? That's a big point to keep in mind. But well, it's just a fact that a lot of you guys are void of good faith. So like whenever I was bringing up the curvature thing, right, I was talking about you have the geometric horizon, so that's the actual position of the physical obstruction caused by the curvature of the Earth. And then you have the apparent horizon, which is painfully redundant. The horizon is where the sky appears to meet the ground. And we were told over and over, look, the geometric horizon, effectively, the curve of the Earth blocks the boats. The boats go behind the curve of the Earth. The buildings are blocked by the curve of the Earth, over and over and over. And anyway, so then we find out that this horizon, it's obviously just apparent. It moves all over the place, up, down, towards you, away from you. It's clearly just an optical effect. And so the conversation evolved into, well, yeah, we never see the actual geometric horizon because there's an atmosphere and you would never see the actual position. It moves around, but we know it's there. And then some people will go as far as to say you couldn't have the apparent without the geometric and all this remedial nonsense. The point is, everyone knows that's the context. Everyone knows that's the context of this. So good faith, obviously, whenever you say, is the geometric horizon the curve of the Earth, you don't argue about it. And here's the truth, because I know I just had to explain all that. This is what actually happened. I said, for years, I haven't got the Globers to straightforward answer this question. And I'm like, if you guys say that you can never see the geometric horizon or the actual position of the Earth curve, then how did you know it was there in the first place? And that spiraled into this semantical diversion with pedantic little like runaway obfuscations, and because they don't want to answer that question. And that's why they were denying that the geometric horizon is the curve of the earth. They did it for 10 minutes. They tapped in to help each other like a cult. They all morphed together and played the game. You know, it's really weird. I
They
know it was
act,
a lot.
they act like that's not the most like that. That's literally game set match. Like we all understand that because it's like, okay, what are we talking about? Okay, the Earth actually. Like, so we're not talking about like, the path on Earth or any of this extra shit. It's like the Earth. Okay, well, we can't look at the whole Earth. So what is a representation? Okay, this diagram, this circle. Okay, you have a tangent to a tangent point. Okay, what is that point? Okay, they say that that's the distance from where you are to as far as you can see. That's literally what it says. That's not only me saying it. You have like videos all over YouTube saying it. I've shared multiple. We just watched one the other day where the guy is trying to debunk flat earth using the horizon. He says, hey guys, there's no left to right curvature. That would be dumb because obviously if you turn around in a 360-degree circle, the line will come back to join in on itself. So I understand. Then I had a conversation with the other guy, and I understand his point is self-contained, and I'm like, okay, whatever. But what's that proof? Nothing. So
All right, now I gotta
anyway,
call Jesse out. Jesse, why are you blatantly lying? Like, you're a grown man. I just made you're a grown adult, okay? You're sitting in Discord. I just made the explanation. I still man the globe. I never once claimed that the dichotomy was it could only be geometric or only be apparent, and that you couldn't have a geometric horizon have an apparent position. Never once did I say anything like that. And the whole point was the question of if you can never see the actual position of the curvature of the Earth, you can never see the actual curve of Earth. How did you know it was there in the first place? It's still the question. Why
So
you lie? Why
so
you
when
always
Jesse
twist
calls
and lie?
wait, so when Jesse calls you out in
Sounds
the text, you
emotional.
respond, right? See, that's how it works. Someone calls you out, you want to fucking respond. That's fucking how that's how it
and I
works.
just said that it was okay that you responded, but you just needed to shut the fuck up so I could tell you why I said
Fair
your name.
enough. Fair enough.
Yeah, it's a little bit narcissistic that you're making it all about you all the time as well.
No,
though.
it's not
Maybe,
narcissistic. It's just an argument. I'm trying to make an argument because you guys were
well,
on
no,
my
because
case.
Jesse and Witzer are
Sounds
about to get into it,
emotional.
and you just decided to insert yourself
Yeah,
in
because
it.
I wasn't done with
Just
my
stop
original
doing that.
point.
Just stop
Well,
doing
you
that.
you
And let
you,
the
Well,
you,
person
I mean,
you
Childish
speak.
stop
behavior.
doing you,
Shut
okay,
the
Crypto?
mouth.
Because I don't really care for your
well,
shit.
you
But
already conceded to
Okay,
me,
dude, just
so
shut
now
up.
you're fighting with him based on a point you conceded to. So just chill out, bro.
all right, back to Jesse
Yeah,
and
what's even
what's it?
funnier is that
Back to Jesse and what's it?
we were talking about how ridiculous you were being yesterday. Then you come in shamelessly to be ridiculous again. That's weird. Jesse, you got a response?
Oh yeah,
Yeah.
I'm just waiting my turn. So, so why is it not reasonable to say that we see the horizon just like we see everything else? I mean, when you're driving down the road and you see a car ahead of you at a certain number of degrees to your left or right, or above you or below you, that's pretty close to what it is because it's pretty close, but it's not exactly. It's still an optical representation of a physical object, and it's not exactly to the nearest micromillimeter where it appears, but it's pretty
Well,
close.
okay.
And
That has
but
nothing to do
there
with
are
anything.
conditions that allow it to, there are conditions like when you're looking along a really hot road where things do look massively distorted. But I don't see why that invalidates the horizon, because why
If
could
you
it not
see the
also be
distortion,
a
it's gonna
physical
Yeah, I
object?
need to be able to
That
respond to this.
yeah, I know. Look,
Go.
you went pretty long too, man. Okay,
I was talking to the
I'm
person
almost done.
interrupting you, Jesse. You're about to get thoroughly exposed. Trust me, buddy.
Okay, uh, so why couldn't that be the same thing with the water horizon? It can be most of the time it can be pretty near where it appears. Sometimes it's a long ways away from where it appears. What's the problem there?
Okay, so I actually called you out to point out that you blatantly strawmanned and lied about what I said. That's your tactic, is to constantly strawman. Strawmans are considered the most dishonest fallacy, just so you understand. It's pretty agreed upon. That's the most dishonest debate tactic. There are quite a few that are competitive. So that's what I called out. You didn't acknowledge it. You then moved on to then basically build another straw man. So I never said that you can't have a geometric position be apparently represented via optics or anything like that. Okay? I want you to explain to me why, as a grown adult, you hear what I actually asked, you do everything in the book but answer it, and then you go on to continually strawman me intentionally? That's what I want to know.
You
I want
know,
to know that.
when my friend awakened me and said that the Earth was flat, I didn't say a word to him. I'm just gonna throw that out there. Like, I respected him as a human being, and I didn't call him names, nothing. I just tried to listen to what he said, but I couldn't, and walked away. And that was
Oh, look at that. A human reaction.
I just want to know though. I want to know though. Like, my question is very specific. Do not please go rant about the horizon again, like you just did. I'm asking you.
Sounds emotional.
Why did you intentionally misrepresent it, Jesse? I'm just asking how you can do that so consistently for days and days and days and years. I'm genuinely curious why it is that you chose to make up an argument I didn't say. That's what I want to know.
I didn't think I was misrepresenting you. So obviously there was no intention to do so. But if you think I'm wrong, then tell me. I really believed that you were confining the horizon to this dichotomy where it could either be strictly optical or strictly physical. It couldn't be an optical representation of a physical object.
Can I make a point here?
But if I'm wrong, explain. If
Can I-
I'm
can
wrong,
I-
explain to me.
I'm begging. See, I don't know why you would think that Witsit made it a false dichotomy when guess what? We don't claim to know what the horizon is. We don't make claims about it. There is only one claim, that the horizon is the geometric Earth curve edge. So why on earth would you be thinking that he gave you a false dichotomy? You should only be thinking the horizon is one thing. If not, then what are we even talking about?
You just said it. You just said it yourself, Elijah. You said it was the geometric whatever. It's not the horizon by definition is optical. It's an optical view of a physical object. And you're trying to confine it to be strictly geometric with no optics involved.
No, dude. Again, I didn't do that, bro. Like,
Well, he just did.
This is what's no, he didn't.
Did he say geometric or optical or apparent?
Everything that you do, Jesse, is intentionally misrepresenting the other person. That's why I'm calling you out. And instead of even admitting you did it, you're like, "Oh, I thought I wasn't doing it." You just doubled down on your lying. That's called lying. So please stop. It makes people get frustrated. It kills the vibe. It's lame as hell, bro. It's
Well, I
lame as
can
hell to do that so tactically and intentionally and constantly see how well can I spin what the other person said to make it sound stupid and burn the straw man down. It's really lame.
Let me expose it now. So when I say it's the geometric curve of the earth, it's because geometric in the context of this conversation means earth measured. So actually it's literally the distance to where you can no longer see. Now, that's not just me saying it. That's CFI investigators saying it, and Nat Geo giving them the platform on their channel. That's pretty much every citation you can find, and they might say, well, that's without refraction, but when you include the 7/6 R refraction, it's definitely not enough, and you guys know that. So the bottom line is, when we say the geometric horizon, we're talking about the distance. The distance of something should not change if it's physical. If something is physically 5 feet away from me, it's 5 feet away from me. Optically be damned. Guess what? If it's optically 5 feet away from me, I'll be able to see it unless something is in front of it or unless it's not there. God damn it.
But the horizon is defined as the optical, the apparent location, right?
Not on paper.
Are you sure?
Absolutely. As a matter of fact, I'll post it in the chat right now for you. If you,
I'm gonna can I just bro, okay. This is the reason, this is the actual question. If you can never see the actual curvature of the earth, then how did you know it was there in the first place?
Well, you can take a lot of observations and you can see what the deviation is, right?
What do you mean right? You just said something completely void of specificity. Why are you asking me right? No, like if you can never see the actual position of the curvature of the earth, How did you know it was there in the first place? I want you to give a big boy specific answer.
It's like this. It may not be the exact actual position, but it's still related to the position. It's like if you step on the bathroom scale and it reads 128 pounds, that's not your exact weight, but it's close because all scales have errors.
So it requires a begging the question fallacy that it is there in the first place. Thank you.
No.
Yeah, subjectively, objectively.
Well, okay, no, we can use that as a decent we can use that as a decent starting point. So I step on the scales and I weigh 110 kilos. Is that all fat or all muscle?
It's both.
I don't see how that's relevant.
Brilliant.
So look,
He brought it up and goes that I don't see it relevant. Yeah. The point is, obviously, for people who don't understand, is that it's a combination of the two, right? So, but the problem is that you're asserting what must be there, and that's not necessarily the case.
Well,
Exactly,
but the point,
bro.
no, but the point is, we do use our vision to determine things around us, even though all of it is purely optical.
this is a major
And
red
and none of it is none of it is exactly 100% infinitely perfect.
He breathes through red herring fallacies like it's freaking candy, bro. It's just like he just breezes right through strawmans and red herrings. Like doesn't even phase him.
Right.
Just because you guys give them to me all the time.
Answer the question. If you don't know something is physically there, like if you've never seen it physically there, is the simplified version. How do you know it's there?
Yeah, like if you can never see the actual curve of the Earth, how did you know it was there in the first place?
Well, you never see anything physically. You see everything optically, right?
Oh my! Look, no.
Okay.
See, look,
well, am I wrong?
So
what do you actually
Yes,
see physically and not
What
optically?
what does this mean practically? Maybe you can answer that way. Look, see, they say, how far away is the horizon? When we stand on the shore with our feet just at sea level and look out at sea, we may ask, how far away is the horizon? We start by making the simplifying assumption that the Earth is a sphere with the radius r, then the line from our eye to the horizon is tangent to the circle of radius r. We know that they use 1.2 times the square root of the observer's height. So they're saying that the horizon, where is it? It's a fixed position marked X with the line to it. Or it's not, like you guys seem to be saying.
Well, they claim it's both. They obviously claim it's both. But that's not really the point, though, because I've never seen a tree disappear and look like it was a mile back further than it really was and just be invisible where it really is. I've never seen that. That's a crazy world to live in, and you guys go for it. I want my question answered, though, specifically, though, Jesse. Why can't you answer? If you can never see the actual position of the Earth's curvature, then how did you know it was there in the first place? How about this, just to save us some time? Do you understand that it required the assumption it was there?
Well, I mean, we see an edge of something. We see a limb, we see a distinct boundary between the water and the sky.
You never can answer the actual question with good faith, and you jumped in with like contending the good faith accusation, and you're doing it right now.
Well, is it not true that we see a distinct edge between the sky and the water on many days?
It's a red herring.
We have something called a horizon, which is where the sky appears to meet the ground. On a flat Earth, you have a sky and ground as well. I know that's very profound. And obviously, they're going to appear to meet on a flat Earth as well. We call this place the horizon. It's an optical effect. It's just apparent. It moves around constantly. So it's optical at the beginning and the end. That's what it is by definition, is optical. Now, you're claiming there's something magical inside of it that's curved. Dude, don't you understand that means that you had to assume it was there?
I mean, don't we assume at some level for everything we see? I mean, all we know when we see something is that light's reaching our retina, right? We don't know if something out there actually shaped like that created that light. We just know that's what light reached our retina, right?
No, when I see that tree, I know there's a tree there, buddy.
No, you
So
don't. All you know is that
I'm
the light
literally
reached
looking
your
at a
retina in
tree. I
that
know it's
pattern.
right there. I can go touch it. I know exactly where it's at. So there's a tree right there. But anyway, no one's denying optical effects. This is why I'm saying it's bad faith. Okay, if you never know, if you can never actually see the geometric horizon or the curvature of the Earth, the actual position of the alleged curvature of the Earth, you have to just assume it's there. Okay, and then you take averages, like Alberuni just assumed it's there, took averages, and then said, okay, it must be the Earth curve. You have to assume it's there. Why can't your answer is that you can't look at anything in the world without assuming it's there? Oh, okay, so then that's you saying yes, we must assume that the curve of the Earth is there in the first place. That's what you're saying. You're saying it without saying it. You're saying that we have to guess when we see everything that exists. That's not an answer. You see how that's bad faith?
No, I don't. But in
That's
my
the
area
problem.
there's
That's the
in my
problem.
area there's an island about 5 miles out. And so when I get at the observer height of like around 20, 16, 20 feet, whatever, that would put the horizon about 5 miles out, the island appears right at the horizon. And I've gone there numerous times, and it's always appeared right at the horizon line. So it's not, the horizon doesn't just move all over erratically like you're portraying. It is
It does.
highly reliable in many situations.
Now
Incorrect.
you're just bold-faced lying like about that the horizon doesn't move around. Like I
Now,
don't even
no,
know.
wait. I didn't say it doesn't. I said it's highly consistent in many situations.
No, it's not. You
No.
can't see the Catalina Islands every day from Newport Beach, and you could stand on the beach and see the Catalina Islands. You want to go ahead and look up how far apart they are?
Well, that's in a situation where you usually have hot air over cool water, but not always. And so you do get variation, especially in
Oh,
California and
refraction. Okay.
in long distances. But I'm telling you about a 5 mile distance horizon in my area, and I've found it to be highly consistent.
Well, you're looking through less.
And so,
This is
why don't
crazy
you
for
make a
you,
video?
Jesse.
Why don't you
When you're
make a
looking
video?
through,
Like a 5 mile
when you look through,
observation.
when you
I'm,
look through
I'm
shorter distances, you see less of the atmospheric effects. I know it's really crazy, huh? Jesse, wow, profound. But the
No,
horizon
no,
does not
no. He's
sit
saying
still.
that the geometric horizon is somewhere within that 5 miles. I want to see that.
Yeah, hold on. Let me
Yeah,
get you the
let's show
video.
it to us. Yeah.
I feel some people just need to do their own hypothesis and test things themselves.
Well,
Well,
yeah,
that's the
Jesse's
problem is
one
he
of those
claims
people who
to have.
actually goes out there and claims to do it. Yeah, that's what's so insane because I've gone out in the world and I know it's wet.
Oh,
Like I went all around the country and looked at different high elevations and looked out the Earth not being brain dead, and the Earth is not in any way what they said that it is. All you have to do is go out in the world and just look at mountains at high elevations.
I did that too. I went over several different places in Washington and some places in Oregon and measured the angle to the tops of mountains from the tops of other mountains, and I found that the missing height matched the globe model prediction perfectly.
See, and
Yeah,
this is
what
how we know you're dishonest because you say stuff like match the globe prediction perfectly. That's how I know that you know that you're being dishonest. And so
Please explain.
when I
Wait.
know that
What's dishonest about that?
you're being dishonest when you claim you make any long distance optical observations and it always matches the globe prediction perfectly. That is the most disingenuous thing I've ever heard, you know?
Well,
And
then,
you say
Why?
stuff like
But
that all the
why?
time. You
well,
say
Are
stuff
surely
you,
like
get.
that.
why are you saying it's not that it can't be perfect because it's not perfect to the nearest micro degree, or are you saying that it's why are you saying it's not honest of me to say that?
this is a red herring because we're getting away from a geometric horizon that's supposed to be at a fixed location that you can identify using some other marker other than the horizon. Clearly.
Yeah, but I mean, regardless, I'm just making the point that we all know that that everything you look in the distance changes wildly through optics. And in reality, something the Globers just simply cannot accept
No,
is we don't see perspective in Euclidean, and then we have the lens that affects. Do you have the actual curvature of the Earth in this video? Is what you're claiming?
no. This you asked for evidence that something at the horizon was in the right place, and this shows the island, which is about 5 miles out, being right at the horizon. Actually, I've got another.
Wait, time out. What do you think this video proves?
Well, by the way, that video also demonstrates horizon curve with an observer height of 20 feet, but it also shows the horizon is at 5 miles, where the globe model predicts it. By the way, you said I was being dishonest about claiming that my measurements match the globe prediction. For example, I measured the angle to the top of a mountain that was 105 miles away, and my measurement was different from the globe model elevation by like 18 feet.
What are you talking about? The globe model elevation?
Yes, the globe model gives a curve rate, a standard refraction, and it gives the heights of these two mountains. And I stood on one, and I measured the angle to the top of the other. I calculated the delta height, and from that, I calculated the height of the target mountain, right? And
no, wait.
the height.
Hold on.
The height that
how did you
I'm
measure
almost
it?
done.
Hold on. Yeah, but how did you measure it? Did you stand there with like a tape measure in your hand and measure with your eyeballs? I'm trying to figure out how you measured this.
I said
What
I
were you
memeasured
doing?
the angle with a theodolite, and I calculated the distance using the tan of the angle times the distance, and I calculated the height. And my measurement was within 18 feet of the official height. That's pretty good for 105 miles, right? Are you saying it's not perfect, though, because it was off by 18 feet over 105 miles? Or,
This video isn't what I asked for.
yeah, I know it shows the curve to the horizon, doesn't it?
No, it's not what I asked for. So hold on. If Eli, an individual, because you're not fighting flat Earth, right? You're speaking to a human being, because I'm trying to get you guys to stop being bigots, right? So you're speaking to a human being. Eli has listed or has said, okay, here's the method for which we're going to satisfy this query, right?
I'm
That's
not
what I've
following.
said. And I know because you're doing an entirely different thing. I'm like, I'm Eli. Here's my thing. Boom, boom, boom. And you're like, okay, Eli, here's a video for boom, boom, boom. And I'm looking at the video and it's bam, bam, bam.
Well, what did you want?
A distance to the horizon. You're the one that claimed that the horizon is blocking the mountain's 5 mile observation. I'm like, how do I know the distance to the horizon? Where is it?
Well, you go on Google Earth and you go to.
No, I mean, within the shot, something is supposed to help me know exactly. Okay, well, here is 5 miles. Okay, so I guess what? Are you saying that those whatever that is in the background, you saying that's 5 miles even?
The island is 5 miles out. Yeah, it's called Protection Island. You can find it on Google Earth. You can measure the distance from Port Williams Beach, where I was standing. Yeah. And I just posted another, taken by BMLS 6959 or whatever his name was, in California, nonetheless.
Why do you do this, Jesse? Why do you act like if you selectively pick out observations, it means the Earth's a ball? Hey, what are your refraction condition or like refractive conditions you took into account for this observation you made?
What do you mean? I just filmed it.
So you
I just
only
videoed.
care about refraction only matters when you think it's not close to the prediction.
So look at this, the screenshots from the video from the BMLS guy. In his video.
Why do you just ignore my question that I just asked you, though?
Well, I'll get to you. This is a follow-up to what Elijah asked for. In his video, he said that he went to the same location as many times as he could during like a 3-month period and filmed the oil platforms. And he said almost all of the times he went, they were hidden apparently behind the water, like shown in this picture. He says only a couple times was he able to actually see them all above the surface, and when he
All right,
did,
you go
they
ahead
were
and
all
give me
highly
that minute
distorted.
mark. You go ahead and give me that minute mark and then answer what's it, and I'll go look at that.
What did you want?
Give me the
I said,
minute mark for what you're citing right now. You're quoting him, right? So give me the minute mark to the video that he says specifically what you're saying he said.
The URL is in the top of that picture. I can transcribe that if you want.
Yo, my dude, give me the minute mark. If
Okay,
when
hold
you
on.
get the chance,
Hold on.
it doesn't have to be right now, but after you answer with it, or if you don't know exactly where he said it, these videos aren't that long. You know, because whenever I bring up a video, I'm usually able to say, hey, it's at the 4 minute mark. So it shouldn't
Hold
be
on.
like
I'll
this
get it.
whole.
Just keep your britches on. I'll get it.
it's just funny what Globers do, obviously, is if they see anything they think is kind of close to their prediction, that's perfectly sufficient optical evidence. Bam, here we go. What are the conditions? Oh, I don't know. And they do it every time, like every single time.
This is recorded,
You know,
right?
it's just it's goofy, bro. It's like a robot. It's like actual NPCs, like actual NPCs,
Yeah, it's
because
being live
you know
streamed
you're
on
doing that.
YouTube.
Yeah, you know you're doing that. You know that you just go out and you're like, oh, wait, does this one look kind of close to what I think the globe says it should be?
There
Okay,
you go,
cool. We'll
Elijah. I
show
tagged
that
you.
picture. We'll show that picture, and then we won't account for refraction. Oh, you have thousands that show that the Earth clearly is not representing itself as if it's the ball they claim it is. Oh, well, we must know every single variable about refraction. In fact, if you didn't get all of it, it's not even worth looking at it. It's definitely refraction. You don't see how blatantly a double center that is and how goofy it is?
There, I tagged you with where he said both statements, Elijah.
See, that's his tactic, is to just ignore it.
Yeah, you're just ignoring it. You're not even addressing the fact that Catalina Islands are 5 times the distance you're talking about, 26.2 miles from Newport Beach, and you could see them clearly. And then some days you can't see them. So your horizon is not a real physical, tangible Earth curvature ever. Period.
Well,
For you to
just
think
because
that is just to be fallacious, and you're just at this point, you're just arguing from the side of what you've been taught rather than thinking for yourself for once.
No. Now, your argument there, though, assumes that because there are situations where it is wildly distorted and inaccurate, that it is never even close to it never appears close to reality, right?
When did
And
I
that's
say
a false
wildly
dichotomy.
distorted? When did I say wildly distorted? You could see the Catalinas clearly.
Yes, that's when it's wildly distorted.
Oh
Hey,
my!
I have video of seeing a ship's waterline over the top of a sign which is objectively, literally, bro, higher than the observer.
You thought that was funny too.
I had to try.
You had to interrupt to make the lame joke. Like, that's what I'm saying. You kind of showed your card there too, right? Because like you're doing the same thing that other troll dude does. What's his name? Ed Freeze, whatever.
I don't know,
Yo,
but
Jesse, hold on,
Listen.
Jesse.
You can
Wait, no,
tell this
wait,
guy's
wait, wait,
being
wait, wait, wait.
dishonest because
Wait,
he's not using his real voice.
wait a minute. Wait a minute. Almost every day within 3 months, Grace and Gale was hidden behind the ocean horizon. What are the names of the platforms in the Black Swan?
Oh, what are the names
Those
of
are the
those?
G. I believe those are the G's. If not G's, Gilda.
I'm not asking nobody else.
Oh, okay. Well, I
But
made
that,
observations from there, so I do
all right.
have
Well, we'll
a
ask
say in
you
it.
after. We'll ask you after. Bro. Can you respect me as a human being who's addressing another person directly?
Well,
I'm
I hear other people
asking.
talking as well.
I
I
know
decided
you
to
hear
add in.
other people, but I'm saying, okay, I understand that this is an open forum, but it just so happens that at this moment, I'm informing you that I'm trying to get a response out of one person. I understand that you may have walked in here and realized that you can talk whenever you want, like it's a cafeteria, but right now, I just asked the person a question. Is that
Hey, I
fine?
need some beans.
Jesse,
yeah,
what's the name of the platforms in the Black Swan?
I don't know.
Oh, it's been 3 years?
Good answer. Good
It's been
answer.
3 years and you don't know. So hold on, time out.
Answer doesn't
So yeah,
suffice
yeah,
because
yeah.
one
So
person
time,
doesn't know it.
time out. So time
That
out.
must make it
Every,
flat.
so time out.
All
Every
right, dude. This is
time.
what's gonna not happen. This other Glober that's in here that's already being antagonistic and interrupting.
I'm not being
You're not gonna be
antagonistic.
allowed.
I just added
You're
something.
interrupting me right now, and I'm
Yeah,
modding.
because I wasn't being
Buddy,
I'm
buddy,
I
listen,
just
blocking
added in
listen.
just so
I'm
you know
getting
what you did.
I'm modding. Okay, I'm getting out in front of it to moderate. Okay, you've already shown that you are going to start to interrupt. I'm gonna need you not to interrupt. Okay, this rule applies equally to all people present. Thank you.
So Zanuck and now Jesse and everyone else who has said, look, even BMLSB shows that some days the horizon is in front of the oil rigs. You and sometimes the horizon is behind the oil rigs. So now there's a point of clarification because when we're talking about the oil rigs, it seems like there's a bit of confusion. So guess what? In this video that you guys have been sharing for the last and I don't know how many years, you've been sharing this video where he details that Grayson Gale was hitting behind the horizon. Guess what? Nobody's talking about Grayson Gale. We're talking about Habitat and Hill House. Somebody needs to go to that same. Guess what? You don't have an argument because you thought you had an argument of that same spot on those same platforms where sometimes it was in front of and sometimes it's behind. Turns out that's bullshit. Do you have a response?
I'm not sure I understand your point. Are you saying the ocean curves differently between these three oil platforms?
Wow.
How? The point is, a flat earther says that he went to the same spot as many times as he could, almost every day within the 3 months, and filmed these things. And then he says that mostly they were hidden behind the ocean horizon. And if you look, you can see that the platform that's right around at 10 miles or whatever appears pretty close to the horizon, and at his observer height, that's how far it should have been. So when people argue that the horizon just is wildly unreliable, this flat earther gives his firsthand evidence with film that for him during that 3-month period, the visual horizon was very close to the geometric horizon almost every day during 3 months, right?
Dude, you still don't know that we just like took our eyes, reverse engineered them, and made the ball. How have you not figured this out yet, bro? That's where it came from. But the fact that Horizon moves around in ways that are impossible is the point. Horizon just appearance. But this is what I keep calling out that you keep ignoring. Why do you have such a double standard? Where you're like, okay, let me pick this one out and say, oh, we don't have to worry about refraction or anything. I think it's close to the globe, so we don't have to worry about anything like that. Oh, it's not close to the globe. We must immediately start saying it's refraction. Why is it that you keep ignoring that I'm calling out your double standard?
It's not a double standard. When we take a measurement or make an observation and we get a certain results, normally something appears a certain way, and then on rare days it appears in a different spot with the booms all bent up. It's only natural to conclude that we're probably seeing it accurately most of the time, but that there are conditions which can allow it to appear way distorted and even in the wrong place.
Okay, so watch this. I clearly just set Jesse up, but all right. So Jesse, didn't you actually tell me that because of the water and the air relationship, that the refraction was going to be happening pretty much every single day?
I said it can happen frequently.
Yeah. So when it
and most frequently when the observer's line of sight is near the water, near land, right? Because the land gets
I
hot
got
and
kicked
heats the.
out. I was.
Oh,
What did you say?
I said
When you see refraction, the most is going to be close to land. Okay, cool. So the point though was I actually pointed out to you that there's mountains, and that you can see them 2 days a year because based on the annular path of the sun, that's where it actually goes.
no. In other words, they get backlit so you can see them through the haze.
Yeah. So, and we can see those mountains as soon as the sun goes down beneath them, even when we can't see them before that. And it's on the same predictable 2 days. Refraction doesn't have this magical 2 predictable days. And you said in response, "Oh well, it happens pretty much every day, like most of the days." And so then that's why it works for the 2 days. You're making the exact opposite argument right now about how normally really there's not refraction, so you can see the horizon where it's supposed to be like most of the time. You're contradicting yourself at different positions. And of course, this is a high elevation mountain and observer height. So it's just hilarious.
But if you look at the, can you get me some specifics? Because the Canigou calculations that I've done showed that with standard refraction, it actually would have been visible.
Yeah, so what's funny is now you're back to saying that the refraction is there every day.
Well, standard refraction is there every day, but it's
Okay,
very
so you're
small.
never seeing so when you say that you went out and you looked and it looks like the horizon is where it's supposed to be, it's not actually where it's supposed to be though, right?
It's always at least standard refraction in error.
That's 15%.
Well, everything you see has standard refraction. When you're driving down the road and you look and see a truck coming, you're looking at that through standard refraction. It's not where it
Now he
appears to be.
diverts back to trucks and stuff again. Do you notice how he can never actually drive the conclusion, just acknowledge the conclusion? He always brings up cars or something to just mask the conversation. He never addresses the actual implication. You just said that you're seeing the horizon where it's supposed to be based on the globe, and it's there like pretty much every time. You said pretty much. You said every time, and now
No,
it's
I
turned
didn't.
into, well, actually, you said pretty much every time, maybe. And then now you say, oh well, there's always standard refraction. So pretty much every time there is standard refraction, and that's 15%.
No. You're misunderstanding.
No, I'm
And I'm not.
exposing you.
No. This is there's always standard refraction.
No.
And then
There isn't a number you can just include out of nowhere, call it standard when it may be an average, but it still doesn't apply.
Hey, Dan, how's it going?
You can't do this in science. You can't just throw
I know.
numbers around.
Dude, it's
Well-
15%. He's trying to act like it matches the globe prediction so well. And quickly we've got him to show that he double speaks in different situations to win different arguments. Where we see Canigou Mountains too far on the 2 days that the sun goes behind them and backlights them, you have to claim that the mountains are actually refracted up. And then you're like, oh, so the refraction happens pretty much every day, because you know that it's illogical to say it just so happens to always happen on those 2 days every single year, like you can bet on it, right? So if you can bet on it, and you know it's going to happen, then it can't just be this like chaotic random luck of the draw refraction. That's why whenever I brought that argument up, you said that the refraction happens pretty much every day. Now you're changing it, and you're actually I caught you up, because now you're saying the exact opposite. And then even just testing that claim, we found out, oh, well, it's not the actual position. It's off by an average of 15%. So you're double speaking in different conversations. If the globe was so true, you wouldn't have to constantly flip flop and lie and double speak about different positions.
No, I'm not double speaking. You just didn't understand the context of what I was talking about when previously you took snippets from different conversations and made them as one. So standard refraction is always there, and it's slight. But when the line of sight is close to the surface of water, refraction that's much greater than standard refraction is frequent. That has always been my claim.
So you didn't actually address the main points again. You're going to do this every time, though, because this is what you do. So first of all, when we talked about that, this is far above the water. If I'm like high above the water, and what you said was, oh well, it's still pretty close to over water, even though I told you it was high. Even though I was high above the ground, you're like, oh well, that's still pretty. And for what I mean, it's still close to the water. It's like so goofy. The point is that you have to claim that you claimed that the refractive conditions to be able to see the mountains, we're there every day, pretty much every day.
Well,
right?
Is it true or false?
Are you saying that it's just lucky that we see them every time on those 2 days, and that there would be certain days that we'll see the sun go down and we won't see them?
Well, answer this: is it true or false that if the Earth was a globe, the line of sight would pass close to water? Yes or no?
Yeah.
Okay. Is it true or false
Is the
that when the
whole
line of sight passes close to water, that there is frequently wild variations in apparent height?
is the whole line of sight passing close by the water?
No, but a lot of it would pass pretty close, wouldn't it?
A lot of it?
But let's look at the actual.
No, not a lot of it. It would be one specific little place because the Earth's dropping down away every direction. So, like, can you get back to the actual point that I made, which is that you're claiming the refraction's there pretty much every day, and it's the exact opposite of what you're claiming right here, which is that pretty much every day you can go see the actual curve of the Earth.
Why don't we look at the actual situation, the actual argument about Canigou? How high was the observer?
I don't remember. Why can't you address the point though? Like that's like you won't address it for your life, dude. If we stayed in here for 3 hours, you won't address it. I was going to keep repeating it, and you're going to keep pretending that you're addressing it, but you're not. We don't need the specifics for you to admit that if you see it every year on the same 2 days, okay, it has to be something that's there more often than not. What are the odds that you can predict that you see the mountains every 2 days, just when the sun's position actually goes there, so that it causes you to be able to see the silhouette of the mountain? Okay, that's obviously because the sun's going behind the mountains. You can see the mountains. That's what's actually happening in reality. You're claiming that it's actually being lifted up over a ball. Okay, so if it happens every year and it's predictable in the same 2 days, then you would have to admit that there's some type of condition that's there pretty much every day. Right? That's the only logical explanation, which is why you said it back in the day. Now you're saying the opposite. Address that point. Address the point. You were saying the opposite. Address that point, please.
Well, I would really rather look at the actual evidence,
God.
and rather than try to talk about who said what months ago or whatever, right?
Well, is that standard doublespeak, or is that heavily refracted doublespeak?
That's overtime.
It's like heavily overworked at this point.
Why can't we just look at the specifics? Get the observer height, the target height, the distance.
You're not going to answer my question again, Jesse.
And look at it. Maybe it works. Maybe it doesn't work. Maybe it does require more than standard refraction. Maybe it doesn't. Why can't we? Are you afraid that the actual evidence won't support your claim?
No, absolutely not. But this is what's so funny. What you're then now you're trying this tactic. You're getting really desperate, right? Like, but it's not going to work. So, like, the actual point is you're going to have to claim that on average, like every day, like frequently, that the mountains you can see them 15% further, that the horizon is extended 15%, and that you can see 15% further. The geometric horizon is optically displaced 15% further every single day. So do you agree with that?
15%?
Well, yeah, what does 7/6 Jesse?
Yeah, it's something around there. I don't know how it'd come out as a percent exactly, but
okay. Well, you'll get there. So, can you acknowledge what I said though, or is that still not going to happen?
I heard what you said.
Like actually answer it, dude. Like you're claiming opposite claims. Do you understand that? And you're going to have to claim that when you see Canigou, that the mountains are visible because of standard refraction. Then you're saying that on a typical day, the horizon's 15% further.
I don't know if it works out to be 15% farther on the horizon. Is that what they say?
Well, if your standard refraction is 7/6 then what do you think that means?
Well, it might delve into calculus to actually say exactly how much farther the horizon is, but a ballpark, I'll go with 15%.
Okay. Yeah, so do you see how that's like a pretty wild belief that in your world that like every day we go outside and look at the Earth, the horizon is on average 15% further than the actual horizon?
No, because it's very clear that light bends towards the more dense region in a gradient, and it's also very clear that lower air is more dense than higher air. If it wasn't, it would the heavier higher air would immediately sink, and then it would correct itself back to being a bottom heavy density gradient. So it's no stretch at all to expect that light is always curving downward slightly, because air pressure is always greater at lower elevations. It's always more dense at lower elevations, except when there's a hurricane or something, which quickly corrects itself.
No, that's not true. The light bends upwards with heat, and it bends downwards when it's cooled down.
Right, it bends towards the more dense region, right? Right?
Yeah, like this is the thing that this is where you put salt in a fish tank again and pretend that gradient is analogous to the gradient on the Earth.
I also used hot and cold air in that same fish tank, and it got the same effect.
I can't believe
Are you gonna
you
actually
got proof of anything, kid. What?
He's just not even gonna address like how the gradient's blatantly different. Like even just the gradient, just
Dude,
the
it's
ratio.
Yeah, the
It's just-
scale is ridiculous, Jesse.
It's hilarious, dude. He won't even address. He won't address that he's double speaking. He won't address that it has to be 15% further. Well, you did kind of pretend to address that right there. You won't address that you're saying the opposite things at different times, right? So it's like, what can you do, man, Jesse? You know that in your belief, you always see the horizon 15% further away than it actually is, and sometimes you see it hundreds of percent too far away. That's your belief system, not mine. I have nothing to do with that.
Well,
Yeah.
and you expect everyone to just believe you about Mount Cantagu being invisible or impossible on the
That's a
globe
lie.
Earth, but you won't talk
You're
about the
lying.
specifics.
That's a lie.
Hey,
how do you know
Rakia.
what he believes? Yeah, why are you lying about Witsit now? Hey,
Yeah.
Jesse pretends to be our friend. This is a professional glober. He's been inserted in here. He's here every day now, and
Remember-
he uses the same Don't interrupt me. Uses the same tactics. And
Wait,
and
didn't you interrupt me?
Here
no,
we
I
go
did
again.
not.
Aren't you talking in
No,
the
I
middle
did
of my
not.
sentence?
No, I did not. You've interrupted me 3 times now. So I just opened my mic. Give a little leeway. You'll be here all day, today, tomorrow, and the next day, spouting your nonsense. So don't call anybody like Witsit a liar if you don't want to be called a liar.
Jesse,
See how that works?
You know how much I like you, and you're really reasonable most of the time. But it seems to me that you're really standing by a theory when we're really looking at actual conditions. Can you at least see that from what we're looking at is you keep citing theoretical situations, and we're showing actual observations.
What
No,
theoretical?
Jesse gave his observation of the horizon being above the horizontal line of his crosshairs. He's already done it. He knows that it can go both ways. He thinks he lives on a concave Earth.
Now you're lying, because I don't think that.
Well, you should, because you
But
have
you're
evidence
demonstrating
that you demonstrated yourself in the very short time that you've even been out doing observations. You've gotten a horizon to be above the crosshairs and one to be below the crosshairs. And one you say is a mirage, basically caused by the conditions of the day, but the other is Earth curve. See how ridiculous that is?
Yeah, you said mirage.
Well, that's what he thinks it is. If it's an optical illusion caused by the conditions of the day, that's the very definition of a mirage. So
No, I
then,
didn't
if you have conditions, yeah, I did. You heard me. But that's what you're calling it, whether you
Yeah,
know it or not. That's the definition. Here, I'll post it for you.
The whole city just springs up out of the water, 20, 30, 40 miles away perfectly. You know how that happens every day.
So what about the days when it's hidden by the water, just like it would be on the globe?
It's hidden by weather. It's not hidden by water.
No, there's days where you can see just the tops of the 17 tallest buildings.
But
And
not due to the ocean surface.
Do you know what humidity is?
You're your belief is that water is hiding and it's not. I have proof of that myself, and so do you. You've already proven that to yourself. You're just denying it. The shrimp boat picture that I post, it's too close to be Earth curve, but the water definitely appears to be obstructing the bottom of it, right, Jesse? But can't
how
be, right? So then what must it be?
Yeah,
that's right.
I've been asking you for information on that picture for a long time. How high
You
was
could
the
care
camera
less.
above the water?
You have your own observations. Why trust me? You
Well,
have your own, you know how high you are. You know it's impossible on a globe. You even state that it's due to the conditions. Hello?
how
Next
high was your
try.
how high was your camera above the water
Don't
for
worry
that?
about what I did. Don't worry about what I did. I'm an idiot, remember? Because
I'll tell you
you
what.
had that. Yeah, it won't happen. You have to do it yourself. You've already done it. You posted them.
It sounds emotional.
I'll tell you what we did on Brandon's. We made a fucking, not we, but this guy Pebbles on the pond. He made a fucking light disappear on a flat warehouse floor. We had line of sight on it, so it doesn't matter if the floor was perfectly flat. We had line of sight on it. Then we changed the temperature conditions. Then you couldn't see the light anymore.
You warmed or you chilled the room or warmed up the room?
He opened a garage door behind the target. Yeah, I think he chilled it up, and you couldn't see the target anymore. Line of sight, a light.
Right, and that's what I'm saying. When the air is colder than the water or the floor, then that does create the appearance of a curved floor. But it can only happen close to the surface because it is a top heavy density gradient and it's constantly destroying itself because the hot air on the bottom rises and the floor has to keep reheating, or the water has to keep reheating. The down low air is basically like a road mirage. It can only exist close to a surface. In fact, and I showed that in one of my videos on a lake after the sunset and the air got cold and the lake was slightly warmer, it actually did move the horizon closer. It increased the hidden height, the hidden bottom obstruction.
So not Earth curve then.
Well, but see, this can only sustain itself near a surface. So when I get away from the water and I'm shooting...
You mean a flat surface?
What did I say?
Well, can it happen over a flat surface? Because what you're describing, conditions causing optical illusions, which I agree with. You're
That's
just
not...
inserting Earth curve because of your religious belief, basically.
No, this is just fact. Hot air rises, right? Is that true or false? Hot air
No,
rises.
Earth curve. We're not talking about hot air. We're not talking about the condition now. We're talking about you inserting Earth curve.
Did I insert Earth curve?
It was the what you just did. You just said it was the water. You remember 5 minutes ago? I'm going to move on to agreeing with me that it's only the plane making things appear closer, further away, larger, small, further up, further down, the foreground being high, the foreground being low, background being high or low, depending on the condition. I mean, you tell me what you want to do, because you sound ridiculous, dude.
Oh,
I'm not
thank you.
inserting anything. I just know that this happens because of what you posted. You posted. You don't even have to use mine. It's your proof that the conditions cause these optical illusions. You're sitting here telling us that when the conditions change, the object in the distance will move.
No. No, I'm not. I'm not saying
You
that
just stated.
I'm not saying that an object moves. I'm saying that the
Yeah, what you
tangent point,
see, how you see the object.
the
Yeah.
apparent tangent point between the path of light and the surface moves.
I know you want to switch it around and confuse people, but what you're basically saying is how you see the object in the distance is affected by the conditions at that very moment. Right, Jesse? Can move it up, down, forward, backwards,
It
make
might
it
make it
smaller, bigger.
disappear. It might
Might make it
disappear
even disappear on one day where you can see it the next. Right, Jesse?
on a flat
Because
surface.
I'm tired of you, not only trying to deceive yourself, but deceive what might be my kids and family listening to you on a daily basis. So, right, Jesse, you're going to answer that? You wouldn't answer Witzett's question, but will you answer this one?
But some of the things you said were right. Some of it was wrong. It does cause objects to appear higher or lower. It does not cause objects to appear closer or farther. It causes the tangent, the touching point, or the point of coincidence between the path of light and the surface to
Fair
appear
enough.
closer and
Fair
further,
enough.
but no actual object appears
So,
closer
what
or further.
causes it to appear closer and further?
The change in the curvature of the light.
So, not Earth curve then.
Well, no, you asked what causes it
No,
to
I'm
appear.
asking you. Wait. Don't distract. So, not Earth curve then, right, Jesse?
What not Earth curve?
What makes it appear closer and further away? Has nothing to do with Earth curve, right?
The fact that it moves.
The fact that you won't answer that question should be telling to everyone who's listening.
If you stopped beating her yet.
I'm done with you, man. You can go on about whatever you want to do, but I think I've made my point, and everyone listening has heard you avoid the very simple question of why things move up, down, forward, backwards, get bigger and smaller, and it has nothing to do with Earth curve. Thank you. I'll be here all week.
Well, how do you know that?
Because we made a light disappear on a flat surface.
Right, but don't you
Line
see
of
how?
sight.
Oh, one more thing. I'm sorry, Jeremy. I'm
You're roboting,
setting
Rick,
a
yeah?
horizontal plane at the moment. You know, something that doesn't deviate from straight and isn't curving.
Right. The pilot doesn't push the nose down consistently 8 inches per mile squared. That adds up pretty quick. Ask any pilot, they have a non-disclosure agreement where they can't talk about it.
Well, it depends on how you do the math for that airplane drop thing. It depends on how you do the math. Like if a plane's flying, it only actually has to drop 8 inches every mile, and then it's still at the same, on a globe, it would still be at the same altitude or
Wait,
elevation.
So we're just changing topics now? Is that what's happening?
Well, I was hoping that we could talk about the garage floor, Jeremy. So you've got the light.
You didn't see that?
Sorry?
You didn't see that one?
Well, no, I was just asking you about it. So you've got a light, you've got a floor, right? So would you say that floor is level?
Yeah, the floor was level, flat, however you want to put it. We had line of sight though on the light. Like nothing moved. The light didn't move and the camera didn't move. We have line of sight on a light.
So the floor's level, right?
Yes, the floor is basically level. There were some bumps and deviations, but it's really irrelevant because we had line of sight on the target on the light.
But we know from the globus that level is curved, right? So your floor must have been curved.
What the fuck? What are you saying?
Yeah, like I said,
What's wrong with you?
it's really not relevant. If it could have been flat, curved, pyramid, whatever. We had line of sight on it.
I'm making a joke, but this is literally their logic.
Yeah, but no, we had line of sight. We had a fixed camera position and a fixed light position off in the distance. Nothing moved. The light was on. We turned the lights off. You can see the light. He opens the garage door. Eventually, you can't see the light anymore. The light's totally gone, but nothing moved.
So it's basically obscured by the the optical conditions, which everyone knows, but somehow globers forget that that's true when they have to insert Earth curve before that happens.
I believe Sky Free has done this. I'm pretty sure Sky Free has done something very similar to that too.
Yeah, that was really good, man. That was really good. Line of sight. You see it perfectly. All he does is open the garage door. As soon as you see the cold air mixing with the hot air, goodbye light. And nothing was in front of it. Nothing obstructed it except the atmos, the combining of the cold and hot air. It was beautiful.
Remember, Jem was on there. He couldn't believe it. He thought.
Oh, he went loony. Yep.
What's interesting as well is that he's obviously just asserted that only happens close to the surface, but I think that there's a fallacy of scale in that argument because what you're talking about now is small distances, both in terms of being close to the surface and over the distance that happens, versus longer distances where that effect might compound if it's more subtle in a small space.
So the
It's quite a
follow.
distance. He wasn't like right up. How far was he? He was like, it was quite a distance, like 50 feet or 100 feet. What was the distance? You remember, Jeremy?
Has
Oh, in
anybody
the
found it?
warehouse, it
Has
was like
anybody found the link yet? I remember it. It was pretty far away. It was 100 feet, something like that.
At least that, yeah. I tried to find the link. I couldn't find it.
I'm looking now. I can't find it.
you'd probably have to go back through all the shows and find it. But yeah, I think it was about 100 feet or something. That was a great demonstration. I'm surprised you guys aren't using that.
That was the best single demonstration we have to date, I think.
I wish that Pebbles in the Pond guy was with us still, because there was more shit I wanted him to do.
Yeah. And by the way, no sugar, no salt, no water, none of that, right? Yeah.
Only lava from the floor.
Yeah.
So the thing to do would be to do the test instead of an inch from the floor, do it 10 feet above the floor with an obstruction also 10 feet above the floor, so that you could see if the same thing happened away from the surface. That's what, and I'm contending that the same thing would not have happened 10 feet from the floor.
Well, you would be wrong.
Oh, have you evidence?
Not the point. Whenever you're
What does that have to do with anything?
I don't need to
How
discount
would
your
that work in
nonsense.
terms of scale, Jesse?
What's that, Crypto?
How would that work in terms of scale?
I'm not sure. I think you're kind of breaking up. It says, what in terms of scale, but I don't know what you mean.
I'll even go back.
Yeah, your mic is tough, Crypto. It's always like it's like in and out. If anyone says anything, you go out for like a couple seconds or something. It's weird.
Don't worry then.
I swear he's using a voice changer. Either that or his microphone is very
Are you using a
tinny
voice
sounding.
changer, Crypto?
Sure sounds like it.
Crypto's using a voice changer.
Yeah, definitely using
It
a
doesn't
voice
sound
changer.
natural.
I've been using the same voice changer for 7 years. Yep.
Why obscure your voice? It just sounds very unnatural and tinny.
I was being sarcastic.
I've been
Why
using.
are you using a voice changer, Crypto?
I've been using the same voice changer for 45 years, but the pitch has changed a bit since the day one.
I ain't gonna lie, Jesse. The first time I heard you, I instantly thought you were using a voice changer for real.
Oh, well, I'm not.
Well, your microphone sucks.
That was
Just being
cheap.
honest. Yeah, I can tell. It's very tinny sounding. It sounds like you're talking out of your nose.
You got that super nerd voice, Jesse.
So, Jesse, let's assume that there's all kinds of optical effects. That's pretty different than the shape of the Earth. I mean, we're talking about lots of optical effects. Why?
Well,
really...
when the line of sight is near the surface of the water, there are frequently drastic optical effects. Something that's below you can appear above you. Something that's above you can appear below you in rare cases, if the water's hotter than the air. And it's just wild. But when you get your line of sight away from the surface, then it becomes much, much more consistent.
Let's just
Are
say...
boats floating in the air, Jesse? Are boats floating in the air, or are they not on the water?
Well, the water floats up with them, so they're floating on the water up there, right? It goes along with Jerry's angling lake because there's fishermen in it and anglers.
No, you're trying to make the argument of if you go higher up, that won't happen. But boats, I remind you, are on the water. Last time I checked.
Yeah, those mirages always appear when the line of sight is very close to the water. They don't appear when the line of sight is hundreds of feet above the water at all points.
No, if anyone...
So why did you say before above the water?
I beg your pardon?
So why did you mention the above the water before? That it's different, it looks different. You said above the water.
Hold on,
I'm
real
not sure
quick.
what you mean. Go ahead, Jeremy.
If anyone goes through Brandon shows and finds that pebble on the pond thing, make sure you save that episode and like DM it to me and shit, please. Thank you.
Yeah, that was really good. I can't believe we don't have that, man. Can't believe it.
We got it. It's there. Brandon's got all the shows still, so it's there. We just got to dig through it and find that.
By the way, we have a real life one, eh? We have Rakia's shrimp boat picture. So I don't know why this is even an argument, right? We have a demonstration, we have live. I even have one with a Sea-Doo like 7 miles away disappearing behind heat haze. So I don't even know why this is an argument anymore.
Well, it isn't an argument. It's just a distraction. It's just nonsense. It's got nothing to do with the surface. It's got to do with the conditions on the air between you and what you're viewing. It doesn't
Exactly.
matter about anything else. It's just obfuscation. All the time, every time.
So are you saying,
Sure.
Elijah, that the refraction variations cause the
Before you continue, I said what I said. Any other characterization of it is just nonsense. If you don't know what I said, then hit rewind on the live stream.
You're laughing, but it's the same thing that frustrated me, bro. It's like so are you saying, or so you're saying, knowing that they're not saying, you just build straw man arguments over and 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 over. And then when someone asks you the point blank question, you obfuscate. And then you usually stride right back into a red herring and or straw man.
Were you able to find the specifics for that Mount Canigou shot you were talking about?
I'm not looking for the specifics. I am disinterested. I can't have honest conversation with you. I think I messaged Dave for it, so it might be in my messages to him already. I'll have to
Cool.
check.
Yeah, I'd be interested in checking into those.
That's what's up, man. Anything but
Well,
is the point.
Right. Well, I would rather actually look into actual evidence than just talk about stuff that doesn't prove anything one way or the other.
Well, yeah, that's what you say. You say that, but everything you've ever said doesn't prove anything.
So where's the actual evidence for the curve then? Got any of that, mate?
And
Well-
where's the formula where you can just
Well,
throw
okay.
in numbers? You can't just
So,
throw
well,
in
nothing.
numbers in equations and things like this. You can't just say, oh, well, it's average of 64 degrees here. So today, even though it's raining and it's 30 degrees, I'm going to include the average because that applies. It doesn't, it's an average because it's an average. You're calling it a standard, but it's an average.
Well,
And
but if
it doesn't apply in any one case. And if it does, it's by random luck.
if you get your line of sight, everybody knows that if your method gives erratic results, it's not working. But if you get your line of sight a few hundred feet above the water at all points, then you find out that that wildly varying randomness goes away and you end up with surprisingly consistent readings. So, for example, I took 36 shots to a certain mountain from the same location over different years and different times of day and different times of year, and the angles equated to a missing height of 3,200 feet if the Earth is flat. And my peak deviation from the average of those 36 measurements was plus or minus 100 feet at 75 miles. So my margin of random error now is so small that it cannot be used to explain that missing 3,200 feet. Right? You see what I'm saying?
No, I don't see what you're saying because you already know that I've
Mathematically,
refuted it.
It's a whole fallacious presentation anyway. You can't present if this and if that as if you have any way of knowing whether they're affecting your results. All you can say is, I did this and this is what I've got. The conclusion is up to interpretation, and that's why you do what you do. Because you're not taking it seriously. You just obfuscate.
So what do you
So
propose?
again, do you have any actual evidence of the curve of the Earth, or do you just have notions that you choose to conclude from?
Well, this is pretty good evidence of Earth curve.
No, it's not. I said
How?
actual evidence of Earth curve, not photos, not this, not that. Actual evidence of Earth curve. Do you know what that is? Do you have any?
Well, I mean, it's
Well,
evidence.
the answer is no. No,
It's
you
evidence.
don't-
It may
no,
not be.
it's not.
It may not be absolute proof, but it's still evidence.
Actual evidence is not just looking at stuff.
Well, no, I measured. I recorded my measurements. I analyzed my measurements, and I
So?
published my measurements. Right.
So what does that mean?
Well, it means that based on what we know about reality so far, my measurements are not possible if the Earth is flat. It's not
That doesn't,
possible.
no, it doesn't. It doesn't mean that. You've chosen to interpret it as that and make an assertion. But again, do you have any actual evidence for Earth curve, or have you just done pictures and readings?
I'm doing
Pictures
the
and
best
readings.
I can.
Okay.
Why don't
So
you
you
give
haven't
me?
actually got any actual evidence, do you?
Why don't-
Actually?
Right. Why don't you give me an example of evidence for a flat Earth that will set the bar for what qualifies as evidence?
Why would I need to move the burden of proof to myself because you asked me to? Why don't you provide something?
Well, he wants a
Actually,
standard.
I'm not talking to you, Armbar. Why
Well,
don't
I'm
you
just-
provide?
I'm
I'm
just
not
saying what he
talking
was
to you.
saying.
So this is when you shut up. So Jesse, why don't you actually provide something actual, like you were asking for earlier, instead of moving the goalpost, obfuscating, and do what you do all the time?
So what would it take? What
Are you going to answer the question, or are
He
you going
never
to
answers
deviate?
questions. No. It's against his rules.
It would take you to actually do what you're actually asking for, or actually asking the question. If you're not going to actually do that, then why do you actually even come into this place in the actual first place?
I mean, if someone said
You
to me,
mean
"Hey,"
what? Is that an answer to my question? You mean?
well, I mean, it would be an answer if you let me finish a couple sentences.
No, it wouldn't. Because
I
you
let you-
preface it. You adjust the way you talk
Hey, listen.
to move from the topic at hand.
Do I
Yeah,
let
but
you
let him.
finish?
You can either hold on, Jesse. Yeah, you got to let him finish. You can't interrupt, though. I mean, you can either engage him or not engage him. If you're engaging him, you got to let him finish the sentence.
Thanks, Jeremy. So if someone came to me and says, "Hey, here's this surface, this floor of a garage, whatever. I want to know if it's flat, curved, concave, bumpy, whatever." I would literally take an auto level or a theodolite and set up in one corner and start measuring the deviation of that surface from the horizontal plane established by the instrument. And I wouldn't measure every single micrometer of point. That would be billions of points. I couldn't do that, but I would measure a bunch of them at different areas, at different distances.
The object or the light?
Hold on, man.
And
I want to.
And then I would put that in a chart, and then I would say, okay, so here's how it relates to the path of light. Is it parallel to it, or curving from it, or what? So that is, I'm almost done. That is a valid method to measure the topology of something, and that's how I measured curvature of the Earth.
No, it's not. It's not analogous.
Okay, as far as the warehouse floor goes, the thing we did, it doesn't matter if the floor is curving or flat. It's totally irrelevant if the floor is pyramid shaped. We had line of sight on the target, and then nothing moved, and then the target disappeared. Couldn't see it anymore.
Right. That's unrelated.
I commend you on your ability to do anything but engage in the conversation at hand. But if you're not going to actually provide something, when you bring up the word actual and evidence to, again, obfuscate from the earlier conversation you were having with either Witzer or whoever it was, then why would we engage with you? Why do you expect to be treated any differently than the way you're being treated now? Because you don't actually do anything. There's nothing substantive to what you're doing.
Well,
you're just being a slippery elm.
That's a tree.
You're just being snaky, right? This isn't literal words, literal application to what you're literally doing. Obviously, I'm making a point. You don't engage directly. You don't engage honestly. You don't actually have anything to provide to the conversation. It's not actually a conversation when we're actually talking to you.
He slithers
Because
through
the
the
idea of
right?
dialogue is I speak, the other person speaks to the conversation I had. So I asked Crypto, what do you have for dinner tonight? He tells me he had a burger. You would be, well, if this and if that and if. Dude, if you can't engage, then this is how you're going to get treated.
But is not measuring, did I not describe the correct way to measure the topology of a surface?
Did you not completely obfuscate from what was just said? Again?
Well, a lot of what you said was ad hom. You know, the rules do say we're
So?
supposed to attack the argument, not the human. But if I were tasked with measuring the contour, the shape of an unknown surface, how would I best do that?
If you were asked for that, then that response might be of interest. But seeing as you weren't asked that, it clearly is of no interest.
Didn't you ask for what I had done to measure the shape of the Earth?
No, that's what you heard, probably. Because I mean, maybe does your hearing work properly?
Probably about as well as my
when
microphone.
When the word "yes" goes into your ear, what do you hear?
I don't know.
Right.
Sounded like
He
pizza to
doesn't
me.
know. Okay, so maybe you just don't function properly. I can't help you with that.
About like his microphone.
So, what did you ask if you didn't ask what I had done to measure the Earth?
It's the same thing you asked for. Actual evidence of actual Earth curve. Do you got any of that?
But I mean, what is
Are you going to answer the question?
I have.
Do you
what
have
I
any actual evidence of actual Earth curve? Yes.
I
or
have
no?
what I consider evidence of
Okay.
actual Earth curve.
And is this actual, or is this your interpretation of something that you did?
I mean, everyone looks at everything by their own interpretation.
So you
So
don't actually have anything.
I think I do.
You think you do.
But then you think you probably actually have something, but I don't think you actually have anything.
I'm not talking about what I actually have. I'm just holding you to the standards that come out of your own mouth.
But look, at the end of the day, we all want to know what the truth is, and
do you really?
Absolutely.
Do you really?
Absolutely.
Then why do you keep obfuscating from the truth and obfuscating from an honest discussion when people actually have patience with you? Why do you do that?
I'm not. I'm asking if I were
You are.
just.
It's objective.
I'm
It's
asking.
objective. You can go and listen to the recording. When people are trying to engage you and ask you for yes or no answers and certain things like that, you don't 95% of the time ever respond in kind. You do everything you can, either because you just don't fundamentally function correctly, or because you're intentionally trying to move the goalposts ever so slightly, ever so sneakily. You don't ever engage properly. Except maybe on the rare occasion, because I'm sure it's possible that you can answer a yes or no question.
Well, the difficulty is a lot of times flat earthers don't ask an actual yes or no question, but they demand a yes or no answer. And that's just one of the fallacies that's used. And it's used because
So you're making
it always
excuses
works.
for the way you engage with people, but again, moving the burden from you to
You
the other
gotta stop
person.
interrupting them, bro. Elijah.
This isn't over talking. This is a dialogue.
This isn't this place where you interrupt people every time they talk. That's what this is.
I'm not interrupting him.
You're literally doing it every
if
time.
he had a problem, I'm sure he would have said something.
No, you're constantly interrupting me. But I mean, what am I going to do?
He's about someone
We'll
called
just
it out.
continue
Yeah.
speaking. It's not like I'm just railroading you. This is how normal conversations happen. We've been going back and forth. We've been playing tennis. Just keep going. Address what I said earlier.
What was your question?
It wasn't a question.
What did you said?
What I said in simplistic terms is, why is it that you do these things? These dishonest engagements, right? You can go back and listen to it if you want, but roughly speaking, why do you engage like that? Why is it that the majority of the time you don't actually engage in good faith? or
I
in
think I am.
kind to the way people speak. And then your response was, but people don't actually ask yes or no questions, blah blah blah. And then my interjection was, again, you're doing it again. You are moving the goalposts from the conversation, from the point, to take away from who's being spoken about, to take away from your responsibility in the way engagements happen over the dialogue.
To be honest, Jesse uses less tactics than anyone. He's trying to bring only facts and figures. He doesn't bring an attitude. We need to give this guy a break.
It's got nothing to do. I don't care if somebody is polite about the way they lie or about the way they obfuscate. It doesn't really matter. And that's the reason I'm not just shouting at him, like calling him whatever. I'm engaging in kind to the way he's polite and is able to hold a dialogue. But I'm not going to engage in kind and respect the fact that he doesn't actually answer things properly.
No,
I don't know why. Like, he does intentionally do that, Dan, right? Like, I mean, he intentionally Jesse, I asked you the same question. Why do you
No, look,
tactically
he
strawman the
accused
other
me of
person
lying,
not
and
to?
now no one's letting me respond. I just need to object to the accusation of lying. I do not think that I'm doing anything dishonest here. I'm truly seeking the truth as best as I can, and yeah.
Okay, so where is the truth of anything to do with globe? Anything to do with heliocentrism? Where is the truth there?
Well, that's what I'm trying to find out. That's why I measured the deviation between the path of light and the surface of the Earth, right?
So you don't actually know the Earth's a globe. You're just presuming and trying to find evidence in its favor, yes?
Well, no, I'm just looking for evidence. The preponderance of the evidence is currently leaning towards a globe, but
no, it's not.
No, of the evidence I've found, it does. I measured the drop from the horizontal of targets from 1.5 miles to 105 miles. I plotted them all on a chart, and it made a curve.
So you put things on a piece of paper or on a graphic on a screen, and then you join those things together, and you made a curve. How does that help anyone here? How does that help in the pursuit of truth?
Well, I used the same technique that you would use to find out if a plot of land was curved.
I didn't ask that though, did I? I said, how does that help?
But isn't it
the search for truth?
But isn't that relevant if we're trying to find the true shape of something?
Does it help the search for truth?
Well, isn't making measurements of the object we're trying to find the truth about, doesn't that lead us towards the truth, maybe?
Again, Jesse, how does it help the search for truth?
It helps it by showing more information about the object we're trying to find the truth about.
How so?
By measuring its dimensions.
But that's not what you did, is it?
Well, I think it is.
You think it is, but what you actually did is what I articulated. You put points on a graph, either on paper or on the screen, you join them up and you made a curve. That in most reasonable people's minds doesn't actually help them in the pursuit of truth. It just helps them to draw a curve on a piece of paper.
What do you mean? I went to a bunch of different
mountains. What do I mean? Is that what you did? Yes or no?
Are you not hearing me?
I heard you, but did you do that? Yes or no? Or did I hear you wrong earlier?
I didn't hear what you asked while I was talking. What was I even saying?
That's your question for yourself.
You went to different mountain peaks.
Oh, thank you. Yeah. No, I personally went to a bunch of different mountain peaks and locations and measured the angle to a bunch of different targets at different distances. I actually did real life literal objective measurements.
Not quite. You did optical measurements, and we all know the risks of doing optical measurements.
Well, there's still measurements though. Just because a measurement has a known source of error or a margin of error doesn't mean that it's invalid as a measurement. You just have to take into account the amount of error that it is likely to have due to the margin of error.
How would you know? How would you know the error?
Well, for example, I did a controlled test where I measured the same shot to the same mountain from the same location during different times, all kinds of different times of day and different times of year and across different years. and I measured 3,200 missing feet plus or minus 100 feet. So
How do you know that the error is not a consistent error that you have no knowledge of?
Well, that's
because
a valid
again,
argument.
you're doing something optically.
Well, that's a valid argument.
I know it's a valid argument. That's why I brought it up.
Would you like to make it?
I don't need to. I just made the point. You acknowledge that it's valid. So you should also then acknowledge and concede that what you've done isn't consistent enough for anything.
But see,
so that let me rephrase. Isn't useful enough or valid enough for what you're trying to say it concludes.
But we know from experimentation that light curves towards the more dense region in the gradient,
Does it matter
right?
though?
It does.
Does it matter when you can't know just because you did the due diligence of doing this again and again and again? You did it optically, so you can't actually know what's being affected in the way you're measuring.
That's a valid point to raise, but there's more to the topic. And if you'll let me finish a sentence, I'll explain it. We know from experimentation that light bends towards the more dense region in a gradient. We also know that the air is more dense at lower elevations. That's because it's at higher pressure at lower elevations. We also know that if there's a situation where there is dense air above less dense air, that denser air immediately sinks and creates turbulence and windstorms and whatever, and corrects itself so that it again becomes a bottom heavy, stable density gradient. So we know that most of the air is most of the time a bottom heavy, stable density gradient, because if it was top heavy, it would mix up and correct itself. Just like oil and water, the water always sinks back to the bottom after you mix it up. And because this means the light would have to be curving down on average, we know that this can only make things in the distance look higher than they really are, and yet they look lower. And this is a real problem. Even Gleam recognized this problem.
For who is it a problem?
The flat Earth.
Why?
Because
what does
observable.
The air, hold on. What does the air have to do with the shape, the surface of the Earth?
Well, it has to do with the alleged constant source of error that you proposed as causing me to measure 3,200 missing feet on a flat Earth.
No, wait, hold on. Whatever you just said there does not address what I asked. Let's go to the garage again. How does the air in the garage affect the surface of the garage floor? How does it have anything to do with it whatsoever?
Well, because
other than they're in proximity to each other.
Well, because when the garage door was closed,
I asked you a how question. You realize that, right?
Are you going to let me answer it?
Well, not if you're going to say because that doesn't actually address the
Just
how
let
question.
him answer, dude. Let him answer. Stop interrupting.
Jeremy, you're the one who's actually interrupting the flow of conversation here.
No, he's
I'm
not.
modding this shit, bro. Come on, dude. Just stop interrupting one at a time, guys.
Yeah,
when you're done talking, stop talking and let the other person respond. You'll know they're done when they stop talking.
So when the garage door is closed, and evidently he had the heat on in there because it was warmer than the outside, and that warmed the floor up, so it was all kind of a homogeneous temperature inside. The floor was about the same temperature as the air and all that. When he opened the door, all the hot air went out and cold air came in, but the floor, not being a fluid or a gas, was still there. It didn't go anywhere, and because it was still the temperature from before the door was opened, it was warmer than the air that just came in from outside. So it basically created the hot road mirage situation where you had a hot floor with cold air above it.
All right, so I took the patience because the mod asked me to. But you haven't addressed my point at all. You went off onto something else as if it had anything to do with the simple question. What does the air above any surface have to do with the surface itself?
Oh, the surface...
Nothing is the answer.
The surface has a different temperature, or when the surface has a different temperature than the air at large, it creates a density gradient close to that surface.
No, the surface has been made a specific way. The medium around it has nothing to do with how that surface is physically.
But if the floor is hotter than
It
the
only-
air, there will be a
No.
layer of hot air near the floor, right?
That doesn't matter though. Unless I'm heating the air up to the point where that surface is going to melt and physically change its physical makeup, it has nothing to do with anything other than how you perceive the environment.
Are you familiar with density gradient refraction?
Are you familiar with my question?
Well, it doesn't really make sense.
Why doesn't it make sense? Is it not English? Do you want me to say it in another language?
Jesse, you have yet to once directly answer a question right away when it's been asked. Do you know that?
Actually, that's not true. Someone asked
No,
me
it is. It is. Go back and listen.
And I didn't.
Go back and listen.
Okay, you're not helping, Glat. That's
I know.
contributing
I'm
nothing.
not helping you at all. No.
So, Elijah, I don't understand what you're asking. I mean,
What's
what?
not to understand? Is there a syntax error in my question? What's up?
No, I think it's a misunderstanding of what density gradient refraction
No,
is.
it's not actually, because it's got nothing to do with that. I asked you a very simple
More
question.
simpler than that.
Could you just describe how you understand density gradient refraction to work? Just so I know we're on the same
Could you
page.
just address my question and not move the goalpost for the however many time you've done it?
I think you're using words that have different meanings to you than they do to me. I don't know what to say.
No, you're just not addressing the question at all. The medium around any surface, unless it has the ability to change the surface physically, say like an acid on a corrosive acid on a material that's able to be corroded, for instance, right? Other than somebody's ability to view it, interact with it, it doesn't actually change or do anything to the surface itself. So the question is about the surface of Earth. So why do you bring up something that really doesn't have anything to do with it? Because
what did I bring up?
Let me just answer my questions for you, because you're having a hard time with this, it seems. If I wanted to measure something, actually, for instance, I have this knife board, whatever they call them, these green things with grids on them. I want to measure it. I want to be sure that the measurements that they have on the grid are accurate. I could go away around the way you seem to think, right? Start bringing out auto levels and stuff like that. Or I could use a calibrated metal ruler, and I could go, okay, this one says 1 inch. Let me put this metal ruler against this 1 inch measurement and see if they line up. Hey ho, look, they're both pretty accurate. Cool. I've done something. There's no ambiguity there. Pretty simple. I'm sure the image that I painted with my words is something you can picture. So why can't the people who seem to claim so much about the surface that we're living on do something as simple as that?
Well, how would you recommend doing that? I'm open to better ways to measure.
Well, I could recommend things. I have in the past recommended them. But to be honest, it's not my job. I'm not the one claiming stuff about the surface that would require something as simple and as irrefutable as the example I just gave. So really, the burden of proof is on the people claiming something absurd.
So where can I buy a 1 mile long ruler that's guaranteed to be straight?
I don't think you're actually engaging in good faith, because obviously I gave an example and you're bringing it way out of proportion to try and prove a point.
Well, you gave an example.
Come on, you don't have to keep engaging them. So
yeah, I know.
Like that's an option.
But I'm just addressing the way he's answering, right?
But you gave an example that works great.
I gave an example
on a small scale,
not for you to,
right?
Why did you interrupt him? But why did you interrupt him?
Why did you interrupt me, Jeremy?
Because you interrupt. Because I'm modding. I'm a mod here. I don't know if you knew that or not.
Yeah, but this isn't a chaotic. This isn't a chaotic discussion.
You're making
where 10
it
people
chaotic.
are talking. No, you are, because there's 2 people talking, and then the third guy keeps jumping in.
Bro, I'm gonna give you a warning. Keep interrupting. I'm just letting you know. If you keep interrupting, I have to give you a warning.
Okay, then do it. But to make the point, Jesse, it was just something to get you to think about. To stop using things that are so prone to issues, right? The same way you exaggerated the ruler to a mile, right? And asked, how would I do that? That's a good question for you to try and address, because that's the kind of evidence you would need to prove the globe. But that's the same kind of problem you have with all these optical measurements, supposed measurements that you're doing, because of the inherent flaws in drawing a conclusion from something that is going to be affected by so many different variables, some of which you can't even contain or even know about, potentially. So really, what would be the wisest thing, in my opinion, is for the people who want to prove this, instead of just assuming it's true, developing a system, a plan. I mean, I think it's Rakia who talks about this a lot, right? But developing something like what I described on the small scale, but that can be reasonably done over a long scale, to get actual measurements that cannot be refuted except by people who are being unreasonable. So I mean, if Rakia is here, I know he's not, but whoever speaks about this extending the level line, or however they phrase it, it's completely justifiable. I've heard all sorts of arguments against it. Those arguments are nonsensical. If you can do it over 1 meter, you can do it over as many meters as you need, assuming you have the resources and the time. So why just not engage like that? And I think, and this will be the last thing I'll say, because I know you want to respond and I've been monologuing, but I think the reason people don't engage at this, from your side of the aisle, as it were, is that if they were to actually do that and not just look for a reason why it's not correct and it doesn't work and all these different things that we hear, if they were to actually do that, the conclusion would be pretty simply that there is no curve. And then if they're honest with themselves, they would then have to go, hey, you know what? We were wrong all this time. We're going to have to drop this.
So, when you go so long, it's hard to respond to everything you said. So don't be upset if I don't respond to everything you said. But just briefly, as to Rakia, he admitted that using the auto level on a differential leveling run would not tell you the difference between a curved and a flat Earth. So, and I'll tag you with his quote on that right now. So, as to the bigger topic, though, I'm doing the best I know how to try to measure the shape of the Earth, right? I'm asking you if you know of a better way, and it sounds like you say you don't know of a better way. So I really don't know why you want to rain on what I'm doing, because you haven't got a better way. You know the method would work on a small scale, and you have no articulable reason that it wouldn't work on a large scale, at least to a usable level of accuracy. So I'm not sure what you expect me to do.
Well, that's not true, though, is it? You have these long distance observations, and then you have the different things that you were pointing out.
Well,
so you have line of sight over vast distances. Yet when you do your tips of the mountains or whatever you did, you're getting results that contravene these long distance observations. Clearly, the error would be in something you're doing, or maybe the conclusion you're taking from what you're doing. But again, to go back to what you said about Rakia, you can quote that if you like, but that's kind of besides the point, because you don't even need to use an auto level. You can just use a physical level. Just go back to old school stuff. Don't be using special equipment. You can make a level line. You can use a plumb bob. You can do a level line, and you can keep extending this for as long as you flipping want, assuming you have the resources and the time, of course.
How do you do that? I'm all ears. So I know what a plumb bob is, and I know what a carpenter's level is, and I even know what a water tube level is. So how do we use this to extend a straight line, even if the Earth was curved?
I mean, why you have to drop the even if the Earth is curved, I don't know.
Well,
because,
remember,
again, that's begging the question. But
well,
regardless, if you can put one one level line next to another level line, and you just overlap the level ruler. So you do it to the point where you can confirm that the middle of one is in line with the middle of the next one. You just keep extending that again and again and again. It really isn't that hard. Somebody could probably draw you some pictures.
So the reason I threw in about if the Earth is a ball is because, remember, that's what we don't agree on, and we're trying to come up with a method that would differentiate between, that would be accurate either way. We can't just assume it's flat and then come up with a measurement system that only works on a flat Earth to show that it's flat, right?
No, my response to that was just the way that you put it into the sentence, as if it means anything. But this is the whole point with this thing. You do this over still water, like they keep bringing up, and people keep arguing about.
Okay.
If you were on a ball, then when you do this, from where you start to where you finish, you're gonna have a really big issue, because you could extend the line, according to you lot, if you're actually on a ball, you could extend it into space, and you wouldn't have to go that far to get a noticeable disparity between the bottom of the line that you've just made and the surface of the water from where you started to where you might end. So why don't people, instead of looking for problems for why that's even justifiable, why don't people just go and do that and prove the globe for themselves?
So help me understand this. I've got an 11 by 17 sheet of blank paper here with a line drawn and representing Earth's surface. So help me understand. I have a plumb bob. How do I extend this straight line?
I just said it.
Well, I need help understanding it better.
You could do it so meticulously. You could be excessively anal about it, right? You could do a half meter line with a meter long, highly accurate level ruler, and you just keep putting these half meters next to each other.
So I take
and you keep confirming, and you basically can just. This is laborious work. So I'm not surprised why people don't want to do this. But again, it doesn't mean it can't be done. And you just keep going, keep checking.
But what am I checking with? A carpenter's level?
Use whatever kind of level you want, as long as it can determine whether something is or is not level.
But then I move it, or I take another and I butt the ends up.
The same way you would build any structure that you want to be level. If you're going to do it like that, and those were the only tools you had, do the same thing. But this isn't a structure that you have to live on or that you have to do anything. You just want that to be a level line that extends.
But how would I know if it was straight?
I just told you.
Wait, do you guys know about the trench and the square blocks? Do you know that?
You're going to run into that is over short distances, like the curvature according to the dimensions over 100 feet is only like 20 thousandths of an inch. You're going to accumulate errors each step you go with that. I just don't think that would be appropriate.
Why would you accumulate errors if you're confirming at every juncture?
No
measurement is perfect. No measurement is perfect.
But that's not got to do with anything we're saying. You're confirming at every juncture. And I'm telling you, if you want to be, right, if you have that much desire to be that anal about it, which in this case I would be like, you know what, that's a reasonable thing to do. You could do it with incredibly small, verifiably level and flat surfaces, nice and right angled to each other, and you just keep adding them to each other. If people can build structures like this with basic tools, without any of this auto level stuff, I'm not saying that the auto level isn't useful. It can be useful to add to what you're doing, but I think it's better to use the traditional things, because then there's no argumentation here. Nobody can go, oh well, your level was this, la 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 la. Just keep doing it, and if you can build a box, if somebody can build a flipping bed in this manner, and they can confirm that the bed is level, or a cabinet or whatever. That people have been doing this for time because we like precision, we like accuracy, we like to do our jobs well. At least most people. Why is it so hard to consider that this can't be done again and again and again and again and again over a long distance? Because if you can get it right with one, and you can confirm that this one and the one next to it are also in conjunction, and that there's no errors there, obviously you're going to have tolerances, but these tolerances are going to be confirmed within themselves because you're lining them up to themselves.
Hey, I tagged you,
And
Elijah.
then you just keep. Sorry, go ahead.
Oh, I tagged you. I drew out what I think you meant, but all the levels are going to be level but curved.
No, you didn't. No, see, you're not.
So what should I have done differently?
Where do you expect me to take you seriously when you do something like this?
Well, what did I do wrong? Or
What
you
do
could
mean,
draw it up.
Are you trying to pretend like you don't understand what you did there is just some doodle of a child taking the mic?
Well, those
or someone who
represent.
doesn't have understanding, because nothing I said would make anyone do that.
Well, you did say to line up carpenter's levels end to end and keep them each level, right?
That's not what I said.
It's not what he
He
did.
said center
You
to
only need
center.
one carpenter's level.
Oh, and then what do I do?
I'm gonna have to take you back to remedial lessons.
So I'm supposed to.
Do you like to be made the butt of jokes?
Well, everyone says there's no buts here, and I say I'm here.
Okay, so you're a sadist.
No. But so
Well, you behave like there's something wrong with you.
Remember, we're supposed to attack the argument, not the human.
I'm not attacking you. I'm just observing.
Well, yeah.
My interpretation of the way you behave denotes to me that you have some kind of problem, or that you're just jesting.
So, but tell me. So I was supposed to somehow build a structure out that was straighter than a laser beam. I'm trying to understand how you think I would better measure for Earth curve.
Dude, just extend the level. It can be done. If somebody wanted to do it, they can go ahead and do it. People in this server have already spoken about doing this. So the fact that you're finding problem with it, and that you're drawing levels that are curved in an incredibly juvenile drawing to make some kind of point shows me that you just don't care.
Hey, I'm in the top of my 10th grade class.
Again, you don't care.
Well, no, seriously though. Yeah, it was a joke. But seriously, now I think you're saying that I could build a structure that was straighter than a laser beam. Do you see the difficulties in that? Because the angular error between each joint.
I see the difficulty that you have in it.
Well, do you think you could build a structure that was straighter than a laser beam over a mile long?
If I had the resources and the time, why would it be so difficult?
Well,
I could do it with a trench. You could do it with a trench and square blocks easily.
Engineers have been doing things like this for necessities reasons for far longer than I've been alive. So what's the big deal? Whether I can actually go ahead and do it is besides the point. If I had the wherewithal, the resources, and the time, it's not that hard. I have the wherewithal. I don't have the desire or the time to do it. I could probably get the resources, but I don't have lakes around me. This is England, at least where I live, local. Not to the effect of the kind of lakes that you have in your continent. Some of those are lovely. I mean, I would just do this over a frozen lake. It would save a lot of bother, but different topic, I suppose.
But
Again,
how would you align here? Just a second. How would you align each next section so accurately?
How does an engineer do it when they have to build us a structure similar to what I'm describing?
Well, they're not trying to hold a tolerance less than the wavelength of light, for sure.
Who says that we have to do that?
The math. If you look at the radius.
Why?
If you look at the claimed radius of the Earth, and you look at the geometry of your sections, the deviation between the spacing between the top and the bottom of your rectilinear panels is less than the wavelength of light.
You know what? Maybe this is something that perhaps I'm overestimating the ability of maybe communicating this over voice, or the ability of certain people that I'm speaking with. To me, this is not that complicated. The reason I mentioned plumb bob and level is because that way I can remove all the arguments about the lasers. You can go and use the lasers to confirm what's been done. But people have been building structures like this before lasers were ever invented. So I don't see why you have an issue with this. And if you're doing it over such short distances, each segment, half a meter, for instance, just an arbitrary number, but it's a convenient number. Half a meter segment, meter long level, plumb bob. The plumb bob, apart from when you think you're on a bull, operates very conveniently to give you a perpendicular line through a level line. So you can take this and keep going along and along and along. The only thing you might have to do ahead of time, but it's not actually necessary if you're joining them up. They don't actually have to be touching each other, these different half-meter segments. You can leave a little gap because maybe there's an error in how maybe you didn't have the time to do laser perfect right angles, right? But you can still do this. Carpenters can do this, right? Getting a right angle is not the most difficult thing in the world. But anyway, you can leave a little gap for argument's sake. Let's say there's some errors. But you can still put the level line on top of each of the surfaces, which can be planed nice and cleanly. And then you can use the plumb bob or whatever other perpendicular way of getting that. Plumb is the best, but I'm sure there's some other tools you can think of, ones that I don't know the names of, nor do I care. And you just go along and along, and you can mark these points. So any errors you might think that there are would be removed because you're taking such diligent care over every segment that you're doing that if you're gonna imply, like I've heard left lane implied and other people imply, that the error will just keep extending and distort the whole thing and blah blah blah. That wouldn't be the case if you do it the way I described. Now, have I articulated the idea clearly enough over the voice? I don't know. I think I have. I think other people in the room would probably agree with me. But whether you've understood it, whether you would accept it, different story altogether, as we well know.
Yeah, I can't picture what you have in mind. You mentioned a level line and a plumb bob, right?
Yeah, I suppose that's your takeaway from this discussion, yeah?
Well, how about you try the more interactive, instead of talking for 5 minutes with no feedback as to whether your audience even understands you. Start with a simple premise, see if I understand, and if I do, then we'll move to the next and so on, and maybe I'll understand what you're saying. Maybe I'll get it.
Can I explain it to him?
Dude, I understand, Elisha.
I get it. It's. I'm a dumb mechanic, and I get it.
Yeah, I'm a mechanic.
Oh, good. Do you not see how you can take a sheet of paper and you got a ruler and you draw a straight line? You want to extend that line. What do you do without, you go center to center. You just put that ruler on the line, make sure it's in 2 points lined up with it, and you can extend it further. It's the same principle.
He's choosing not to believe it, sir.
And then to check your work, you can go to different points on that line and see if they line up. It's not difficult.
So let's say I wanted to do this to measure for curvature of the Earth. What's the first thing I'd start with?
You dig a trench. You fill it with water.
Yeah, okay, the water's
You dig a trench a mile long and you fill it with water, right?
right. The trench is the given. We know about the water. But we're trying to create a reference which is not dependent on the water in order to compare the water to a reference which we know is straight, right?
We're gonna drop a plumb, and then we're gonna build a straight pillar on that plumb with square blocks. Then at the top of that pillar, we're gonna attach square blocks to it all the way down, going down over the water. What you're saying is there will be the water the distance will increase from the blocks towards the end from the water. So that's how you measure it. If it's level and the distance does not change, then the earth isn't curved.
So say that once more.
All right, you dig a trench a mile long and you fill it with water and you let the water at that point settle.
Okay.
Then we're gonna drop a plumb bob at one end of it and we're gonna build a pillar out of square blocks so it's perfectly plumb and level to that piece of the ground, okay?
Okay.
Now we're gonna go to the top and we're gonna take perfectly square blocks and we're gonna build it out over the whole entire mile.
So you're going to establish a horizontal plane using blocks?
Square blocks, perfectly square blocks.
But
shouldn't there be 8-inch difference towards the end of the blocks from the beginning?
Well, if they were perfectly square and you had them perfectly butted up and nothing was sagging under its own weight, but the amount of earth curve over a 10-foot section is 0.00003 degrees.
I said 1 mile.
Oh, why are you going to degrees?
Well, because the blocks are not, it's going to be impossible to get them perfectly straight. You're going to have some sag or some error, right?
Not if you build support pillars and you're still going off the original plumb.
But how will you know? Let's say, okay, we've got one block in. I get that. We got one block and it's level. We're putting in the second block. How are you going to know when that block is perfectly lined up?
You're going to secure it to the first block.
Here's the first block and level center to center of each block.
I don't care how big you need to make this thing in order to make it self-sustaining. If you're trying to tell me that you can't do this, then it's a very simple task. If you need to scale it to whatever you need to do, you can do that because you're the one wanting to measure for curvature here. So there's a very easy way to go ahead and measure for curvature. This is your opportunity to get it done and show us the 8-inch difference at the end.
Well, it's more of a practical challenge than you realize, I think, because getting the blocks that square and suspended that weightlessly is an enormous engineering challenge. Although some people do claim to have done it a while ago, but they measured a concave Earth.
So because they sag, that's what you're saying? They sag, so they measure that the Earth's concave?
It was like a cult commune, and I suspect they probably rigged their tests. I don't know how they could have got it so accurate. I mean, they got it spot on, exactly 8 inches per mile squared almost, but concave.
For the record, nobody said you needed to suspend this. This is a
Well,
structure. If you're going to build a structure, you're going to build supports.
well, you
Of course you
have
build supports.
you would have to somehow make each block weightless, effectively weightless, by putting it on a pulley system or a balance with an equal weight, so that because otherwise
no, you do not need to do that.
Otherwise, it's not free to align perfectly to the block before it.
That's not true. Have you ever built anything or seen anybody build anything on YouTube? Or like, what kind of life experience do you have that you think this is how things are done?
I'm a hobby machinist. I know how hard getting something to the nearest millionth of an inch is. It's hard work to get it to the nearest thousandth of an inch. And the point is, at this scale of size and curve, the tolerances you'd have to hold are incredibly fine.
Yeah, I've built a couple of houses. I built a store. I built a few things. I'm sort of a professional machinist, but not trained. I machine parts for DuPont for about 15 years. Yeah. What Jesse's talking about is real shit, and it appears that y'all don't understand that.
No, it's
Oh
it's
boy,
tactical obfuscation.
real shit, huh?
For-
You sound serious,
Yo,
guys.
Somebody's echoing. For it to have any significance, it would have to be such ridiculous errors that whoever built it would never get a job building anything. Because we're talking about what you're claiming, right? The globe side claim is massive enough over the distance that only somebody who really cannot build a structure whatsoever and probably end up dying in the process, they're that inept, would ever get wrong. So
It's like,
precision argument is a moot point, or a moot point, because it doesn't come into significance over the distances we're talking about to affect any real change in the results you're going to get. To either it confirms your claim or it debunks your claim.
Have you ever built anything to such tight tolerances?
Do I need
They're called
to have made the
bridges.
point that I just made?
Well, the point is the people that know about building things to tight tolerances and understand the dimensions involved see
They're
a
called
problem here. The
bridges.
people who don't, the people who haven't built anything to any specific tolerance are the people who saying, "Ah, it's easy."
So all
They're
you're doing is
bridges,
seeing
dude.
problems. You're not actually going ahead and seeing whether you can get off your nyash and do this, or
Well, I
suggest to
can't.
someone who has the resources to go and do this.
I can't afford
You
it either.
spend all the energy here looking for a problem for the method, which is a perfectly sound method, instead of just actually going ahead and going, all right, let's see if we can get this done.
Well, the fact is, if it were a perfectly sound, doable method, about 100 flat earthers would have done it also, and they haven't.
No, that's not a good argument. Just because a method is sound doesn't mean people are going to go ahead and do it.
Why?
What do you
Isn't
mean?
that-
Why? Just
isn't-
because I can walk down the street doesn't mean I'm going to walk down the street. That argument is nonsense.
But didn't you just argue that if I was serious about this, I would go do that instead of spending all my time here?
Well, no. Well, see, again, that's not analogous to what I was saying. I'm saying you wouldn't waste your time looking for a reason why it can't be done and why it's not a sound method, right? You would actually, if you could and if you had the desire, would go about the next thing of, oh, let's see if we can apply this method.
No,
But
I can't afford it.
instead of looking for that, right? You're looking for a reason to discredit the method altogether. But the error in that is that by trying to discredit the method for what it is and that how sound it actually is, the implications of that are you are discrediting anybody building any structure whatsoever, basically, and that's nonsensical.
I disagree.
They don't have the minerals to admit that we're right. That's as simple as this could ever be.
Yeah, and why would we test something we experience every day, a flat and stationary Earth?
Yeah, why would I test something I experience every day, a round and spinning global Earth? Yeah.
Jesse, can I ask you a question?
Go for it, Dan.
If you had a long fish tank, and I'm thinking about Bob the Science Guy doing a half mile in his backyard, and my question to you would there be an obvious hump in the middle of your fish tank? Is there a middle point there that matches your Earth? And could we prove that easily, like with a swimming pool or a fish tank? Or for instance, I just had an idea to take a half a mile of PVC, cap it halfway, fill it with water, lay it out there somewhere, and see if the water spills out. If two half caps are there, the middle rise is going to make water spill out. And you're insisting there's a middle rise, if I'm not mistaken.
My evidence and my observations so far do seem to show that there is a middle rise, if you want to call it a rise. Not an equilibrium rise, but a rise from a straight line.
And you think that gravity's holding it down as opposed to allowing it to spill out in the ocean or the sound where you're working, you know? You really feel that gravity's holding it in place?
Well, I mean, it makes sense. There does seem to be a mass-to-mass attraction, whatever you want to call it. So it does stand to reason that if that attraction were towards a central direction, that it would hold water in a spherical shape generally.
How does there seem to be a mass-to-mass attraction?
Like when you use like weights and do like a Cavendish type experiment.
Pretty sure you're imagining that. I don't think that's happened anywhere.
Well, I mean, did you see my video?
But where is the
one?
natural observation of mass attracting mass? Like,
You
does it
mean
actually exist, or is this just a notion that you've conjured?
by natural? Do you mean not in a lab?
Have you observed this? Yes or no?
I have observed lead weights being attracted to each other by no known cause other than their mass.
You're also assuming lead has no magnetic properties, and it does.
Well, is it attracted to or repelled by magnetism?
I don't know if that's an appropriate question. I don't know enough about it.
Well, it is appropriate because some metals are attracted to magnets and other metals are repelled by magnets. So if it's a metal that's repelled by magnetism, then an attraction would not be a result of magnetism.
I don't know. My experience with magnets
Have you
is
actually
turn it over and
witnessed-
you get the opposite effect. So I'm not sure what you're talking about.
But the actual question is, have you actually witnessed mass attracting mass?
Well, I've witnessed lead attracting lead, and
So you haven't witnessed mass attracting mass.
is that even possible? Even if it was attracted? I mean, you're gonna, if I says, "Oh, I use lead," you're gonna say, "Well, you're seeing lead attracting lead, not
I'm
mass
not the one
attracting
making the
mass."
claim, right?
If I used chicken turkey or something,
why
then
would
you
you
would
make a
say, "Well, you're
claim
seeing
if
the
it
chicken
wasn't possible-
attracting. You're not seeing
Yo,
the actual
Jesse.
mass." How do you see mass? That's my question. How do you see mass?
How do you come to the conclusion that mass is attracting mass if you can't see mass? It's not my problem. This is your problem.
Because I can measure the mass of an object, and then I can measure the attraction of that object, right?
How?
Which?
How?
I can measure the mass with a scale or any number of other devices, and then I can measure the attraction by observing the acceleration towards the other weight or the other mass.
So is it weight or mass? What are you? So is this just another way of saying yes but no?
What was your question, Dan?
Can you recreate your claim of
Obviously not.
water having different shape other than horizontal and level?
Using what?
Either a long fish tank, or you and I could do it together. In other words, at a half a mile, we're going to have 2 inches supposedly to Bob the science guy of drop. It leaves at least an inch in between of height. Your water's going to spill out of a container because of the high spot in the middle.
Oh, if we take a straight 1 mile tube, would it? Yeah. We could.
Can I maintain level over distance? I say yes. You say no.
Correct. That's what I say. And if we use light as our reference for what's our definition of straight, then yes, it will spill out in the middle. The contention is that light is not accepted because for reasons.
Well, you summarize that, and those reasons are pretty loose. And pretty flexible. That's why they're giving you shit. Because you're looking for reasons, and we're looking at action.
Right. So the way to do it would be to put 2 mile long PVC pipes, and one would have a vacuum drawn in it, and the laser would be going through the vacuum to get rid of the refraction caused by air, right? And then that would be, I think, a much better reference for straight, because the laser wouldn't be bending due to the atmospheric pressure gradient.
Did you give up on your fishing line, or did you
No,
try it?
no. It's just the weather's been foul and I've been busy. It's a long-term project. I started it like 2 years ago. I just keep working on it.
I wish you luck with that.
Thanks. But what do you think about? Actually, you could use the same 2-mile pipe. You could set it up with the laser and the vacuum, with the laser going through the pipe and the vacuum, and then get it all set up on, little, supports, so that you could make sure the pipe itself was nice and straight. Then you could take the laser and the vacuum out of it, and then you could fill it with water, and you could measure the difference in height at the 3 points.
And why
Relative
do you feel
to,
I need a vacuum situation? Why do you feel I need that?
well, the flat earthers do. I don't.
Okay.
Because if we just use light, then it's going to say globe, and they're going to blame it on light bending due to the density gradient of the air, and say that it's actually the light that bends. But if we put the light in the vacuum, then hopefully it wouldn't be bending, right?
You do know it's the Globers saying the light bends, not us.
Yeah, standard refraction. There's always standard refraction, and it bends, but it's a fraction of Earth curve, so it would
There
still.
isn't always standard anything. Think about what you're saying.
But I mean,
Think
as a
about it.
minimum, as
But there
a
is
minimum.
no, a minimum is a minimum, and a standard is a middle.
If you wanted to be that precise about it, though, you wouldn't even need a vacuum. All you'd need is one singular gas.
Well, but the problem is, gas has weight, right? Does gas have weight, Elisha?
Did what I say make sense to you? The words, the English words.
They did, but your statement was wrong.
Okay. No. First of all, let's start with the basics. Did the words that came out of my mouth, did they make sense? Yes or no?
Why do you want to quibble about words when we could talk about the topic?
Why do you not answer the question?
You didn't answer mine. Does gas have weight?
Again, did the words that came out of my mouth make sense?
Anyway, does that make sense, Dan?
Yeah, gas has mass, that's for sure.
Right, and so that's why a scuba tank, you know about scuba tanks, right? It's a full scuba tank is
Oh
like
my God.
6 pounds heavier. Hey, Rakia,
Hey, buddy. Hey, buddy. You teaching us? Hey, buddy, Jesse, how you doing, man? Are you here teaching us again about how when you fill a scuba tank with high pressure air that it weighs more? Are you really going to tell us that again?
Well, is it true? Well,
let's just go on and talk about it some more.
I believe it's compressed to fit into that.
My
shape.
God.
So you might get more than
It
initially.
doesn't even mean anything. Just fill it with one singular gas, oxygen,
Jesus, bro.
hydrogen, whatever the hell you want. Doesn't matter.
You mean the container? You mean fill the container?
It's going to be
ask,
consistent.
how's the
It's going to be
pressure even-
consistent and remove any arguments about refraction.
How's the pressure even in that device in the first place? Does it have walls of a container?
I think you're diverting, my friend.
No, we're not. We're being realist, and you're diverting to talk about trying to teach us that something weighs more when you put pressurized particles in it.
You know your voice gets higher, Jesse, when you scamper away from the question.
It's amazing, bro.
Why would
I just rejoined. Like, what's going on? Like, what?
Jesse's teaching us how a scuba tank weighs more full than empty because he thinks we don't know that. While avoiding a simple question that he will never answer. Still hasn't answered.
So
he's got an answer to his question, but has yet to answer the other guy's question, right, Jesse? Now ask, well, what's the question again? I forget, because that's your script.
Well, about 3 people have chimed in since he asked. So
you forgot? Please say you forgot, because that would just fill in the blanks of the script that you use every time that every Glober uses. Remember, it was you who obfuscated from the answering the question. So now you can say that you don't remember the question, and hopefully someone else will break in and start another conversation so you never have to answer.
So
Script
did you
tactic
have
101. Thank
did
you.
you have something to contribute, Rakia, or are you just running
Yes,
interference here?
I'm contributing that you will not answer a question. You've been told that like 4 or 5 times, and then you immediately say, "Oh yeah, I answered that question." Remember when he asked me what ice cream I like? I told him chocolate. Because that's what you do every day. It's sickening, bro.
I like ice cream that's unique and
Yeah, now let's
exotic.
talk about
Just
ice cream instead of answering this question.
just like me. I like
I
vanilla.
know you're going to take off with the ice cream example because that's all you can do.
Well, hey, it was nice chatting, but I'm trying to answer Elisha's question. Elisha, are you implying or communicating or saying that if the gas is all one gas, that there's going to be no gradient, no density gradient?
Did I say that?
Well, you said something about
Did I
pick
say
a
what you
gas.
just said? Yes or no?
Well, I don't know. That's why I'm asking, right? You
No,
said
you do know. Did
I
I
know you
say the
said
words that came
something
out of
about
your
using
mouth?
the
Yes or no?
same kind of gas. I know you said something about a homogeneous gas, right?
Did I say the words that came out of your mouth that you asked whether I said yes or no?
Did you say homogeneous?
Yeah, that means the same
Oh
all the
my
way
God,
through.
guys, one at a time. Please, guys, please go one at a time. We can't hear anything.
I'm
Nah, come
offended
on.
by
It's
that
the
term.
evening now. It's got to be at least 3 at a time. But anyway, your subtle attempts of obfuscation, Jesse, they don't really achieve much for you
And you won't answer my question either.
because you haven't addressed my point.
Well, anyway, Dan, I don't know what he's talking about putting the same kind of gas or a single kind of gas in the tube. Even if you picked a single type of gas, it's still going to have weight, and it's still going to be compressing down harder at the lower elevations in the tube, and so it's still going to be a density gradient, and it's still going to curve the light. So that's why we need a vacuum so that there's
curve the
no
light?
actual gas or no actual density gradient to curve the light.
Why would it curve the light?
Because light curves towards the more dense region in a gradient.
Why would it curve the light?
Why does a gradient curve the light? I guess because it takes the light longer to travel through more dense medium, and so when it's a gradient, the lower part of the laser beam takes longer and it steers it downward, right?
No, why would it curve the light?
I think that was a good explanation. I just don't think it's happening.
Because it's a moving the goalpost.
It's just too dramatic. You really have to affect the medium dramatically to get the effects you're talking about.
Well,
Dramatic.
so let's say I used ice cubes and a hot aluminum foil in a fish tank to create an air density gradient.
Another unnatural situation, yes.
Right, but let's say I don't remember what let's say I had a 200 degree per inch gradient, and I was able to cause significant looming or rising over 1.5 foot distance. Doesn't it stand to reason that if I had 10 times the distance, I would only have needed 1/10 the temperature gradient?
I think you're
Jesse,
talking
do you have a
ratios, so
citation of
mathematically
of what you
ratios
said?
work, I'm sure.
Yeah, how are you going to do this? How are you going to
Jesse.
make this happen?
They
Jesse,
say that
do you have a citation of a laser being bent down like that?
Say that
while
again, Dan. 2
contained
people
in
shut you out.
in a singular gas.
It's not important what I said. I'm just saying that you're only proving that ratios work. I don't think you're applying it to real life. It's math. You're doing math and you're doing theory, but you know, of course, we're not working in a fish tank. You know, I don't need to bitch about that. We're working in real life conditions, and we're observing things beyond an understandable difference, unless everything is truly looming upward, as you say, or as they say. and it's a reach. It's a reach. You got to have things moving downward, moving upward. Then we don't even talk about left and right. And you got gradients, and you forget wind, and you never ask about pressures. You ask about heights, but you guys never ask about pressures because it doesn't matter to you in your formula. You jam us for it. But the next thing like Ruhif, he talks about temperature gradient, and then when you're finished, then he talks about pressure gradient. And it's like, I don't know, maybe it's the same thing, or is he just moving the goalpost around? It feels like you guys are moving the goalpost around because we have line of sight.
Yeah. Also, what I suggested about a singular gas is exactly what these guys do with lasers anyway. It's how they build their lasers. Depending on what kind of laser it is, of course. All I'm saying is why not just do that over the distances that you alluded to? What's the problem?
The question is why do it? What would be the goal, the effect, the benefit?
Do you remember why I said the thing in the first place, or do I need to remind you?
Remind me, please.
Okay, you mentioned a vacuum. I said, why do that when you could just do a singular gas?
And why did I mention vacuum?
Yeah, I'm saying what you're suggesting of a vacuum. I'm not saying that there's a problem conceptually with that, but practically it's unnecessary. And I suggested an alternative that actually, to do with lasers, makes the most sense. Again, this goes back to what we were talking earlier. This is unnecessarily complicated. If you want to bring this idea up, that's cool, but this is more resources, more difficulty than what we were talking about earlier, which would just require some meticulous work.
So, in your own words, what advantage does a single gas have compared to a vacuum regarding the path of a laser beam?
What?
I mean, it might have a different density. Is that what you're saying?
Creating you said a mile, right? Or did you say longer?
Whatever Dan's idea was for a long water tube. Maybe I think he said a mile. I might have said 2 miles, but a mile, whatever.
Unless I'm gravely mistaken, which is possible. Practically speaking, wouldn't it be far easier to just fill that tube with one singular gas, depending on what gas you'd need, than doing a near perfect vacuum or whatever you're suggesting?
Oh, it would be easier, but it would be wholly ineffective.
So that's my point. Why do the vacuum, even though it makes some sense? I'm not arguing with that. Why do that when you could do the singular gas? And then your argument is, but the gas has problems with it. But you're making problems there that don't actually exist, because when people actually work with lasers and build lasers, they do exactly what I'm suggesting, just not over the massive scale that you're suggesting, but they still do what I said.
You mean like using helium and neon in a helium-neon laser?
For example.
But they don't put that in there to control the curvature of the path of light. They put that in there because they need a certain laser-compatible medium to do the lasing.
But yet the light is not being bent. Yes?
Can I get a bit of context here? So we're talking about testing the path of a laser in a singular gas, and Jesse's contention is that the gas has weight, and therefore the gradient will affect the path of the laser, correct?
Yes.
So why can't we just point the laser upwards and measure that way?
That would work. But we're trying to create a straight reference which we can compare water at rest to, and water at rest isn't going to want to go straight up like that. That's the problem.
Well, no, but there's ways of making that happen. Like, so again, I don't know the full context because I was out for 20 minutes, but if you were to point a laser straight up, you're then using that as a reference to compare water to, you have to do it in the same frame, or can you not just green grab the laser and then compare it to the water? Like, can you not just do that digitally?
Well, no, we need a real life physical straight reference that will essentially parallel the surface of water at rest, to compare the surface of water at rest to see if the surface of water at rest is flat or curved compared to a separate, a straight reference object.
Okay, fair enough.
But I mean, the only thing I can think of is using a star and measuring 90 degrees to a star that's overhead. But obviously, that's a star.
Jesse, you bring up a good point.
But then it's optical.
The fundamental issue here is the notion that water level is curved. So before we continue with anything else, even though the approaches that were given were sound approaches, though you chose to argue with them, you have to first demonstrate that water that's at rest actually curves.
Well, I mean, yeah, but that's where we started. That's difficult because if it does, it's a slight curve, and it's very difficult and very expensive to build a physical reference that's known to be straight.
So if it's
at
so
that
difficult,
scale.
how do you know that it does that in the first place?
Well,
How
I use the
large-
next best thing. I use water. Go ahead, Dan.
How large of a
what?
pool would you need to demonstrate that you have
Hold
a
on,
high spot?
Dan, did you not hear what he just said? He said he used the next best thing. He used water.
No, oh,
So
did I say
let me
water?
get this-
I meant light. I said I meant to say I use light. That's the next best thing.
I was
But,
literally about to leave it on that.
Sounds ridiculous, but still, it's a nice excuse. But again, if it's so difficult, how do you know that water's curved in the first place?
I've demonstrated that the light parallels the water.
No, we know this, Dan, but they're suggesting something different from what has been observed throughout all of time, all of human existence, whatever you want to call it.
Geodetic surveyors at sea level.
You're roboting really bad, Chucky.
Yeah, strike that from the record. If you can't speak properly, then
Geodetic surveyors have shown that sea level is curved.
No, they haven't. No, they haven't.
Haven't they?
They've asserted
sure?
that and drawn a conclusion, but they haven't actually shown that.
What is WGS 84?
What is it?
Flat as fuck.
The issue is they have shown it. You just don't either understand it or you're not accepting them. But they have shown it.
You're really, really low, Sean.
As well as stupid.
That was unnecessary,
he's bang on, but
but probably correct. Yeah, so I'm looking for the how exactly you've shown straight flat water to be anything.
Well, I can speak up,
flat.
and if you guys want to play the insult game, I can do that too. I was trying to just add into the fact that the conversation, whoever decided to add into the talking shit, I can do the same. So if you want to continue, go ahead.
Go flip flop.
Otherwise, go suck a dick, right?
Go flip flop somewhere.
That's probably why the conversation wasn't going anywhere when you started it.
Hey, Dan. In response to your statement about the light paralleling the water, there are cases where it can do that, or I don't know if parallel is the right word.
That sounds emotional.
If they're both curving, but anyway, essentially paralleling or concentric paths. But the point is, the two paths are about the same distance apart. Or a lot of times, the laser near the surface of water will actually be curving more than the water, but it doesn't always do that. And the difference is when you take, let's say you take 100 laser shots close to the water, you could get all kind of wild results, all the way from complete obstruction to totally visible.
If you insist upon refraction being there, but in minimal conditions where we're not getting that, I'm shooting a probably uncontestable straight line with a laser beam, your only conclusion is it must be curving because the Earth is. I get it, but
Well,
it's
no.
not logical. It's not logical. It's a
presuppositional.
notion. Yes.
Right,
exactly.
like
That's
the
the whole
light.
point. Why
The
would it
light would
even be
have
curved if
to
you don't?
refract perfectly with the curve of the Earth. You
No,
know, like
it would have to
Right?
only no, wrong. It would have to refract as much or greater than. It could refract more, and it would just arch up and come over and down, and you'd still see it. It only
Why
gets
do I get
blocked
the
if it
same
refracts
arch?
less than.
Why do I get the same arch at different distances? And in order to achieve the other location, the distance with an arch, I have to shoot upward. I cannot shoot a level beam, have it arch, and make it anywhere. It's just going to sink into the water.
Well, my contention is that you were shooting it upward, and
But
you
I'm
just didn't
not.
know it. But it would have been arc seconds. It would have been arc
gosh.
seconds or arc minutes, and so you wouldn't have known it. How would you have known if your laser was pointed up
Because at
0.000?
27 miles, I'd have to have a 200-foot high center point in my arc. It's pretty upward. It's upward. The angle is steep.
So 8 inches per mile, right? Squared. So that's 8 times 20. Let's say 20 miles. That's 160 feet.
Or pretend to, at least.
So you
160
really have to change
feet.
your angle. You'd have to
No,
really
it's per
push
mile
it up.
squared, bro. What are you talking about?
That's
to
a
make
long
that-
way. That's
You guys should figure
over
out how to get
half
that
a
into
football
square per
field.
mile square.
Think
Bro,
about
do you
that.
know how that works? Do you know how that works? It's 8 inches per mile squared, right? So you
Yeah.
don't use square the distance. So
That's
why didn't
over
you do 8
half a football field.
And you're
That means
going
you
to
don't
tell me
times it by timesing it.
that
What's
I'm
the
not going
difference?
to notice me pointing it upward. You're saying I just don't notice that because it's a very small angle. It's not a small angle.
How many degrees is it?
It's jack shit. You're claiming that I'm pointing upward. I'm not. I'm saying that I'm shooting straight across.
But the upward pointing would be in the order of like 1,000th of a degree or something.
Not to get up that high. No, I'm sorry. It would be
Well,
upward. It would be upward. He just said it's half a football field. You know, that's upward. That's not anywhere near water level.
but you need to find someone you trust who knows a little bit of math because because of the distance, even 200 feet high is not going to be much. You said that
Oh
it was
my
it.
God.
What was? How long was
you
your shot?
understand what's going on? You said that when I did it at 9. You said it when I did it at 17. You said it when I did it at 27. Then we got off of the water and went to the salt flats where there's no water, and we did it at 35 on the railroad tracks. And you're still telling me I'm not level?
I can't do this anymore. I really can't.
What do you need?
I need Jesus.
All right, I have a meme for that. Will that help?
Yes.
All right, here you go.
Your best bet is just to take a break. Enjoy the real world.
Yeah. You got that right.
Jesse, congratulations for being patient and trying so hard. I'm not going to say you're backed into a corner any more than I am when I'm ganged up on. I hate being called a liar. I hate it being called a belief. So I think you and I are in the same boat. Maybe one of us is on top and one of us is on below the deck. I'm not sure.
That sounds kinky.
I just feel I have vision. So I feel I'm up on deck and you're down beneath working on paper telling me how it might be. And I'm saying, like, come on up, let's take a look. So
I think he said below deck, not below dick.
I'm just going to
Not
suggest let's try and predict the same curvature of light that you're creating in your fish tank. Let's take it outdoors and watch it happen.
And actually, I had an idea about that. I'm thinking of hanging two temperature sensors on my drone, a meter one above the other, and then flying it out along a line of sight so that one temperature sensor is above the line of sight and one temperature is below the line of sight. Fly it out and then fly it back, recording the temperature and measuring the angle to some target like 3 miles away or whatever, and then do it a different day at a different temperature and do that a few different times so I can actually correlate the vertical apparent position movement with the actual gradient in degrees per meter. Does that sound interesting?
Sure.
Godspeed, youngster.
Have you ever seen an overhead of the Pontchartrain Causeway? And do you feel it's curved?
An overhead picture from straight above, like on Google Earth?
Anything that gives you a real view of it, yeah, in its entirety.
I mean, but not Kozlowski's shot from the hotel window, I presume.
I don't know that in particular. I just happened to see an overhead shot yesterday, and it was like so apparent that it just goes across that there's obviously no
curve from
reason
above.
for any dramatic drop as it appears in those other shots.
Right. The other shots use foreshortening to make the curve visible. But yeah, I mean, a picture from overhead,
Has nothing to do with curvature.
what, even if it was curved, that would still look pretty straight, wouldn't it?
I'm just saying, when you look at it in its entirety, you'd be hard pressed to tell me honestly it looks curved to you. When you're looking
From
at
overhead,
it,
how the fuck would you see that?
when you're looking at it in its entirety from any position.
No, actually, what you see is like you see the curves that are built into the bridge deviate from the horizontal and go back down to it.
I'm just
So
sure it
whatever that
doesn't match
means.
any. Sure, it doesn't match any prediction of light bending. I'm sure. In any conditions, I'm pretty
Yeah,
sure.
I'd have to see the picture you're thinking of, Dan.
I'm just trying to get to match your predictions of the bending of light. That's all I need to do is prove that you're fudging paper out into space. I understand your paper. I understand your calculations. I just want to see it applied.
Like if you look at that picture right there, is that curve right there the curve of the Earth? Yeah, no, obviously anybody with just an ounce of honesty and common sense can immediately say, no, that's not the curve of the Earth.
You mean where the bridge raises up?
Yeah,
No,
that's
that's
not
just the
into
bridge rising up.
that's right. So that's actually deviation from horizontal.
Congratulations, you've just been honest.
Yeah, so that's deviation from horizontal.
What's your point, though?
It's just
When you
all
look at
horizontal.
And when you look at something in its entirety, instead of cherry picking, ideas, we're just looking at this thing. We're going, wow, what an interesting 15-mile piece of water. It's like, it's just a piece of water. It's just water.
The bridge goes off into the water itself.
See, that's what I'm saying. Like they'll literally, if they sat down further away and looked up and they saw this curve, and this was about as far as they could see where this curve was, they would literally say it's the curve of the Earth. Like if you
Or I
look
would
at the
say
Lake
the end of that
Pontchartrain,
bridge is.
if you look at the Lake Pontchartrain image that they claim is
Oh,
the curve of
yeah.
the Earth, I was in the middle of talking.
Nice.
Okay, who is that guy?
I
God,
think he's hot miking.
no, he's not. No, he's not.
Oh.
So anyway, but I'm saying if you look at that Lake Pontchartrain image that all the ballers show, if that was actually the curvature of the Earth would have to be tiny.
No, it wouldn't. It would not.
Oh, no! What an intellectual giant of a position that you provided.
What makes you think that would be a tiny Earth or whatever? Just because it looks drastic, whatever. Like you understand with like foreshortening or whatever. Like it just appears more drastic than than it actually is. Like I did this with my with an actual object, my fan cover or whatever you want to call it. Or I put the camera up to it and it looks like it was like really like a drastic drop, whatever. But it's just like a perspective thing, though.
Fan cover.
Oh wow! It's just a perspective thing. Wow! Look at that! Oh man!
Yeah, but it makes sense though. I mean, you could literally work the math out. Like that literally checks out. Like that's
Oh, work
fine.
the
What we
math out
see.
for the Pontchartrain image and show me the exact rate of curvature compared to the optically induced rate of curvature.
There's actually that one model that someone did. Have you seen it? The 3D model.
So you said you could easily do the math. Why can't you just tell what's the difference?
Well,
you
first of all,
haven't done the math.
Wait,
you
did
just
I
made
say I
that
could do
up.
the math, or did I say the math can be done?
You said you could easily do the math. That's what you said.
Let me double check just in case. Let me see what I said.
You said you could easily do.
Me personally, I think I could work out something. Like I could probably because I know there's the whole 8 inches per mile square thing. That's a rough, really, it more or less gets the job done. But I could probably do that and see that that checks out, whatever. But I do need some specifics still. I need to know like how long that bridge is, like up to what point
It
we're
curves
seeing
at
the
a
bridge.
greater rate than it would if the Earth was a ball.
No, it wouldn't. Look, there's literally a 3D model that's done for it. There's literally a 3D.
Fix your voice, man.
Okay, first off, fuck you. But second off, literally, there's a 3D model for that though. Let me see if I can even
And you're
find it. Let me
supposed
see.
to let those two things that are swinging. You're supposed to let them drop before you enter a room like this.
Okay, nice. Okay, anyway, let's see if I can find the 3D model for it.
You gotta leave your sexual frustrations at the door, dude. Gotta do it.
You know what's funny? Literally earlier, people were saying, "Oh, you're being what is this like high school, whatever? Why are you being immature?" And then here you guys doing that, and also earlier, like don't be like, oh, you're being immature or whatever. No, you guys
Bro,
are
why
literally
can't
just
you,
as
like, this
immature,
is
if
what's
not
so
worse.
goofy, bro. It's like a normal person, there's like a normal person is just like, yeah, that's more curvature than the globe predicts. Like
But it's not.
that appears to be curving more than the rate of the globe would.
But it's not. I literally, there's plenty of examples. I've done a 3D model. There is a 3D model done of it already, but I've done a 3D model to show this sort of like effect. I've shown it with my fan, my fan cover, whatever, right? Which is circular, and you put a camera up next to it. It looks more drastic than it should be, but that's not. It's just an effect, though. It's just a foreshortening effect, though. Like you should really like look into it, though. But with that being said, though, let me see if I can find the model, though. Have you ever seen that model? It's like a 3D
You
model.
say a bunch of like whatevers and those and stuff like that, but you never actually answer anything. You say like whatever or whatever, whatever or whatever or so, and I could do
He
it.
asked if you saw the model. It was clear.
I already answered that, and actually, I asked if he could tell me what the actual mathematical difference was because he invoked it and then still hasn't answered, and he just keeps saying that there is a model somewhere.
Wait, difference of what?
You're right. You were wrong when you said you can do the math.
Curvature and the actual curvature.
Oh wait, optically induced. So are you saying what? Like, what
That's
do you mean by
what you
that?
just claimed. You just claimed that there's optically induced exaggeration of the rate of curvature that you see.
Well, hold on. Okay, first off, when I say exaggerated, all I'm saying is that if you look at it from the side, or not from the side, but if you look down it, like you do like a pool stick or whatever, right? You're getting this foreshortening effect. So it's the same thing. I mean, it's just because you're looking down it, though, it's more apparent, whatever. But I mean, it's not. There is no difference between like the actual shape of the bridge and then this optical whatever you're talking about. Like I don't really. That's why I don't really get the question, because you're making it seem like.
Oh my god! And then this is where the white knight pretends that he just made a coherent response again. So I'll just have to keep repeating
Use your own
myself.
math, guys. Use your own math, guys.
Yeah, you invoked it. You actually said, and I quote, "You could easily do the math." Those were the words that you said in that order.
Let me see real fast if I really said that.
Yeah, you were wrong. He clearly can't do the math.
I could do pretty close. I think.
No, not you, Arma.
What did I?
You said Witsit could do the math, and he clearly cannot. So that was wrong for you to say that.
What's the math?
The math. Well, yeah. I mean, so you would just do probably. I'm pretty sure you could just do like 8 inches per mile square, whatever, and then. But hold on. Obviously, I would have to do a lot more, get a lot more stuff to set that up, whatever. Though, but it's pretty. For the most part, I would say it's pretty easy though.
But you can't even say what it is.
Well, I mean, I'll give me like maybe like 20, 30 minutes. I probably work something out though. Cause I mean, I'm just saying in terms of like, if you understand like how spheres work, whatever, using trigonometry and all that, like it's easy to set up basically. I mean,
trigonometry and all that, and then tell me what the setup is. Why can't you say what the math is? Chucky, what's the math? Since you know I can't do it, so you must know what it is then. So, Chucky, what is it?
Yeah, so the math
neither
would
one
just,
of you know what you're talking about. You're making stuff up.
Well, hold on. No, the math would just be, for example, you could, I guess, use 8 inches per mile square if you're using it properly, whatever, and then, just figure out from there. Once again, I need maybe like 20, 30 minutes to set it up, though, but using, just basic stuff, though, like trigonometry.
Whatever, though, or so, So, like,
look, in any case,
would need to know the distance.
Yeah, we need to know the distance, a few other stuff, but in any case, though, there's still a 3D model of it that someone's done. I right now can't find it though, but I'm pretty sure you've seen it though, where it's like
so it's going to be it's going to be the same rate always. Like I can just apply the foreshortening effect of perspective, and it's going to exaggerate what curvature looks like always.
Sure, I guess.
Okay,
I'm not
so
sure if I'm understanding that properly.
Every time you guys invoke anything of curvature, you're claiming foreshortening has actually exaggerated it.
Okay.
No, it's perspective is going to exaggerate it, but you would just need. All right, you don't want to know.
I'm confused with. So hold on. All I'm saying is that if you look down it, right, and the thing has curve in it, right, then it becomes more apparent because you're literally looking down it and you're literally taking that curve and almost like, I don't want to say it's like squishing it, but I don't know. It's hard to describe though. But there's literally a 3D model of it. There's also once again my fan example. I can show you my little fan example. And if you were to be like,
why are you not answering my question?
Well, what is your question now? I'm confused. I'm not really sure what you're asking exactly.
You're in a perpetual state of confusion, it seems. So I'll repeat the question. So then what you're claiming is anytime the Globers invoke some evidence of seeing curvature, we have to account for the fact it's exaggerated with foreshortening every time, right?
Well, what examples of this curvature that we're seeing?
Why can't you answer the question?
I need specifics. So is it boats going
No.
over the curve, or is it left to right? Because left to right,
Not every time.
Not every time. So can you guys tell me when it does and when it doesn't?
Okay, so
In this case, it does.
Why? Why? What
Because you look-
distinguishes when it does and when it doesn't?
Because you're looking down at like a pool stick, right? If you take a pool stick and look down at it, right, if that thing has a curve in it, it becomes more apparent. All right. I mean, I don't know like how to describe that exactly though, but I mean, you know that to be the case though. If you look down something,
So that means every time then.
If you're looking down it, I mean, I guess
Well, on a
every
globe,
time,
aren't we always looking down at things in the distance?
like when I say looking down, I mean like once again looking down like a pool stick, like you're kind of like up against it almost. You know what I'm saying? So that would kind of.
When you say looking down, you mean up against it almost.
I guess.
What does that mean? So like at a certain, if I'm not close enough to it, there's no foreshortening.
No, I mean there's always a certain. Okay, maybe I should just pull up a 3D model because I'm not the best
Hey,
of my
Chucky,
words.
where are you at now, tough guy? Well, Chucky, when does it happen and when doesn't it happen?
Here, look, I'll throw up a 3D model. Hold on, because maybe I'm not good with my words.
Wait. Why you guys? I know you guys are desperately trying to save one another, and you're like,
You
we can
keep
definitely
fucking
take-
interrupting me when I answer your goddamn question, so bye.
No, you didn't answer. Now you're running away, right? So what they're doing is they think like
I tried to answer the question and then you rambled
well,
on.
then tell Jesse to stop interrupt or tell Armin to stop interrupting. I asked you
You
a
stop
question.
interrupting.
I asked you a question, then Armin went to his stuttering, rambling whatevers again. So if Armin can maybe take a deep breather, Chucky, when can we see it and when do we not see it?
Foreshortening occurs when you're looking dead on or almost dead on at something along the axis. So in this case, you're looking almost on it. If you were at a wider angle, it wouldn't come into play.
At a wider angle.
Here, I'll screen share it. All right.
Wider angle meaning further away.
You're at a very acute angle to the columns. If you're at a less acute angle or more oblique, you wouldn't see it.
So meaning closer or further away.
Let me see. So
like wouldn't the angle get wider
as
wouldn't the angle get wider as I get further away? So yes, it is what it means.
From a different angle. No, you could turn your camera and you can actually be closer and be at a more oblique angle.
If I get further away, if I get further away, does the angle change?
Not necessarily. Stop acting like a child.
Yes, it does. If I keep the same camera position and then I change the distance, the angle changes. And this is what's super funny though.
If you're moving away, you're not keeping the same camera position. So
is there just like arbitrary Glober bullshit hour, or like when do we see foreshortening and when don't we specifically?
I was very clear when I answered you, and you bring in a straw man.
No, I said
because you don't understand greater than, less than. So I'm sure this is going to be confusing.
Greater than what?
Greater than the angle you're at now. Foreshortening is going to be less.
The angle I'm at now. How vague
holy
and weird is that?
Fuck.
Answer the question. Greater than what angle? Yeah, you made it up. You made it up.
Find the bridge.
You made up some vague, arbitrary bullshit.
Earth distance.
You guys are bouncing back and forth doing it. You're like, oh, we can take Whitson on 2v1 if we both white knight for each other with obfuscation.
Well, hold on. Well, I mean, here's the thing.
I'm home from work early. Watch. Have a good one, Irma.
All right, later, man. You try again tomorrow. Always get back up. Pick yourself up. You can do it.
Well, okay. Anyway, so okay. First off, let's just address what you said earlier, though, with it, because you said it doesn't match what the Earth, whatever. I mean, the thing is, you're making sort of a claim without really giving us, why. Like,
oh, you conceded to it, though.
Well, no, but I'm saying, why do you think that it doesn't match the Earth? The Earth, predicted Earth curve.
The globe Earth model doesn't predict it would curve at that great of a rate. It's just obvious.
Yeah, and do you have the numbers for that, or are you just kind of making this weird claim?
I can just look at the bridge, how much of the bridge is visible in distance, and see that there's more curvature than the prediction of the globe.
Yeah, no. So you need to give me the numbers though to see if that matches or not.
Then why did you claim? Why did you jump in and concede it then?
Well, no, I mean, I could still do it. I'm just saying, how come you made that claim though? You really said it doesn't work, but you need to at least give numbers for that. You can't just make a a random statement like
I
that.
said the famous picture of the Pontchartrain Bridge shows a greater curvature rate than the globe would predict.
Yeah, so give us the numbers for
now
that.
you're denying it, but just a second ago, you admitted that you know exactly what I'm talking about. You conceded that it's real. You said that it does do that, but you've seen someone model it out showing why it does that. Now you're asking me a question as if it doesn't do that.
No, I'm saying that
You're just
that's
a time
appropriate.
waster, Arma.
No. I'm saying that's appropriate for the Earth. I'm just saying because you made a claim though. You're saying that it doesn't match the Earth curve though. So I'm trying to see why are you making that claim? You know what I'm saying? Don't get me wrong. I'll still give you my examples to show you why that matches. But I'm just trying to see
So
why
were
you
you
made your
lying when
original.
you said someone did the 3D model of Pontchartrain?
No, someone did a 3D model. Yeah, someone did.
So they
3D model.
said that foreshortening made it look more curved than it was.
You literally do the foreshortening yourself. You take the model, it's a 3D model, right? And you can literally rotate it around. If you rotate it to where you're looking down at like a pool stick, right? That's the force. You're doing the foreshortening yourself, whatever. And then when you look at it, it looks like it's dropping drastically. All right, because
Okay,
what
so
you're
it
doing,
looks like it's dropping more than it actually is according to the globe.
No, it doesn't. That's not how that works, though. I mean, not more than what the globe predicts, whatever, or because that's what we also expect to see if we look down something. So it's not more. That's like a nonsensical question. That doesn't even make any sense.
No, you're being a sophist, right?
No, I'm not being a sophist. Where am I being? How am I being a sophist? How am I being a sophist?
The definition of sophistry is the use of fallacious arguments with the intention to deceive.
I wasn't trying to deceive. I'm not trying to deceive. You're saying some weird shit. You're literally saying more than the Earth predicts, whatever. It's not.
I'll
It's
happily
not.
explain why you're deceiving. So
I'm not.
You
Okay, go
yourself
ahead.
admitted that it looks like it's curving drastically or greater than it actually is according to the globe. Okay.
Yeah, to the average Joe. Yeah.
Jumping in and saying, "Oh no, well no, because the globe knows there's foreshortening," is a bullshit red herring tactic. It's a fallacy used to deceive. So by definition, you're being a sophist. You could just acknowledge what was actually stated, right? But you're going all over the place. First, you were saying that there was no exaggeration, and you needed the numbers but first you said you knew there was. You saw a 3D model. Now we're back to the 3D model. You think people don't notice that you're flip flopping?
Okay, so I guess okay. So what do you want to tackle first? Then let's do that. What do you want to tackle first?
Okay, well, we had common ground where you said you saw someone look at Pontchartrain and show the reason it looks so drastically curved is because of a perspective effect called foreshortening.
Yes.
That means that we would have to account for this effect in every single observation we make if we ever claim to see the curvature of the Earth, right?
No, I mean, no. It depends on what you're dealing with. You're dealing with the bridge that spans a long distance, whatever, and then you're looking down it. Then sure, but I mean, like when it comes to like boats in the distance, whatever, there's nothing really to, work out there, or whatever, in terms of like that. I mean, I don't know. That's just a really weird question. I'm
No,
not,
you know.
I'm genuinely confused on what you're trying to ask. There's nothing.
I get it. You're like I said, you are in a perpetual state of confusion. But if I look down the bridge long ways going away from me and it's curving, and the foreshortening causes it to appear to be more drastically curved, what would be the difference in the bridge and then me looking down physical Earth that's curving? Why wouldn't there be foreshortening on the physical Earth?
Yeah, that is correct. Technically speaking, anything on that surface or anything on that water, whatever, as it goes down, whatever, I guess you could argue, it would be dropping at the same rate as the bridge, whatever. I'm just saying that doesn't really, me personally, doesn't really mean much though. But I mean, like, okay, so.
Oh, that's convenient. It doesn't mean much because when we look, you guys say the Pontchartrain shows the curve of the Earth. We say, first of all, that's way too much curvature. If that was the showing the curve of the Earth, like you guys claim, then the Earth would have to be like 1/4 its size or more or less. And then you guys
do you have any measurements to back up these claims?
Now you guys have come up with a new response, which is, well, we 3D programmed it, and the reason it looks more drastically curved than the globe predicts is because of foreshortening. But you guys don't bring that up in all the other examples you claim to see the curvature of the Earth. So you pick and choose arguments and claims based on the actual.
What other arguments?
So no measurements, just to be clear.
Well, you don't invoke foreshortening when you claim to see the curve of the Earth in other scenarios.
But give me a scenario though, so I can work with something.
Any scenario that a glober claims to see the curve of the Earth.
So what, like a boat over the curve or something?
Sure.
You don't need to. That doesn't make any sense. This whole why would you need to apply foreshortening to that?
So you don't even get it. So
No,
you
no, no.
don't
Listen,
even.
listen, listen. No, the thing is, when a boat is over the curve, right? All you need, right, is its distance, all right, and then okay, according to its distance, according to all the math, how much should it drop? All right, that's all you need, right? You can do the exact same thing with the bridge, all right. The thing is, this foreshortening effect that you see on the bridge. The only reason why this is like, like almost like like oh, we got a curve right there in front of us is because it literally is long enough to where you can actually see it drop over this curve, right? I'm confused, like this foreshortening thing
I
isn't
know
really
you're confused,
relevant.
man. You
No,
don't have to keep telling me you're confused because, like, I already told you, I know
no, I'm
that you're
confused
like in
because
a
you're confused because you're
perpetual.
not making any sense. This foreshortening thing literally is just you're looking down the bridge. All right, all you're doing is seeing the bridge right drop over the curve of the earth, the same way a boat would. If you had a bunch of boats lined up, they would do this exact same thing, whatever, right?
Oh, so they're the same thing, but they're not the same thing. So,
No,
because you just admitted that dude, you're just blatantly double
no,
speaking. It's
no.
wild.
Here's the thing, right? I'm probably explaining myself horribly. All right, I will admit I'm probably explaining myself
Yeah,
horribly,
you're
but
double speaking. Yeah.
But the thing is, all you really need to know, right, is that with that bridge, right, if you were to take, I don't know, a distance, right, at any point on that bridge, and you know the distance, right, and then you do the Earth curve, calculator, right, like how much that should drop, whatever, that matches up with the calculator. That's all you really need to know. All right, the whole foreshortening part is just, like the visual part, like you're looking at it, it's like, oh wow, look at that, it looks like
This
very
is all
exaggerated.
visual. This is all visual. So, anyway, we're gonna get back to the point here, which is you yourself conceded that on the ground. I said, what would be the difference if the bridge is going away from me and it appears to be curving and foreshortening exaggerates the effect? What would be the difference if I'm just looking over a long stretch of the ground, the earth that's supposedly curving itself going far away from me? What would be the difference? You said there would be no difference. You conceded that it would be the same and you would have to account for it.
Yeah,
And then
yeah,
I
it
said,
was
well, and
because
then I said, why don't the Glovers bring it up? And
it's not
then you
relevant.
went back.
That doesn't change any because I think you're confusing this, all right? So the thing is, when it comes to, how much, okay, we literally all we need, right, is the object's distance, all right, and then obviously using the Earth curve calculator or Earth curve math, whatever, right? We will know how much that should drop, right? That's all we literally need, all right. This foreshortening thing is really irrelevant. You don't need to bring it up because it doesn't actually do anything. It doesn't add anything to the math, all right. I feel like you're
Wait, I
making a
thought you
weird
just
argument.
said we had to account for the math just a second ago.
No, I'm
So
saying the
what in
foreshortening doesn't.
reality
No,
is, it's
okay,
funny that
okay.
you guys have
We
like
need to
very
reset.
bad.
No,
You have
we need to
impulse
reset.
control issues, man.
We need to reset
Like,
because I feel like I made a really bad argument, or the way I worded it was really bad.
every
Whatever.
time you make an argument, it's bad. That doesn't mean that you should interrupt me so much, though.
Fair enough. So can we reset this so I can get this straight then? Because I feel like we're sort of
okay.
I feel like we're making a weird thing. So okay, so let's start off with your original point. You said that the curve that we see in that picture does not match Earth curve, math or whatever. Like that's not how much it should be curving. All right, that's what you said, right?
It's more drastic, yeah.
It's more drastic. Okay. So I say it isn't. All right. And the reason why I say it isn't is because there's one, a 3D model someone did where you can get the exact same effect. But two, all right, if you actually worked out the math, I would assume, I'll be honest, I haven't quite done the math myself, but I imagine if you did the math, you would get, what we expect, whatever. With that being said, all right, why is it you're saying that doesn't match the Earth?
First of all, you think I'm supposed to just take your word that you saw someone do a 3D program, and trust me, he did everything right. He matched the position of the observer in the image. It's exactly the same. And trust me, I can't remember the math or how he did it or how it would work, but I saw a video. Just trust me. That's your argument?
Well, okay, that's a good point. I'm trying to pull it up. I'm literally looking for it. Unfortunately, I can't seem to find it right now, but
They probably took it down because it's bullshit.
No. It's been up for a while actually, but I'm just trying to find it though.
No, the uploader probably took it down eventually. They were like, "Damn, this is stupid." Hey, can you get to the point though?
Well, my point is mainly I don't see why it doesn't match up with it. Like you're saying it doesn't, I'm saying from the looks of it, or from what I've seen, it probably does. Like this effect doesn't really, doesn't really dictate how much the Earth, it doesn't really do anything because I've done the same thing with my my fan's cover, whatever, right, which is circular. And if you were to, try to guess the size of my fan's cover, whatever, using that drastic, drop or whatever, you would think the fan's cover was a lot smaller than it actually is. So it's just a flawed, argument to be like, oh, it's.
That's my point.
That's your point.
Yeah, bro.
Okay.
Stop saying whatever so much, man. It's annoying as
How
hell,
is that
bro.
your point? Wait, hold on. How is that your point?
My you just said that if you looked at it and you try to do the math, then you're going to get a smaller number. That was the whole point. So
Okay, but that's
stop interrupting me, man. What
All
you
right.
don't seem to understand is that all of this times that you guys claim to have evidence of the curve that you're seeing things obstructed, that's optical evidence. You're invoking observation. That's literally what you're doing. You're invoking observation. Okay, so saying that it's just optical means nothing. That's so stupid. You use perspective math to try to tell us why the Earth's a ball. Now you're saying there's additional math based on position within perspective that causes a foreshortening effect that you guys typically don't account for. So you
No.
pick and choose when you account for it.
No, I just said that there isn't additional math for this for sure. Like this, in terms of like position, like how much the thing drops, whatever. There isn't like additional math for that, or whatever. All I was saying earlier was that if you look down something, the curve just appears more exaggerated. That's all.
So perspective will make things look like they curve.
Let me just okay. No. Okay, the thing needs to be curved in the first place. All right.
You mean like the Pontchartrain Bridge deviating from level, like the picture I showed?
But the bridge is literally going down like below the horizon, though. I don't. That doesn't really. You can't
Like
just.
you don't see the picture.
Where's your picture at?
Is that hump in the middle curving because of the globe?
No, obviously not.
So if I look down it straight upon it, would I get foreshortening that would make that curve look greater?
Yeah, a little bit. Yeah, sure.
And isn't it dropping down the whole way as we see it go off into the distance?
It would drop literally where it drops on that bridge, and then it would start to go flat again, like it literally does in that picture.
Well, it's dropping down though, all the way down. It keeps getting lower and lower and lower.
What?
The bridge keeps getting lower the further away it goes.
So there's a hold on. So there's a drastic.
Do you
there's
not
a drastic
see
drop.
it?
Well, hold on. So there's a drastic drop, and then it just starts to drop a little less, but it's still dropping. Though I think I see what you're talking about.
Okay, yeah. So if I was to look down that, and then optical compression or foreshortening took place due to perspective, would it make it look a lot more curved?
I mean, no, it wouldn't look curved. It would just look. It would look literally curved where it's curved. I mean, there's a part where it's actually more or less curved. Like, look, the best way to do this is take this.
You just don't
right?
understand basically.
Look, hold on. All you have to do is take this and I don't know, MS Paint, and literally just squish it. All right, that's kind of what's going on with foreshortening. Not foreshortening, but with looking down the thing. All right, so let me real fast resize this, and let me do 20. So actually, there's not enough resolution for me to even work with this, but it would just be it'd be like if you just took it and just squished it horizontally. That's what you would probably see basically. But look, that's besides the point. Let me see if I can real fast pull up my model because I've been looking for it for a while now. And I also need to look up that other model too because unfortunately, that's the one that's actually modeled like to scale whatever, and that would really help me. But I can't find it right now. But let me show you mine for at the moment though. For now, let me show you mine. So projects, where is it? Flat Earth. I need to look up Earth curve. Here we go. Okay, so this is gonna be my model real fast. All right. So as you can see here, I don't know if you're in the stream or not, but other people are. So maybe I can convince. Nope, only one person's in my fucking thing. All right, literally, I'm screen sharing this right now. But okay, someone else is joined. But okay, I'll show whatever that is. So who's that? Tora? Was that Tora Lore? Yeah, I don't know. All right, so real fast, I'm gonna show you this.
Scary to say his name, isn't it?
No, I literally can't read it. My screen's kind of far away. I have like tiny monitors. They're like TVs. They're not even real monitors. But all right, so here we go. I have this little purple pink circle here, right? I'm gonna prove real fast that this is a circle. Okay, I zoom out. All right, the little circle here. All right, that's rotating. That's around the entire little planet I have here, right? Now, when I get closer to the surface, though, all right, let me real fast if I can fucking do this. Give me a second. All right.
Just admit that the Globers pick and choose when they acknowledge this effect. Why is that so difficult for you?
Because that doesn't even make any sense. That effect doesn't really do anything. It's literally just if you would join my stream and so I can show you what I'm talking about. Like maybe it'll make more sense. Because
dude, I'm looking at your stupid stream and I'm already losing brain cells. You're still avoiding the question. I'm almost done with my sandwich, which means I'm almost done here.
Okay, hold on. We still gotta be reloaded because I think I fucked up something here. Okay, so flat Earth curve. All right, so basically, if I go down to this surface right here, all right, the idea, all right, if I can click this, there we go. The idea, all right, is that if you look at it, all right, up close, let me actually do a camera effect. You can even ignore that if you want. The idea is that if you look at it from the side, right, you got this sort of drastic drop, right? Hold on. But if you just sort of look at it from the side, whatever, it's not nearly as drastic, all right? That doesn't really dictate how much a thing drops. It's literally just an effect, all right? It's the foreshortening effect. So the idea is that, hold on, if I can zoom out real fast. There you go. So the idea is that if I look down it just, all you're really doing is sort of like squishing it almost, all right? That's the best way I can describe it.
Why is it that you think I don't already know this and haven't already acknowledged this?
So why do we need to account for that for other Earth curve things, like for boats going over the curve? That doesn't matter. It doesn't really do anything. It's literally just for this. It's literally for looking at a bridge that spans long enough to actually, drop it within, your view, whatever. That's all it's really necessary for. If I have boats on this curve, whatever, I don't need to worry about the foreshortening or whatever. That doesn't make any sense. That's why I'm trying to figure.
Get it, but say that we're looking over the ocean and you're claiming that it's a curving ball, right? And then you look over a long distance of the ocean, you're gonna have foreshortening there too, as well, right?
Over the ocean.
Yeah.
So okay, I mean, you'll have, like, if you have a bunch of boats or whatever it is lined up. I mean, yeah, okay, hold on. Let me pull up another fucking example too. Let me do the windmill one.
I don't got time for this, Armor. Like, I don't know how to. I broke it down for you pretty simply. Okay, perspectives causes things to look more and more curved, and
No.
yes.
If the thing was curved, yeah, then sure. If the thing is curved in the first place, then it'll appear more curved. If you look down it, like that's fine. But if the thing is straight, you're not gonna magically get some sort of like curve in that. But let me see if I can find the windmill though, because there's a windmill one that I did too.
Visual space has been proven to be hyperbolic and elliptic at different distances. It's not Euclidean, and this has been proven with precise experiments by robotics. And I've already told you that, so you could go look into it or just keep on denying reality. But this foreshortening effect is going to exaggerate the perception or the perceived optical curvature. Yeah, and then the conditions are going to act like a lens, and so it exaggerates these effects.
All right, but you still brought up that point earlier about why don't we bring up this foreshortening thing for other observations, and I feel like you're sort of like glossing, you kind of going, forgetting that, whatever. That's not.
I'm saying I think it's funny. I think it's funny that you guys invoked that Pontchartrain Bridge. Then we pointed out that the curvature rate's too great. Then you said, "Oh, well, it must just be foreshortening." So you just make it up when you need to.
But I'm not making it up though. There's literally a 3D model someone did. I've also done it in Blender as well. And you can also do this in real life too with any circle. If you bring up a camera close to it, you just get this effect where it's just you're taking the drop, all right, and you're just sort of squishing it because you're literally looking at all the drop in a small narrow space, all right? That's all that's literally happening. It's not like pick and choose whatever. That doesn't even make any sense for boats over the curve. Why would you need to do that? Like all you need is the distance of the boat. And then working out the math, okay, this is how much it drops on a ball. Like, there's no reason you need to apply this foreshortening effect. Whatever. It literally makes no sense. You're asking a nonsensical question. But in any case, I've also had these windmills right here. All right, this is sort of, I guess, a sort of foreshortening effect as well. I guess. I mean, I don't know. I might be using it, inappropriately here. And by inappropriately, I mean like I'm maybe not necessarily correctly. But the point is, as you can see here, obviously, the closer they're all spaced out correct, the same distance, whatever. But as you get, farther and farther, as you look farther and farther, whatever, they look more and more, almost like the same size almost, and they don't seem to shrink as much though. That's just perspective and whatnot. And the idea is that if you do that with a curve, like 8 inches per mile square, all right, and you were to take that, let's say, yeah, here's a good one. So imagine, okay, so let's do 20 miles plus, right? So if we do 20 miles, that's 20 times 20. Let me get my calculator out real fast. So 20 times 20.
Can you zoom out
Hold on,
completely like you did once? Zoom out completely. Yeah. Can you even further zoom out?
What was that?
Yeah, a little bit more.
That's
Is
the
that
most
maximum?
I might have to
Okay.
actually move my physical space if you want to see more.
Okay. Thank you.
Why are you asking for that?
I'm just interested to see what you built there in Blender.
Yeah, I mean, it's literally just little island, which is I don't know why I added that. A little island, a little flat, little plain, literally square. I added fucking windmills. Okay, but anyway, let me get back to my point though. So yeah, so here's the reason why it seems to curve so much. All right, so in that picture, like Pontchartrain, let's use 8 inches per mile square, and let's start at 20 miles. All right, so we literally do 20 miles. All right.
Are these windmills in the back hidden behind the water?
They're
Or is
not.
it? Oh, okay. So it's like literally completely flat, right?
Yeah, this is completely flat.
It's just an optical illusion.
Yeah.
Oh, okay. Interesting.
All right. Anyway, so let's start off with 20 miles. All right. So 20 times
And then
20.
One
You need to let
more
me.
question. The
Oh my
water
God.
is not moving, right? The water is has no motion, right?
No, it has no motion. No.
Okay. Thank you.
All right. So 20 times 20. All right.
All
20
right, so
times 20 times
I don't
8.
know if you interpret. Good. I had to step away, so I don't know. I'm
Well,
assuming you acted like you dunked on me or something.
Well, I'm just trying to do this whole 8 inches per mile square thing with the Lake Pontchartrain Bridge. So let's just say, let's start off with 20 miles. All right. So let's do 20 times 20. All right. 20 times 20 times 8. All right. That's 3,200. Right. So that's in inches. So divide that by 12. That's 266 feet of drop. Right. Let's do 21 miles now. Right. So let me real fast put this in Notepad. And I'll also screen share my entire screen so you can see me do the math. All right. So I'm going to real fast change windows. Let's change this to screen 1. All right. So at 20 miles equals 266 drop, feet drop, feet. Let's say FT drop. All right. And we also zoom out, but there you go. So now let's do 21. 21 times 21 times 8. Oh, hold on. Try it again. 21 times 21 times 8. Divide that by 12. Okay. So now at 21 miles, 21 is equal to 294. All right. Feet. Let's do it. And then just do 22. I'll do like to 23. Okay. So 22 times 22 times 8. Divide that by 12. So that's going to be 32. So 22 miles equals 322. All right. Feet. And then let's do finally 23. So 23 times 8 divided by 12 is 352. All right. So check this out. 352. All right. So as you can see here, right, we're dropping at, what is this? What is the drop from here to here? So we're doing, that's 4. So, I don't feel like using my brain right now. So the 266, that's 28 between these two. That's 28 feet. And then 294 minus 322. That's 28. So was it 26, 28? Wait, was it 28 before too? Okay, 28. And then, okay, I guess it's just 28. Wait, hold on. Let me see. And 22 minus, give me 1 second. 322 minus 352. That's 30. Okay, point is, all right, at that distance, all right, we're literally dropping what, like roughly around 30 feet, 28 feet or whatever every mile. All right. So that's pretty drastic. All right. And that bridge is but so tall. All right. So as you can imagine, after maybe like even like 5 miles, after like 5 miles, all right, the bridge is going to be completely, below. All right. Completely just below the fucking, water or whatever. And the idea, all right, the reason why I'm showing this windmill picture right here is that, as you can see here, right, with the perspective and whatnot, the farther you go out, right, like the slower, things seem to sort of like shrink almost, right? I'm sort of losing my point here, but the long story short is, right, when you're looking down this bridge and you look, you actually look down at like a pool stick, whatever, what ends up happening is you're just taking the drop, you're taking all that drop and you're sort of like squishing it even more into what you can see or whatever. Like I'm explaining this horribly, honestly, but it's not like you can literally work out the math. It's not like anything magical. It's not like it checks out, but I do apologize that, for doing a bad job with this though, but yeah.
No, you're good. You just need to follow up with the height of the bridge and how far away you would need to be to like not be able to see it anymore.
Yeah. But I imagine, like, because in that Lake Pontchartrain like bridge photo and also video, there's video of it too. They're pretty high up. I don't remember the exact height. I heard maybe it was like 15 floors up. Maybe not. Maybe that's another. That might be another video that I've seen though. But point is, they're pretty high up. I think the bridge seems. I believe the bridge checks out in terms of what we should see. But even if there was some kind of refraction, we're seeing more or whatever, right? That's still besides the point, though. My main point was addressing this whole drastic drop. All right. My whole point is that checks out with just looking down something that's curved. It'll make it look more drastic. That's it. That I don't want to
Hey,
run this fucking chat.
Can you create like this whole thing within the parameters of the supposed globe that should be existing in reality?
You said what now? Can I create all this?
Yeah, can you now make it into the supposed curvature rate that is expected on the globe?
You mean like this model right here with the windmills?
Yeah, like make them like built in on the real curved surface with the supposed curvature rate. I really want to see.
Yeah, I guess I could try. I mean, now granted, I don't know if I can do like all of the ball because to get to the actual scale of the Earth, whatever. Like if I was to make an actual like sphere and then put stuff on it, that might. I don't know if Blender can handle that, but at the very least, I could do like 8 inches per mile square though, if you want, and then we can see how that looks. Looking down.
Yeah. Quick question: would you agree if the water would start moving, and you would be on that island, for example, like the size of a human being, and even and we would have heat and wind going on? Would you agree that many of these many of the ones far in the back would be covered by supposed horizontal line, even though it's just a visual effect?
I mean, sure. I mean, I know like we're like atmospheric stuff definitely can fuck with that. I don't know if I heard all of that though. You said some of the
like
horizontal
the
line though.
movement of the water, then the movement of the things itself, right? That spin, and then you have like also heat and wind, and also a little bit of like dirt, right? That I mean that is the air isn't always 100% clean, right? There's always like stuff flying through it, so to say. Would you agree that you might get the illusion that things are being hidden behind the curve? Because I mean, this in a very, let's say, simplistic and basic setup already looks like as if the further back ones are setting, right? Or
Okay.
being hidden, if that makes sense.
Maybe, sure.
Yeah. So anyway, maybe if you make the ground to the supposed curvature rate on the globe, maybe we can see if it looks different. Because I think what you just presented looks, close to, it's like close to what we would expect in reality.
All right. Well, I guess in order for me to actually do this properly, I'm gonna have to actually scale these properly as well. So let me see how tall is a little windmill thing like this. So water windmill, not windmill. Is it windmill or windmill? I guess. Yeah, I guess it is. Water windmill size, because I need to get that first so I can do everything else, appropriately. Let me see heights.
Do y'all think a relatively straight object, let's say a pencil, put in the right medium or situation, could appear to bend?
Yeah.
Okay, so if you took a 24-mile long pencil that was relatively straight, had a few humps in it, but was 16 foot above the water on each side of a lake, do you think that pencil, depending on which angle and conditions of the day, would appear to bend?
Yeah, sure. I guess yeah. If there is
Thank
some.
you. That's good. You can go back to your modeling in your computer. Nice talking to you.
All right. Let me see. 80 meters. I'm getting some 80 meters. I'm getting different sizes for these windmills. some big ones. How about we just start with? How about we just use like 100 meters or something? So I'll shrink these down to maybe. This is tough. I have to make everything to scale. So let's do like that. So 10. So now these are roughly 100 meters. It's 10 here, but I'm gonna scale everything appropriately though. So its distance right now is only 1,000. That's 1,000 meters. Okay, let me try to convert this into feet because I know 8 inches per mile squared. That's all I know. I don't know the one for fucking meters and shit. So meters to feet. Okay. This is around. Yeah, by the way, if anyone else can kind of talk or whatever, I'm kind of just busy with this right now, so don't worry about it.
Oh, you're busy trying to figure out the claim that you already made.
No, my claim stands. Whatever. It's literally just looking down at it. Like I don't even know what the argument is anymore. Like it literally, none of this is like you just look down a curved thing. It looks more curved. That's it.
Hey, does Pontchartrain Bridge have curve in it if it was on a flat Earth?
I'm sure there's like humps on it, so you can count those as curves. But I mean,
But
other
it's
than
more curved than that, though. I mean, it starts off at the land, right? It goes above the land.
Yep, sure.
And depending on which angle you look at it, distorts it in different ways, depending on the days. Like I have pictures that are 6 days apart where you can't even tell it's the same bridge, right?
Sure, but I mean, I feel like you guys are thinking I'm arguing that this is like globe proof, whatever. All I literally did was
it was. Yeah, you defended it. Yeah, I called out how stupid it was to do that, and you defended it.
No, hold on. I'm
Yeah.
not saying. Hold on. No, listen. I'm not saying. Oh, this proves the globe. All I was saying is that this doesn't not work with the globe because you made it seem like that was too much of a curve for it to work.
I said,
Yes, that was. You literally said that it doesn't curve appropriately, and I said, "You want to look back?"
Sure. I said I think it's funny when Globers bring this up as if evidence of a globe, when actually, if that was showing the curve of the Earth, the Earth would have to be significantly smaller.
Yeah, and that's why I came in because I was like, that's false. It does match.
No, Arma, you said a couple weeks ago it would have to be really small, like you modeled it out.
No, I didn't.
Yes, you did.
No, I modeled it out, but I didn't say it had to be small. I literally said that, if you
gave us the radius.
No. First off, all right, I gave a radius because Essie was like, "Oh, please do this, whatever." Right? Personally, I said no. This doesn't make any sense. But if I'm going to play along with your stupid game, then I'll do it.
Was the radius smaller?
No, what?
What was the radius that you gave him?
Came up with? Was it smaller?
The radius I gave was a bullshit radius. There was no actual math to that. I was just so fudgeball. I was just fudging. I was literally spitballing at that point.
Oh my god! So now
you are such a.
I'm not.
What are you talking about?
I remember the fucking situation. All right. I showed him a picture.
Sir.
Yeah.
You modeled it. You came up with the math. You said nothing about fudging.
No. Yeah.
You came up with a radius.
No. What math did I do? No. I literally showed. I did it with my fucking fan cover, right? And I also did with the bridge as well. And I said if I was doing my fucking fan cover, right, I would not get the fan cover size.
You got it, chill, man. You have
slow down.
like
I'll slow down.
Esty asked you specifically to do it for him.
Yeah,
that's why you did it.
Yeah, and I went along. I was bullshitting.
Me. That's why you did it, and that's why you gave SE a number, a radius of what that bridge as a sphere, and you said it would be this radius, but it doesn't actually work because this wouldn't create a sphere or something like that.
Yeah, it does. Yeah, exactly. I said it wouldn't create a sphere, but also,
the radius that you gave him, that would be the closest that you could come up with the way we see the bridge and how you modeled it, would be much smaller than the radius of the Earth. Right, Arma?
Yeah, but that number means
nothing.
nothing.
Heart attacks.
That number means That number literally means nothing though, because literally I had no actual numbers. I was literally just fudging it the entire time. I said, okay, well, if we assume this is how much of the bridge we're seeing, if we also assume, right, that if I draw this circle and not this circle, because both circles technically work, because what we had wasn't even a fucking circle, all right, doing all that BS, yeah, we would get
Look,
this number, whatever. But
what's funny is you
what's
don't
the-
even realize you say it can't make a circle or a sphere. That
Yeah.
proves our point even more than what you're looking at is not curved Earth. It's
No,
just
it
an
doesn't
illusion.
because I literally show the exact
Right
same.
to the screen,
Hold
man.
on,
Like
okay,
it's super good.
my bad. Okay, so I also showed it with my fan cover. All right, my fan cover is obviously a circle, but when I brought the camera up to it, I got a non-circle shape. All right, it's
Yeah, but are
that's
you saying that means that we're gonna see different rates of curvature based on where we view it from on the globe?
no. This is why I think earlier I was like confused what you were talking about, but no, we
Did
don't
you
see.
know that some
Let me
heart
finish.
attacks
Let me finish.
are
Let me
thought
finish. Let me
attacks?
finish. Let me finish, please.
You
Okay.
say, hey man, you need to switch
So-
to decaf. Take 5 over here. Shit.
Okay, let me finish. Let me
Right,
finish.
you're
And
gonna
I'm not gonna have a heart
fucking
attack. That's
kill
just how
over and die.
No, I'm not. I'm
You
I'm
need
fine
to
actually.
relax, bro.
My blood pressure is probably like no more than it normally is. I'm fine. Anyway,
230.
no, it's not. Let me actually check it right now. Let me see.
Yeah, please do that. Take a breather.
Let's see. 1,
Gonna have a
2.
heart
It's
attack,
like
also known
I
as
think
a
it's like
thought
a,
attack.
I think it's like at best right now. At best, like 120 right now. But that's because maybe I'm a little heated. But that's at best though. But anyway, so back to what I was saying, right? So
No, not back to what you're saying. What you're saying. So
no, because okay, when it comes to dealing with circles, right? Like my fucking fan cover, or whatever, right? When I brought the camera up to it, I got like a non-circle shape. And now, Witsit, you were saying, oh, depending on how we view it, whatever, we get different rates of curvature. No, actually, it depends on what you mean by that. If you mean like no, it does. So if he means the amount of drop something experiences, right? Like boats over the curvature, right? Boats over the curve, right? If you're saying that, then no, that always stays
Never
the same.
seen it. I don't know what you're talking about.
Okay,
Boats
whatever.
over a curve. Can
Okay,
you model that for us, please? Can you make some water curve and make a boat go over it?
Ooh, yeah, me too.
Okay.
I want to see. I want to see.
yeah,
Irrelevant.
me too. Me too. Me too.
Well,
We'll
I
even
can't.
take a small little baby boat. We don't care.
I mean, I could do like a made up like this is not real water. but
No,
it's like
don't
water
make
texture,
it
though.
up. Reality. Make it in reality.
That's
I want to
irrelevant.
I want to touch the water. I want to measure it. I want to push the boat myself and view it at different angles. Can you do that for me?
That's irrelevant. We're literally talking about something
no,
else right now.
no, it's very relevant.
No,
Can you do
Rakia,
that
you
for
came
me?
out of nowhere. I was talking to Witsit, all right?
I'm right here. I'm talking to you as we're talking to you,
Yeah,
all of us.
but
What's
Witsit
it
asked-
me, the other guy? Can you model that for me, please?
Well, I'm still trying to address Witsit's question because he
Is
gave
that
me a
a no?
question.
Just say
Yeah,
no.
no, I'm
How the
just say
Just
no.
say no, dude.
Well, no. Well, first off, I don't want to just humor
say
him.
no,
Why
dude.
am I humoring you when I first
Because
off I
we
don't.
know you can't do it, and you're making yourself look foolish by saying, "Oh, I'm talking with," but whatever the
Well,
hell
I
you're saying, 'cause no one
I was talking to
understands you.
Witsit. I was
But
talking to
just say
Witsit.
no and then move on.
Yeah,
No,
let me
I'm not
give you a
gonna.
piece of advice here. This is just me being honest, right? Like you and Jesse are both doing it today. So it becomes annoying where it's like that we all know the answer to something. It's a quick little answer. You can disagree on whether or not it has any implications. You may not like what the other person's implying, right? You may disagree with their conclusion, but you can just show good faith and just have conversations, answer questions directly and stuff. It's not a big deal.
We're just asking you the question to make you either say it or act like what you're acting like now, so other people can see it. It's so obvious, and then if you claim to be smart, then why can't you see that we're doing it and just say no? Even when we say, "Look, Arma," just say no. We know you can't do it. You still haven't said it. Hey,
Because if I address your question, then that means someone else could also come in
let me
and
give
ask
you
me a
one more
question.
shot at it, right, before you go on babbling.
Oh
you
no!
model
Okay,
that for us?
no, man, I can't model it. All right.
Can you model that? Okay,
Thank you.
Fucking
Okay.
annoying. All right. Anyway, so
Well,
back
I
to what.
agree. I think we would all agree that it's really annoying that you make like simple things take a long, long time.
All right. Anyway, so back to what you were saying, Witsit. If by curvature, right, the amount of curvature that looking down at whatever, like, does that change? Looking down at whatever. If you're saying in terms of like objects on the water, will they drop more? Will they drop less? Then no. All right, that doesn't change. All right, but in terms of the actual like looking at this object, right, like the bridge, for example, right, and seeing like an actual like curve on that bridge. All right. That's a different situation. Then yeah, you may see more of an arc or less of an arc depending on how you view it from what angle. All right, but that doesn't mean it drops more or less though. It doesn't
Let me
drop
just
more or
ask
less.
the same question though. So like, if I'm looking straight out at a bridge from like just a slight angle, and I see a dramatized or exaggerated curvature, right, because of perspective, what would be the difference in me looking at that physical bridge and me looking at the physical Earth?
Nothing, I guess.
Okay, thank you.
I don't get that. What's the point?
Well,
Okay,
that
whatever.
dude, write it down or something, man. See if you can like consider it a riddle. See if you can put it together, and then you'll get it. And then come back tomorrow and tell me if you got it right.
Okay, well, it'd be easier if you just told me, but all right.
Well, the whole point is that what we see is based on perspective and what happened in the Atmos. And you guys love to kind of compartmentalize perspective and then cram like Euclidean straight lines that extend infinitely down its throat and claim that's all you have to account for. But then we find out very quickly that there's all kinds of optical effects that come from perspective based on angle of view, and that's just one aspect, of course.
Okay.
Yeah, it's called being disingenuous. To defend the globe, you have to have a disingenuous position.
When was I disingenuous though? I haven't
The
been
position
disingenuous.
itself is disingenuous.
If you say so.
It is because you pick and choose. That's what I'm saying. It's just like whenever I was talking to Jesse, right? And I'm like, okay, the Canada Mountains can be seen the same 2 days every single year because that's on the path of the sun. That's when the sun sets behind the mountains, so that you can actually see the mountains, right? And so, are you saying that refraction just so happens to happen on those exact days every single year, predictably, to where we can see the mountain behind the curve? Or is it just that the mountain's there and then the sun allows us to see it? And he's like, oh, well, no, there's refraction every single day. And then
Now stop lying about me, okay?
there's refraction pretty much every
you
day. Pretty much every day.
Okay, frequently is what I said. And this is like the 4th time you've misquoted me and said that I said every single day.
Well, you say that there's standard refraction every day.
Well, we were talking about non-standard refraction in that context because
No.
that discussion was relating to whether the line of sight went close to the water, where there would be non-standard refraction, right?
Yeah, you see, did you say that there's standard refraction every day?
Yes. There's at
Okay.
least standard refraction every day. But
At
that
least-
is not
at
the
least
context that we
standard
were talking about, because we were talking about, and my argument was that even at
I'm not
Canada, the
doing
line
this.
of sight
Dude,
passes
Why are we
close to the
doing this
water.
again?
I'm not doing
Like
this.
3 hours this morning.
Yeah, exactly, dude. I'm not. Dude, I was making a point to Arma, okay? That the Globers pick and choose arguments. That's it. Okay?
But wait,
Let me
how's
let me ask you
that
something.
relevant to what I was saying though?
I've already asked. Hey, Whitsit, can you model water with a bridge 16 foot above it and make it long enough and put it in the atmosphere where it may appear disturbed or distorted on certain days depending on the conditions? Could you model that?
Yeah, of course.
I was
Thank
never
you.
arguing against
Huge
that
difference,
though.
right?
I was
You
never even
can't
arguing.
make curved water, Arma.
But I was never.
We can easily model the other thing.
But I was never arguing against that. I never said
Where's
that.
your model?
Okay, but listen, I was never
No,
arguing.
no. Where's your model?
I don't have a fucking physical model for that.
Damn, how that changed. I thought Flat Earth was the one without the model.
I said a physical model. All right, I can't.
Well, either
fucking-
one.
All right. Anyway, listen. All right. I
right.
never said it couldn't work on a flat Earth. All right, that's a totally different argument. My whole argument was that Whitsit was basically saying that this is more than what the Earth predicts, essentially. And I said,
Yeah.
but it's not though. But that's
Okay,
why I was.
show me the exact angle from the position of the observer, and then show me the math that shows how much it's exaggerated, and that it matches the exact exaggeration. And then I can go another day and go from a different angle and see that your equation actually matches whatever the position the observer's angle is.
Well, how about this? All right, because I don't know if I can do all that. I could do this though. All right, I
You
can
mean
take,
actually support your claim?
Well, I'll be supporting my claim with this too as well. The thing is, what I could do is I have a 3D model here, right? I can take this curve right here, all right, and see if I draw a circle, will I get, all right, the size of the Earth, all right, or the radius of the Earth. We could do that, and I think you'll be surprised to find that no, I don't get the radius of the Earth if I try to complete this circle. All right, that's just
Why would I
not
be
how-
surprised by that?
because you think that the curve that we see on Lake Pontchartrain is more than what the Earth should show, whatever. And I think the argument is that, well, if that's more than what the Earth should show, whatever, then that's the actual physical curve. Weren't you literally just saying that's like, oh, that's too
Like,
much?
so
You said
all
that
over.
you said the Earth would be smaller than what would have to be if that's the actual curve.
Yeah, to drop the picture and be like, look, this shows the curve of the Earth whenever it's curving at a way greater rate than the curve of the Earth would be on the globe. It is disingenuous, dishonest, and it misrepresents the reality. And it never gets brought up that there's apparently a magical foreshortening effect that exaggerates it until the flat earther brings up that it's obviously curving at way too drastic of a rate. It's because you guys are dishonest, you intentionally deceive people, you mislead with your observations. Which I just asked you if you know that the reason it looks that way is because of the angle of the observer due to foreshortening, then that would mean that you can show me the math and then do your little model, show me the equation in the math that based on the observer angle of that person that observes the famous Pontchartrain picture, show me the foreshortening effect, and I should be able to compare it to different observations from different angles.
Do this, Arma. Go to Soundly's website. Look at any picture that appears to curve for whatever reason. You can call it Earth curve all you want. And then just take a gander at how many times he's at a different angle. Always at the same angle or underneath or in between two bridges or something like that. But when he's taking pictures bridges like that, it's like when you're driving down that road and it looks like the building is way larger or smaller, whatever, that optical illusion. It's the same thing, man. Angles matter, distance matters, everything. You can't teach us, right? Don't take long distance, low elevation shots over water, especially where it's really turbulent, hot and cold, salt water, fresh water mixing, blah, blah, blah. And then have someone go out and take it through double pane glass to a telescope with a camera attached at dusk. And oh, by the way, y'all taught us that dusk is the worst time for refraction. And then say, voila, look at this picture, it's Earth curve.
Okay. Anyway, I feel like I lost. I don't even know where the point is anymore.
Yeah, you guys always do that too, right? Like you just dismiss whatever point is made, and then you just like proceed to say your script.
No, I was busy in real life for a second, but I mean, okay. Do you have the numbers at least then? Because you're still claiming that it's more than what the Earth should
Sorry, I'm busy
show.
in
Whatever.
real life. What did you say? What was that?
Okay, whatever. If you want to play that game, sure. But I mean, are you busy right now?
You see how disrespectful and lame it is. Like, what? Imagine if I had let you break it all down and then just been like, oh, okay. Well, anyway. Yeah.
Do you have numbers or not?
That's why I call you guys the time wasters.
But do you have numbers or not, though?
Dude, I don't have any numbers off the top of my head. I'm in my backyard just chilling. So you yourself responded with the claim that you've seen it modeled out to explain that difference.
Yeah, but you also made the claim as well that it doesn't, like that. This is more than what the Earth.
That you claimed that you had, bro.
I'm still looking for it. All right, but I do have my own model.
I didn't claim anything. I asked you to show it.
Okay, but here's the thing, though. I could still show it with my model that I have, three-dimensionally. It may not be to scale per se, but I could still show that.
I want to see with the actual observation, and I want the actual math. You said that
Well, you don't need the actual math because hold on. I don't need to though because that's not your argument though. Your main argument is that it's okay. Hold on.
Come on, man. Calm down, man. I'm just gonna recap what happened. You jumped in and you said that I've actually seen it 3D modeled. It matches exactly what the globe should do. It's just foreshortening. You can easily do the math to verify that it does match what the globe says. And I asked you what the math was. Since it was so easily done, you had no idea. You've never done it. You're not even sure what it is. You don't even know what.
Out.
But what are the you don't even know what it is. You don't even know what it is.
No, I do know what it is. Look, if I have the distances, it's pretty easy. All I need is, some circle, I guess spherical math, whatever. How much, Earth curve math, whatever. How much something drops. I could also work out a few other things. It's not that hard. I mean, once again,
What's the few other things, dude? What is the math for the foreshortening effect that's in perspective relative to observer angle?
So
just say you don't know.
No, I do know for the most part. Okay, so I know that if I know how much something drops, right, and I also know how much it's hidden and whatnot, then I could work out for the most part, like if that bridge checks out or not. Now, granted that's going to take me a bit though, but yeah, I mean I could technically work it out. It's not
Okay,
too
what's the
complicated.
equation? What's the math?
Okay, so for the drop, I guess you could take no for what then?
The difference in drop, the optical imposition of curvature, the additional rate of curvature, the exaggeration of curvature, the optical effect of foreshortening, the foreshortening effect of perspective, the curvature rate of the globe compared to the difference in that and the foreshortening effects of perspective, causing it to look like it's more curved.
Well,
The
you don't
math
really.
of the exaggerated curvature.
Well, hold on. Okay.
How many
Yeah.
different ways can I say it?
Well, hold on. Okay, so here's the thing, right? So you don't need to. I don't need like any what? Like I don't really need perspective math per se. All I really need to know is how long this bridge is. All right, I need to know at what point it's going to drop at how much by how much, right? And then at that point, it's a matter of just okay, if it drops by like 300 feet at this point, and then like 320 at this, the next mile, and then 340 the next mile, right? Then it goes without saying if you view it at such an angle to where you can get all that in the same few degrees, then that goes without saying.
There we go. So we got back down to it, which is if you assume the curvature of the Earth is correct, and then based on this assumption, you just do the difference in what we see and what you expect it to be, then you can just tell me what that difference is. Oh my God, that's so profound. Please, next time jump in for 20 minutes and make that point.
Look,
that's incredible.
I just but I just don't get it though. You also made your own claim that it doesn't check out. So where are your numbers?
What?
As of right now, we're on. As of right now, I think we're on equal footing right now. We're on. No, because you literally said it's greater than what the Earth should show, or whatever. So you haven't shown numbers either, technically speaking. So we're kind of on the same
Well, you
page right now.
yourself admit that it does.
And you admitted that it's greater than what the Earth should have.
Common sense. I don't even need math. I can just look at it. Based on the curvature of the Earth.
You can't just say you look. That's not how that works. You can't just make an argument.
It's
I look at it.
that it's curving at a
It's
greater
not
rate.
obvious because to me it's not obvious. So now
so
what?
now you're back to it's not obvious, even though you claimed that you had watched a 3D model program explaining
Look,
the difference.
saying it doesn't make it so, right? You need to have an actual argument. Give me numbers, or
That's
you're
what
just
you
talking
said.
out your ass.
You said you've seen a 3D program. That's you, buddy.
And you said it doesn't match it. You said it doesn't match it. So where are your numbers? We're on the same page here. We're literally on equal footing right now. Where are your numbers?
I'm like I said, I'm just standing outside.
So we're literally tied right now. There is no fucking.
No, actually, you've been exposed. You claim that there
no,
was a
I haven't.
third
If anything, I
do you think I'm going to let you interrupt me every single time I speak?
Go ahead.
What the? You said you had a 3D model that showed why it looks like it's curving greater. Now you're pretending to dispute whether or not it looks that way. Okay? And then you said you could easily do the math, and we've boiled it all down. Turns out, which when I first pressed you on it, you just said you didn't know. You could figure it out. Now it turns out that you're saying just look at the distances and then just do the math, as in just see, okay, this is how much it appears to be curving based on these are the known distances. Here's what the globe claims it should predict, which means foreshortening is causing this much effect. But of course, in reality, if we had to go at that slight angle when we looked at the bridge, right, and it looks like it's more drastically compressed, it's going to look different the next day. From the same exact observer position, it's going to look different the next day. So it's perspective and then how that interacts with the lensing effects of the Atmos. That's reality. You're claiming for curvature and then made up perspective difference just saying so. I want the equation, right? Because this is a testable claim. You made a testable claim. Like this angle makes things look this much more curved due to foreshortening. Okay, I want the equation. We can go test it. But it'll fail miserably, and we all know it. There is no equation.
No,
Just begs the question.
There's a few ways you could go about it. I know. I'm almost positive this is the case. But if you want to get how far the horizon is, right, and hear me out, right, because this plays a part in this. If you want to know how far the horizon is, what you could do is you can take, you could basically create a right triangle, right, where you take You take the radius of the Earth, then you take the radius of the Earth plus your height or your elevation. All right. Or not, you don't add it, but you take those two, all right? You work some trig out, right? And basically what you end up doing is you end up getting the opposite side of the triangle, right? Which is basically the distance of, to the horizon, right? So you can get the distance to the horizon, and using that distance to the horizon, right, you can find out that, everything after that point is then dropping the 8 inches per mile square, if I'm correct. And so I don't even know what the height is for the Lake Pontchartrain picture, though. But let's just say, for example, they're high enough to where they get like 20 miles of that bridge, right? Or 20 miles of land, that they can see, right? Then from there, we know, okay, after that point, things start to drop 8 inches per mile square, right? So we could literally just see if that matches with that picture or not. Like, do things start to drop roughly 8 inches per mile squared after that point? And from the looks of it, that seems to check out, because like what it starts to drop, pretty fast, like after that little hump, whatever. Like, so I guess once again, I would have to look at that picture and run some numbers, but it's not as easy as just like telling you in this, call, whatever. I would have to actually.
It doesn't start to drop. It starts to rise.
Well, yeah, that goes with, because perspective, sure, but it does drop though at the end though.
What? So the rise only is perspective?
Okay, so the obviously the initial
rest
rise.
curve.
Well, no, the initial rise. Well, first off, if there's a perspective,
So
right?
at first, the way you see things, or your Earth curve, the way you're seeing Earth curve in that bridge is that it starts to rise.
That checks out.
The Earth
that checks
that curves.
Yeah, that checks
You're
out with the
on
ball
the
Earth.
top of the ball.
Yeah, that
and
checks
the
out.
Earth starts to rise.
Yeah, that checks out. That checks out with the math. In terms of perspective, right?
Say it one more time, will you?
Yeah. Okay. So a 6-foot observer, right, at zero
Right.
elevation, right? We expect
That's above the water, 6
yes,
foot.
yes, a 6-foot
That
observer.
water appears to rise.
Can you let me
towards
finish,
this
Rakia?
what?
Because you always get on my case whenever I interrupt you, right? So anyway, a 6-foot observer at zero elevation, right? We expect, all right, a horizon that dips 0.04 degrees, all right? That's basically eye level,
Quit
right?
saying right like I agree with you, right?
Okay. Anyway,
I don't agree with what you're saying.
okay, that's
right?
cool. All right. Anyway, cool. So, observer at 6-foot observer, right? At, standing at
No,
their feet.
not right.
Okay, I won't say right then. So a 6-foot observer, all right, we're at their feet at zero elevation. So I guess their head is is 6 foot in elevation. They would see the horizon dip 0.04 degrees. Okay.
Not always.
Okay, maybe some refraction might bring that up a little bit. Whatever. Point is roughly 0. By the way, I'm talking on the ball though. I mean, I guess you could argue, yeah, sure that but I'm just saying, assuming
Not always, even in.
Oh yeah, that's true.
their
Fair enough.
model.
Fair enough. Right, but I'm just saying, if we assume no refraction, whatever, it's 0.04 degrees. All right, that means the horizon it's at eye level. It means it's rising. All right, that makes sense for things to rise up. All right, so the bridge
No,
rising
it's
up.
Not rising.
Visually,
No,
I'm saying
it's not.
visually.
No.
Visually, we expect those things to rise up in our
Okay,
field
so
of view.
not actually rising, just visually. Okay, I'll agree with
perspective.
that.
Yeah,
and then when does it appear to go back down?
Okay, it appears to go back down whenever we get to that
what
point where we
point?
can't see. Yeah, so it depends on
What will we call that?
the
point?
observer, whatever.
Visually. Hey, 6-foot observer, you gave the parameter.
So
6-foot observer, at what point?
Around like 3 miles is when things start to drop.
Appear to drop, right?
Appear to drop, yes. Appear to drop, yes.
Because they appear to rise, and now they're appearing to drop.
Yeah.
Can you figure it out yet?
So
which part is Earth curve and which part is just how we see? Again, is the rise how we see visually?
If it was,
and the drop isn't. As soon as it starts to drop from the apparent rise, it's Earth curve now.
Okay, if it was perspective, it wouldn't just randomly start to drop out of nowhere. Right? Perspective would always just pretty much always go up, whatever, until it reaches eye level.
Who said anything about it being perspective?
Because you're making a weird argument though. The fact that it drops, the fact that it's rising, the fact that it drops right at the end is obvious that something is going on. All right, that makes sense on the ball.
Yeah, visually.
Visually, yeah.
Visually.
Visually.
It's going back down.
That checks out with the ball, though.
Time out. There's a few things that, for one, like short arcways are built flat. Long arcways, we build them with a slight arc. And if you've ever actually driven this, it's super long and it's very horizontal, right? It has a couple bumps in it, right? And so, this doesn't prove the Earth's a ball. And the fact that you guys... No, it's not even evidence that the Earth's a ball.
I never said it was evidence either, per se.
Okay,
I
so
mean,
how would it?
I'm, I'm,
wait, I
all
got
I know is I wasn't arguing then. But go on.
Arma. You said, and I quote, "I never even said it wouldn't work on a flat Earth." Okay,
Yeah.
explain how it would work on a flat Earth.
Well, I'm not making that argument. I'm just saying I never said it wouldn't. It doesn't. I basically said it doesn't. I never was. Hold on. I was never arguing that point. The point I was making is that you said a thing, right? And I disagree. And I disagree with it, right? I don't think that doesn't work. The whole Earth curve thing, and saying you saying that it's more drastic than it. All right. When I said that I don't, I'm not saying. Okay, what did I say? I said I don't disagree with it working on the flat Earth. I don't know the actual story, but I was never making that argument though. I wasn't arguing for or against the flat Earth, and I wasn't arguing for or against the globe. I was just
never
literally
said that doesn't work. You keep making that up. What I actually said was that there's obviously something else at play other than just claimed Earth curvature. But what they do is float the picture around and they omit that aspect. They're like, the normal person, they see it and they're like, oh, that's Earth curvature. Look at the bridge. They don't ever want to like actually bring up. They don't get out in front of it and say, well, in fact, this appears to be more curved because of something called foreshortening. They'll let everyone in the world and their mom believe that this is the Earth curvature we're seeing directly until someone corrects them. And that was my actual point, which means that there's something else there at play other than assumed Earth curvature, and it's perspective, and it's how we're looking perspective combined with the optical effects of the atmos. Period.
Yeah, but then it is still the effects of Earth curve though that we're seeing there though. They're still seeing the effects of Earth curve. It's just when you add perspective to it and you look at it from an angle, it just exaggerates it, or quote unquote exaggerates it even more. Like the whole argument is that the fact that we see any curve at all is Earth curve, right? You can make another argument.
Do you agree with that? Do you agree with that?
About what I just said?
The fact that we see any curve at all is that it's Earth curve.
I mean, I'm trying to think in terms of like if we had refraction. I guess if there was some kind of refraction, you could get some kind of curve, I guess. But I mean, not from what I've heard, not from what I've seen though. Like from my understanding, like your usual refraction usually bends light down, so it's a little weird. Unless we're assuming what.
It's just annoying. Like, have you ever seen them line up the Legos and show it look like it's curving?
Was the table was the camera under the table? Because I've done a 3D model of that too.
The Legos were curving right to left, which
No,
allowed
they
perspective
weren't.
to
No,
make
they
them
weren't.
a cloud.
No, they weren't.
Here, hold on.
Could you provide a link to that?
Yeah, Dave. Go look at Dave Weissman. He redid it because of the anti-flat Earth setup, where people were like, "Oh, look, they pretended it wasn't, but it was actually curving." Dave Weiss did them and set them straight up.
So I tried to recreate that on my table with battery cells, and I couldn't get it to curve vertically unless I also had them curving horizontally.
Okay, well, go look at the video.
Yeah, hold on.
This is what I want. This is what I want to know. If perspective is actually non-Euclidean, and we view things in curved visual space, what would that do to a flat bridge?
I have no fucking idea, honestly. That doesn't. This whole argument about non-Euclidean, this whole. I don't even know if that makes any sense, but I really couldn't answer that question, for you, honestly.
Yeah, we don't really even know what non-Euclidean visual space means outside of the eye. We seem to get contradictory results saying that the laser beam could be in two places simultaneously. So you have to teach us more about how that actually works in the real world and how it can make useful predictions.
Oh, okay. So this is the facts, though, that experiments have shown that perspective is non-Euclidean. That's just a fact.
So what is?
So you're saying you don't know how it works, or it doesn't make sense to you, or I need to teach you how it works, and all this? No. Experiments have proven that visual space is not Euclidean.
Okay, so
I don't understand it. I don't care.
So what's the end goal then? Like, what does this mean for this? Like this argument?
That means that anytime you're assessing observations with the assumption that perspective is strictly Euclidean, then it automatically cannot be an accurate assessment.
Well, I mean, can you give us some numbers, like how much off will be? Because you can argue, oh, it's not this, whatever. But like, what if it's off by 0.00001 of a degree, or whatever? Then it doesn't matter. That's literally pointless. So can you give us some numbers to show us how off we are, or how off we would be
It would be
assuming.
proportionate to distance, and
So can you give us numbers?
Well, I could give you certain equations.
Really?
Please do.
Because,
I've
like-
been asking for those.
Well, they were actually in one of the things I sent you.
Well, can you actually do
I
it
thought
for
you
us?
read all the papers, Jesse. Oh,
That was remember that was Bacon you sent them to. Remember?
No, you've also been given the papers.
I don't remember. But anyway,
You don't remember getting any of the hyperbolic perspective papers?
was this a long time ago or was this recently?
No, I don't know. Just okay.
Well-
Can you this is what I want you guys to do? Can you guys admit that if visual space is curved, then all of the assessments we've done up to this point of observations where we assume that it's straight would be wrong?
I can't admit that because I don't know if visual space curves inside the eye, the camera, or the brain, and if it's not curving in real space outside the camera, between the camera and the target, then it wouldn't affect the location that the camera saw it in, or that the field of light pointed at.
Hold on, that
That's
also.
the dumbest, no, not that, and also shut up. That's the
Just
dumbest
shut
thing.
up. Come
No,
on,
you
man.
just want to like pretend his point is right. Don't let me rebut it, and then start stacking on top of it. It's
Okay,
a
go
joke.
ahead.
You're not tough. Okay, so
What is this
what
tough
are
shit?
you
It's a
talking
fucking
about?
debate chat,
Stop
man.
interrupting, dude. That's like the 50th time today. I'm going to give you a warning.
Because you said you're not tough or some shit. Like, we're literally in a debate chat, man. Like, I don't gotta be tough, man. Just go on.
Well, stop acting like you are then. That's weird. So, anyway, the point is, Jesse, that we know that perspective causes things to look differently than they actually are, whether that be the human eye, how the brain perceives it through the human eye, a telescope, a camera, any type of optical device. We know that perspective is relevant and applicable to all optics, correct?
Wait, you asked both of us. Why? Why haven't I been able to answer?
Linear perspective.
What?
But linear perspective is based on the idea that light goes straight.
Hey, does perspective apply to all optic? Yes or no?
Absolutely.
Okay, if perspective is actually not Euclidean, but you made your assessment assuming Euclidean perspective, would your assessment be wrong? Yes or no?
Oh, it depends on your definition of linear perspective. By definition, to me, linear perspective is linear, if I may quote you. Linear. So how could you say that it's simultaneously linear and not linear? I guess that's how the
Notice
laser
how he
beam
can't
could be
answer
simultaneously in two locations.
Isn't it funny how he can't answer questions? Hey, Arma, let's see if you can answer this question. So, is do all optics involve perspective?
Do all optics I mean, I guess that's a really weird question, also. But I'll just say I guess, just for the sake of this fucking argument.
The answer is yes.
I mean, I don't know. Perspective is a weird. It's a weird thing because I feel like perspective is sort of like a human thing. I don't.
You guys
I'll say,
no.
I'll say I
it's
guess,
not.
but sure. I'll say sure, but I mean I'm still fuzzy.
You
on
guys
it,
think
but-
the audience doesn't notice that neither one of you guys can just honestly have a conversation? and
Well, I
answer
said sure. I just said I'm a little fuzzy on it, but I'll say sure. Like, what do you want?
Okay, so if we make do an assessment of an observation where we assume perspective is Euclidean, but it is in fact non-Euclidean, would that mean that our assessment was incorrect? Yes or no?
I mean, I guess sure, but I mean, like, by how much is also important too. Because if it's off by like such a minute amount, then we could always say that it's effectively the same and effectively correct. You know, like if it's off by 0.00001, then it doesn't matter. That's why I want the numbers. I want to see how much off we are.
We can get to that in a second, but the answer is yes.
Maybe, but it could be effectively no. It could be effectively no, where it's like it's not. It doesn't matter because it's just such a small amount. But sure, if you want to get technical, then sure, it is yes. It would be off. It wouldn't be the correct same thing. Because
That's right. They would be different, and then the amount of difference would be relative to distance, and it would also, of course, be always relative to the observer height. So the observer height and the distance, and then of course the atmospheric conditions. So the amount that it's different that's not just some number that you throw out there, 0.00001 degree. That's the dumbest thing. That's not how it works.
Well, it kind of does. I mean, if something's off,
No, it
I want to
doesn't.
know. Well, no. Well, I mean, you know the context I'm saying that. Like, you know my context.
Your context is to remove all the relevant variables that would lead you to even get a number.
What I'm saying is, if this difference and whether it's Euclidean, straight Euclidean, whatever, versus this hyperbolic shit, I want to know like if we assume one, but it's the other thing, how off are we? And I was saying if we're off by 0.00001, then it's not a big deal. All right. And yeah, you did respond with, oh well, it's the more distance there is, the more I guess stronger the effect is, or something like that.
You
So
dispute that?
Well, I'm just saying. I still want the numbers, though. I mean, that's it's fine to say that, but I
Have I
still
not
want the
already
numbers.
sent you the papers also?
Okay, but I still want the numbers. Like, if
Did
you're gonna
look
make
at the
a,
papers?
I'm just, I think I've seen some of them. I've seen like one or two, but I also did briefly look through it too, though.
All the fucking time.
So just so the audience understands, they've done experiments with robotics, so hyper precise observations because they're designing robotics, and they found out that when they built a robot with the visual model of Euclidean space, it doesn't work. Like it misses the objects it's reaching for. It can't look around the room and actually properly assess where everything is. Right? So they discovered they had to update to a hyperbolic visual space model, and then the robotics programs began to match the natural data or be effective, be accurate. So they're actually updating the model that they engineer the robot with from Euclidean to non-Euclidean visual space because the Euclidean perspective model didn't work. It didn't match the natural data, meaning reality.
All right.
Oh, but that doesn't matter. No, we can still pretend that
Well,
it
because
does.
I'm still trying to figure out the context. Like, okay, so I mean, like, you're bringing this up, but like, what's the actual argument, though? I mean, like, I know
There's
you're
all
saying like,
kinds of context. Like one of the tests that the people did was they showed like a 2 meter equilateral triangle, and it appeared to have spherical excess, even though it was equilateral.
well, no, when I say context, I mean like in terms of like this argument, like where is this going? Like, I mean, you're just kind of saying, well, it's this way, and I'm like, okay, but can we actually work with something here?
Well, I already said where I'm going, Arma. Anytime that you invoke an observation and do an assessment that you claim proves the Earth's a ball, then you do that by assuming Euclidean perspective. If Euclidean perspective is incorrect, all of those conclusions are automatically incorrect as well.
Okay, well, how about next time someone brings up something like that? How about you give us the numbers for what the actual thing is, since you know it so well?
Okay, well, it actually seems what you don't seem to understand is even though you guys operate at remedial levels and want really simple, easy to remember and regurgitate answers to things, life doesn't actually work that way. Similar to how you guys say mass attracts mass, when in fact your paradigm is that gravity's a force, but it's not a force. People can thought of like a force, but it's like a railroad track that guides the object down through the bending and warping of space-time that creates a gravity well, creating a singular vector of down relative to the center of mass, and that gravity is actually the effect of the bending and warping of space-time based on displacement of mass. But you guys just say mass attracting mass. Same thing with perspective. You guys want to just say that it's Euclidean and draw orthographic straight lines and just extend it out evenly distributed and proportionate to distance, just out infinitely. But in reality, what the tests have shown is that it's based on a variance of factors. That hyperbolic geometry accurately depicts it, and then at different distances, it's elliptic geometry. So it's based on a variance of factors. The angle of view, the observer's position, meaning their angle, meaning their height, the distance that you're observing something through, and the conditions.
Okay, can I just say two things? Okay, the first thing, all right, is okay. I like how the flat earthers in here are just like hypocrites because they were getting on my case about talking fast, but when you do it, it's perfectly fine. Second off,
you're
hold on,
yelling.
well, no, about you guys were going on about he's talking so fucking fast. Take a chill pill, whatever, But second off, but that's irrelevant though. That's irrelevant. Second off though, I just wanted to call you guys out. But anyway, second off though, all right. If you're so, once again, I'll say this one more time. But if you're so, if you know this so well, right? Whenever we bring up
want to
something,
see the math. You're going to say it
yeah,
again.
I want to see the math. Yes.
What was my rebuttal?
You were saying a bunch of shit. I want to know. I'm just saying. All I'm saying.
No, I didn't say a bunch of shit. What was my rebuttal?
I'll be honest. I don't know.
There's not just one simple equation you can equally apply to all situations like you think perspective works because you need remedial, dumbed down ideas to regurgitate from 7th grade earth science. That's not how reality works, though.
Okay, so then shouldn't you? Okay, so you really can't make any claim. You can't say our shit is wrong if you don't know how wrong we are. Like
No,
if
I can say it's wrong
no,
because experiments have proven it's wrong.
by how much though? Because if we're off by a little bit, then it doesn't matter. So you need to give us some numbers, or you could be wrong yourself because we're actually off by like 0.001, and that doesn't
But do
matter.
you agree that if curve visuals, if perspective is actually curved, but you think it's straight, that difference is going to increase with distance?
Maybe, but how much though?
What do you
Once
mean
again,
maybe, dude?
look, I'll say maybe. All right, I'm not going to say yes or no. I'll talk how I want. But second off, all right, if you know
Oh,
this
well,
so
then let me
well,
get
give
this.
us the
So we
numbers.
saw with
You
something as
can't.
small as 2
So
meters.
stupid, dude.
No,
Yeah,
you're
and we
stupid.
saw
Shut the
with
fuck
something
up.
as
Anyway,
small as
so
2
second off,
meters.
all
Clearly a
right.
yes, Arma. Stop being
No,
disingenuous.
you're being disingenuous. Anyway, so look,
No, he's not.
Oh, okay.
Arma,
Listen,
I think Gem Pandas is open, bro. You
maybe,
should go hang out over there, maybe.
maybe, but look, listen. All I'm saying is that what's it? You can't. If you're gonna make a claim or something like, "Oh, this is wrong," then you should at least tell us how wrong we are. I mean, like, it's just to say you're wrong. That's it, right? Because these papers say that it's off or whatever, or it's wrong, whatever. Like, okay, but like, tell us how wrong because
Well, it's
from what
currently being studied. It's a significantly more complex subject than to just throw a number on it. I just explained that to you, and I just explained
No,
the
not good
obvious.
enough.
Shut up if it's Arma, because he keeps interrupting. I'm just trying to say the one point, which is
if it's
that.
Arma, why
Yeah,
not?
I can tell. Yeah, if it's you, because you're the one that keeps interrupting. But this is the point, man. This is the point. That if the difference increases with distance, so I have a straight line, I draw it out infinitely. I have a curved line that comes out from the same place. Obviously, the difference in the curve and the straight line are gonna increase with distance.
Okay, but by how
Okay.
much?
Anyway,
But by
so the
how
point
much
is
is
that they
important
showed.
though?
This is the conclusion. They showed. This is why it's important because they showed on as small of a scale as 2 meters that an equilateral triangle will appear to have spherical excess. And they tested this all the way up to 20 meters. So if we have 2 meters showing it like optical curvature where it's actually straight, would it be greater or less at 20 meters?
Sure, it'd be greater, but that
Okay, so
by how
we
much?
see that there's spherical excess imposed via visual space on an equilateral triangle at 2 meters. So if we extend miles, of course we're
Okay.
going to have a difference.
Okay, but by how much though? You still need to give me by how much. You can't just give me this little by 2 meters. I want the actual numbers, man. Otherwise, you're kind of just talking out
Well,
your
I said
ass.
that's what I'm trying to explain to you. Is that perspective is so complex that it's based on all kinds of things. It goes from hyperbolic to elliptic, geometry. How we see things are based on the actual aperture, the angle of view, the distance, the observer angle, and heights, and the conditions. And these all vary and change the rate in which you see optical curvature. So you think I'm about to just give you something like one little equation that's going to answer that? It doesn't, though. And they're actually trying to figure out in top level robotics what the best equations are. They're currently in the process of doing it. I sent you papers that show some of the most up to date models. So that's what you don't get. Like the fact that it's still being figured out because perspective's super complex and you guys claim it's really stupid and simple. That doesn't mean that you're right somehow, even though you've been proven wrong. Falsification is independent of replacement.
Okay.
Do you agree that falsification is independent of replacement?
To be honest, I don't quite understand that.
If you falsify something, it doesn't remain true until you replace it. It's just been falsified.
Okay, that's fair.
Okay, so the idea that perspective is strictly Euclidean has been falsified by experimentation. Now,
Yeah,
the
but
fact that people are trying to work out the replacement, it doesn't remain true until it's replaced. That's dumb.
that's fine, but you still need to tell us by how much though, because from my understanding,
No, he
we're
doesn't.
still getting
That's what he's explaining, dude.
no, but
Jesus
yeah,
Christ.
but okay, when we do these, if I do an angle measurement or whatever, right? Like from I guess on a small scale, you could argue, well, maybe it's not enough, right? But like it seems to be pretty accurate, right? So I'm just trying to figure out how off are we? Like that's
You're
important.
asking him to replace it. He's explaining he can falsify it with the experiments that have already been done. There's no need to replace it, and you're saying by how much? By how much? Stop, dude. Jesus.
Why don't we go over how Arma and I could falsify it for ourselves, so that we can understand how this experiment was done that falsified linear perspective.
Why don't you read it?
So no one here's read it and could tell us how it worked.
Or we could, and then you would just shit all over us, but or you could just read
Well,
it
you have to
yourself.
selectively misunderstand it first, and then say like,
Yeah.
"Well, why can't I understand this if it's so easy?"
So did they how did they do it? Did they have little arrows pointing in different directions, and the observer was trying to tell where the arrow was pointing without sighting straight along it?
That's what I saw. That's what I read.
So
Yeah.
don't we eliminate that effect of visual space by sighting along the arrow? Isn't that why we sight down the barrel of a rifle, is to avoid that problem? It is very difficult to look at something at an angle other than axial to it and tell exactly where it's pointing. That is very difficult. That's why we sight along down a rifle or down a 2x4 or whatever, because that eliminates the effect of curved visual space. It turns it into linear perspective, which is straight.
Hold on, I need to see this right now. I feel like this is such a weird argument because I mean, like, are we saying line of sight isn't good anymore? Because I mean, I thought there was a whole argument a while back about a missile being able to shoot like miles and miles away, and and that uses line of sight. So like, I feel like none of this is consistent. How far can missiles? Well, hold on, let me see.
We are off into the weeds, aren't we?
Let me see. Because we have to be honest, if we're gonna, like if we're using like I don't know, missiles or whatever the fuck it is, right? And that's over tons of miles. That's the line of sight, and then this whole line of sight argument kind of, I guess destroys that whole argument that Witsit was sort of saying about. Because I mean, we're using line of sight when we're doing these like the spherical excess shit, right? Aren't we like looking like at an object and then getting an angle between that object and something else? I mean, assuming I'm getting that right, I don't even know if I'm getting that right, but that sounds right. That would be line of sight. So I mean, unless this, as this whole spherical vision thing is attacking line of sight or something, then it would be irrelevant otherwise. Let me see.
Alrighty.
Like, does that make any sense? You know what I'm saying? Like, it would have to attack line of sight. I mean, if it wasn't attacking line of sight, then it's totally irrelevant.
Yes, he's claiming that it does invalidate line of sight as a straight line. But
Yes.
I don't think he can support that from the actual studies.
Let me see if there's how far can
I am interested in understanding how we could build a device that measured the true angle of the incident light, since you said looking through a straight pipe at the laser would not have the pipe pointing straight at the laser. But you did say that the glowing beam in the hazy air from the laser beam would appear above eye level. So could I take and place a quarter in that beam, and if it blocked it, if it made a shadow, then could I detect the angle of that shadow to detect the true angle of the laser beam?
Let me get this right here. Grab this. Also, yeah, I don't know where he is right now, but I guess he's done. But I just don't. This doesn't. This whole thing, is would have to be, like I said, it would have to be like attacking line of sight, and frankly, I don't see that to be the case because.
Frankly, my dear, I don't give a damn.
It just doesn't make it. Well, I mean, it's funny, but it just doesn't. It makes a good point. Like, just because I don't understand it doesn't mean it's not true. That's a good point. All right, it could very well be that I don't understand it, but I've messed with a few things, whatever. Not as much as a lot of the other Globers here, but I've messed with a few things, and from what I've seen, line of sight is pretty legit. I have a ton of evidence to believe it is what it is. What we see is more or less what we get. So I would need some real good evidence.
Was that in defense of the globe or not?
What do you say?
Was that in defense of the globe or not? What did you just say?
It's in defense of fucking line of sight.
Well, line of sight means we can go from A to B, nothing interfering. That's a problem for the globe, at least with the 3959 radius.
Well, no, it's a problem. Well, I mean,
line of sight doesn't use like we don't actually go out there and look at something. You understand that, right?
What
You
now?
understand that like long distance radio transmissions use line of sight. You understand that line of sight isn't literally limited to what you can see.
Okay.
Did you not know that?
I'm just saying in terms of what we see, but I mean, if you want to extend it to that, that's fine too. I'm just saying in terms of what we see, I feel like obviously excluding refraction, what we see is what we get.
Well, that's what's funny is you guys claim there's a standard effect, a standard effect that displaces it. So that means that like it's always there. Oh wow, that backfired.
What was that?
So we can trust what we see. That's where it is, except for refraction, which is always there.
I'm saying for the most part,
You claim that on an average, it's at least 15% further away the horizon.
Well, I didn't make that claim, but
That is what the globes claim is standard refraction.
okay, I'm just saying I didn't make that claim specifically, but yeah,
Oh, so
sure.
you don't believe in standard refraction?
Why? I'm not saying I don't. I'm just saying I never really made that claim in this chat. Is what I'm trying to say. But yeah,
Oh, that's why I said that you guys like to pick and choose what you say based on the conversation.
No, I mean, I guess I would have to agree with that if it's true that standard refraction is, a thing that's,
15%, yeah.
standard, and yeah, then sure.
So then every day we go out and look at the horizon, it's standard that it's 15% further than it actually is.
What's
I guess
wrong
so.
with that?
If that's the case, then sure.
And by the way they got that number was throwing out all of like the times where it's significantly further. They just throw it out. They don't even factor into the average. That's how they got the 15%. So let's do some common sense exercises here. So if the standard that they apply is 15%, so the horizon is, as a standard, 15% further than it actually is, that means that when we got that average, there were frequent occurrences where it was greater than 15%.
Is that how that
That's
works?
how you get averages.
But wait, is it an average? Is that what it is?
Yes, it's an average.
Interesting.
Standard? No, standard is not even supposed to be used near the water.
Wait, you think standard refraction didn't come from an average?
Not near the water. It did not come from an average of line of sights going close to water. You're not even supposed to use it near water.
Hey, buddy. Standard refraction is an average. It comes from an average.
But not averages including near water
cite
conditions.
it. Cite where they got the average from. You just make stuff up.
Let me look it up.
Okay, cool. Because I've talked to geodetic surveyors and we emailed Andrew Thomas Young directly, who's the prominent one that pushed 7/6R. He's considered the subject matter expert. But no, Glovers make stuff up on Discord. Never mind. So anyway, and this is the part like when I'm talking to the geodetic surveyor and he's talking about trying to get their R value with geodetic surveying, looking over water. Yeah, that's right, Jesse, looking over water. He says that they just completely ignore the observations where it's way too far. So like if you were actually trying to go out there and figure out what's going on based on optics, you're going to take all the data, you're going to throw it in there and take a raw average, right? But that's not what they did. They went in there with a predetermined window based on the globe prediction. And it ranges from it's like 10 to 20% or so, maybe 10 to 25. I can't remember. I think it's 10 to 20%, right? That's their window. So anything over 20%, they just disregard it. They just don't even factor it in. That's what he said. And I said, wait, what? I'm like, well, what would happen if you did factor it in? He said, oh, you would get way too big of a radius value. So you guys don't even know where the phrase you parrot ad nauseum came from. You guys all say standard refraction, and you don't even know where it came from. Yeah, it came from a Texas sharpshooter fallacy. That's where it came from. That's what it is.
Well, but it was not built from averages that included close to water shots, because those can vary extremely wildly. It
You
was
just keep saying that. But again, I talked to the geodetic surveyor, and he told me that they'll be a little bit off the water. Like, sure, they don't like literally sit like they're like up 1 foot off the ground. But anyway, they look over bodies of water. Well, like if you're doing that to the horizon, then your line of sight automatically goes close to the water on a ball, right? Like there's always a distance where it goes close to the water, regardless of your height. So now you're using arbitrary, vague terms that you made up. You made up the claims that they don't do it close to water. You haven't defined what close to water is. You're not going to cite it. You made it up.
now I'm looking for it. I know I've read it. I'm looking for it.
What is
Just
close
like
to water? What's defined as close to water?
I don't remember exactly.
So why are you making the claim then?
Well, we all do our best. Just like you claiming you saw that mirror flash through the water and couldn't find it. Does that mean you were wrong, or that the video didn't exist? Well, it just means you remember it, but you couldn't find
The
it, right?
video got deleted.
Well, maybe. We
No,
found a
there's no
bunch of
maybe.
we found a bunch of others that had very similar footage, but it's more likely than anything that you just saw those and thought you saw it shining through the water.
Oh, so anything but to talk about the subject, right? And like, this is what I really don't get. It's like, do you think that the audience doesn't notice that you guys desperately obfuscate incessantly? Because like, it's very obvious, right? So this is just the facts, okay? Because if the Earth was truly a ball, you guys would just be cool with the facts. Whatever the facts are just the facts because the Earth's a ball. So who cares? You guys want to like shroud the facts in mystery and obfuscation. So that's what's weird. But anyway, that we went out on the Earth and we took a bunch of observations. Okay, they went out there with a predetermined window. Like the horizon should be here based on the globe. Okay, so we're going to try to refine our local measurements and then throw that into WGS 84 model or NGS whatever it's called, right? The ellipsoid spherical model, right? That's what geodetic surveying is. So anyway, they go out there and they look at different measurements with their predetermined window. And then they see sometimes the horizon looks like it's way too far. Well, if they factored that in, then their standard refraction, because standard refraction did not come by measuring the temperature gradient and the humidity and all that. That didn't happen. The vertical density gradients, that's not what they did. They just looked at the horizon. They saw how much it moved around, and then they took an average. So they could say, well, the standard, the average, like what you'll typically see is around here. This is what you'll typically see. So we know there's this much refraction happening because we know the Earth's a globe. We know its size. So we know the horizon's here. So if as a standard, we see it roughly over here, well, that must mean there's that much refraction happening. That's how they got it. But when they got that number, they threw out all the times the horizon was way too far away. Because if they had factored that in, then this 7/6R would be something more like 9/6R. That's a total different ballgame. Let's just say 8/6R. 8/6R is 30%. That means on average, the horizon is 30% further than the globe predicts.
So how could we measure the actual angle of an incident laser light? You said that looking through the pipe would give you.
No, why are you, he just then immediately jumps in and changes the subject again.
Well, it wasn't immediately. You talked for quite a while.
But why are you not addressing what I'm saying? If you don't want to address the actual subject, then don't talk right now.
Well, I think how they measured, or how
You're
they
supposed
came
to be
up with
getting a paper
standard
that you made up.
terrestrial. What's that?
You're supposed to be getting some paper that you made up.
I couldn't find where I read that. I know I've read that you're not supposed to use standard refraction close to water, but
What
I
does
couldn't
close
find
to
it.
water mean? Because on the globe, if you're looking at the horizon, the line of sight's always close to water.
The data that I've seen, which I didn't collect myself, indicated that above about 200 meters or so, the variation in refraction became very small.
If I look over a large body of water from 200 meters, does my line of sight go close to water?
Well, if the Earth is a curve and you're looking at something else also 200 meters high, then yes.
If
But
you
if
look
you're
out in the distance to the horizon, then your line of sight goes close to water.
But if you look up at a mountain that's 10,000 feet tall, then it may not go close to water. Or especially if you get up on a mountain that's several thousand feet tall and look to another mountain that's tall, then your line of sight doesn't go close to water unless it's a really, really long
So a couple
distance.
hundred meters, what you meant was a few thousand feet high, looking at mountains a few thousand feet high and not looking at the horizon at all.
Well, if no part of the line of sight goes within 200 meters of water.
So you're saying we can't use the horizon at all to determine center refraction?
No, and that's not how it was done.
Okay, well, cite it, because that is how it was done. So, anyway,
Really? Are you sure
yeah.
they didn't? Are you sure they didn't?
Look at mountaintops? Yeah, I'm sure. Yeah.
Are you sure they didn't first assume that the Earth was a ball and of a certain size, and then measure the angular rate of a star going overhead, and then notice that it flowed down when it got to the horizon, and assume that it
Nope.
was being lifted up due to standard
That's
refraction?
totally different. That's astronomical refraction. It's a totally different type of refraction and a different rate. You're falling apart, dude. So this is the funny part, though. Like, first of all, what you're claiming is if I go like 10,000 feet up, and then I look at a mountain top that's 10,000 feet up, then that mountain will, on average, look like it's 15% further away than it is.
No.
Oh, so that's not how we got standard refraction then.
Well, no, it doesn't make the mountain look farther. It just makes it look a little higher than it would.
Oh, 15% higher.
Whatever, yeah.
Oh, so okay, so when we look out from mountaintop to mountaintop, from thousands of feet up, then the mountain we're looking at will look 15% higher than it really is.
Yeah, if I understand your question correctly.
So the mountain's going to look 1,500 feet taller than it truly is.
What?
The 10,000 foot mountain's going to look 1,500 feet taller than it really is.
Oh, yeah.
Wow, that's crazy. So, okay, now what in reality happened was because it's 7/6 R, not 7/6 mountain. Okay, so what they did was they went and looked at the horizon. And they're like, well, we know there's refraction, so we're never seeing the actual geometric horizon. So this is where it's supposed to be. 3959, 1.225 times the square root of the observer sight in feet. That's the system. Now, we don't ever actually see that, though, because there's atmosphere, right? So we see the apparent position. Well, let's take an average of these apparent positions so we can figure out what's the standard amount of refraction in the atmos, right? So they went out and they took a bunch of the observations, but they cherry picked them and they threw out the ones that showed the horizon be way too far away because that would really mess up the average. It's called it's like a window of error, like a window bar. It's a weighted mean. So what they do is they had a window and then they did a weighted mean. So it's like, okay, we'll only accept measurements between 10 and 20% further than the globe prediction. So if it's 21%, if it's 42%, we throw those out. Those don't count. We only write down each measurement within the 10 to 20% window. Then we apply a weighted mean. So we give each number a specific weight, right? And as it gets closer to the number that we're aiming for, it has a greater weight. So that's going to affect the average more. So if I had 5 observations close to the prediction and I had 20 observations that were on the far end of the prediction, they would weigh the same because I just gave more weight to the ones closer to my prediction. So it's a Texas sharpshooter fallacy on steroids. So they throw out all the observations that don't fit within the window, and then they apply a weighted mean, and then they take that and they go compare it to the assumed R value. And this is what the geodetic surveyor told me that they do. And I said, well, if you didn't throw the observations out, what would happen? He said, well, you get way too big of an R value. And they said they considered a success if it's within 85% accuracy of the geoid model. Well, not of the ellipsoid model. So that's reality. I know that was a lot, so go ahead, say whatever you want to say. Please stay on subject, though.
So, for example, when I measured the angle to the mountaintop 75 miles away 36 times during different times of year and different times of day, would that have been a way that they would be, and then take an average of that to get standard refraction?
Is that so? Are you saying that if I go look at a mountain, then it's going to move up and down 15% on average?
No.
So on average, it's just going to be 15% higher than it actually is.
It'll appear 16 or 15% higher than it actually would be.
Right. Okay. So what if now? Well, I guess your claim is that it would never deviate much from that 15%.
Well, out of my 36 measurements, my absolute maximum peak deviation was plus and minus 100 feet at 75 miles.
And how tall was the mountain?
About 10. It's 10,600 foot taller than me.
Oh, and that's applying standard refraction?
No, that's just
this backfired.
What do you mean?
Well,
No,
if you're saying it's within 100 feet of the globe prediction, it's a 10,000 foot mountain, but only 100 foot deviation. But you're claiming that there's standard refraction, and that was determined by looking at 10,000 foot tall mountains. Then it should be 1,500 feet off the globe prediction.
I didn't claim anything about the globe prediction. I measured an average of 3,200 missing feet.
No, I don't care about you strawmanning the flat Earth with Euclidean perspective, buddy. Stay on subject here. So, is the mountains when you find just a window of 100 feet deviation, that's the mountain you're seeing after standard refraction, right?
No.
What do you mean no? So
I mean that's just my raw measurement. That's with no corrections made for anything.
But wait, aren't you claiming that your raw measurement comes after standard refraction applies though? Like whether or not you accounted for it doesn't matter.
Okay, I wasn't sure what you were saying. I measured 3,200 missing feet.
You keep on going back to the straw man of flat Earth though.
So
let's stick to the globe here, man. We're talking about how the globe. Do you agree that when you made those measurements to the mountains that it was roughly 15% higher than it actually was?
Yeah, well, if the globe is the diameter that it's supposed to be, then yes, then it appeared higher by standard refraction.
Did you do the math of that? Like,
Yep.
Okay, so
it's within like a couple feet of the globe prediction.
With standard refraction.
If I apply standard refraction, then I get within a couple feet of the globe predicted drop of 3750.
It can't be within a couple feet if you said it deviates within 100 feet. I don't know.
My average was within a couple feet of the globe predicted 3750 once I applied the correction for standard refraction.
Which is 7/6R.
Well, I applied 1 degree per 932 miles.
Okay. Which is 7/6R?
I don't know. I just looked up standard refraction and it was listed in so many degrees per so many miles, and actually it was listed in degrees per kilometers. I just converted it to miles.
Standard terrestrial refraction is 7/6R. I don't know.
That's the same thing as 1 degree per 932 miles.
That's what I just said. Didn't I just say that? Okay. So anyway, what we're seeing is always lifted up. Now the question then needs to be like, where did we get this standard refraction number? If every time you go look at the mountains, it's automatically 15% higher, we obviously can't go look at mountains to get the number. Unless we're just going looking at the mountains, assuming the globe, doing the subtraction, and then boom, getting the number, right?
Well, my point is that by taking measurements which are not close to the water surface, we don't have to throw out the outliers in calculating standard refraction. We still have to start with the prior assertion of a radius of the Earth in order to calculate the difference between what we're measuring optically and the physical radius, but we don't need to include wildly varying measurements close to the surface of water.
Wait, are you claiming that the mountains...
we don't have to throw out any outliers if we're shooting a couple hundred meters above the water.
Yeah. So are you claiming that the mountains would be 5,000 feet higher on a flat Earth?
You mean they would? I don't think that's what I claimed, but I'm not sure what you're
It is what
saying.
you claimed, though, because you claimed that you had 3,200 missing feet. Or are you saying that the mountains should be 3,200 feet higher than they are on a flat Earth?
On a flat Earth, they should appear 3,200 feet higher at 75
Right.
miles.
Okay. And so then if you add in standard refraction that supposedly lifted it up roughly 1,500 feet in your own paradigm, then we're getting close to 5,000.
What?
Okay, you said that you did the math. It was 3,200 feet. According to you, that mountain has been optically lifted 1,500 feet due to standard refraction. So you're saying that the difference from the flat Earth to the globe Earth would be 5,000 feet. Because actually you said 10,500 feet for the mountain or something like that. So if you take 15%, you're going to have over 1,500 plus the 3,200, which are going to bring you right around 4,800 or so. So just under 5,000.
Now, the difference between flat and globe without any refraction in either case would be 3,750.
3,750. Okay, and so now we need to subtract 1,500 or about 1,650 or 1,700 or so, right, from that number, because you claim that's how much the mountains are optically lifted due to standard refraction. So I don't know where you got 32. So 37, we'll subtract up to 17, so we're around 2,000. So your number should say that there's around 2,000 missing feet, according to your own standard refraction.
Standard refraction at 75 miles causes something to appear 556 feet higher.
Wait. 15% of 10,000 is 1,500.
So you're doing your math wrong.
Why?
Because that's not equivalent to 1 degree per 932 miles.
Oh, so then this isn't the same as 7/6R.
You're massaging 706R incorrectly to arrive at a drop.
What do you mean? Wait, how so? You said somehow. Because I'm just taking the actual globe's model. It's standard terrestrial refraction 7/6R, which means that extends the apparent horizon 15%. It's as if you saw the Earth. Now, maybe there is a difference in the math here, but
there is definitely.
So, can you hear me?
I can hear you.
So you're. I got a phone call, but so you're saying that, just to clarify here, so standard refraction is saying that we will view the Earth as if it were a 15% bigger sphere, right?
Right, but you can't just take 15% and apply that to added height, apparent height, or stuff like that. There's more complex formulas to translate that.
Like what though? Like what? Because if it's a 15% bigger ball, then wouldn't it appear higher?
Well, you got to look at the circumference and the radius and all of that. You can't just say, oh, it's 15% and just use 15%.
The radius is 15% bigger, so that would make the circumference bigger, and that would make things that higher when we view them in the distance. They would be higher on a bigger ball.
All I know is that standard refraction causes things to appear higher at the rate of 1 degree per 932 miles. If
That's
you're
standard terrestrial refraction?
Yes.
And can you cite it? Because I mean, you're not even saying the equation or anything, so I don't know.
So, yeah, I got it off Wikipedia, except it was in degrees per kilometer.
Maybe I can. What was the distances again? Like to the whatever, real fast. I want to see
75 miles.
75 miles. Okay, I'm gonna quickly run it through
So
my
what do you
little.
mean he's not massaging the numbers correctly? Does it mean you're massaging them, but you know how to massage numbers correctly?
No, I just meant that you can't just. Sometimes you have to run them through certain different formulas to translate them into different
you didn't
spaces.
run it. You didn't massage those numbers like I would massage those numbers. It's kind of like how it sounded to me.
Well, I went on to Wikipedia. It said it was so many degrees, or 1 degree for so many kilometers. I converted the kilometers to miles, and that's what I've been using ever since. Is 1 degree per 932 miles, and it's been very reliable.
Okay. So anyway, and I feel like this is the funny part too. It's like most Globers don't seem to know this, but they definitely never say it. If I was a Glober, I'd just come out and say it. I'd be like, no, you stupid flat earthers, you don't understand the basic concept of refraction, and the horizon always appears 15% higher and or further than it really is, because it's just refraction. It makes the globe look like it's 15% bigger than it really is as a standard minimum. Sometimes it's way more than that. Like, you guys never say that. I always have to point it out. Usually people fight me on it, try to tell me that's not the right math. I'm like, this is your math. So, and then we get into the problem of how you got the number.
Yeah, I tagged you on how I got the number. It says, I got it from a Wikipedia article, and it gives some formulas and stuff, but at the bottom it says, a simple approximation is to consider that a mountain's apparent altitude at your eye in degrees will exceed its true altitude by its distance in kilometers divided by 1500. So I just converted the 1500 kilometers to 932 miles, and whatever the distance is, I just divide it by 932 miles, and I feed that into tangent. That gives me the angle.
You're still using 1500 though? You're not converting 1500?
I converted it to 932 because I'm in America, so I use lazy dumb miles, right? So
they're called freedom units, bro.
Oh, okay. Then I just take the angle, the or the slope that tangent gives me, and I multiply it times the distance, and then that gives me the drop or the rise due to refraction.
So just to clarify, this equation matches 7/6R?
Yes, I believe so.
I'm going to go get the San Diego State University paper that specifically states 7/6R.
Right. This is if you correctly calculate 7/6R, this is what you get.
Oh, are you sure about that?
Well,
or are you
I'm
just
reasonably
assuming that because Wikipedia said so?
I'm reasonably confident.
Wikipedia doesn't even specifically address 7/6R.
Wait, hold on. So real fast. Okay, so you said the distance was 75 miles. What was your elevation or whatever?
Observer 181 feet. Target 10,600 feet higher. Higher than the observer. So the mountain's actually taller than that. But that's, you see what I'm saying?
Hmm.
And you perceived it. You saw it. Well, you said 600 feet higher than it actually is? Every single time?
Wait, hold on. What was one more time? What was the height of the mountain?
10,600 feet higher than the observer.
So it's 10,800. Yeah. I'm just trying to, he's saying that the mountain appeared to be 500 or 600 feet, give or take 100, higher than it actually was.
Yeah, 556 feet. It appeared to be about 556 feet higher than it should have on a globe, give or take, plus or minus 100 feet out of 36 measurements.
So if the Earth was 15% bigger than it is in your paradigm, then the mountain would only look 5% taller?
I don't understand
that. I don't understand that.
Well, work the math. If
Why can't you
Wikipedia's,
explain why that would happen? Why would it only be 5% taller if the Earth was 15% bigger?
I don't know. Work the math.
Yeah,
Show me.
keep saying work the math, but you can't work the math, or you'd answer the question. Why would it only appear 5% higher if the Earth was 15% bigger?
Oh, you know what? I could do that myself actually by inputting.
Yeah, does that make sense to you, Arma?
I think so, because it's not 1-to-1 with this kind of thing. You can't just be 50% higher or some shit. It's not. It's not
why?
the same.
Why?
Well, because if you were to, let's say, increase the sphere into an infinite size, the sphere isn't going to. It's not going to infinitely rise up. You know what I'm saying? It's going to plateau at a certain point. It's going to be level with you. Obviously, you could treat the infinitely large sphere as a flat plane at that point. and so the mountain isn't going to be infinitely high up now, right?
All right, let's
So-
look at the Earth like a
so it
beach
can't be-
ball. Let's look at the Earth like a beach ball, okay? The beach ball has a mountain on it. We have little Jesse over here, and we have a mountain. It's on a beach ball. And then I come in and I blow the beach ball up by 15%.
Uh-huh.
Okay, you're saying that the mountain that little Jesse's looking at is only going to go up 5%?
Well, yeah. Well, let's go with the 15%. Let's say it goes up 15%. All right. Now let's say I blow up the beach ball 1,000,000 times. All right. So should the mountain go up 1,000,000 times higher?
Think
about that.
Yeah. You wouldn't. I don't even know. I'm not even saying I know I'm right. I'm asking.
I mean,
for
you
the
might be right, but let me real fast run the numbers. Though. Let me real fast run the numbers. I want to see just in case because I could be thinking about this wrong or incorrectly.
Logically speaking, if I blow that beach ball up, like whatever's on, it's just going to increase as the beach ball increases. And I guess I don't know what that ratio would supposedly be.
There may be a nonlinear relationship between the radius and the sagitta of a curve, right?
455.2. Let me see.
Okay. Because what I find, I gotta text someone. What I find very interesting is the way that they even got this number.
I think I'm getting something similar. Oh wait, I'm not because technically I have to change that up. Yeah, I'm gonna have to change my math a little bit because I have like a weird little Earth curve calculator thing that I'm working on, but I have to include standard refraction for it though. That'll be interesting.
Yeah, that's the whole point.
Times that by 0.15. Divide that by 360. 12.64. Okay.
Like it would be, whatever it is consistent, right? It's gonna, if it doesn't change proportion, it's gonna change relative to distance and height, and it's gonna consistently change that same amount. Because I'm trying to get the number down because this is going to help me apply that accurate perspective to it, right? Because that's where you guys just fall off the map.
Yo, can you guys hear me?
We hear you.
I'm.
Oh, now you're
Are you
roboting, Jeremy.
doing animations for what's it right now?
You're roboting really bad, Jeremy.
Oh.
Yeah, I'm not 100%. You said some of my animations for Witsit? $35. Okay, so I think according to my math, I've got let me see, 3,072 feet versus 3,539 feet. That's around 500. I don't know if that's like exactly what Jesse got, or whatever, but I am getting a sort of 500 difference though, 500-foot difference. If that's if that's relevant or whatever,
You mean with and without refraction?
Yeah. Because what I did was because my little Earth curve thing, I don't have 7/6. So what I did was in my little Earth curve program, I can actually change the Earth radius. That's something I do give the user the ability to do. So I changed it from 3959 to, and I just took 3959. Well, actually, I took 7/6 which is 1.1666. And, I took 3959 times that at 1.1, was it 1666, something like that? Just double check I did that correctly. What did I do? So 7 over 6, which is 1.16. Okay, so 1.1. 3959 times that at 1.1. Yeah, and then I got like 4,618. So then I put that in. So 4,618. 4,618. But yeah, that's basically what I did. I basically took the radius. I made it 15% larger. That's fine. Whatever you do to the radius, I think that also. Let me see. Let me just double check. I know if you double the radius, you also double the size. So yeah, I guess that works out. Yeah. So if I make the radius 15% larger, then circumference should also be 15% larger as well. Basically, I did that. I basically just did two Earths. I did one that was 3959, and then one that was 15% larger, and I got like a 500-foot difference, roughly. How much exactly did you get?
About 550.
550. Let me just run these numbers again, but this time a little bit more accurate. Let me just real fast try this. So 3959 times 0.1. So I'm gonna do.
Okay, can you hear me now?
Sounds good, Jeremy.
Oh, okay. Are you doing stuff in Blender for these guys?
No, don't worry.
I feel like you just lied to me there, just by the
I
tone of
did.
your voice.
No, I didn't. I mean, I was like messing around with the model I already had, but I wasn't like modeling anything new though. So you're good, man. Don't worry. I'm not cheating on you.
All right. Stop being lazy though.
Is that real laughter or Duper's delight? I'm not sure.
No, it's real laughter. Yeah. I don't mind. I can laugh with you guys. Sometimes I don't like to laugh with you guys because you guys are assholes sometimes, but sometimes it's not the case.
You ever wonder, Jeremy, why the only things that can't be modeled in a lab or in reality are the things that prove the globe Earth? Like boats going over curved water, etc., etc., etc.
You still there, Winston?
Bro, there's a lot of shit that don't even add up.
69.1. Trying to figure this out. My brain hurts doing this math. That's per degree.
Because all lies.
69.1. No, it's just I'm trying to do some sphere math, whatever. Because unfortunately, I haven't programmed into my program yet distances to objects. It's only in degrees, right? So, for example, if I want an object to be a distant away from me, right, I have to do it in degrees. So, for example, 1 degree is 69 miles, as you can imagine, right? So, I have to do it that way because I didn't make I didn't make a thing yet where I could do it in feet and whatnot. So, I'm doing this shit the hard way right now.
Too much information.
Let me see, 69 miles per degree. So I just take 75 divided by 69.1. So it's 1 point. So I put in 1.08. Yep, 1.08. Okay. 1.08.
There's no reflecting. Talking himself.
And so target height, you said, Jesse, 10,600, right, for the mountain?
Yes, higher than the observer, which is, and the observer is 180 feet, 181.
181, right? Okay, so I got that correct. Okay, so
the total height of the mountain is like 10,700 and something, 10,786. The absolute height, not the relative. I was giving you the relative height.
10,780. Okay.
86.
10,786. So that number I got was 172. I hope this is accurate. Still a work in progress, so So let me see. 4,618.83. 4,618.63. 4,618.83 times that by 2 times pi 14159.265. 29,020. Divide that by 360. So that's 80 miles per degree. So 80 divided by
flavor pie.
80.61. Oh, hold on, 80.1. Maybe 80.61. 61. So 93.93. And I'm getting, okay, my other number is 3,771.62. Okay, my difference right now is, let me see, 71.62 minus 3172.95. I got 498.67. Once again, I don't know how accurate this is, but I got roughly around 500 feet. A little less than Jesse, but yeah, I didn't do everything 100% precise because
Did you massage them correctly?
well, no, because I'm using the radius 3959, and if you do, if you get the circumference for that 3959 times it by 2
You
times
got to
it by
give it the deep tissue.
3.14159.265, you get 24,875. So I usually use like 3963 sometimes. So maybe if I use that, I'll get a slightly more accurate number.
Did you give it the deep tissue though?
The what?
Deep tissue massage.
Deep tissue massage. Okay. Anyway, but yeah, there you go though. All right, I'm just gonna ignore that. But yeah, there you go. I guess what's it? I guess like I got around 500 feet higher as well. Even though this is a 15% increase in the ball, and I think my argument still stands though. Like if you were to inflate a beach ball to like a bajillion times larger, right? Do we expect the mountain to be a bajillion times higher? Well, no, because I mean, I guess you could argue, well, wait, well, no, it's not true actually. Because hold on, it would be, yeah, that doesn't make any sense because if the mountain is dropping, let's say 1,000 feet, if I make the ball a bajillion times larger,
Right. The ball could be infinitely sized, in other words, identical to a flat plane, and the mountain would still only be its own height. It wouldn't keep going up above its own height.
yeah. So there you go. Yeah, exactly. I had a feeling. I was second guessing myself. But I was like, that sounds about right. So, but yeah, I got around 500. I might have to tweak this a bit more. I might have to tweak some things. I definitely have to tweak the target position because, like I said, that's based in degrees right now. I don't know why I based it in degrees, but it's based in degrees right now though. So I need to make a function to where you could switch from degrees to actual feet or other another measurement, right? So instead of because as of right now, it's basically if you have the Earth that's with the radius of like 3959 or 3963, a degree is roughly 69 miles on that surface. But if I could just make it where it's you could actually put in the feet or the miles, like how far the object is in actual units and not degrees, that'd be awesome. But yeah, I shot myself in the foot with that. Definitely got to change that. But that's pretty interesting though. Pretty interesting.